The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement. Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and I guess good evening to people from the other side of the world, perhaps. Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Qualifiers for, of course, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. My name is Abstract. With me here is Moment. The both of us are going to be running you guys through the entirety of today with 7 best of 3s.
Yeah, 7 best of 3s once again today, and we have a couple of bang games lined up for you guys. But first up, it's going to be Team Iran versus Team United Arab Emirates, right? And when we talk about Team Iran, we have to talk about the maniac and also the savage that Amir Ali got yesterday on the Granger. So this guy, in terms of mechanical skill, yeah, he put himself on the map just a little bit. Day 1, right? Now in day 2, he's going to be tested again against 2 teams, actually. We get to watch Team Iran twice. After Team UAE, they're going up against Team Jordan.
Honestly, a back-to-back games from the side of Team Iran is definitely gonna sound marvelous. But before we even jump in and talk about the games and perhaps, find out a little bit more about the players and the competitors, I'd like to take this opportunity to say that the 2026 Asian Games Esports events Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers is proudly co-organized by the Singapore Esports Association and Zenway Productions, whose commitments continues to drive the growth and development of esports both locally and across the region. We would also like to acknowledge the invaluable support of the Sports Singapore in advancing sports and esports promotion and development, and of course helping create opportunities to compete on the international stage. A special thank you to all our official, or rather not all, but our only official integrated resort partner, Resorts World Sentosa, for supporting with a 5-venue and hotel towards the historic journey towards the 2026 Asian Games. We are also proud to be supported by our official partners Moonton Games, My Republic, and Secret Lab, whose continued investments help elevate the esports experience for players, fans, and communities all throughout Asia.
Yeah, and thank you guys for being here as well as the audience. I've received a lot of support from the online community and also the offline community as well, right? We saw the fans come down on day 1 already, and it was indeed a very hyped and sought after event. Yesterday, we did see top teams such as Team Indonesia, Team Philippines, Team Malaysia going at it. And now we're going to start to see more of Group A towards the end of the day. But for now, we're looking towards the side of Team Iran. Now looking at the schedule for today, what is going to unfold in the Land of Dawn as we head on to the matches that will be going on?
Yep. As you mentioned, we will be looking at a back-to-back game from Team Iran. So first match today, Iran versus UAE. And of course, coming into the second game is Iran versus Jordan. Coming into match number 3, we do have got Sri Lanka that's going up against Hong Kong, China for match number 3.
Yeah, and a lot of first look at all these teams as well. And once again, a headliner here, match number 4 is Team Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan. Both teams that have not played yesterday. So today we will be getting a first insight into them. And then we have it here. Team Singapore going up against Team Indonesia. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of torn here, but now Team Malaysia going up against Team Myanmar as well for match number 6. This is going to be one banger of a series.
Oh, that's for you.
That's for me. That's for me. And Team Philippines going up against Team Cambodia. Man, oh man.
Today, we have pretty stacked games right off the bat. But I would like to believe that the next few days are even scarier because we haven't yet seen the Titan going up against the Titans, such as the Indonesia versus Philippines, which is something that, Jason Churros would have the opportunity to see very likely.
Oh man, but currently looking at the standings so far for the side of Group A, Team Indonesia stands at the top with the most matches played, 2-0, 4 points. Team Philippines also following very close, 1-0 with 2 points. Team Cambodia, Team Vietnam, Team Laos as well. They will be the 3rd, 4th, and 5th seeds. Now, in danger of elimination from Group A is Team Myanmar, Team Malaysia, and Team Singapore, who have already played 2 games and are at -4 points. No. Oh man, this is okay. Today we are gonna win against Team Indonesia. That's what's gonna happen, right? That's
Yes,
the
we
goal.
are totally
But-
gonna win.
But now looking at Group B, Team Saudi Arabia standing at the top 2-0. Of course, they are the most experienced team in terms of this bracket as well. Team
Yeah.
Iran 1-0. We did see them perform extremely well yesterday. We're gonna see them today again. Team Jordan 1-1, standing at the third place. Now Team United Arab Emirates, Team UAE, they will have to prove themselves against Team Iran if they want to move up further in this group. And Team Oman, sadly, at the bottom at 0-2 with -4 points.
Now, of course, as we move on over to Group C, that is where things start to get a little bit, slow, I suppose. But today we'll start to break even because the only game that we saw from yesterday is Team Kazakhstan going against Team Tajikistan. When it's Kazakhstan, they managed to get 2 points for themselves, while Team Tajikistan -2. Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan is going to be playing today, so we will get a better idea how Group C is going to look like.
Yeah, and for the first look into that Group D as well, right? We're going to start to see Team Hong Kong China play for the first time today on match number 3. But looking at the top, Team Mongolia standing 1-0, Team Nepal as well, and Team Pakistan followed by Team Sri Lanka, and lastly, Team Hong Kong China. But this is still day number 2, right? Things are starting to heat up. There's a bit of consistency here in terms of the match placements and how the teams want to play as much as possible. So standing for Group A to D have been settled, but only a few slots available. Group
Yep.
A, 5. Group B, there will be 2, C2, and D2 as well. But for B and D, there's a special case.
Yep. On the third place for B and D, they will advance over to the last chance qualifiers where they will duke it out against one another to vie for the coveted 12th spot. Because out of everything, we have a total of 11 secured spots, and the last spot will only go to one of these two teams.
Yeah, so that would happen on the last day, but today the pressure is starting to mount, right? There is a bit of stakes here at hand where your placements suddenly, well, you did have good games yesterday, might not be the same case today. As now we take a look at the team roster coming in from the side of Team Iran. On the gold lane, we have Amirali. On the roam, we have Ali. On that mid lane, we have Poria. On the jungle, we are going to have Mahdi. And also on the EXP lane, we have Abul Fazl. And this guy's good.
Abu Fazl?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to what they have got in store for us, man. Because right now, the only thing that we saw was that one game from them. And that one game was one banger of a series. So this is going to give us a better idea how they're going to be faring in their own groups. And yesterday was kind of like a no pressure kind of game. But today, the early standings truly will start to matter.
Now looking at the side for Team United Arab Emirates, for the first time here on the main stage, we have Saeed on that gold lane, Hamdan on the roam, Mohammed on the mid lane, El Merzi, yeah, I would.
El Merzi.
Yeah, El Merzi on that
Merzi.
jungle, and we got Abdallah on the EXP lane as well. First look into this team, so definitely trying to find out where they place in the brackets itself.
I was trying to see whether we pronounced it correctly. El Merzi? El Merzi.
Yeah, El Merzi.
El Merzi.
Yeah,
I think we got to roll our tongue a little bit.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
sounds like that. We try our best. We'll
We'll
definitely
try
try
our best not to butcher your names.
Yes. So perhaps just popping up onto the chat, I suppose. Perhaps they will be able to help us at some point in time. If you are, of course, residing in United Arab Emirates, for example, and you know how to pronounce the names, please
Please help us.
Do help us. We will want to do our very best to pronounce your names correctly, as accurately as possible.
And now we have the map veto of the day. Maybe today the theme is going to be water, because expanding rivers. Yeah, yesterday it was broken walls, right?
Yeah. Where every walls are broken, and even I'm broken at that point in time.
Yeah, and for expanding rivers, we do see a lot of gameplay where the gold
Yep.
laner is able to join into these objective fights, especially to the second turtle fight.
Yep.
And also we do see the resurgence of the Harif as well. Of course, still very top tier in terms of the meta. Now, looking at the bans coming through, we identified yesterday that Marcel is going to be a problem. But, however, the top tier teams, Team Philippines, Team Indonesia, they didn't really care too much about the Marcel. And feels like they know their way around the Marcel because they've been playing it so much in their region. But a lot of these newer teams, they need to learn how to play against the Marcel as well. Now, the Guinevere, the Eve, Freya, Zusin, and Yuzong ban as well.
And an immediate pickup coming in from the side of United Arab Emirates. From now on, we will call them UAE for the ease of communication. The UAE will go for a pickup on the side of Baxia. So that is going to enable them with really fast communication, or rather a really fast rotation all across the map. However, that will also mean that they will be given away that Pakido early game dominance in the XP lane, which is something that UAE definitely need to start to identify. How do they want to settle this Pakido down and keep him in lane?
Yeah, Pakido currently right now sitting on that EXP lane. It is just extremely dominant in terms of getting that macro pressure and also the threat in the jungle, right? When you put him into a bush anywhere, I'm not saying he's a jungle hero, I'm saying that when he's in that bush, you don't want to invade the enemy jungle. You can't play towards the other side of the map, especially if you're alone. And now going for the Harif as well, so Team Iran looks like they're going for the best of both worlds here.
Yep, so they have very strong lane presence coming in from both sides. Gold lane and XP. It's now up to UAE to identify how do they get themselves a win on both of these aspects. And if they don't, what do they want to do here? Perhaps now they have the opportunity to kind of take a look at their mid lane. Perhaps it will help them better understand, okay, maybe we take down the mid lane, we have better priority in mid lane, that will give us more of an arm extension where we can move on to the XP or gold depending on what's available to us.
Wait a minute, this is an Esmeralda in the top 3 picks coming out from the side of Team UAE. Okay, I do see the vision here. Esmeralda takes away the shield value from the Pakido and also the Harif, but you do need a way to lock them down because as a Pakido and Harif, you see an Esmeralda coming. What do? You just run away, right? You don't really need to be in the presence of the Esmeralda. And if they want to go for that macro gameplay, Team Iran, they can essentially build into that mobility and try and ban out the control heroes that possibly might be coming, which is most likely going to be a Bellaric and also something like a Grok as well.
So the Valentina being picked up from the side of Iran very likely is just a way to echo towards a UAE that, look, you got a way to shred tanks, we got a way to shred tanks as well. With the Mystic Gush that's being stolen away, Esmeralda and Baxia will undoubtedly have a little bit of an issue when it comes down to team fights in general. But the way that Iran have drafted their first 3 picks really just shift themselves towards a way whereby they kind of want to play for team fights. Doesn't necessarily have to play by aerial denial, however, this can actually go towards a front-to-back form of composition. So they definitely need more ways to be able to kind of hold down the fort in the front lines a little bit to drag on time as much as possible.
Good Claude ban coming out from the side of Team Iran. The Harif being picked up. The Claude really deals very well with the Harif, especially in that mid stage towards that later stage of the game where the Blazing Duet is able to just shut down the Harif before he even enters his own Dominance Force, right? Now, the Suyo ban coming out from the side of Team UAE, this is kind of suspect because I would say that Suyo is in a weird place right now where he is good, but you have to pair him with very high damaging heroes, and also Suyo does have a lot of damage output, but it's still a glass cannon, right? So teams have found out how to play against the Suyo. Generally, you want to have the lockdown as much as possible. So prioritizing a ban here on the Suyo, I would say, is still a weird decision. There are crazier heroes that you should be banning out right now for the side of Team Iran, where they still have the Fredrin available if they want to go for that utility jungle. If they want to go for a fast jungle clear, they don't have the Guinevere available, however.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Personally, I do want to look more into utility because right now, Pakido, sure, Pakido can kind of deal with himself and Harif can also deal with himself. They are really good in their own respective lanes, but come out of that, break them out of that shell when we are trying to play for team fight scenarios. That is where things will start to get a little bit shaky because they don't really have much to work with. A Suyo in this case would not give any form of utility. It just brings on to a lot more firepower, which the team already has a lot of.
Yeah, and the 1-2 piece coming out, it's going to be the Cho and the Paquito. So we got both fighters, one good on the feet, one good with the hands. So that's going to be crazy combinations coming out from the side of Team Iran. And for the side of Team UAE, right? They can potentially look towards a Kalea, especially against the Cho, and we do know how strong the Kalea is, and I can't believe it slipped the entirety of the pool. Right now, if you think about strong priority picks, old school roamers such as Chip and Kalea are still available, right? That shortcut into the Esmeralda, into the Mystic Gush, that could be a combination, that could be a way into these fights.
This might be a game for UAE to want to play over to the late stages of the game. As such, getting a Moskov is great. However, the Estes is not what I was expecting.
Oh, no.
Ube, huh?
Oh man, Estes Esmeralda, this is ranked. This is ranked. This is ranked. I mean, for the side of Team UAE, I gotta say, it's a very good strategy when it comes down to sustain, having the Estes and the Esmeralda, very good beefy front line, Moskov in the back line. It works on paper, right? When your enemy team isn't organized. Now, for Team Iran, if they play their cards correctly, right? All they need to do is make sure they don't run towards the Estes. If the Estes ultimate is up, just don't take the fight. Every single one of them has the mobility to disengage, right? If you take a look at Team Iran, every single one of them can just jump away. They can go through obstacles, they can go through walls. Every single one of them can disengage. And now the problem is, how does Team UAE lock them down?
Now, I think that this is a very interesting matchup coming in for UAE. I actually, on the contrary, kind of like the Estes. Now, the reason why I say that is because currently Team Iran, they don't have a way to properly poke. One of the best ways that they can poke is actually stealing the Mystic Gush and go for the poke and kind of force a way for Estes to pop his ultimate. Other than that, Iran can go for a bit of a punch and a kick and all the kind of jazz. Most of that is actually up onto Abu Fazl. He has to go for the assassination attempt onto the Estes. He don't have to kill him, he just have to force the ultimate usage. From that point on, things will be great. Because the thing about Amirali playing as the Harif is that he's on a timer. When you bring out the Zaman Force, you actually have a timer within of the Zaman Force that you need to take everyone down and do as much as you can. With the Estes, with the Baxia, with the Esmeralda, it extends an overall team fight timing, which makes things a lot more difficult for a Harif to close things out.
Yeah, but I feel that this is only in a 5v5 case,
Only
right?
in a 5v5.
You have a Paquito, you have a Cho, you don't take 5v5s. You don't take 5v5s at all, right? You want to burst people down, make it a 4v5 before the fight even starts. You want to get people with the Way of the Dragon, make it a disadvantaged battle for Team UAE as much as possible. If you're taking 5v5s as Team Iran, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong. You have the Zayman's Force, yes, but that Zayman's Force is a scam. It's not there to take the team fights. It's there to disengage. It's there to disengage for sure.
So at least for the side of Team Iran, they have their very specific, or rather, they have their win condition, and that is to pick off. That's the main name of the game. For the side of UAE, they want to huddle up together, they want to buy time, they want to do containment, they want to ensure that they will literally just draft over to the late stages of the game to enable the Moskov as much as possible. So the question is, which team will be able to execute their own game plan? Which team will find it a little bit difficult to play? That is ultimately the question. So let's take this moment in time and take a look at the side lanes first. Gold lane versus gold lane, XP lane versus XP. When it comes down to Harif versus the Moskov, Harif always have got the lane priority because of the fact that he's got good wave clear and he's got good pokes sort of coming in from the Synchro Vision. Every dashes gives him shield, which is something that the Moskov would not be able to deal with exceptionally. Now, number 2, XP lane. When we are looking at the Esmeralda versus the Paquito, no way the Paquito is going to get very easy kills off of the Esmeralda, but neither is the Esmeralda going to sustain all the way. But the main thing is, it's all about the wave clear. Paquito should still be able to wave clear faster than the Esmeralda unless the Paquito constantly want to go for the kill.
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, for that case, it is going to be that lane clear where the lane priority is definitely towards the side of Team Iran, right?
Yes.
When you have an Estes, your mid lane clear is not that good. Despite the fact that you have a Gord, Yes, but the harass factor, you are relying a lot on the Baxia, as we see right here, and Elmerzi has to come in to help out with that mid lane priority. Meanwhile, Madi, you can just focus on that creep wave, get that level 4 in time, especially on a lower clearing speed hero such as Fredrin. You want to get that level 4 as fast as possible.
Now, of course, with them needing the Boxer to help out in the middle lane every now and then, I think that will only come in within the first few periods of time. However, as we mentioned before, whenever you have an enchanted support, that means that you would generally lose control of your own jungle. But it's not that big of a deal, because right now their opponent is a Fredrin, not someone that is super oppressive in the jungle, such as a Nolan or perhaps even a Suyo, for example, which actually really explains why they have decided to take away the Suyo here.
Yeah, but I'm seeing a huge problem here, right? The Mystic Gush has to get a burst. If not, there's no way to lock them down to stay in that range of the Mystic Gush as well. Generally, we see a Bella Rig. Generally, we see something like a lines of maybe even a Tigreal just to keep them there. But now they don't have any way to do so. And that Baxia stun will be that main reliance factor. Now with the first turtle fight being taken, Madi does get the retribution off. So far, Mystic Gush being used in that back line, but it's currently not doing enough damage. Elmerzi does eventually go down, and that will be first blood for Team Iran so far.
Team Iran having a great start right now, especially being able to take down them one and only front liner being their Baxia. But hold on a second, middle lane Ali seems like he's looking at something.
Yeah, Mystic Gush now eventually up as well. Now with the Spear of Destruction jump, Saeed does find a kill on the opposite side. Team UAE, they are going on the offensive here, but Appraisal's Wrath is available for Madi, and Madi is still surviving through this, but Saeed finishes him off with the Phantom Step, and Albo Fazl does get the consolation kill. But now for the side of Team Iran, they do have to respond because Saeed, they got 2 pivotal kills.
Yep, seems scrappy, but all in all, the main thing is Saeed. He managed to get kills for himself, and that is funneling that we want to see.
Yeah, now that funneling is going to come through, and I'm surprised Army Raleigh didn't rotate, despite the fact that this is expanding rivers.
Yep.
You do have that Damon's Force available. If Army Raleigh was able to join those team fights, it would have been changing everything, but Army Raleigh might be in a slight bit of a tipple here. Ali comes in for the support, but Elmerzi is here though.
He ran out of mana. That's not something that we hear all very often coming in from a Harith. He ran out of mana to really do anything within of his own Zaman's Force. So it's really unfortunate, but regardless, that is still a Moskov that did a really good job, right? Being able to rotate all the way down to the mid lane and enjoy some of these team fights, gets himself 2 kills. Yes, sure, Amirali managed to, kind of take the lane all by himself, but unfortunately, the only thing that he got out of that was all of that shield plating from the top lane. In fact, not all of them. So all in all, I think the UAE had a way better trade from coming in from their gold laners.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Iran, they were taking the 5-on-5s, and I don't really feel that they are adjusted to take that 5-on-5, right? Given the fact that they stole the Mystic Gush with an IMU, but that's still not enough in this stage of the game. Now, on the second turtle take, we will have that ability once again. Ali now posturing with the Way of the Dragon to the side, and the Mystic Gush as well. Abdallah taken out. That's going to be the front liner. One of them is gone. Elmerzi, the only second one. Now, with one well-positioned taunt, Ali and also Madi, they can play around this, but Ali in the back with a concussive blast already. Madi does take out the turtle in the end here, but Saeed still dealing good damage. Ali flickers away, and Madi lays down the law with the Appraisal's Wrath, but no one is there. Saeed eventually gets taken down from the side of Army Raleigh.
Unfortunately, a very sacrificial play coming for El Merzi, as he was really trying to do his very best to kind of take the turtle away from the hands of Team Iran. But in the meantime, the fight was kind of split up in a very difficult spot due to a small little choke point. The main thing is Team Iran, they have a very strong lead when it comes down to being able to kind of force everyone aside. They may have used a lot of outwards in order to take Abdallah down, but he is one of the main contingency plans for the team.
Yeah, 3-man concealed play towards that bottom side. Team Iran are finding their pace. Now 3,000 gold advantage, right? Slowly starting to build the macro pressure. While all this is happening, you have to realize this is on the back of a Paquito, and this has been happening all the time. And now Elmerzi still in slight bit of a tipple, but once again, that Estus healing factor, does it come in clutch here? Because for Team Iran, they've been finding the picks out of the Estus heal zone.
The main thing is we also want to kind of find out if whether the blessing of the Moonlight Goddess is gonna do much for the rest of the team. Oh, okay. Almost seeing something very tricky here, but in fact, it will.
Mystic Gush has been used. Mohammed will not have that ability right now, and now Team Iran, they know that ability is down. They steal the blessing of the Moon Goddess, and solo kill from Amir Ali on the top with a dragon, and into that Appraisal's Wrath. Just a slam down from the side of Team Iran. They're sure giving us a show on the mid lane.
Oh my god. I completely forgot you can just steal the blessing of the Moon Goddess. Yes, you can totally steal that. You don't really have to care about the Mystic Gush at this point in time. Let's just play a healing game right now. They do have a Brethren that allows them to play Upe as well if they really want to.
And now they are diving behind that turret. This might be a mistake coming in from the side of Team Iran. They don't have the sustain to take this. Appraisal's Wrath does bring him back to square. Now Amir Ali, he is going to be posturing here. Does have that Damon's Force. One good one. Might change everything as he takes down Abdallah right now. Damon's Force still there, and he's just tearing through everyone. Saeed goes down as well. Synchro Fissure after Synchro Fissure. Double kill coming out from the side of Amir Ali.
Oh, and even when it comes down to diving under the turret, this is just overkill coming in from Team Iran. And Puria was not even punished from that.
Yeah, I mean, looked like a mistake, but once I saw Amir Ali with the Damon's Force sitting at the back, he's waiting for the perfect time because he's waiting for the heal factor to run out from the side of Team UAE.
Yep.
And that was just great posturing, right? Once the Damon's Force was used, there was no way to escape coming in from the side of Team UAE.
Those are pretty big plays, all the way from the start to the end. Team Iran really seems like they conducted the entire fight from the start to the end. It feels like they knew exactly what's going to happen, how it's going to happen, and they would just do what they could. So just like that, we already have got 8,000 goal lead in favor for Team Iran at 8 minutes. And in a very early game-centric kind of matchup, or a very early game-centric kind of team, what you want to do to win. Oh my god, this is Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, Abdallah, I mean, you picked the Esmeralda, and that's the problem with the Esmeralda as well, right? You think the survivability of the Esmeralda is very good, but if, let's say, you face so much oppressive damage as we see Team Iran with an impressive taunt onto 3, Mystic Gush being used on the Mahdi here, he will be just overextending out of his positioning, and Poria will be going down for his troubles as well, and this is kind of a comeback for Team UAE. Don't call it comeback just yet. Abu Fazil still in that push. Oh no, Saeed just gets instantly taken down. Mohammed, he's in trouble as well. This man, this Paquito is so scary to deal with, and this is why he's so oppressive right now.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that a Paquito could do realistically, right? All you need to do is double straight punches and a jab, and you will be able to kill any gold laner. This is the problem when it comes down to giving a Paquito away, but also picking an enchanter support for yourself. You kind of really require that Baxia to go all around the map, which kind of forces the Baxia in a dual role situation. Just for your team to get a lot of that healing factor, your Baxia will be spread out to do a little bit too much, coming in as a jungler and a pseudo roamer, which is really very unfortunate.
Yeah, now great taunt onto 2. Saeed in a lot of trouble. Ali with a flicker forward does get the finish onto Saeed. And now that's all their physical damage gone. Appraisal's Wrath towards the back. Mr. Gush, is it enough for the side of Team UAE? No, it's just to disengage. And Team Iran, they're going to be taking no casualties this time. And Abu Fazil still not showing himself on the map here. They don't want to play it towards his top side while this Lord is happening. And look at that. This is all towards the bait. Abu Fazil goes in towards Muhammad. But now the blessing of the Moon Goddess just comes in for Abu Fazil, and he has to escape. Does have the flicker available. Stun following up from the side of Al-Murzi, and now with the Spirit Destruction back up, Lord still in Iran's favor by the Zaman's Force, and Amir Ali stands tall throughout all this.
That was a crazy exchange. It really felt as though that UAE was the one that manages to kind of bait Abu Fazil going deep into the fight in order to get an assassination, only to back them up again with the blessing of the Moonlight Goddess. And just like that, you know, we thought that would be a free kill coming in for Al-Merzi, going in straight to Abu Fazil, but unfortunately, cooldown is over, gave him a jab, gave him a shield, and he got out of that, while Al-Merzi is the one they're overextended in the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, if you're good at team fight, we have a Valentina, we can be good at team fight too. Now, with the Mystic Gush being used on that top, do just push out the Lord. Team Iran, they're going for the throat here. Zayman Sports has been used. Whale the Dragon as well into the Appraisal's Wrath, and Madi just tears down onto the box here. I am the better tank right now as they go for that inhibitor turret on that mid lane.
There is just so much gold lead the Team Iran has, and this is only at 11 minutes into the game, and they have already lost middle lane and the bottom lane inhibitor turret. This cannot get any worse.
13,000 at 11 minutes into the game. Team Iran, they are a different kind of beast here. After the showing coming out from yesterday as well, they show superior drafting skills in terms of just having the team fight capability and the best of both worlds, right? You can see the macro coming out from the side of Paquito, from the opposite side of lane. Amirali just very trustworthy on that gold lane as well. You can expect him to get the items in time.
Yo, but for real, who are they? How are they so strong? I really do want to know, if to be fairly honest, because right now they are just showing themselves in a way where UAE is just not a competition at all.
Yeah, UAE, they have a rough draft. I mean, with the Estes, I don't really like this. Into a Valentina, right? Their Blessing of the Moon Goddess can be given. Mystic Gush can be given as well. So not having the ban on the Valentina, the draft itself, I feel it's a very huge error. Now, for the side of Team Iran, they have that Paquito, right? And not even Abdallah can stand up against the punches, the raw damage from the farm coming out from the side of Team Iran right now. Only one inhibitor turret left on the top side. Creep wave now crashing in. Team Iran look for blood here, but 20 seconds away from the Lord. I think they disengage.
Yep, but perhaps Abu Fazl, it might be a little bit deep in, but it's okay. A quick little flicker, go get himself right out of there, which is something that they would absolutely need. Because as you mentioned, the Lord is going to come up in 10 seconds, and that is going to help Team Iran close out the game properly. Yes, they are at 13,000 gold lead, and technically speaking, they can just gatekeep the entire of UAE from not being able to come out, and they can probably just absolutely destroy them. However, that is also going to be playing within of the UAE's hands, because there is still the Estes, and they gotta have to respect that.
Oh, that was so close to the Spirit Destruction coming through, but luckily, Madi was on the case with the Lord as well. Now, Conceal Play coming through from the side of Ali. Wants to go for the Whale Dragon, gets stunned up. Now, Mystic Gush has been used as well. Abu Fazl coming in for the flank positioning, does get spotted out. Now, with that, Zayman Sports has been dropped Synchro Fishes after Synchro Fishes. Amirali taking so much damage at this point. Amirali still not punished as here as Ali. He's soaking up so much damage, has the immortality. Team Iran, they're gonna wait for the Lord.
There are no ultimates at all from the side of UAE. It will take some time before they will eventually get that back. And in fact, there we go. Mystic Gush as well as Fallen Diamond, they are already available. But unfortunately, the important one, Blessing of Moonlight Goddess, do they have it?
Oh, Damon's Force has been knocked down, and Amirali's dealing so much damage with the help of Abu Fazl. Triple kill so far for the side of the Paquito. That's what you get when you give Team Iran the Paquito.
It is a big mistake of giving the Paquito away to Team Iran. It really enhances their early game gameplay, and it enabled them to just go absolutely ham.
This is just a master class when it comes down to just drafting alone, right? Having that Valentina, having the ability to have the Frederick, the taunt, the capability to jump into the team fight and take a macro battle. If they are losing, everybody can run away because it's just so scary.
This is crazy. This is really crazy. Team Iran, they knew what they wanted to do all the way from the start to the end. They are dictating every single battle. They are, the way that they move is absolutely phenomenal as well. Although we definitely gonna have to agree, right? UAE at the start of the game, they have enabled that Moskov really early into the game as well.
Yeah.
They want to accelerate his growth, and I see where they're coming from, and I do respect that a lot. However, they've just been outpaced by Team Iran solely because of the sheer power of what, number one, a Paquito is able to bring onto the board, and number two, just how often that Valentina can steal that Mystic Gush, and even if they were to find themselves in a team fight that they don't want to be in, Valentina comes in clutch with that Blessing Moonlight Goddess.
I think it all boils down to the fact that Estes is not good in competitive play at all. Like, Estes is
Oh,
just not
man.
good. But Abel Fazil, of course, man of the match, MVP, he did so much on that bottom lane. He was against an Esmeralda. And laning against an Esmeralda is going to be tough, but you do have the ability to lane clear, right? We saw the rotations coming through, and despite the fact that early game didn't go their way, Abel Fazil clawed them right out with the secondary engage.
Yep. The main thing about playing a Paquito against an Esmeralda is you don't look to kill. Against some of the other XP laners, you probably want to kill, but not against this Esmeralda. Esmeralda, you would take some time before you'll be able to do anything to Esmeralda, or you need to be ahead by quite a lot of lead. So most of the time you want to wait clear and be able to kind of be present there, especially in this kind of lineup from the side of UAE. The entire jungle is actually open for your picking. This allows you to play a very assassin style kind of gameplay in response to the fact that they don't have a player from the side of UAE that can run around the jungles as fast enough.
And we were saying, right, Abel Fazil, why he's the MVP, if you take a look at the itemization, he went for the Sea Halberd first. Going up against the Esmeralda, going up against the Estes, he knows that nobody else is going to build the Sea Halberd, right? And with the Dominais coming out from the Abdallah, it's not going to be enough healing factor because he does not have the Oracle yet. So Abel Fazil, really good starting itemization coming out into that kill factor, right? And that's why we see Abdallah, he had 7 deaths as an Esmeralda with an Estes to back him up throughout the entire game. And that was double frontline comp, just couldn't frontline.
Yeah, completely broken down because of number one, a massive lead from Team Iran to begin with. And if you were to add this Sea Halberd on top of that as well, we also need to remember the second property coming in from Sea Halberd is that the higher the HP that you have, the more damage that you will be able to deal to them. And unfortunately, that is going to be a problem to number one Baxia. Number two, the Esmeralda don't really get affected by the second property as much, but it is really just about the regeneration nerf. That makes things a lot more difficult as an Esmeralda.
Yeah, that degeneration coming in time, right? You have a Baxia, it's okay. I have Sea Halberd, right? So that goes hand in hand, right? You can pick the Baxia. I'm going to pick up the Sea Halberd.
To be fairly honest though, having a Baxia plus an Estes on paper doesn't seem so bad because when it comes down to a Baxia, the main thing that you see and the main thing that you always think of is that Baxia have got very strong maneuver and you will be able to, kind of join into team fights really fast, or he's able to kind of scout out the entire jungle really fast.
I think what makes a roamer strong is not the utility. It's more about the vision game right now. In the current state of the game where I feel that roamers, you need to be able to check bushes. And Estes, there's very little ways to check the bushes. Cho, you can go in with the Jeet Kune Do. You can see why Marcel is strong with the photograph as well. And a lot of the roamers, they have the ability to check the bushes and give vision without being punished. Estes does not provide that.
So at this point in time, you would believe that, Enchanter supports have no, I will say, no spot in the game?
Yes, currently I would say definitely, especially if you are going up against a tank jungle.
Right.
Because there's no way that you're running into a tank jungle. If you're going up against assassin jungle, yes, you can come up with an Enchantress support for that massive healing. And if, let's say, you're going up against something like a Harley, something like a Hayabusa, and then, yes, it makes sense. But now against a tank jungle, I would say it's a rock, paper, scissors kind of situation.
Now, of course, with that all said, we do have got game number one that's done and dusted, of course, in favor of Team Iran in a masterful way. In this case, with a total of 13 minutes into the game, I think that they ended the game under 13 minutes or somewhere along those lines.
I think it's also showing of the patch itself, right? The games have gotten faster. The early game punishes have gotten way more as well. Since we saw from yesterday, the Bruno, maybe he's back. I don't know. Hopefully Bruno is back against Claude.
I'm not too sure about the Bruno.
We talk about Bruno.
We don't talk about Bruno.
because Bruno, I feel Bruno is back. I feel Bruno is back.
You
man.
feel that Bruno's back.
Yeah,
Okay.
currently in the state of the meta, I feel this is very good.
Well, we're gonna have to wait to see how the other regions decide to pick that up. I think that is where we will get our questions answered. Now, as you were talking about, the speed or the pacing of the current MLBB, I do agree that it does seem like a lot of the teams are starting to really prioritize in the early games quite a bit.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it's only that way because of the prevalence of Paquito. I feel that the moment that Paquito is leaked out of the banning pool, that early game can be very obvious. But the moment that Paquito is taken out, then we're starting to see more control-centric XP laners and gold lanes that need some time to farm up, like a Claude, for example.
Yeah, I feel that the acceleration, gets really enhanced by the new jungle rotation coming out as well, right? You hit that level 2 faster, you hit that clear speed slightly faster as well. Then it makes for a much cleaner first objective fight. It becomes much more clear who gets the early game from that first objective currently in this state of the game. And also right now, the Marcel, still a problem. You gotta ban that out.
Yep. So goodbye to Marcel, and UAE ensures that they take that right out. But now, we're back to the Paquito question. If whether Iran wants to ban it, because okay, here's the thing. UAE, they were first pick, first ban. And they leaked the Paquito over to the side of Team Iran. But this time, I think the UAE have realized, you know what? Paquito is strong. Do we have anyone that can play it? Like, is our SP laner capable of playing it? If he can, then we don't ban it. We let Iran ban it.
Yeah, and Abdallah, I'm not too sure about this guy. I don't know what he's capable of. We did see the Esmeralda not performing extremely well in that first game as well. Now I'm having a bit of doubts for the side of Team UAE, but come on. Team UAE, it's time to prove me wrong, right? You got the chops to go against Team Iran, but they ban out the Paquito coming out from side Team UAE. This banning and drafting pattern is just weird coming out from side of UAE, right? Banning out the Yuzhong, I don't really see that top 3 spot for Yuzhong currently in this meta. He's not that strong. It's not that deep. He's just a black dragon. You can deal with him. And still, I believe there are more priority to be banned out. Maybe the Harif would have been a better ban.
Right. Okay, so at least what I'm seeing here is, okay, the fact that Paquito is banned just pretty much means that UAE, they are not interested in picking up a Paquito for themselves.
Yeah.
And if they don't want to do that, that means they don't want Iran to pick up Paquito. So the moment that they don't want to play a Paquito just means that they are not really confident with that. With the Yuzhong being thrown in that, to be fairly honest, I agree with your sentiments. This is not what I expected coming in from a banning pool. So perhaps I'm kind of thinking about, a rock, paper, scissors kind of game. Why do they kind of not want to have a Yuzhong? One of the only main thing I think of is always going to be Farsa that can be knocked by the Black Dragon form, but it still doesn't exactly reward or rather merits a need to ban the Yuzhong.
Yeah, definitely. I would say maybe that Eve does first pick. Does make sense that they want to ban out the Yuzhong, but the Zhu Xin was also available in the pool, right?
No, it should not, though.
Then there's a lot of things that are available in the pool. If you want to go for the Zhu Xin Harif, if you want to go for the Atlas Harif, that opening is still possible for the side of Team Iran here. And yeah, with no Paquito now, you don't really need to worry about that EXP lane macro pressure, right? So Phoveus still there as well.
So they will effectively play the Phoveus onto the Harif, so this is going to be great for them. With literally just going to be area denial, and they will be able to play for team fights really strong. They don't particularly need to care too much about how they want to, kind of layer in things, but we also need to remember, right, there's a Yip on the opposite side, so even if they do have a Phoveus, they can actually still play a Gatokacha onto the roam, and that can actually be pretty bad, because that is going to go towards Team Iran's game plan very well, while also disrupting the Yip to a maximum extent.
Yeah, now going for that Zhu Xin pick coming out from the side of Team Iran. Now, I do like this coming out from the side of Team UAE, the Leomord into the Claude, but at the same time, right, Claude is... We've seen him do well, we've seen him do bad. And Claude is a character that requires a lot of space. Yes, on theory, on paper, Claude is that standard pick against the Harif because yes, you do have that physical damage, you outrange him, you outscale him in terms of farming as well. While Harif is busy taking the team fights, you accelerate your own farm. That's how this playstyle that should be played. But at the same time, you got to make sure that the Harif is left unoccupied and not destroying your team.
Yep. So you need to ensure that if you're going for tit for a tat, hit, eye for an eye kind of thing, then you need to ensure that your team understands that, right?
Yeah.
They can't just throw themselves into the ditch and hoping that, oh, I hope that Harif doesn't kill me, and that kind of situation. If you want to farm fast, you want to ensure that your opponents don't get that kind of farm as well.
Exactly. And now with that ban coming through as well, Terizla, they don't want that team fight capability. Meanwhile, from the side of Team UAE, I would say their batting pattern has been slightly just on the weirder side, right? Just on the quirkier side, where they are going for certain heroes and they know that they want to go for it. But at the same time, Grok is not really a top tier ban that we see as of the moment. The wild charge, you can deal with it extremely well. And also, I would say even on Flying Clouds, it's not going to be a huge deal. That Alice, however, yes, that was a good ban on the side of Team Iran. And also, now there is that jungle capability, right? Team UAE, they are not looking towards the enemy jungle at all.
Now Suyo, okay, Suyo's going to go bye-bye again, and I truly hope it's not because they want to play an Enchanter support again. Naturally, right now, the way they kind of seems like it, they don't want someone that is too oppressive in the jungle, that kind of jazz. But there is a Leo Mod's, wave clear or the creep clear is, kind of decent, if anything. Now, Cho is also going to be picked up coming in from the side of Team Iran. They do want to go for a little bit pick off. However, they don't particularly have anyone that can play with the Cho that effectively. So that would mean that their jungle might actually be an assassin that can make full use of the Way of the Dragon.
The Kalea is open, guys. Kalea was made to fight against Cho.
Yes, I agree.
And I can't believe that Cho pickup. Okay, if Team UAE don't pick up Kalea here, I mean, Kalea, Leomord, Eve, that is a great center mass unit with the jungle, roam, mid trio, right? And you could give Claude so much space. If you don't pick up the Kalea here, I mean, you're just throwing the game, right? And yeah, they're throwing the game. They're going for the Gato Kacha instead. And once again, the Esmeralda coming out.
Okay, so the Hanzo comes in. So understandably, yes, the Hanzo is someone that can make full use of the Way of the Dragon to play kind of like a pick-off strategy. Now, the Gato Kacha, I'm okay with the Gato Kacha. I'm okay with it. It's not the best to deal with the Cho, but it is a good answer to deal with a Harif. As long as the Harif drops down the Zaman Force, you kind of have ways to kind of deal with or rather to contain the Harif as much as possible. Because you have a Yves, you have a Gato Kacha right now. They generally will be able to mark out an area and say, no, this is my no-no zone.
Yeah, and for the side of Team UAE, it feels like they're picking heroes based off of the roles, right? Where we need someone to fulfill a certain role, but they don't look at the game plan in general. Like, how are we going to get the kills? How are we going to get the wins, right? That step-by-step process is much easier said for Team Iran, where you can clearly see what's your setup going to be. The Way of the Dragon. Yes, they have that Lantern lift-off. They have multiple ways to start the fight as well. Zaman's Force from the back. There's a lot of possibility to start it. Meanwhile, for the side of Team UAE, there's only one, which is possibly that Esmeralda jumping in.
So right now, you can see from the side of Team UAE, they are kind of banking all the way in onto that Lizard. Now, of course, the Lizard does have, pretty good defenses, and it kind of takes time to kind of kill that. So just like that, immediately we do have El Merzi is already at level 2 as opposed to Mahdi, which is supposed to farm really fast anyways. And now he's being really impressive. Went straight into the opponent's jungle, went straight to the Beetle, and I don't think that UAE even knows about this. So there's a very high chance that UAE's jungle might not even hit level 4.
Yeah, and so far, the rotation coming through for the side of Team UAE has always been El Merzi put towards that mid lane for that slight prio advantage. Now, this gives Team Iran slightly better timing on that jungle creep timing as well. And now with that Mahdi being so aggressive in the enemy jungle, resources have been taken away. They all will be ahead in terms of macro for now. Now, Ali finds a good pickup, but Mahdi falling extremely low here on the Hanzo, not level 4 yet, and gets taken out. Team UAE always having a great start. Now 2-0 so far, as Poria does not have enough mana on a Tzu Sin. This is the first time I'm seeing Tzu Sin not having enough mana here.
So a little bit too early, but right now it's really unfortunate that Mahdi went to great length stealing the orange buff away from El Merzi because of, you know, a little bit of vertical jungling going on about. But in the end of the day, it does seem like El Merzi still manages to get his own purple buff from the opponent's side. So they're both going to be relatively neck and neck, and I don't think that it's going to be too big of a problem for El Merzi to get himself to level 4.
Yeah, now first turtle up for the grabs here, but Hanzo nowhere inside here to take the objective, as El Merzi will be slightly further away, both still not level 4 yet, but Infernal Pursuit has been used on the bottom side as well. Lantern trying to find its mark, Hamdan just getting out in the nick of time here now. Abdallah jumping in, can he do anything this time as the ultimate has been popped from side of Leomord. Abdallah does kind the kill onto Abu Fazil at this point. Now without that frontliner, Mahdi is going to be very squishy as the Blazing Duet goes in on the back. Saeed coming in for the support, and coming in at a great time as well.
Wait, this is a first turtle help, or rather this is a first turtle thing coming in from the Claude. The Claude came in to help on the first turtle? We don't see that a lot.
Yeah, and Team Iran right now, I mean, going for that Hanzo, they need to secure that early game as much as possible. Now, their jungle is just very weak, and Amirali, he will have a lot of work on the shoulders here, right? Now the pressure is on Ali and Amirali because they need to make the plays, especially on the top side of the map, but Team UAE, they go for the defense here. They're already there on the scene.
Yep, but don't get us wrong though. Team Iran, they're not doing a horrible job at all. It's more the fact that Team UAE, they are playing really well this game. They have got great ways to really buff up their own team and to ensure that they are, you know, relatively safe. Even when, you know, Mahdi was literally hot on the tails of, I believe that was El Merzi. He almost went down, but a quick little RWM just for him ensured that El Merzi will be able to stay alive.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Team Iran are taking this like team fights, right? When the invasion came in, they could have just disengaged, continued the farming patterns. They took the team fights, and they weren't ready to take the team fights as well. Ali was still level 3, there was no way of a dragon available, and that we were identifying that this was the only easy entryway into this. And Team UAE, they found the timing, they cracked the code, but now, when we reach the level 4s, things are going to get harder for the side of Team UAE. They do have the disadvantage draft.
As of now, let's take a little bit of an in-depth look into the atomizations with the Claude that already have gotten a corrosion scythe for himself. Down in the bottom lane, I don't think that Abdallah is going to go down that easily either way. Dreadnought armor coming in from the Gatukacha, and of course, just like that, we've got, you know, time to kind of take a look at the bottom lane.
Yeah, now Abu Fazil just playing with the enemy here. El Merzi not able to get out in time. The Infernal Pursuit is there. Real manipulation is not enough here, as Ali will not have to Whale of Dragon, but still tearing through the enemy back lines. This will not result in anything. But I just noticed, right? Saeed has sprint.
Oh. Well, faster Blazing Duet, I guess. Faster running Blazing Duet, I guess. Hey, could be meta.
Oh my god, Saeed has sprint. I'm not too sure if this is a misclick, but okay.
I don't know, but probably not as bad as listening. But here we go. We're just gonna be jumping right in, and it does seem like the turtle did in the end of the day went over to the side of Team Iran. So they're slowly getting themselves in that position.
Yeah, now Corrosive Scythe has been picked up inside of Madi. Now this is going to be a problem, right? Where the Claude is going to be easily getting caught by the Way of the Dragon. You don't have to Purify to get out. Your BMI becomes so much more important. And if Team Iran, they identify this properly, they can actually just exploit this. Now Madi, in the midst of 4 people, takes out Muhammad, and not having that flicker, it's going to be starting to ramp up, right? Team Iran, now they've reached their power spike. Team UAE, all that early game advantage, they couldn't keep on to it because they couldn't get the force engage going. They can't keep invading into the enemy jungle. Abdallah had to be on the scene, but he's been stuck at the bottom lane.
This is the kind of thing that you can do as a, well, as a Hanzo. You have no problem just diving into the opponent's lines at all, which is something that we saw right above on Turtle's Pit. In the meantime, he can also just jump right in over to Abdallah, and his, true body can no longer be touched. That's just how different the new Hanzo is this time.
Yeah, and Abdallah right now, I mean, he looks like he's slightly in a bit of trouble. He's going to be able to walk away so far. I mean, this is a bad engage for Team Iran if they want to go for it, but they do force out the ultimate coming out from side of Almerzi. Very good disengage coming out from side of Team Iran. It would have not been in their favor.
Currently 7 minutes into the game as of now, and Team UAE is slowly starting to lose some of that. Oh, hold on to the second, take a look middle.
Yeah, for the pursuit jumping in, but Abdallah being the first person on the scene. This is exactly what Team UAE wanted to do with the Esmeralda in the previous game, but it was shut down by the Keto. Right now, they have the ability to use that Esmeralda on the front line. Team Iran, they're not used to this level of tankiness coming out from inside of Team UAE. Now, Amadi going in at this point, going up for Hamdan, not exactly the target of his choice.
Yep, but it doesn't really quite matter. I think that right now, Mahdi is just kind of testing the damage as well as testing the HP bars of the enemies. But now the turtle is currently under siege.
Yeah, Amirali does get the turtle. Zaman Sports has been dropped down with the RWM as well. But Team Iran, they will be taking this team fight as long as Saeed does not connect in time. Where the dragon towards the back. Amirali still on tear through, but now Saeed arrives with the blazing duet towards the back. Body gets taken out, but already 3 members are down. Hanzo for 3.
With 2 men left on the side of Team UAE, while Team Iran did not even lose a single soul in that team fight. That definitely just meant a lot. But Saeed, not a place to be yet.
Yeah, in a bit of trouble here. Now, with that tier 1 turret as well, Team Iran just handily taking that fight, right? We saw the team plays coming out, the Wheel of Dragon holding on all the way towards the end onto Muhammad, making sure that the real-world manipulation is not going to be a factor here. Ami Raleigh having that timing so far, I gotta say, he has the perfect goal laner timings to join these team fights.
Yep. And honestly, I feel that Saeed has been joining into the team fights a little bit too early, to the point that he actually might have lost a couple of those lane kills, or rather lane creeps. It's very different from the previous game as the Moskov. Moskov does have very good mobility, and at that point in time, it was also expanding rivers. So it does make sense. However, this time, it's slightly different now. You're playing as a Claude. Your main thing is that you play over to the late stages of the game. Your Blazing Duet doesn't really do any much damage at all. Having a 2:1:1 just doesn't bring you anywhere too far in terms of the goal lead.
I would say in terms of item timing, still on point. He is very close to that Holy Trinity, 10 minutes into the game, and that's when he's going to start dealing obscene amounts of damage. So this Claude, not looking bad, and that's already good enough, because going into that late game, he's going to be a natural counter towards that Harif. And this is where Team Iran's power spike needs to come through before that Holy Trinity is available.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The barbell.
Yeah, missing it out. And Zaman Sports has been used here as Hamdan. He's going ham, trying to protect his team right now. Saeed nowhere in the scene. Real manipulation has been used so far, but the Whale of Dragon is there with Mahdi's attack support here. And Saeed unable to chase Mahdi in time. Ami Raleigh still on a tear through the back lane. And Blazing Duet gets instantly shut down from the side of Ali. What a great Cho player.
Well, at this point in time, when you're talking about the fact that, Saeed is getting there, but Ami Raleigh, he's already there. there, as what he would want to do as a Harif, the moment that he hit critical mass, or rather the moment they hit his power spike, he needs to make full use of that power spike in order to create the gap even larger and harder for Saeed to eventually pick up. And if you're neck and neck, then that is great. But at this point in time, Amirali, he will take it all the way downtown with 6-0-2. They were originally at what, 500 gold difference in terms of the gold laners to the gold laners, but now I'm pretty confident that Amirali has got so much more gold than Saeed that right now is a little bit out of reach.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? When you don't have that Purify against a Cho, your Blazing Duet is not a Blazing Duet. It can get instantly disrupted. And as long as Ali holds on to that knockup, holds on to the Way of the Dragon, it can get disrupted. Now, once again, Team Iran, they know that they need to force the issue. And now going on to Saeed, because he does not have a Flicker, does not have a Purify, gets instantly taken out.
It kind of feels as though right now UAE, they're kind of stuck in the relic of their own, actions in the early game. Super aggressive, a lot of movements, but now they're unable to kind of hold on to what Iran is just going to be throwing right at them.
Yeah, and of course, Mari just on the Hanzo does not care about any damage at all. He can just pump it back up every single time he has that bar full. Every single time he has the ultimate.
Doing it again.
Yep. It's just going to be very hard to deal with in this late game situation here.
Oh, but not too sure. It seemed like he will be able to get himself away, while Team UAE was hoping that they would be able to find that chance to just pounce onto him.
Yeah, right now, Abdallah still doing what he can in that front line, trying to front line as much as possible for the side of Team UAE. And now with around 1 minute left towards that Lord, Team Iran, they can't force the issue here. And Abu Fazil, he will, as it goes with the Infernal Pursuit. Once again, Amirali's dealing so much damage. RWM, is this enough? I don't think so, as Amirali, he is still dealing damage in the back line. Triple kill, can he get a Maniac? Once again, as he does for the second time in the second game, in the second day.
Dude, this guy is just collecting trophies left, right, and center.
Yeah, now with only one catapult remaining, Team Iran, they cycle it extremely well, and they take a clean victory 2-0. I'm looking forward to the back-to-back match.
Amirali, dude, Amirali. This guy, he literally needs to be able to get a Maniac a day. Otherwise, he's just not on his top form, man. Great plays, great game coming in from Team Iran. They kind of yielded the early game over to UAE and really made it seem as though that UAE is, they are kind of like on par for a long periods of time. But the moment that Iran found out, you know what, we can exploit this current lead, we can exploit this current gap, this is the point in time where we are able to, kind of really just full send. I think that the main thing is that Team Iran, they have such a good idea and they have such a good understanding of the heroes that they have drafted as to when they can start playing the game for real.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of good players, they know how to play when they're ahead, right? When we were talking about yesterday, but a lot of better players, they know how to play when they're behind. And this is what happens, right? Amirali, 10-0-3. Team Iran were behind for that early half of the game. And it was the case for game one as well. It was not a very easy given lead to them. They had to make the lead for themselves. They knew their power timings. They knew which objectives to fight for, which macro to go for. So the resource management was extremely well done from the side of Team Iran.
Yeah, there's a lot of team fights that Iran is forced into, and they are also forced to make very tough decisions time and time again. And we gotta commend them for being able to kind of get themselves right out of that difficult spot and still being able to play the game to such a degree, right? Amorali 10 is to 0, is to 3, 0 death of a Harif in such a crazy and messed up early game. I think that is amazing, especially since you are going up against a lineup like UAE, where they have they have an Esmeralda that is going to be a boon to your to bane to your existence because of the fact that your shields are no longer your shields. And not to forget, there is also there's also a Yves and a Gatokacha that can literally threaten where you stood. The moment you drop down the Zaman Force, you might very likely just lose that control of it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times where Team UAE, they did have the advantage, right? They could have kept pushing into that chokehold, and I say, this is a hard thing to do. A lot of teams, they know what they want to do in their head, but they need to be fully committed to it. And this is what happens when you're not fully committed, right? When you see that, oh, you want to go for that opening. That's why we say Team Indonesia, Team Philippines. Why are they so good at keeping that advantage? Team UAE, they had the advantage. They tried to push for it, but the other team is going to push back. The other team is not stupid. They're competitive players as well, but you just got to do it better.
I think one of the other part of the concept for UAE is the fact that they can play the early game not too shabby because of the fact that they do have a Leo mod. And this Leo mod, you also need to remember that Team UAE, they played their Leo mod in the early game very well. He was very behind because Marty went for vertical jungling, stealing away the purple buff, stole away the orange buff, stole away that beetle, and yet they still, UAE, they still managed to kind of group up together and threaten Iran at where they stood right when Marty went back over to his purple buff. So UAE, they have strong ideas as to how the rotation is like. They know their timings very well too. And from that point on, El Mirzi, he tried to do his very best to catch up to the game as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it was a draft where if Team Iran ran into you, you were going to take the team fight early game no matter what. The 5v5 was secured, but at the same time, you needed to keep up the farm going, right? It's a situation where you are going to survive. You have an Esmeralda, you have a Leomord, but the damage was not going to be present without the Claude being there.
Yes.
And they needed the Claude in the early game as well. I say slightly mishaps of timing where Claude could have been there much earlier in that team fights. The Blazing Gluette was only used towards the end of the battlefield where, yes, it was there for the finish up on Damati at that one period of time, but it was not in time at all.
Yeah. To be fairly honest, in the mid stages of the game, looking at the fact that they have an Esmeralda and a Leomord and of course a Yves as well, with these three, they should more or less be okay to deal with a lineup like Iran's, because the fact that Iran, they don't have someone that's super tanky that will be able to do too much. Abdallah, understandably, as an Esmeralda, should be able to, you know, stay in team fights for extended periods of time and deal some of these quote-unquote damage over time. The longer that the Esmeralda stays in a fight, the more damage that she will be able to deal over the long course of time. However, it just doesn't seem to work out as well as they have originally expected, mostly because of the fact that I believe that Iran has been playing towards their win con and constantly trying to go for these pick-off strategies onto either one of these three, which ultimately made it so that Abdallah has got no game to play as the Esmeralda.
Yeah, at first, it feels like Team Iran, I was confused with their playstyle at first.
Yep.
Because they were jumping into Team UAE as much as possible, and then they suddenly realized that, hey, we don't need to jump in. We can just take a gander back, disengage, and re-engage once their skills have been used. And this would not have been the case if they took the Kalea. Because that Kalea would have been able to force that Cho into that fight no matter what. But the Gato Kacha does not provide that same level of space, right? You think about the AOG, yeah, you see that big red circle, just run away.
Well, technically, yes. But the main thing, I suppose, is that they want to win team fights. They want to make sure that Harif got no game. But even when they drafted a Esmeralda and... even when the Esmeralda... they drafted 3 heroes against the Harif, and they're still unable to win that. They were unable to get a kill on the Harif. That means a lot.
Yeah, now looking at the standings coming through, Team Iran, 2-0, 4 points so far. Now standing at the top with Team Saudi Arabia. And in the concurrent stage as well, Team Jordan took the victory over Team Oman, who sits at the bottom 0-3, -6 points. And Team Jordan looking good to fight for the top 2 so far. So Team Jordan versus Team Iran. I believe that's going to be the next one.
Oh, okay. So this upcoming game is going to give us a very good idea who's going to be first, second, and potentially third. Because even if Team Jordan were to lose in this upcoming game, that doesn't push them lower than the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah.
But Iran will fly all the way up on top of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, now the key match is Team Saudi Arabia versus Team Iran as well,
Yeah.
right? We talked about Team Indonesia, Team Philippines enough, right? When we think
That's
about
old
when we
news.
think about other groups, Team Saudi Arabia and Team Iran, this is where it's happening. This is where the maniacs and the savages are happening, man.
Yeah. Honestly, it kind of seems like that point of topic is going to be super, super spicy. So make sure you guys come back in for the next game, and that is going to be Team Iran versus Jordan. See you.
As all that bloom are faded to wither. I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
most brilliant moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
most brilliant moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. And we've got you guys a second game of the day. With the first game of the day already done and dusted. And of course, Iran came out to be extremely great going up against the United Arab Emirates. But this time, they're going up against Jordan, and we'll see how that is going to go. My name is Abstract. With me here is Moman.
Yeah, I'm Moman.
Yeah,
and
no, maybe I'm Moman now.
I'm Abstract. And this is going to be very interesting because Team Iran, right? Currently, they are at the second seed of this group so far. And Team Jordan, they're a third seed. So this might mean a change in positioning. And also at the same time, you want to get top 2 here in this group, because top 2 secures you that slot to Nagoya.
However, even if you don't get top 2, if you get the third place, you're not entirely out of it yet. However, that also means that you will need to go for another round and another match, and that might leave you really tired by the end of the day. However, it is still a chance for you to secure the coveted 12th spot.
Yeah, and definitely every team here wants to make it to Aichi Nagoya. Who doesn't want to go to Japan?
Who doesn't want
to go to Japan?
Yeah, I mean,
and
the sushi.
There's MLBB.
There's sites.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to do. There's
yeah,
a lot of things to do.
Yeah,
but the main thing here is all about MLBB, right? It's all about MLBB, and we've seen Team Iran do so spectacularly, especially in the first 2 games, especially versus Team UAE. Team United Arab Emirates, they did have a good chance. They were ahead in that early game, but Team Iran, they clawed their way back.
Yeah, honestly, it was a pretty tight match, and it kind of seemed as though that when it comes down to UAE, they had control in the early stages of the game. They kind of seemed like they kind of know what to do, even though they were kind of falling off behind during the laning phase, where we saw the Lil mod not having orange buff and all that kind of jazz. All these rotational needs coming from UAE were still not too shabby at all. But of course, when it comes down to the mid stages of the game, that is when Team Iran, they definitely knew when they start to pop off. They know when are they able to kind of go ham, go crazy, and they just ride the win with it.
And so far, gotta say, stats board Amirali, this man has gotten
He's a glazer.
One maniac a day.
Yeah.
One maniac a day. I mean, look at this guy. Team Iran right here. On the gold lane, Amir Ali. On the Rome Ali. Super good on the Cho, by the way. Poria on that mid lane. Mahdi in the jungle. And Abu Fazl, that Paquito in the first game. That was impressive.
So right now, I think that the main question that we have is if whether Amir Ali can get the Savage.
Yeah, he usually is.
Yesterday he got a maniac and a savage.
Yeah, he got a maniac and a savage, man. And now
he got a maniac waiting for the savage.
Yeah, there's a lot of expectations on this guy. Is the pressure going to mount up, maybe?
I don't know if whether he will be able to get that or not, but he's going up against Jordan at this point in time, and I would definitely say in terms of the ranking, I would like to believe that Jordan is slightly better than UAE.
Yeah, definitely. And this is going to be a very competitive match indeed. In the gold lane, we have El Sawaris. And on that Rome, we're going to have another Abdallah. And this is not the same Abdallah as Team UAE. And we have El Ali on that mid lane. And also on the jungle, we have Marzouk. And on the EXP lane, we have Abu Te.
Okay, so just like that, Team Jordan, they are going to be right on their spots and ready to rock and roll. Knowing that their opponent being Team Iran, they gotta have to take some time, and I hope they did take some time to kind of take a look at the VODs, you know, how Iran played in yesterday's game and the game before this one. Because that is more than enough information that Team Jordan will be able to get for themselves. In the meantime, Team Iran would not have much information onto Jordan themselves.
Yeah, and this feels like a very bloodthirsty bracket so far, right? We've been seeing kill after kills. We've been seeing brawls after brawls. Doesn't feel much too intentional on the macro side of things where, yeah, they can be playing for the macro. They had a Paquito, but they choose to ignore that and they went for the team fights instead. So definitely it's guts over glory here.
Yeah, I mean, this time I think the draft needs to really show what both of these two teams are capable of, and I'm pretty sure that we don't want to give the Paquito over to Iran. That is definitely not something to work. And to a certain extent, you know, even the Harif, I think that all of those Savages and Maniacs were all done with a Harif, if I
Granger
recall.
yesterday,
Oh.
Harif today.
Ah, okay. So you can't just ban out the Harif and hope that he would not get a Maniac here.
I mean, if he can play a good Harif, I'm pretty sure he can play a good Claude as well, right?
Entirety of yesterday, and we were still kind of figuring out if Claude really has a spot or not.
Definitely still has a spot.
The way that
sure.
the game is going is so fast. Can Claude really keep up?
I believe yes. I believe it's a yes. And we are having expanding rivers once again. Today the theme is water. As yesterday it was all broken walls. And today now we're going to have expanding rivers once again. Expanding rivers. Now with that banning and drafting underway, once again we see the side of Team Jordan taking out the Yuzhong. And it feels like Abu Fazl has made a name for himself with the Yuzhong somehow. Because everyone is banning out the Yuzhong. Now, with that respect ban on the Paquito, nah, that's not a respect on Abu Fazl. It's on the respect on the character, man. You don't want to let this guy out.
Yep, so honestly, I kind of like Jordan's ban. The first pick, right? The first pick, so they can kind of go for bans that are respective to the opponent's side. So no more of the Harif, no more of the Paquito. I think that's relatively nice. That will mean that they will open up quite a bit of heroes that is available for Team Jordan to pick up, while Team Iran, they threw away the Marcel, the Guinevere, and the Freya.
Yeah, and right now, Zusin still available in that pool. The Boxia as well. These are very strong openers, and the Boxia will be that pick of choice coming in from the side of Team Jordan. Tanky utility does have that stun capability for the initiation, and kind of non-committal as well.
Yep. So at least on this case, I don't think that it is a very surprising thing to see how Boxia is first pick, but we pass the ball back over to Iran, where so far their first and second picks has always been very Harif related, very gold lane related. They want to lock it down. So I'm not too sure if whether they actually want to go for the Granger immediately for Amorali. I hope not though. There is many other situations that they can go for, such as the Yves in this current situation. It's either the Yves or the Jusin, which will still work very well.
And we got it, Zusin Claude opener, right? The standard 1-2 piece that we see a lot of the other regions they go for. And I really like this draft coming out from the side of Team Iran so far, right? The top two, Zusin having the capability to fight, having the capability to disengage. That's what makes Zusin so strong in that mid lane as well. You can choose the best of both worlds. And now going for the side of Team Jordan, they pick up the Valentina. Now the Valentina comes into question, right? What are you trying to steal? Because there's still nothing that Team Iran wants to give away. If they go for a Suyo here, suddenly, I mean, Valentina, you don't have anything.
Yep. So at least for a immediate pick of a Valentina, not only that you do not have anything to steal, but you also kind of lose in lane priority because of the short range of a Valentina. You don't have skills that allow you to shoot from range to poke out enemies, nor do you have something that, you know, kind of clears away fast enough. That is why you actually need your roamer to help out a lot. In this case, it is going to be Atlas. They are definitely going to be a lot slower. If we are throwing a Jusin right into the face of Atlas or the Valentina, Iran undoubtedly will have a really good time in the mid lane, and they just need to choose a roamer that has got a relatively decent clear, a Cho back in here because of the Hanzo pickup. It sounds to be good. With Cho plus the Concussive Blast, I think that Iran will have got it.
I mean, Team Jordan, most likely, if they did study the previous games that are coming out, Ali was playing a monstrous Cho. They would be batting out in this current stage of the game, but let's see whether that happens or not. Meanwhile, the ban coming up for the side of Team Iran will be the Moskov. Just pair for pair in that late game, I would say Moskov can match the pace of the Claude really well, and also the ability to just traverse the map with the Spear of Destruction. Yeah, that is going to be a key ban coming in and securing that gold lane, right? The Harif is already gone, so now the Moskov already gone. The next one that you can probably think to ban out for Team Iran, I would say maybe the Granger.
Maybe the Granger. I think that is fine, unless we want to look at Bruno. Or maybe we don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, the Bruno.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, the Bruno would do extremely well here, actually. In terms of Team Jordan's lineup, the
Carry
Baxia, the Atlas, Fatal Links into Worldy. Oh my god, that's a great combination coming through. Yeah, Jordan can actually look at that. Good
But
call.
do they want to do that? That is honestly the question. Although I don't really like the ban on the carry at this point in time. If Team Iran kind of want to play based on what they have gotten, or based on what they have been playing thus far, they haven't been playing heroes that are, you know, super tanky, which really warrants a pick onto the carry so far.
Yeah, I mean, the carry, I would say they're trying to secure out possibly a tanky roamer for themselves because they do need some semblance of a front line. And the Gato Kacha being banned out.
Yeah, I think you go for Cho right here, right now.
It's either the Cho or the Kalea, right? You want to pick either one of these two. I mean, if you can play a good Cho, you can play a mean Kalea as well.
Yeah, but I think that the only reason why Kalia will lose to a Cho right here is mostly just because of the wave clear capability in the middle lane. Like, yes, you can still go for Concussive Blast, but you want it to be a little bit faster that will enable the Juicin to really just beam down the opponents as much as possible without the need to shift that lantern back over the creep waves.
Yeah, definitely that's going to be the case. Now, for the side of Team Iran coming in with the last two picks, what will they open up with here? Definitely going to be one EXP, one Roam, and they do have the Atlas as well. All right, now I see why they ban out the carry, right?
But now, Lapu pickup coming from Jordan. I'm okay with that. I do like it. But right now, Valentina still have got no ultimate steal.
Yeah, there's nothing.
There's nothing, dude.
There's nothing
There's
to take,
nothing.
man.
Okay, TOR, probably the only best thing. TOR is the only best thing.
Yeah, I mean, currently I would say they're hoping for a roamer that you can steal the ultimate from. Lapu Lapu, definitely a very good pick, definitely against a Hanzo as well. Does give a bit of capability to jump into the back lines with the Bravest Warrior, but needs to be paired very well with the Baxia. They have a very beefy front line coming in from the side of Team Jordan, right? Now they need the damage.
Your team is
Clint. Okay. Early game. They do have Baxia, Lapu, Clint. They can kind of go early game-ish, but they will start to drop off a lot more into the later parts of the mid stages, or somewhere around 15 to 18 minutes. That is a point in time where the opponents will definitely catch up pretty well.
Okay, now
Okay, Clint's fine.
Something to steal, right? The Raging Sandstorm?
Yep.
Yeah, you can steal that actually very well from the side of Valentina. Now, for the Clint as well, I would say, they were looking for a lane bully versus Claude. And feels like, yeah, we don't talk about Bruno, right? Bruno was not the answer, and they chose Clint instead.
So,
Guns over soccer balls.
Guns over soccer balls. I mean, without a doubt, guns are better than soccer balls.
Not during World Cup. Yeah. But I guess that's the case. If you are a man that appreciates your firearms, yes, you would appreciate Clint. But if you appreciate sports, then yeah, you're going with Bruno instead.
Oh my goodness. Now, okay. We have the full total lineup coming in here for Team Jordan and Team Iran. Now, how is this gonna look like in the XP lane? That is just wet noodle fight going on against one another. But the gold lane, I think that this is where things start to get a little bit interesting, right? Because it is a Claude against a Clint. Clint does have a really good poke mechanism and poke capability. And for Team Iran, knowing that, that means that they would very likely want to put a little bit more emphasis down in the bottom lane, because that would mean that, the top lane in this case, but because that would mean that the Clint very likely will always be standing around the rivers or closer to the rivers, which will enable Iran with faster and easier takes.
And Ready Flicker being used out by Ali, a sliver of HP. I mean, he was one dot away from dying, and that was clutch coming in from the side of Team Iran, but Team Jordan, they're showing their early moves, right? With the Baxia available, yes, you can have that early rotations, but at the same time, Mahdi, he's already in the enemy zone, trying to take away the orange buff, already got the lethal for himself.
Yep, but he's looking for an opportunity to go in for a chow time, but this is not going to be as easy to do because you're looking at an Atlas and a Baxia, but most importantly, the Atlas frigid area will make it so that Mahdi will not be able to run away.
Yeah, definitely. And Muddy at this point still not level 4. Does not want to command the jungle. Does not want to make the same mistake as the previous game. Now, with Iran trying to get that mid lane advantage for themselves, they did get an early game capability where Team Jordan was slamming in with the help of the box here. They got to keep watching out for that.
At this point, Team Iran, they're playing things a little bit on the slower end. They do not want to overcompensate, or rather, they don't want to get too far into the faces of Team Jordan because they don't have the power spike that they needed as of yet. There's really nothing that they can do right now.
Yeah, in terms of draft, both teams look extremely solid. In terms of having the front line as well, and also counter initiation from the Fatal Links, going to be very good, especially for this first fight here. But Ali, the first one in, Abu Fazl gets the turtle here, but Abu Abte does take out Ali. Now Hanzo going in, trying to do what he can, but Al is standing tall in the midst of all this. Can he stand for long? And Poria just being taken out.
That was really rough for Team Iran. 3 members were at the closest HP to death, and they were not being able to find a way to close that fight out at all. It would have been a lot better for Iran if they actually killed all those 3 members, but in the end, it went over to Team Jordan with 2 kills for themselves, and the 2 kills, one of them goes over to the Valentina and the other one to the Lapu Lapu. One of the second and the third best heroes to go to.
Yeah, not having much damage there. Poria actually using the ultimate to jump in, and that was to his own demise. Could have ended well, but sadly for him, did not go too well. But despite all this, right, Amirali, he's been farming 2 lanes. He's been going on the top and the bottom as well. This is what's expected of a Claude to accelerate his play style, especially when we talk about the game style being faster and faster, right? Your farm needs to get faster as well. And Team Iran, they're making space for the Claude just to come online.
As now, both teams looking for opportunities. They're going at it pretty darn slowly, but we don't really see too much fights coming from Iran going up to the top lane as of now. Perhaps they realize that they don't have a way to really deal with the Clint, and they don't have a way to deal with the speed coming in from Team Jordan.
Yeah, forcing the ultimate out from Poria, but the counter engage coming through. Fatal Links will be used here. Amirali has to BMI away, but Mahdi's here on the case, takes out Abdallah here. It's going to be a 1-for-1 as both teams disengage.
Damn, El Sawaris came in the nick of time, and Jordan, they were expecting that fight to happen. The Clinton was already on his way down below, or rather down to the mid lane the moment that has happened.
Yeah, Abu Fazl not able to get out in time, just uses the flicker, but the ultimate coming through just locks up El Ali, and now Mahdi, he might be able to get the finish onto El Ali, as Ali does come through as well. Poria here on the case. This is still going to be a 1-for-1. Trades are going left and right. Poria still in a lot of danger, does not have the Purify, does not have the ultimate to get out.
They are really tanky, and they being Team Jordan. So whatever that Team Iran is throwing at Jordan, there was just no answers at all. As you can see, the power is just not there as of yet. Mahdi, he needs time to get up. He's a lot more item dependent, and this is not about the game of rotation anymore. Because you can see Mahdi, he tried to play a little bit of that vertical jungling, but you're going up against a Baxia that does move around the jungle really fast because of the creep clear that he has, and of course the mobility that he has from Shield Unity.
Yeah, and Abdallah doing a great job in this early game skirmishes so far. Fatal Links have found quite a lot of value, but now going into that extended team fight, now we do have them setting their eyes onto Amirali. He is going to be a problem in that mid stages in terms of the macro. Still, 1,000 difference, right? Despite the kills going the way of Team Jordan's favor, it's anyone's game now. Bravest Warrior has been used so far. Ali does not have the Raging Sandstorm anymore to help Poria as he gets taken out. Mahdi going for that consolation, and Amirali actually gets taken out solo by El Sawaris on the top side.
That's not what you want to see, unfortunately, but it is you are going up against a Clint after all. At this point in time, Clint should have decent amount of items to be able to do quite a number to you. As long as he does have an endless battle, Amirali will fall prey to him pretty early.
Yeah, now Raging Sandstorm just to disengage here. Very good initiation coming out, forcing out the flicker, and Ali will eventually go down. But at the same time, right, I finally like that Team Jordan, they're getting objectives off of this. Now that tier 1 turret on that top lane being taken out, they were getting kills, but they weren't getting objectives. Now Team Iran, that's why they managed to stabilize so well.
Yep, and we were just about to get there because we just hit like 6 minutes and 30 seconds, and usually by 5 minutes, if you have been leading with all of these kills, you want to translate all of these kills into standing objectives.
Oh, look at that ultimate coming in from the side of Abu Fazl, and Abdallah in a lot of trouble here as Amirali will get the finish. And that was a great zone coming out from the side of Team Iran.
And however, that's not going to be the end as of yet. That is the best of what Team Iran is able to do. But one thing though, despite all that has happened, you see that Team Iran has been having a lot of problems surviving in these fights. Mahdi is level 11.
And now Abu Fazl gets taken out, unable to jump out in time, and Ali is down as well. Those are the two frontliners that Team Iran has. They have to put on the cross-map pressure. Mahdi, he's trying to go for that retribution snipe, but definitely very good damage coming out. Mahdi actually gets it in the end as well, and Poria will be in no man's land trying to protect his jungler as much as possible. BMI out into the enemy team as Amirali will be going down for that turtle.
Yep, very strong aggressors coming in from the side of Jordan. They know very well that they have actually kind of a timer onto them. They can play in the early games very, very effectively. But once again, oh, good spot. But yeah, they have a timer onto their hands for Team Jordan. By about 15 to 18 minutes, they will start to have diminishing returns, and Team Iran would really start to pop off. So if anything, they need to get a lot of goal lead by 10 minutes. At this point, maybe 6,000, 7,000 is good enough for them to secure.
Yeah, 6-7. And Abu Ate at that point, with that bravest warrior, able to jump in towards that back, right? You saw that BMI being placed down. It was of no use, couldn't escape at that point. Going over the terrain, well, Team Jordan has a way to catch you over the terrain. Yeah, Valentina pick, not making a lot of sense, but the rest of the team, they're gelling extremely well together. Now, a lot of damage, Fatal Links coming through, and Poria has been the main object of the hate, and Mahdi so far unable to do anything towards the back line. Trying to focus down on El Sawaris, but Ali has to get out with the flicker as well, and Bravest Warrior lands onto Amirali, a huge jump coming in from the side of Team Jordan as they go for more, and El Sawar is still alive, able to do damage towards the back. Abu Fazl has to watch out as they have to disengage.
This is amazing plays coming in from Jordan, very methodical, and they literally know how they can weave in and out in the middle of the battle. So they have very good distancing. They know how much they can take in each of these fights, and they just kind of trading HP for HP. There's a lot of resource management coming in from Team Jordan, and I love how they took every single one of these fights. Unfortunately, the ball is currently in the court of Team Jordan. They have to really get into the nitty-gritties against Team Iran. If they don't get any of these standing objectives or these neutral objectives done fast and well enough, eventually Team Iran will come back to bite them in the rear.
Yeah, now 10 minutes into the game, 6,000 gold lead. They do get the Lord for themselves. They need to get more objectives throughout the map. Team Iran still not out of the woods yet. They have Mahdi and they have the ability to hang on. As long as they keep these outer turrets alive, they still keep a semblance of map control. And Team Jordan, they've been doing a great job of these team fights, but now only at 10 minutes, they take out that turret. So they aren't able to convert that pressure.
At least for now, even though Mahdi is not having a really good time, it is still at level 13. So no matter what, he will still consistently be able to challenge against the Baxia in some of these neutral objective battles. You need to understand though, it is an assassin going up against a tank jungler. If this is also an assassin jungler from the side of Team Jordan, he would have been level 15 at a certain point in time. So this is a great thing about being an assassin jungler for the side of Iran. You are still going to be in the fight.
And Abu Ate finds Mahdi out of his form, but now jumping into that tier 2 might be a mistake here as he does go down, and El Sawar is actually taking out someone too in that back line.
It seems like we do have the holy defense that will now go down in the middle lane. The top lane holy defense will slowly start to go down as well. But the question is, does Iran have got what it takes to be able to effectively repel against Jordan?
Madi not long for life here as Abdallah will be the first target coming out from the side of Team Iran. They're trying to hold on as best as possible. Blinking Duet used for that top creep wave. And now with that, they've managed to hold on with one inhibitor turret down. Now for Team Jordan, they made a slight mistake, right? Lapu Lapu diving in too deep, but they got the constellation. Elsa Juarez at critical mass right now, able to do so much damage. But Team Iran, they set the sights on the target so far. And do they jump onto him? They do not.
Honestly, they're still in a pretty decent spot, right? With the first Lord. Oh, hold on a second. Ali!
Raging Sandstorm coming through as Abu Fazil takes out Ali for his greed.
Oh!
But Abu Fazil gets answered in kind by Elsa Juarez. And this is not a good look, right? Clint dealing so much damage against your Alice.
And he's currently got 10 kills. So he's got a Sky Piercer.
It's stacked up.
He is maxed out, buddy. He is so maxed out. So I do love the fact that Jordan is really pushing that advantage as much as possible. But there is still a ticking time bomb over to the side of Team Iran. As Claude currently, he already got his 3 items that he absolutely needed. So it's only a matter of time for him to be able to do a decent amount of damage throughout the team fight. But unfortunately, right now, Alice is having a lot of difficulty trying to stay alive to even find that opportunity or that space for Amirali to just go in and blazing duet.
Yeah, now 8,000 gold advantage coming in for the side of Team Jordan. I believe once that Wind of Nature is out, the tides are going to turn as well. You talk about the ticking time bomb. Yes, it's going to rear its ugly head really soon, but Team Jordan, they have a timing to avoid all this, especially if they can go in aggressive. They can take out Amirali before the fight even starts. Now, if they can't, Team Iran, they have that 50-50 chance, especially if they can sacrifice Furia. He has been the object of hate for the entire time that Team Jordan, they're just jumping on Furia the entire time.
Yep, honestly, it's really unfortunate for him, but he's playing a juice in after all. One of the main targets that Jordan has to go for. The only, and of course, Furia also do have a lot of very annoying escape mechanisms. In this case, he does have the Purify, he also got to have the ultimate, so you gotta have to do what you gotta do.
Yeah, now base defense coming in from the side of Team Iran. Team Jordan might be going for the throat here. Wind of Nature being picked up from the side of Elsa Juarez. Will this be enough? Abu Fazil going in, but gets Fatal Links down, and Elsa Juarez able to deal the damage down. Double kill coming out for the side of the Clint so far. Team Jordan are doing it. 3 members down for the side of Team Iran so far, and Elsa Juarez might be able to answer back with a Maniac of its own here as Amirali and Mahdi. They're only 2 members. Blazing Duet not available, and great effort coming in from side Team Iran, but congratulations to Team Jordan.
What did I just watch, dude? We saw how Iran was so dominating against UAE, and now Jordan is so over the top against Team Iran. At this point in time, I don't even know how that standings look like. I don't even know the power rankings anymore. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, at the side, Team Jordan, I would say they had a very good game plan going in. They knew that they wanted to bully out the lane. Yes, there is that critical mass Claude that they need to worry about. But at the same time, Team Iran, they don't have a frontliner. They don't have a proper frontliner, especially when the Alice is melting to the Clint, right?
Yep.
That was the story of the entire game. And the true damage coming out from Clint, oh my god.
I feel that at this point in time, as long as you're on the losing end, it feels as though you don't have a lot of things that will work your way in order to come back. That has been the case for the past few games, and I think that the meta has shifted in a way whereby somehow it's really difficult for you to climb back.
And Elsa Juarez, man, this man...
Man, give this man a reward.
He's able to just deal damage in the backline without being punished, especially when there's a Hanzo around. Your positioning becomes so much more important, right? 1302, 933 GPM, He went for the Endless Battle into the Malefic Gun and then into the Sky Piercer as well. And he managed to get that full stack Sky Piercer. So that was just a lot of damage going through. They were unable to jump him behind the lines.
It is really difficult for anyone, as a matter of fact, even as a Hanzo, to get a kill down the Alcivaris. And the moment they just ran right in, boy oh boy, do you see the amount of damage that is dealing over to the Shadow? There was nothing that he could do at all.
Yeah, the breathing space was not enough, right? Abu Fazl, you wanted to buy out the space together with the Khalid and also the Alice as well. And it was never a good time for the side of Team Iran. And this is because Team Jordan, they never gave them a second to breathe, right? If Fatal Links wasn't there, they followed up with Bravest Warrior. If Bravest Warrior wasn't there, Baxia will be there as well. If this is not possible, they will force out fights with Valentina stealing out Raging Sandstorm. And you see them just consistently applying the pressure, making sure that the ultimate combo never comes through from the side of Team Iran. And that was their win condition. So Team Jordan, they got that on lock, just to cycle and make sure that Team Iran, they never got a combo through.
Yep. This is the kind of situation where Team Jordan, they have their frontliners that have true good stats, right? Literally, the hero have got really good stats, and of course, very reputable for their clear speeds. In this case, gotta be the Baxia. And of course, Atlas, when it comes down to Atlas, it's just really darn annoying. There's not a lot that you could do, and as a Hanzo, you looking at an Atlas, you're just thinking, wait, the whole point about me being a Hanzo is that I need to be sticky on the opponents, I need to keep slashing away. But if the Atlas is constantly just gonna be around my Shadow and slowing me down, there's really no longevity on that, on the Shadow at all.
Yeah, and I would just say, right, it's the Hanzo pick that really came to bite them back.
Yes,
into,
actually.
Yeah, the mid game of this, mid game of the series as well, because definitely with utility jungle, they would have much better time holding on to the objectives, holding on to the ground. With a Hanzo, you just get bursted down so fast that if you're behind, the moment you're behind, you can't fight for the objectives anymore.
However, though, I do like to argue that in this case, if they are using a utility jungle, then his XP will be way out of the league of Baxia because of just how oppressive this tanky lineup coming in from Jordan is. So even as a utility jungler, you may be able to hold your ground a little bit more, but that doesn't mean that your XP will be on par enough with the Baxia to be able to, you know, have good quality retribution. The only reason why the Hanzo is at level 13 at one point in time, and Baxia was like level 9 is only because he is an assassin. He is able to clear creep camps pretty fast. He doesn't have to overstay his welcome in his own jungle. That's why he's still able to keep up with that pacing and still being able to use his shadow to steal a couple of turtles away from Baxia.
But what I'm saying is, what do you do once you get behind as Hanzo? Because it's very hard to
transition.
Yeah, there's no transition out. If, let's say, you were a Fredrin, if you were something else, even a Barats maybe, even a Barats, the old school method of dealing with the Baxia, you would have the capability to take the 50-50, take the fight to them, right?
Right.
Then,
at least you have your entire team with you.
Yeah, but with that Hanzo, it becomes a double-edged sword where you're like playing a yin as well, right? You become, my turn, you go into the dimension, force out a 4v4, but once that ultimate form is gone for the Hanzo, it suddenly becomes a 4v5.
Yep. Exactly. And I think that that has consistently been the way because of the presence of Atlas. The moment that he comes out of the shadow, the moment he touches someone, it's already half bar of his longevity gone, right? The energy is gone already. So he has to keep just hammering away, and he don't really have a choice. He needs to hit the closest person, and he's got no way to get closer to Clint because he needs to respect the distance.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, finally, we get Broken Walls once again, a repeat of yesterday. So now we had Expanding Rivers 2 times, Flying Clouds 1 time, and now we got Broken Walls. So very good diversity so far. We haven't had Dangerous Grass, and now going into game number 2. What happens to the game plan right now? This is a very competitive game. We saw Team Iran doing very well yesterday. They got the first Maniacs. They got the first Savage. Now Team Jordan, they show that they are better. They have 1 game ahead of Team Iran so far.
However, this time, the drafting is going to be slightly different though,
Your
because
team
now
is
Team
ready.
Jordan, they are going to be on second pick. But it doesn't seem like their draft, or it doesn't seem like their bans is going to make any difference. And I think even for Team Iran, it's not going to make any difference either. So if the final ban for Team Iran is going to be a Freya, okay,
Your
and
team
Jordan is a
banned.
Paquito, then there was absolutely no difference at all. The drafting would have been just the fact that Iran has
Your
got first
team
pick,
is
and
picking.
you know, doesn't matter from that point.
Yeah, and now for the side of Team Iran, right? It's time to take a look at the jungle. So they might be taking a look
Your
at Boxia
team
here,
is
but they go for the
They still
Valentina.
prioritize the Valentina.
That was Team Jordan.
Oh, that was Team Jordan,
Team
right.
Jordan on the other side. Now Team Iran, they're taking a play out of their book. Okay, we go for the Valentina first, but I mean, yeah, Team Jordan, they're going to go back with the Boxia and
Your
the
team
Atlas
is
It's
as
such
well.
a strong opening though.
So strong. I mean,
It's one thing it's one thing to have a boxer because it's really difficult to do with a boxer that's constantly around the map. It's another thing to be annoyed at the fact that the Atlas just slows you down and have the threat of being able to just rope you in for one free kill.
yeah, I mean, okay, the good thing is they can steal the Fatal Links with the Valentina.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, so now that Valentina pick makes sense, right? But I was hoping that Team Iran, they would open the Boxia for themselves. Now, what do you go with? Usually, against the Boxia, we do see maybe somewhat of a combo with the Arlet and also the Fredrin. Do they go for that here? No, they go
Your
for the
team is
carry
picking.
and the Cho, right?
Respectable.
They want to burst down before the fight even begins. Makes sense.
Yep. So now it brings down to survivability, right? Carry, in the grand scheme of things, he will be able to kill the Boxer, will be able to kill the Atlas. But what is stopping the members from Jordan to just diving straight on over to Iran? That is going to be the main question here. What is going to help them to get that kind of spacing?
Yeah, I mean,
Your team
at this
is
point, you
banning.
pick up the Zhu Sin, right? The Zhu Sin just very good in terms of having no ability to steal from the side of Valentina. Also very good mid clear as well. I mean, you don't want to pick up the Eve because barring the fact that the RWM could be stolen. Meanwhile, for Zhu Sin, you don't want to steal her ulti for the side of Valentina. Now, going into the ban stages as well, right? You talked about damage. There is that jungle capability coming out for the side of Team Iran. If you want, I mean, Fredrin is something that's worth looking at, especially Fredrin versus Boxia, and you can't take away the Fatal Links. Akai, also
team
another
is
one,
banning.
and they do ban that out.
So right now, I think that for Team Iran, the more important hero that they need to make it right is going to be the XP laner. The XP laner needs to fill a lot of roles, and he needs to be able to be the one that effectively squares off the members of Jordan and give his backlines a very good breathing space. As such, it is actually really important for Jordan to draft it in a way whereby they show their XP lane first. So if Team Jordan actually realizes that and just decided to pick up the gold laner first, then unfortunately Iran will have to go for a blind XP pick, which would put them in a very difficult
Your
spot.
team
Oh yeah, they
is
do
banned.
ban out the Clint. They don't want the carry to be bullied by that long range indeed. But
Your
now the
team is
Terizla being
banned.
banned out. As we said, we wanted to look at the EXP lanes, and now one of the XP laners that could have worked, right? If they want to go pound for pound, they want to go bar for bar, they had to go for the Terizla with the penalty zone, especially against the Boxia and also the Tucson. Now, for the side of Team Iran, do they want to take out more gold laners to secure a better gold lane for Amirali? Was the reason because that Clint was bullying out the Claude in that gold lane?
To be fair though, going up against a carry, picking up a Claude is, damn
Your
it.
team is picking.
I would like to suggest a Claude. But in this case, it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. But with a Boxia, with an Atlas, with a Juicin, it does seem like you have a very strong
Your
early
team
game
is
presence.
picking.
So if you want to shift your attention over to the gold lane and get a snowball potential from there, then in this case, picking up the XP lane first, just so
Your
that you have a
team
winning
is
lane in the
picking.
gold lane after looking at who the jungle is going to be pretty good.
Okay, so now for the side of Team Iran, okay, I like the Fredrin, but I don't like the CC at all. Because, yeah,
Oh.
you're forcing out the win condition of you winning the game just being on winning the lane, right? Every single one of them, they need to win the lane because when you go into the team fight, CC does not do much in terms of team fight. You want to segment it away. You don't do well against that 1v4. You don't have that AoE damage, and now they pick up the Granger for Jordan. Now, for Team Jordan, I gotta say, Granger, really good pick here.
Yep. So each of these two teams, they have their very strong lanes. So for Jordan, they want to capitalize on the Granger. They want to win by Granger and move on from that point. While Team Iran, on the other hand, I do like that CC because I mentioned that in order for them to enable the carry, in order for them to be able to shift over, transition over the mid stages of the game, their XP laner needs to be present. And that way, is to be able to win in your lane. Going up against a Lapu, there's actually a plethora of heroes that helps you win against Lapu. But the main thing is you need to have someone that wins against Lapu post level 4, which is something that CC is able to do, number one. And number two, you don't particularly have to kill anyone as a CC during team fights. You need to be able to zone and be the threat to the main people that initiates. Abdallah and Marzouk, both of them can be really afraid of that CC, especially if the two of them move together. Boy, you don't want to get curtain called by that.
I mean, that's why there's the glue, right? You win post-fight, and that's why the glue is such a great pick. And I'm surprised that they went for the CC over the glue because, yeah, you do win the lane, but the team fight is not exactly secure. It's more about segmented. When we talk about 5v5s, it becomes extremely hard to deal with. And now, that Sin pressure is mounting on from the side of Jordan as well. And we see very good rotations coming out from Marzouk as well, right? Having that early game mid rotation, really presenting that threat of death. And Mahdi so far has not been able to match that.
Well, this is going to be a pretty good game because I really like both of these two teams' draft. And this is one of those games that it could really go 50-50. It's really tough for me to eventually see how it's going to work out. We've got a very strong lane from Team Jordan in gold lane. We have a very strong lane from Team Iran in the top lane. So that means that all of that game plan is going to rest onto the mid. And as you can see right now, it does seem like Team Jordan is having a pretty darn good time just shoving the members of Team Iran away with that Sin.
Yeah, and able to get that mid lane priority just in time for that first turtle fight. And this is going to be broken wall, so definitely does favor that CC in terms of that terrain advantage, just by a slight bit before that Bravest Warrior is picked up. And now with that first objective already inside, Marzouk making his way towards that middle side of that lane. Now Mahdi already on the case, on the turtle as well, but Bravest Warrior pulls on in. Abu Fazl will not be long for life, and yeah, that's a CC problem. The Fatal Links does come through for the side of Team Iran, as they do get the double kill coming through for the side of Team Jordan. But now with that turtle still alive, Team Ali not able to do anything, and Mahdi with the taunt, Appraisal's Wrath is there, but
ouch!
Not enough.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it does seem like the turtle will also go over to the hands of Marzouk, and they really want to continue on to this fight. Ali had to flicker away, so that is one flicker that is going to be gone. No more initiation for the side of Team Iran. However, in the near future, until 5 minutes, I don't think that flicker is going to be used aggressively either ways.
Yeah, I mean, that was Poria actually taking the Fatal Links, and that was not resulting into a kill for the side of Team Iran. And surprisingly, because they did not have enough damage, right? Abu Fazil going down there, instantly being that first target. You don't want to be the first man in, especially when you're a CC. You got to take the fights from the side, and just being that first person in, you're not that tanky, my friend.
You're not tanky, but you need to be able to zone. You want to entice the opponents from coming in and find a way to, of course, counter-engage over the opponents, because you do have a very good way to locking people in with the curtain call.
Yeah, now for the side of Team Iran, they're very reliant on the Way of the Dragon, especially in the mid-stage of the map. Now it's going to be a problem, right? Where Abu Abte, he did get that early game momentum. Now suddenly, that Bravest Warrior is starting to deal a lot of damage. His combos are starting to rack up onto the CC as well.
Elsawaris has also just picked up the Sky Piercer. So Team Jordan, they would very likely want to open up the lane in the bottom lane as much as possible and allow the Granger to join into the battles. And very unfortunately, looks like the Turtle is going to be popping it down at the bottom lane, which is closest to the gold lane, and that is going to help Jordan a lot.
And now Vengeance being popped here as Abu Ate brings on the damage, and Marzouk finds the finish on to the CC as well. And this is what we generally see, right? You want to gank the CC as much as possible, but now with the Sky Piercer being picked up, Fatal Links being used as well. Counter Fatal Links not in there in time. Poria will not be locked for life, and Ali will follow suit as well.
So that is going to be one stack that will be heading over to the side of Elsawaris. There is no contest at all coming from Team Iran from trying to take this Turtle at all. Because at this point in time, we're looking at utility jungler for the side of Team Iran. He is definitely behind, level 7.
Yeah, Amir Ali on the case right now. Abu Ate takes out the main tank of the side of Team Iran. No retribution available for this Turtle, and that's the end. Team Jordan just make a decisive victory there.
Yep, the quality of retribution in that fight was not too bad at all. Mahdi could actually contest for the fight, that's why they have decided to go in. However, he is definitely a lot more behind as compared to Marzouk, which makes things so much more difficult. Marzouk has got good damage, he's got good ways to mitigate all of these healing potential coming in from the Fredrin, and this is a game of rock, paper, scissors that the Fredrin is unable to win.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, it feels like Team Iran, they're counting on that singular frontliner a bit too much, right? It was the main falling factor for that first game where they could not have enough damage soaked up from the Alice. Now Mahdi's facing the same treatment so far. He's getting chopped down, and Team Jordan, they're able to poke for days. They have a Deuce-in, they have a Granger, they can play the range, and Team Iran can't touch them.
Unfortunately, the CC is not exactly getting out of the lane to really bring up some assistance for Mahdi, because they require Mahdi as well as CC to kind of rotate between one another to share some of these damage that is constantly being thrown out by the members from Jordan. But unfortunately, at this point in time, at this current state, the Granger is having such a good time with a Hunter Strike and that Sky Piercer, to the point that, honestly, I don't think that the CC and the Fredrin will be able to juggle that damage well enough anymore.
Yeah, Team Iran's entryway in this mid game, it should have been the Way of the Dragon, right? But now, with 2 Purifies available on the key targets, Ali and Sawaris, I would say it's gonna be looking way harder, because that's the only entryway that you're looking at.
I mean, technically speaking, you can kind of take a look at the Lapu, but you're kind of sending him directly to your team.
And now Mahdi, the only tank once again. And Team Jordan, it goes to show, right? You're playing one frontliner? How arrogant are you guys? Because generally we see teams that have that utility jungle, they put a team fight EXP laner or a team fight EXP laner with a utility jungle, and that's the same mistake that they make. A Hanzo with an Alice, a CC with a Fredrin. The synergy is just not there. They get the Turtle for free. Fatal Links will be going through. Abu Fazl will be that main damage, but now with the Vengeance, he pops out, gets out of harm's way.
Team Jordan, 7,000 gold lead by 7 minutes and 30 seconds. They are on one heck of a lead. With a total of 3 turtles that they have managed to secure for themselves, Elsawaris has also managed to pick up that Malefic gun. Oh, sorry, Malefic Roar. So now, he's so far ahead, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, that anti-cuirass is not going to do anything with the piercing factor coming out from the
What anti-cuirass?
It's not going to do anything, man.
Oh, man. At this point in time, Team Iran, they have nothing. There's nothing that they can do getting out of the T2 turret's range. There's just absolutely not much that they could do. That brute force breastplate coming in from Mahdi is not going to do anything at all. And especially since he's so far behind, he needs more tankiness.
Yeah, Fatal Links has been used as Elsawaris still in that back line, able to deal so much on the Granger so far. And Team Iran, they have no entryway, they have no say back into this game at all. And they were so reliant on winning the lanes. That's their win condition, and they couldn't win the lanes.
Not at all. At one point in time, I really thought that the CC would be able to do a decent job against Abu Ate. but it does seem like the mobility coming in from the Baxia ultimately made things a lot more difficult for CC to try to overextend and try to really just ensure that Abuate is, dealt with accordingly. There's a constantly looming threat coming in from Jordan that could just pop in at any point in time between Abdallah as well as Marzouk.
Yeah, definitely. And for the side of Team Jordan right now, it's more about trying to force them into that space where the holy defenses are used. Then they will be looking at that Lord. So now very objective gameplay. 2 holy defenses have been popped. Look at the Lord and try to go for inhibitors here. They have a very strong poke lineup. They don't have to take the 5-on-5.
The Lord will be chipped down to smithereens, and there's just absolutely nothing that Iran could do. They couldn't get close. The quality of retribution is just nowhere there. Level 9 versus level 12, and we've seen countless of time. The moment Mahdi kind of tries to walk in, he just gets melted down almost instantaneously.
Yeah, the draft looking extremely good. And Team Iran, I would say they did have a very good draft in that game 1, but they picked the Hanzo. And now once again, I gotta say that CC is that weak link coming in for the side of Team Iran, right? They really needed to win the lanes because this is a hero that does well when you're ahead. But when you're behind, it's so hard to play this character.
Indeed. It kind of baffles me at the fact that Abu Fazl is really far behind despite playing as a CC that is focused on winning the lanes itself.
Oh, Fatal Links might be coming through, but no, Abdallah just takes that engage and pulls the rest of the team away. Now, Team Jordan, they are going for the objective plays here. 1 turret at a time. Catapult does go down, and Abu Abte, he's in no man's land where the dragon finally lands, and Amirali gets a consolation here, but 10,000 gold ahead. Now, Team Jordan, 4v5, if Team Iran wants to force this, they can potentially still win. They have the Granger still up, and Elsa Juarez, they're not letting go of the momentum here.
But you want to also keep your eyes on the Puria, as he does have got the fatal links. At any point in time, if he's looking for an opportunity, he can go for it. But what happens afterwards? They don't really have anyone that does have very strong AoE damage, and the Puria has took an ultimate that is more for utility, not for damage. No one else have got that chain reaction or that kind of AoE damage to realistically be able to take anyone down post fatal links.
And the thing is, right, for Team Jordan, they can fatal link 1 person at a time because they know that the 5-on-5 team fight is not going to happen. So right now, they fatal links Abu Fazl, and then they get the inhibitor turret. It's going to take that trade any day, and Amirali just gets sniped from just a mile away from Elsa Juarez as Team Jordan. They're going for the thrones here, and now with that, Al Ali still in that back line, and triple kill coming out from the side of Elsa Juarez. Abu Fazl, what can he do? And now we have another Maniac coming out from the side of Team Jordan, and that's going to be a savage for the side of Elsa Juarez as Team Jordan wipe them out 2-0.
Oh my goodness, what a group, dude. What is this group?
I love this group so much, man. I love this group so much.
This is such a crazy group, dude.
Team Indonesia, Team Philippines, whatever. I'm here for Team Jordan, Team Iran, man. We saw a savage yesterday in this group coming out from Amirali. Now Team Jordan, Elsa Juarez, pulling out another savage as well. Man, oh man, oh man.
You know what? The West Asia region, they are cooking. They cook differently, dude. Oh, what is that? We see Iran in the previous game getting Maniac. We saw Iran yesterday playing, getting like Savages and Maniac. And for Team Jordan in the middle of the pack, by the way, they lost 1 match, huh? They lost 1 match, and I think that the match they lost to is probably Saudi Arabia, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, they wait. Hold on a second. Let me double check real quickly. For Team Jordan, no. Okay, yeah. Team Jordan, they have only played in the side ARE.
Yeah.
Oh
and
wait, they won. Okay, yeah.
Okay, MVP of the game, Elsa Juarez, as expected, man. This guy, he was given the tools to perform well, and I feel that the rest of the team, they really complemented his playstyle perfectly, right? First item, Sky Piercer, it was enhanced very well indeed. And the rest of the team, they played it like a T. I was expecting this already. With the Zusin pick, that Granger could have been something that was next. I mean, the Claude, the Clint, yeah, you can ban that out, but he can play crazy Clint. Why not a Granger?
Yep, they essentially have got almost similar levels of power spike. So honestly, El Suarez is going downtown with this. Team Jordan, they are absolutely crazy, getting himself that savage yet again, or not say yet again, but yet another one for the side of West Asia.
Yeah, I mean, this group, man, this is crazy
Oh,
group.
man.
I would love to see one of them go up against Team Saudi Arabia. I believe Team
Jordan
Jordan
already went through.
yeah,
Yep,
but they lost against Team
2-0.
Saudi Arabia. So, yeah, I mean, Team Saudi Arabia, they are going to be that top tier in that group. But looking at the other teams going in, right, going for that top 2 spot, that's where it gets scrappy. And this was indeed extremely scrappy. I would say, though, Team Jordan, they had that edge all along because CC bad.
Honestly, CC is not bad.
CC bad.
CC is not bad. It's this current situation where he's picked up against the Lapu Lapu. I don't get it. I don't get how he lost the lane.
He didn't lose the lane, though. He didn't lose the lane. He was winning against Abu Abde.
Is it really just because of the looming threat of Mazuk and Abdallah that forced the fact that Abu Fazl is unable to really make full use of the fact that he got the lane control,
Yeah.
he's got the gold lead, he's the one that will be the transition, he's supposed to be the one that transitions the team from mid-game to late game using the carry later on. It's supposed to be.
I think, right now for Team Iran, the jungle has been the main source of the issue when it comes down to getting the momentum, right? It feels like the jungle has been that weird slot where if they swapped the Hanzo into this game and the Fredrin into previous game, then the matchup would have been crazy. It would have been good.
You think so?
Yes, because they're relying on that mobility coming out from the CC and also the Hanzo taking the segmented team fights. Meanwhile, the previous time with the Claude, they needed that front line from the Alice and also a Fredrin. So they were going for the best of both worlds and it ended up biting too much more than they can chew.
Right. So what you're suggesting is that sometimes too much balance ain't no good. You know,
Yes.
sometimes it's not about a yin and a yang, but sometimes it's about the yin.
Yeah,
or the
you can't.
yang
Currently,
kind of
I
thing.
feel that in this meta, you can't be a jack of all trades and a master of none. No, you gotta be a master of one. Yeah, that's why
Ah.
even when you see the top tier teams, they go for the drafts. When the enemy team is playing a Paquito, they forsake the macro.
They're going damage.
Yeah, they're good. They're going team fight.
Paquito,
Yeah.
Harif, Suyo,
Yeah.
Cho.
That's why you gotta be a master of one. You can't be a jack of all trades. And a lot of these teams they think they can get the best of both worlds because they see this draft and they're like, oh, this works for this draft, this works for that draft. But there are things that make that particular draft work so well.
Well, this is one heck of a transformation, I suppose. You know what we are used to, having nice little balance where you gotta have a good balance between your utility, your tank, your damage dealer. You know, they have to be in a pretty nice equal circle so that you can deal with most teams altogether. But right now, I guess the main idea is you don't have to deal with most teams. You just need to deal with the composition right in front of you.
Yeah, and the main suspects are right here, right? Group A, we're going to see them later today. The people that have changed the scape of the meta. Coach Zephyr himself, Team Indonesia.
What a landscape,
oh, man, this guy, he changed the scape of the game indeed. And also, Team Philippines, they are going to be playing later on today as well. So there's going to be a lot more scrappy matches. But for the next match, actually, we're going to have a team that we have not seen before. I believe it's going to be Team Uzbekistan and Team Kyrgyzstan. But looking at Team Group B, the standings coming in. Team Saudi
Okay.
Arabia still sitting at the top.
All right, so this is fun to watch because right now we already have got Team Iran and Team Jordan that's already completed. So that means that Team Jordan will go up on top of Team Iran, putting Iran at third place for now. But do note that it's also because of the fact that Team Saudi Arabia did win against Team Jordan in one game. They are going to be way above in terms of points.
Yeah, and I believe that top 2 will be decided by Team Iran versus Team Saudi Arabia, right?
Yep. So Team Saudi Arabia in these in the second stage, they have fought against Team United Arab Emirates, and they have already won, I believe. It's either already won or they are winning. So that's why they're definitely gonna go a lot higher from from this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of doubting the Estes coming in from the side of Team UAE. I believe Estes bad, but yeah, I mean, this...
You know, if not care about Jack of all trades, but Master of one, right? Why don't we just go for a full healing team?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. That would have been a crazy team.
Huh?
Florin, Estes, Angelo.
I will beat you. I don't know how that's gonna work out, but hey, if we're looking at like a Ruby Gold, Lapu Lapu, Estes, who else in the who else in the jungle? Yeah, sure, Fredrin. Maybe they sound good.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll see that. I don't know. Well, you guys gonna have to tune in order to find out, as we are gonna go off for a break, and we'll see you guys in a short bit.
I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all that bloom are fated to wither, I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We have now got for you the third game of the series, but before that, my name's Abstract. We'll be here as Bowman. We will be covering to you guys a total of 7 series for the entirety of day number 2.
Yeah, and I believe we have game 1 and 2 already done. We saw a great show from side of Team Iran and also Team Jordan coming out with the Savage as well.
Yeah.
Just amazing bracket so far. Now we take a look at the other side, right? We take a look at the further end where one of the teams where we have not seen before as of day 1. So Team Hong Kong China will be going up against Team Sri Lanka. Now, Team Hong Kong China, they're in a position where they're sitting at the bottom of the standings in the group so far, but now they have a chance to prove themselves.
So honestly, at this point in time, we gonna have to find out how this game is really gonna be like. Because to be fair, we haven't really quite managed to see much of a game, or we don't really know how it looks like when it comes down to Hong Kong China's game. And of course, when it comes down to their specific, I would say their very specific bracket itself, it is also, you know, we never really covered too much. In fact, the only game that we covered, if I'm not wrong, was Sri Lanka and Pakistan, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I mean, Team Pakistan took that victory 2-1, I believe, right?
Yes, 2-1.
So, yeah, that was the first best of 3 that we saw in that day 1. Now, going up against Team Hong Kong China, right? Coming from a region where I believe Mobile Legends would still be relatively newer, and for Team Sri Lanka themselves, they're also exploring now more towards the community scene for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So they're developing and making the names for themselves in the international community here, and we get a first look. So we're like early bird, right? This is early access into the server.
So this is kind of like the infancy stage of Mobile Legends Bang Bang within of their region, the East Asia and the South Asia region at the very least. But before that, let's jump right in and take a look at the standings that we've got so far for Group D, which is the East Asia and the South Asia region. We've got Mongolia that is at the top of the list with 2 points to their name, and Nepal with a total of 1 point to their name. And the reason that that is the case is because they went 2-1 in their game against who is that?
Team Pakistan.
Against Pakistan. Yes, that is right. Well, in the meantime, Pakistan themselves, they got 1 win, 1 losses. Win against Sri Lanka, loss against Nepal, 0 points. Unfortunately, they kind of tally each other out. Well, for Team Sri Lanka, -1, and Hong Kong China, -2.
Yeah, so only 2 teams will have a guaranteed spot in the playoffs here for Group D. So if we take the standings as of now, Team Mongolia, Team Nepal, they're secured that spot if this were the last day. Now, this is not the last day, however, and that 3rd place match is also going to be taking place on the last day for that final slot to go into Aichi Nagoya.
Yep. So at this point in time, we just really need to understand how, you know, Sri Lanka and Hong Kong is gonna be, because right now, yes, Hong Kong does have got -2, while Sri Lanka -1. They still have only played a single match so far. However, this matchup between the two of them essentially helps us understand who is, well, unfortunately at the most bottom part of the leaderboards as of now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to discount them yet, right? Maybe they can climb all the way up to that top 2 as well. They've yet to play against Team Nepal, and I've yet to see their power standings here. And the top team here, Team Nepal, I don't even know how well they can do well in MLBB. Now, taking a look at Team Sri Lanka, once again, we got Praveen on that gold lane, Hashen on that roam, Nisal on the mage role in the mid, Kavindu on the jungle role, and Ramanayake on the EXP lane.
Yep, so we have seen the way that they played yesterday. It was not too shabby. The fact that they managed to take 1 point off of Pakistan. Although there is, of course, a very obvious trend that Pakistan has constantly went complete 3 games in the games that they have played all the way so far. And unfortunately, here on the main stage, we won't be able to see Pakistan games anymore though. So, you know, in terms of trend and in terms of consistency, Pakistan always goes up 3 games. So if you guys are looking for Pakistan game, well, you can kind of take a look at the second stage, which will come, you know, later on into the day, where Pakistan will go up against Hong Kong China.
Yeah, definitely. For the side of Team Hong Kong China, taking a look at the draft for the first time, we got KY Zheng on that gold lane, KK Chan on that roam, HL Law on that mid role, CJ Wang on that jungle, and MY Chung on the EXP lane.
Yep. So it's the same thing as, okay, at least for the entirety of the East Asia and South Asia region, we don't particularly have got a lot of information about any of these teams. When you kind of drop right in and take a look at the Wikipedia, the Liquipedia page, some of these teams we can tell, like for example, Team Mongolia, we can tell who they are. Well, in the meantime, for Hong Kong, China, it does seem like the only one that we can kind of look at things. Okay, never mind. I don't. Okay, so this guy, Wang, which is a jungler, apparently he is known as Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, not
From
the wolf,
Guangzhou
not the
Gaming.
wolf that we know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not the
Like
not,
literally,
not,
there's a line that says for Filipino talent, see Wolf.
yeah. So that's not the wolf that we know. So this is a wolf from, I believe, from the MLBB series, the Super Cup that we did have in the Chinese region as well. So there's a bit of statistics over there for him playing on that competitive scene. Now, when you're faced with that international challenge, we have other teams coming in from that same region itself. But now for Team Hong Kong China, it's a first look into that newer team, newer setup when it go up against that international talents coming in, right? Team Sri Lanka, maybe not too strong, maybe a good test of wherever they are on that power level.
At this point in time, it's just -1 and -2. The difference is not that big because in the end of the day, the match wins are undoubtedly more important because of the head-to-head tiebreaker, right? So ultimately, as long as whichever one of these two teams wins, they will be on top of one another. Sri Lanka win, then they will be on top of Hong Kong China. If Hong Kong China wins, then they will be on top of Sri Lanka no matter what.
Yeah, definitely. For that head-to-head, very important. But that top 2 spot, also very important. Now we're going into the map randomization.
Not again.
Broken walls.
Not again.
Broken walls. It will be broken walls. And yeah, broken walls was the theme. We did get that map 5 times in a row yesterday. But now, for today, we had a good plethora of maps so far. Yet to see dangerous grass. But I'm looking forward to see the drafts here, right? Because this is not drafts that we can try and make sense of, especially when it comes down to Team Sri Lanka. I was trying to make sense of the draft yesterday. Didn't make sense, but still worked out for them against Team Pakistan.
Yep. So ultimately, I do kind of want to see what these two teams have got in store for us. Team Sri Lanka as well as Team Hong Kong China. Understandably, we did talk about Team Sri Lanka before. We also don't have any information on any of these players. Now, in terms of the staff though, at least from what I see, I don't see that there's any coaching staff for the side of Sri Lanka. While from Team Hong Kong China, they do have a coaching staff. So I think that is going to make a bit of difference. But as you can see, right behind of Team Sri Lanka, they do have someone behind after all.
Yeah, I mean, possibly someone to... I'm not too sure whether that's a coach or maybe that's one of the players. But now for this side, I mean, there he is. There he is.
Evangelon.
Yeah.
Evangelon?
Evangelon.
Evangelon?
Yeah, I mean, it's Evangelion with an I.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. We got it settled. But okay, you know what else is not settled yet though? The battles. As we do have a carry, Guinevere, Baxia, and Marcel that will be thrown into the batting pool. Have yet to see the Paquito being thrown in as of yet.
Yeah, the Paquito still very strong here, but Team Hong Kong China, they do throw out that Akai ban, and this opens up quite a lot of premier picks into the pool, right? If you talk about the Harif that's available, Tucson available, Paquito, Phobius, all there still in that pool. And yeah, Phobius, we see it being one of the priority picks here, and Team Sri Lanka actually going for the Fredrin ban here. I mean, if this was a draft that makes sense, Team Hong Kong China, you go for the Paquito here.
Without a question. Oh, okay. I mean, Harif is not bad. Harif is great, but if you were given the situation whereby you gotta choose between Paquito and Harif, I without skipping a heartbeat, I'm going for Paquito.
Yeah, and
Your team is
looks like
picking.
Paquito is totally ignored here.
Yep.
So maybe both teams, they don't feel confident in playing the Paquito.
Probably.
Probably. That might be a comfort thing because, I mean, we're talking about people that, yeah, you're just coming into that competitive scene. You might not have the biggest pool of heroes.
Exactly.
And learning what's to play in the meta is also pretty difficult, I would say.
Yeah, so we can expect and we should be expecting that their pools are going to be slightly restricted, but the main thing is they gotta have to make full use of what they have drafted for themselves. They have picked up an Alice. They do have a Harif for themselves. So at least the way that we are seeing right now is that Team Hong Kong China, they do want to play for a little bit more towards the crowd, no, I'm not sorry, crowd control, but it's more of like the AoE. You want to play for team fights. Most definitely gonna be more team fight oriented.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they went for the gourd instead of picking up the combo piece that is the Atlas, right? The Atlas together with the Harif would have been a great combo maker, definitely with the Zaman's Force and also the Fatal Links as well. Now this opens up for Team Sri Lanka to go with quite a lot of picks here, especially for that mid lane versus that gourd. Generally, you can pick up the Tucson, you can still pick up the Eve, that's still available as well. And yeah, you don't have to worry about the ability to lock down the gourd because you can pick that up on later on.
There we go. As you were talking about the Atlas, it will be taken away by the side of Team Sri Lanka. So far, Team Sri Lanka's lineup, they are looking at to be very tanky, and they do want to play for more on the durability route as what we see over here, which may actually be a little bit difficult for them to play due to the fact that there is a presence of Gord over to the side of Hong Kong China.
Yeah, so definitely on that mid role to have that mid priority as well. Lilia's still in the pool if they want to go for that and if they want to try and get that Claude for themselves, right? Very good pick against the Harif. I'm surprised they didn't go for that earlier. Now they banned out the Suyo. Now for Team Hong Kong China, what do they respond with, right? Generally, we see teams, they instantly look at the Claude as an answer towards the Harif. But at the same time, Claude, you gotta pick heroes that make Claude work. And so far, Leo Mord and Atlas in the pool, yes, it can work in that team fight-centric lineup.
So, with that all said, for the side of Team Hong Kong China, they're looking for the frontliners, right? Or rather, the jungler and the roamer, which can be frontliners for the jungle, but it really depends on how they would eventually want to play it. Right now, it looks like they have a decent balance. Someone that has pretty good firepower in the mid stages of the game coming from the Gord. If they would want to have pretty good transition, then someone in the early game will be great coming in from the jungle role. Unfortunately, Suyo is already been taken away, so we've got a slightly small pool to work with.
Yeah, and right now for Team Hong Kong China, something that can take away a lot of that pressure would be I was gonna say the Kajo would I mean lockdown heroes would have been good, but the Atlas was still there, so the Kadita ban, right? So Eve into Sin, Paquito still in the pool as well.
Yeah, completely forgot about Paquito, dude.
Yeah,
not used to that. I am not used to the fact that Paquito is still leaked out until this very moment itself. But it does seem like we do have a couple of the players that took down their headsets and the graphics went out as well. It kind of seems like we are in the midst of a lobby pause. With probably a little bit of technical error or something along the lines. We will keep you guys updated as to what exactly is happening as of now. But don't worry, our voices will keep you entertained.
Yeah,
hopefully.
maybe this is the players thinking that, oh, this is a rehearsal and this is not the actual draft. Then that would make a lot of sense,
that
right?
Would make some sense.
That would make more sense because you leave Paquito out. I mean, after the performance that Mr. Vinuya Sanford had yesterday, you leave the Paquito out. Man, oh man, that's just blatant disrespect towards the hero itself.
Honestly, I don't know how this is gonna work, but you know, we'll get back to you guys if whether the Paquito is actually gonna be part of the problem or not, if whether we're gonna see a bit of a difference with the Paquito or not. But don't worry. This is still relatively early into the drafting phase, so if there were any form of rewinds, I wouldn't be too terribly surprised to a certain extent. But, well, regardless, we will jump in when we get the information. But for now, we do want to address the elephant in the room. We're not saying that you are the elephant, but, you know, for every single one of the audiences out there, welcome. And in the event that you just tuned in, this is, of course, the 2026 Asian Games Esports esports stage for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers. And every single one of the teams that you see right over here, they are playing for qualification to go to the 2026 Asian Games held in Nagoya, Japan in September.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of national pride, a lot of team pride here on the line as well. And yeah, I believe we're going back into the banning and drafting phase right now. Old school coming out inside of Team Hong Kong China.
Whoa.
The YSS into the Khalid. Okay, the Yi Sun Shin, right? It's a jungle Yi Sun Shin. It's not that gold lane Yi Sun Shin. So I can see the direction that they're going for. They have clear lockdown with the boat coming out from the YSS. But for Gord, is that going to be enough peel, right? So they're banking on winning their lanes. And now for Team Sri Lanka, they go with Zetian and the Moskov as well.
So at this point, this is literally a blast in the past, whereby at one point in time when Zetian was just released, there was this meta where as long as a team picks up a Zetian for themselves, the opponent automatically picks up a Yi Sun Shin, just kind of like an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, vision for a vision kind of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, that YSS, I'm not seeing the value here, but of course, a scary scaling YSS is indeed in late game going to be extremely hard to deal with. They have a very good front line, but I'm just seeing that early game scaling problem, right, coming out from both sides here. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Hong Kong China, Team Sri Lanka, I would say Team Sri Lanka has an easier time executing, especially when you get that level 4 with the Fury of the Phoenix into that Fatal Links as well. I mean, Learmore just wreaking havoc.
Honestly, let's also remember that the Zetian's ultimate is also a natural counter over to the Mystic Gush. So main thing, as long as you don't see Zetian picking out the ultimate, you wouldn't want to Mystic Gush, which means that you're kind of playing the waiting game. In the event that opponents eventually dive you, your number one idea is that you want to destroy all these frontliners as soon as possible, but you want the maximum amount of output, the maximum amount of value from that.
And here we go. The first game for the first time ever on the main stage. Team Hong Kong China versus Team Sri Lanka. Game 1 here, as now both teams coming up with their drafts of their own, right? Not too meta, but not too out of the ordinary. But already an early flicker being used by Shen, trying to get a bit of damage onto HL Law, but just walking away.
Yep. It kind of looks a little bit more like an accidental press, to be fairly honest. It's not really an escape tool, it's not really a engagement tool as well. It's more of like a, oh crap, I pressed wrong. But to be fair, it's not that bad. Currently only at 90 seconds left, and there is still time before, you know, anything is too important. Because by the first turtle, it's very likely that it doesn't have to Fatal Link, so you wouldn't need it for the first turtle either ways.
Yeah, imagine first minute, right? Flickering in, oh, I don't have Fatal Links. Oh, okay, I'm not level 4 yet. Still first minute into the game, my friend. And now Praveen just facing down the Harif. And Harif naturally just deals, is a lane bully, right?
Yep.
That's why Harif was so strong in that gold lane for such a long time. And with Zayman's force, well, you can fight for the objectives extremely well as well.
Well, we gotta see how the rotation is gonna be, because right now Team Sri Lanka seems to be putting quite a bit of emphasis down over to the XP lane. And unfortunately for Ramanayake, he's still only at level 3, which actually enables the allies to be a little bit more aggressive in roaming around the opponent's jungle. And this would be able to push Kabindu backwards. This is not great, by the way.
Yeah, great combination coming out from CJ Wong and HL Law, but now looking at the side here, the Alice, it's going to be a problem here. Kabindu going down as CJ Wong gets first blood. Now, Spear of Destruction does not land with the Spear of Despair, as Praveen is here on the scene. Turtle still not down at the moment, but you can look at MY Chung just going crazy at the side now. We have the Harif KY Sung just coming in and able to try and zone away members of Team Sri Lanka as they get the turtle.
Not too shabby. Team Hong Kong China, they made a full rotation down to the bottom lane turtle, just like what Sri Lanka did as well. KY Sung was that close to getting a kill down onto Hashan, but to be fair, not getting a kill is not that big of a deal. The main thing is that they are able to get a collective amount of gold and experience to everyone through the means of that turtle.
Yeah, now 2,000 gold ahead at 3 minutes into the game. That's a very good lead coming in from side of Team Hong Kong China. They did lose a lot of valuable time, right? And at the same time, creep priority was not in the way of Team Sri Lanka. Team Hong Kong China actually pushed out all those waves before connecting into that turtle. So they lost a total of 3 creep waves, and that's 1 for each lane.
It is still relatively early in the game. However, Team Sri Lanka doesn't seem like they will be able to play in the early games as well because Team Hong Kong China, they're doing a very good job right now. Just take a look.
Yeah, now Kavindu in a lot of trouble here, but Mystic Gush has already been used. They gotta worry about CJ Wang. He deals a lot of damage at this stage in the game. He's level 7 over Kavindu's level 5 here. He can pop the ultimate here, but that counter initiation will not end well for Team Sri Lanka.
I think it is really important for us to take a look at CJ Wang, currently at level 8. Now, of course, CJ Wang, he does have a lot of experience to his name, which would definitely make some very good sense that he is pretty well above of the opponent's jungler, Kavindu, which is only at level 6. So the quality of a retribution coming up for the upcoming turtle in 20 seconds is going to be extremely important. And the very fact that Hong Kong China, they have that lead on the jungle, it helps.
Fatal links into that Mystic Gush combo, not able to find a finish, but they do get the finish onto KK Chan. Now 2 members, Hashen and Praveen, going down as Team Hong Kong China. They come in with the collapse, CJ Wang on the scene.
And that's a big play. As long as Team Hong Kong China is able to get a couple of good kills for themselves, with CJ Wang with 2, KY Zheng with 1, this is a step towards greatness. Even though the Mystic Gush was not the one that gets a kill, but hey, doesn't matter. What we want to see in the early stages is some great farm from the side of CJ Wang. With 2 kills to him, consistently getting enough XP and being able to take down these turtle, early game is secured. But it's all about a transition from the early to the mid game, where we need to see HL Law start to pop off with some of these items, at least 2 items, and KY Zheng, if he's able to accelerate his growth well enough.
Yeah, now forcing out 3 flickers from the side of Team Sri Lanka, right? They won't have it for this next objective fight. If Team Hong Kong China wants to collapse onto this, CJ Wang is going to have a great time. Level 10 currently on the YSS. 5 minutes into the game. That is a lot of macro advantage. And also Praveen in a lot of trouble in that top lane. Gets solo killed. And with that, Nisal takes out the turtle as well. They want to go for the collateral, but Nisal goes down for the trouble. 2 members for KY Zheng, and he's still surviving here, able to deal so much damage. Eventually does go down, but at what cost?
Yep. Honestly, that KY Zheng has been alive throughout the entire battle a little bit longer than expected. So right now, Kavindu, he really wants to get away.
Yeah, CJ Wang coming with that snipe, and KK Chan with the flicker as well, but Spear of Destruction and Spear of Despair. Team Sri Lanka, they might have turned things around here, and now they do take out CJ Wang and KK Chan a bit too deep in enemy lines.
Oh, it's so unfortunate that HL Law did not have his Mystic Gush there. So both teams kind of overstayed their welcome in their own respective zones, and for the side of Hong Kong China, they were on a pretty good spot until the fact that Praveen just joined back in. This is the moment where they kind of overstayed their welcome a little bit, and it's really just the point in time whereby they saw Praveen. By the time they see the Moskov, it should have already been too late.
Yeah, that Spear of Despair landing onto 2 heroes can be such a menace to deal with. Now Purify being popped by KY Zheng. The rest of the team falling in. Praveen extremely low, gets taken out by KY Zheng at this point, but Leo Mort is here on the scene. But Kavindu just instantly falls to the Mystic Gush coming out from the HL Law. And Hashed does manage to get out, and Fatal Links, no value there.
It's really unfortunate that Team Hong Kong China hasn't exactly been able to put Hashen down under multiple times, as a matter of fact. But maybe now they'll be able to secure something.
Now Nisal, he has to get out from this position, and he does able with the flicker. But now CJ Wang, he's been showing so much map presence on this map. They gotta consistently be wary of his rotates here. Team Sri Lanka, if they go across that river line, CJ Wang is gonna threat.
It's currently 7 minutes into the game. We're looking at a 3,000 goal lead in favor for Team Hong Kong China. In terms of experience lead, CJ Wang is at 11 as opposed to Kavindu at level 8. Kavindu is having a really tough time getting any of these farms. I think he really needs to start focusing a bit more onto his own jungle creeps.
Yeah, now we have the ultimate coming out from YSS, but definitely Hashen will be taking the chance to disengage, right? No flickers available on Nisal and Praveen. They don't want to take these fights yet. Now 2,500 gold lead, still looking good for the side of Team Hong Kong China, but Team Sri Lanka, they They have the better late game and better team fight.
Yep. So Harif already does have the Starling Scythe and the Feather of Heaven. Just a single Holy Crystal and is more or less going to be online enough to be counted as accelerated growth, where he will be a menace in subsequent team fights. And we are only at 8 minutes in. I think it's relatively fair to say that he should be able to get his Holy Crystal by roughly about 12 minutes if things were to continue this way.
Yeah, at this point, Team Hong Kong China from KY Zheng, right? There's nothing much you can do about the Harif. Barring the fact that you want to drop down the Fatal Links on him, he still has to Purify, and now Kavindu, they want to threaten that, but Damon's Force in that back line, Spear of Destruction, not able to land Mystic, gosh, dealing so much, flickers forward, Fury of the Phoenix, not enough, Fatal Links eventually being used, but already 2 members down from Team Sri Lanka, and this would mean the end of this Tier 1 turret over here.
It's really unfortunate because the way that Team KY Zheng was playing was too bold. He's way too bold as a Harif, which would have suggested that backup is just right around the corner. And as for Kavindu, he's so behind that he shouldn't be participating in some of these battles as the headliner.
Yeah, they're 1v4 for KY Zheng in the Damon's Force. He's just doing so much on this Harif, and yeah, he's just showing that, yeah, you should have banned out the Harif, my friend.
Oh man, so now Team Sri Lanka, they are very far behind at 9 minutes and 40 seconds, and as we talked about that Holy Crystal, he might actually be a lot closer than we have originally expected. Might have already got that 2 of those wands, and by the end of this Lord, hopefully by getting themselves the Lord advantage, that is where Team Hong Kong China will have such a power spike that Team Sri Lanka will not be able to do anything at the upcoming 12-minute Lord push.
Yeah, 5,000 gold ahead, and they will get the Lord for free, right? This is not a team fight that they can take. They need a very good Fatal Links on more than one, especially on CJ Wang, that does not have to Purify. They cannot look at KY Zheng now as a problem. CJ Wang has been the main issue of this momentum so far. And Praveen, I gotta say, on the Moskov, doing a great job of keeping up with the goal disparity despite being behind in that lane.
So at this point, we've got waves up in the top lane that's pushing pretty much, but now we've got the Lord that will be marching in down to the bottom lane. The only one that does not have a T2 turret. Team Hong Kong China will want to focus a bit more on the top lane and the middle lane, because the main thing is this upcoming Lord, their #1 objective is to be able to bring down all of the outer turrets. To be able to get the inner turrets, well, that would be great, but it is all just bonus.
Yeah, right now, both teams still posturing for position here. That Fatal Links always being kept an eye out from, popping the ultimate out from Kavindu. And Kavindu, gotta say, right, he's been not having the greatest of games so far, and still not finding any opening.
All 4 members, they're moving in tandem, wanting to look for the best way possible to defend their homes. But they still do have got the Holy Defense though, so they don't particularly have to be too afraid to a certain extent. That will be the Lord that will be taken down in the bottom lane. Sri Lanka now faces a push from the top and the bottom at the same time.
Yeah, popping out all the Holy Defenses. Team Hong Kong China now, they don't want to dive too far in, right? Making that mistake crucial to this point might mean a turning point for Team Sri Lanka. They're not that far behind, and this base defense becomes key here. And this is where Zilkin actually shines, right? Because you do have that range, you have that clear speed as well. So, but they're very reliant on Zilkin staying in that middle of that zone.
So, at this point, Team Hong Kong China, I really want to look out for a win condition for them. What? Oh, sorry, not Hong Kong China. For Team Sri Lanka, look out for a win condition for them, right? At this point in time, early game, mid game, completely out of the picture. It's not about, you won't be able to get much instant gratification as to fighting back immediately. They need clear waves.
And now with that bottom and inward turret actually down, Damon's Force being used, Spear of Destruction being missed as well. 3 members already down from side Team Sri Lanka. Triple kill coming out from the Harif, eventually shut down by Praveen. Now Team Sri Lanka, they can't actually fight back here. They still have Kavindu and Praveen alive. And Team Hong Kong China, they have to watch out for this. This one catapult will not be enough, and they will disengage.
Yep. It is a 2v4 though, and unfortunately no more mega creeps that will be marching in, and realizing that Hashan, Nisal and Ramanayake will come back out very soon too. So don't want to overstay their welcome. Focus on the neutral objective first, which is the Lord that is going to be coming up right about now.
And we were talking about the win conditions from the side of Team Sri Lanka, right?
Yeah.
They have to catch the Gorge before that Mystic Gush is popped. And he does not have Purify. So Fatal Links on him might be fatal. CJ Wong with the Retribution, of course, as a jungler, is also a prime target. They are not tanky by any means. And Team Hong Kong, China, they just don't want to be in that front line for them.
Honestly, I think that other thing that Team Sri Lanka can look out for is that maybe the Mystic Gush is not that big of a deal because they have the Fury of the Phoenix. So in order for them to get that pickoff that they wanted, the Fatal Links, you can expect, you know, it's not going to be easy to fight 5v5. If you go for 5v1, honestly, it's gonna be a very good chance that you will win. But the question is, right after a single man Fatal Links, who is able to melt that person down? Which is understandably the problem about this composition from the very start. Whenever you go for the Fatal Links, no one is able to fully utilize that space that is created by Hashan and that timing that's created by him as well.
Yeah, they've been using Fury the Phoenix to respond. I feel that they need to use it to initiate. And now for Team Sri Lanka, they might be in a slight bit of danger here, but there is no creep wave to speak of in that bottom lane. Team Hong Kong China still posturing in that bottom side, and they do manage to get out that mid lane tier turret with the Mystic Gush being popped through the Phoenix as well. Great timing from the side of Team Sri Lanka, but KY Zum still tearing through with that Damon's Force double kill right now. And now going for that top side, KY Zum eventually pulled down. Now with the Spear of Destruction in the back, Praveen can actually go on a tear through. This is a play coming out from the side of Team Sri Lanka. They fight back.
Amazing defense coming in from Team Sri Lanka. They held on through and managed to get themselves a 3-man kill. At this stage of the game, getting 3-man kill is so big. Yes, they may have lost every single one of their turrets in their base, creating a barren wasteland. However, it is not over just yet.
Yeah, this was a great fight. Great use of the Fury of Phoenix. Landed on completely all 5. KY Zung without that range of the Damon's Force. Praveen taking full advantage of it, jumping towards the back with the Spear of Destruction.
From this point on, Team Sri Lanka, you can start to contest for these rivers already. Even though they might be about 4,000 or 5,000 gold behind, but it doesn't particularly matter too much. They can try to go for these fights again. However, Kavindu is at level 15 already. Yeah. So in terms of retribution quality, they are neck and neck.
At this point, it's a toss-up, right? You want to be talking about the battle spells, the ability to use the flickers. They will have it for that next fight, especially if they don't want to contest this Lord, which I don't think they should, right? Team Sri Lanka, they still can't play outside their base. They can still easily get caught by CJ Wong unless they want to move as 5, but the creep pressure coming through, they can't focus on one lane alone.
The other thing that we need to look out for is battle spell economy. Every single one of the members from the side of Team Sri Lanka has used their flicker. They are about to get them back though, so might not be that big of a problem. Nisal has it back, Hashin has it back, Ramanayake has it right now. So if they want to go for the fight, they might.
Yeah, ready Fury of the Phoenix being popped, Spear of Destruction as well, trying to get that Lord for themselves, but not able to find that pathway. And for that creep pressure that's being mounted, Praveen actually getting that Radiant Armor instead of the Athena Shield versus the Harifir. I would say I don't really like this choice, but if you're going for that sustained team fights, and if you know that you're not dying to the burst, Praveen, you can actually get that.
So with the Lord now marching into the middle lane, once again, it is still going to be really difficult because of this this push coming in. Every single one of the turrets are already taken down, but luckily for Team Sri Lanka, they are ready to take on this fight. Because right now, I think economy is not that big of a deal. It is all about how you deal with the current resources that is given to you.
Ultimate's being popped here, Damon's Force as well. Now Fury the Phoenix stock available as well. Fatal Links landing onto HLR, and HLR actually takes out Kavindu in the process because Fury the Phoenix is not there. And KY Sun still tearing through everything. The base falls falling extremely low. Praveen goes down, and this is Team Sri Lanka losing their base as Team Hong Kong China takes the first game.
Very good play coming in from Team Hong Kong China. I thought that might have actually worked it out for Team Sri Lanka because Tarisla was actually taking so much of the time out of that Harith. However, it does seem like the main 4v4 that we are looking out for did not work too well for Moskov. I was hoping that the Moskov would be able to do enough damage to the main body, but alas, it wasn't. It seems like there's a little bit too much control, too much pandemonium going on at the same time, to the point that Tarisla's effort in, pulling the attention away from that Harith just didn't work out at all.
Yeah, I would say having that short range capability of the Moskov really came to bite them back in the back as at the end, right? They had the very good clear speed of the Zetian, but they weren't able to stagger the waves enough to push out and fight outside the base, right? Once the fight was taken inside of the base, that's where Harith really shines. You put down the Zayman's Force, it's inside your base.
Yep.
There's nowhere you can go.
It's free real estate, right? The only thing that can realistically work out against him is going to be the penalty zone. But technically, he did land the penalty zone. It was just a single dash away, and that's a goodbye.
Yeah, and we did see KY Zhang, right? This MVP of the game, he was dealing so much work on the top lane. He drew so much attention to himself while CJ Wang was doing the macro work in the background as well. So they complement each other so well. And KY Zhang, he was in the thick of it. He would fight 1v4, 1v3 at times, giving up his own life just to secure that ounce of farm.
Yep, so honestly, very good plays coming in from Team Hong Kong China. In some sense, pretty scrappy to a certain extent, but they understood their game plan pretty well. So I've got no problems with this game itself. But now they gotta go back to the drawing board and kind of understand, what is the thing that helps them get that kind of lead? How do they move on from here? And will they be able to get a more decisive victory against Team Sri Lanka? Because let's be honest here, the longer that this game drags, the better it is for Team Sri Lanka. And at one point in time, Sri Lanka might have been able to get the win away.
I mean, at the option, they instead of the Moscow, they had the Claude available as well. So I would feel that in terms of the draft, there was a lot of things that they could have looked at. Fury the Phoenix, yes, it does counter out the Mystic Gush, but the cooldown range between the Mystic Gush and the Fury the Phoenix is just too wide of a distance, right? To commit that Fury the Phoenix for the Mystic Gush, especially in the late game where the Mystic Gush is going to be available once again, they could have been looking at a Zhu Xin or also a Yves that could have secured them the team fight way more handedly, and going for that Zetian extremely late when you did have that opportunity available. And Lilia was there as well if they wanted to play for that late game.
I think aside from that, I think that Nisal might not be too confident or too comfortable playing as the Zetian over here, because as a Zetian 0:3:6 is actually not too great. Although we can't see exactly how much damage the Zetian has been dealing thus far, but Zetian as a pretty strong artillery mage who has a massive range in her in a built-in skill 1 kit, she should be able to be a massive pain in the rear for many of those players from the side of Hong Kong China due to the lack of proper front lines inside, aside from the Alice and the Khalid, for example.
Yeah, I mean, the front line was actually kind of lacking, right? Yeah, as we said, for the side of Team Hong Kong China, they felt like they did not have a lot of beefiness to tear through. And feels like also, for the same time, for Kavindu as well, I feel that his confidence was shot. After CJ Wang got that early game momentum, there were a lot of times where he could have collapsed into the fight and try and just be a disruption factor for the team to get the damage. But sadly for him, that Mystic Gush proved to be his undoing.
Too much catch-up game coming in from the team of Sri Lanka. Yeah, quite literally too much. Leomon have to play catch-up, that Zetian needs to play catch-up. The Moskov at one point also needed to play catch-up, although we gotta agree there was one really good play that did accelerate the growth of the Moskov to a certain extent, but not quite enough for them to continue on from that point. In fact, sorry, I think that Moskov had 2 great plays that managed to single-handedly save the team.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Praveen did a very good job of holding on. especially for the side of Team Sri Lanka. And I'm looking forward to see what they have in store for us in game 2, right? Game 1 feels like, yeah, mistakes were made. They had to fight outside the base, and they couldn't proceed onwards from there. Win conditions were not set clearly for the side Team Sri Lanka. Hopefully, they can make the adjustment now. For the first time ever today, we're going to have dangerous grass.
So, dangerous grass, huh? Okay, so nothing too out of the ordinary. I'll say that this is not going to change too much either. So going in between these two teams, we are starting out the draft immediately with Akai already slapped into the banning pool immediately. Something that we should expect to go into the banning pool should be Freya, probably Jusin, Paquito, Marcel, all that jazz.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, when we talk about the other groups, right? This is a ban and pick that always slips through for other groups. I'm not too sure whether they have that player that can do it, but the Fanny itself, we have not been seeing much of a priority here for any of these teams. And is just Fanny not in the meta anymore? But no, we did see that ban out from Team Philippines and Team Indonesia yesterday.
I do think that Fanny is a little bit too high mechanic for maybe either of these teams, which are still in their infancy stage within of their region, to pick up the Fanny and go completely ham with it, especially with being in the 2026 Asian Games. 2026 Asian Games. So they gotta have to play something more, I would say, easier to pilot, something that is a lot more straightforward in order for them to, have a more proper idea of what the game plan is.
And now for the side of Team Sri Lanka, a respect ban on the side of the Harif as well. Generally not being seen in the top 3. Now they do eventually ban it out. This leaves Marcel and also the Paquito in that pool, right? For Team Hong Kong China, if they wish to take one of them out, that's a possibility. If you think about strong openers, that Freya, that Phovius is still there as well.
Honestly, the banning pool is actually going down pretty darn slow, as both teams, they are really looking into it very, very carefully. Guinevere is already taken out. Due to the fact that the previous game, no one played the Paquito, no one banned the Paquito, might just mean that, we might not need to care about Paquito in this entire game at all.
Yeah, probably. That's going to be the case here. Now, opening for the side of Team Hong Kong China. Paquito still there, but they go for the carry opener. And yeah, carry as an opener, I can see where it's good, but it's not good enough to warrant that first pick, right? You essentially reveal your play style as you're gonna play to protect the carry. And once again, carry has the same problem as Moscow, where the range is short. So meanwhile, for the side of Team Sri Lanka, if they want to lean into this, where we see the Granger coming in, right? You play with that range, you play that Rhapsody, you can play also that Bruno to try and get that bullying along that way.
So with carry from the side of Hong Kong China and now Team Sri Lanka, they have decided to pick up a Yi Sun-shin for themselves. So literally ripping a page out of Team Hong Kong China's.
Okay, I give up on this draft officially because we see Min Sitar and Yi Sun-shin coming out for the second pick. Doesn't make sense at all, right? They're not responding to each other. They don't have a play style. They're just going with whatever they feel like. And yeah, for Min Sitar, I mean, at this point, at this juncture of the game, you're revealing so much by going into that Min Sitar. It's not like your opponent is gonna pick Min Sitar right now, right? You could have picked up the Sin, you could have picked up the Yves. There is so much priority in that pool for that good mid laner to come through. And yeah, picking up that Min Sitar right now just reveals your hand just very early.
Uranus gonna be picked up from the side of Team Hong Kong China and followed up by a Hilda. So honestly, I don't quite understand what they're trying to do here. So they do have Hilda that is really strong in the early stages of the game. In the meantime, the Min Sitar comes out from the side of Team Sri Lanka. That is an R1 pick. You can kind of shift that over to R5 and it would be perfect because, you'll be able to bait out more of these, blink style heroes so that your ultimate will be a lot more useful.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right? At this point, it's like, dangerous grass, maybe Hilda, maybe that's what they're going for. I would think that, but yeah, they ban out the Gord coming in from the side of Team Sri Lanka and for the side of Team Hong Kong China as well, right? In terms of that pool priority, where that meta is extremely strong towards that Paquito, towards the Phobius as well on the EXP lane, picking up the Uranus and also the Hilda. Oh my god, they better have a good game plan here, because this is going to be a very interesting game, completely off from the current meta that we've seen. Guys, don't try this at home, and Team Hong Kong China and Team Sri Lanka, they're doing it for you so that you don't have to do it yourselves.
So we've got then Hylos, Atlas taken away, while the God as well as the Juicin is taken away from the side of Team Sri Lanka. Now, our 4 pick. At this point, we don't have very strong frontliners from the side of Team Sri Lanka. I'm still really positive about Minstar, gonna be real honest. Valir is, of course, a pretty good answer if you want to deal with, you know, fast-moving heroes, single point dashes that, you know, get close to you. But honestly, for Hilda as well as Uranus, they don't really quite care about the fact that you kind of throw them away, because they can just kind of walk back to you.
Yeah, so this is very confusing to me. I've tried to make sense of the draft, but at this point, right, we are gonna have to admit that this draft is not gonna make sense. So yeah, now going for the glue. Okay, good against the Hilda, good against the Uranus. Okay, finally something that makes sense from the side of Team Sri Lanka. Now from the team side of Team Hong Kong China, they go for the Vexana. Okay, something that I haven't seen in a very long time. Yeah, I mean, the Eve is still in the pool. Gord and the Tusin, of course, banned out, but yeah, I don't see why the Vexana is being played here. Against the glue, yes, okay, strong, but is it strong enough?
Your team is picking.
I think it's good enough to just completely destroy the glue. We'll see. Need some items, and the glue will possibly not be able to see another day. But right now, Team Hong Kong China, in the early stages of the game, they've got pretty good damage coming from Hilda, from Vexana, as well as Suyo. Now, the Ixia.
Okay, range, yeah, okay, I get it, full barrage, but after the full barrage...
I mean, no one can technically dive. No, no, the Hilda can just run.
Yeah, Hilda can just run. There's also the Vexana's...
Eternal Guard.
The grasp, the Nether grasp that you need to worry about as well. So there's a lot of disruption factor there, and also at the same time, I can see what they're going for, right? King's Calling, full barrage, very good combination with the glue trying to force the members back in again and again into the full barrage. But that's so reliant on the full barrage. Once the full barrage is down, where else is the damage coming for? It has to be from Kavindu.
So Kavindu, he needs to farm like crazy in the early stages of the game. Technically, the pokes can come from the Valir, and those pokes from Valir are gonna be, you know, very invisible impact. You don't realize that you're actually taking a lot of damage out of the Valir, but the moment that he gets a glowing wand for himself, oh boy, you really need to look out for him.
Yeah, here we go. Team Hong Kong China versus Team Sri Lanka. This is game number 2. Team Hong Kong China currently up 1-0 at the moment so far. Now, KK-chan actually taking a lot of early game damage here as the Hilda will be able to jump back into the bush, try and get some healing factor back into his way.
No, but the different thing is that the Hilda actually don't care at the fact that his HP is low. Just kind of weaving himself in and out of these brushes is more than gonna be enough for him to get himself back on track.
Yeah, definitely. Early game Hilda, very hard to deal with. Indeed, Kavindu has to watch out from the rotation coming out. CJ Wong and Hilda, Mr. KK-chan, they're looking to try and invade as much as possible. We do see the defense coming through, but it's not going to be enough when the Uranus joins the fray as well.
So at this point, we're still in the early matchups. Team Sri Lanka, they're trying to kind of have a feel of how the game is going to look like and how the game is going to be like as well. We do have KK-chan that has made all the way up to the top lane. Unfortunately, doesn't have got a glorious pathway that allows her to just, you know, run super fast right in the face of Ixia. No, unfortunately. She does have her own speed boost though, but I don't think it would be enough to help them secure such an early kill.
Yeah, 2 minutes into the game. Still, both teams still posturing for position here. Now we do see an early advantage coming in for the side of Praveen as he gets taken out. KY Zung still on the task with that carry, eventually traded out 1-for-1. First blood going the way of Team Hong Kong China. But this eyes should be on the turtle right now as both roams, they are trying to make their way back to the turtle, where CJ Wong will be starting already here. And now with the flicker, it's not going to be enough with the King's Calling, and that's the thing. King's Calling wasted. What you going to do now? And yeah, you picked the Mincy first pick.
To be honest, right now, I do want to see that the Mincetar will be able to do good work against some of these, very blink style heroes such as KY Zheng, but in the early stages, that Mincetar is just not gonna do anything at all. While in the meantime, we just finally see that the Valier hits level 4, but right now, all the way up the top lane, Hassan.
Yeah, in a bit of trouble, but definitely will be able to get out. He does have the flicker available. Team Sri Lanka does have no flicker usage left for that next 2 minutes, and that means that Team Hong Kong China, they can ramp things up. And KK-chan having that flicker as well, right? Ability to chase, it's going to be there. And not having the ultimates available, I believe at this stage, even the full barrage would not be a good answer to anything that Team Hong Kong China are going to throw at Team Sri Lanka's way. Now Hashan in a lot of trouble, and we see the flicker usage.
Yep, that is goodbye to Hashan, as the Team Hong Kong China has finally managed to get themselves the 3rd kill of the game. Although we are only 3 minutes into this game and MY Cheng is already proxying the waves, which is great because this is the kind of lineup coming in from the side of Team Sri Lanka that doesn't necessarily have got a very good control of their own jungle, and they're just not particularly fast enough to catch up to MY Cheng's proxy results.
Yeah, I mean, both sides, I would say. Team Sri Lanka now in trouble, right? You picked up the Ixia for yourself, and the thing is, Ixia does not have very good survivability. If you get dove under the turret and you have no teammates, there's no way you're getting out.
As KK-chan now walks himself right into the midst of teamfight.
Yeah, now with the King's Calling, and surprisingly, HL Law is going to be the target of choice here. He was just collateral damage. The hook wasn't even in his direction. He just walked into it, and sadly into that King's Calling. And now for the side of Team Sri Lanka, they get a lucky kill going for themselves right now. Now they have the ability to fight for this turtle, but HL Law already back on the scene. We'll have that Eternal Guard up very soon.
Just take a little bit more time before we'll be able to see possibly a big fight, because now we are only at 4 minutes into the game. CJ Wang is already tackling down over to the turtle. In terms of retribution, quality doesn't really matter because Kavindu has long forgotten about the fact that they need to go for this turtle. Went for the retribution already onto the orange buff and will be on his merry way.
Yeah, definitely very quirky playstyle coming out from the side of Team Sri Lanka here. And now with that, Hashen being the only source of initiation, I would say. King's Calling not exactly reliable. That stick much more reliable as the source of initiation. Team Sri Lanka, they only have one avenue of entry, and full barrage right now until level 5 still not being able to be popped at this point. Now for Team Hong Kong China, it's all about that mid lane turret control, right? If you can get that mid lane turret control, you open up so much of the map, and now Hashen once again in trouble. This is not what you want out of your Gloom, your only frontliner that you potentially have for the rest of the game.
At this point, Team Hong Kong China, they just want to play a little bit on the slower side. They do not want to put themselves right in the face of Team Sri Lanka and just kind of force the issue at all. Waiting for the perfect opportunity, and perhaps just kind of look at, the different standing objectives and different neutral objectives that is currently available. Team Hong Kong China, they're probably just gauging their way. Do they have the firepower? Do they have enough farm? And speaking of farm though, the carry is actually pretty darn farmed up. 1,500 gold on top of the Ixia. To be honest, maybe not that big of a surprise due to the fact that, Hong Kong China has been putting a lot of emphasis up in the top lane, putting a lot of difficulties on the Praveen.
Yeah, now Hashen once again able to land the stick combo here, but full barrage not available. KK-chan actually in a bit of a tipple here, just flickers into that push. Now Hashen in a slight bit of trouble. KY Zung does find the finisher. Rest of the team of Team Sri Lanka, they're coming in here, and HL Law will find himself in no man's land. Kavindu eventually popped him off just instantly. NHL Law did have that flicker available. So both teams making blunders of their own. Now Team Hong Kong China from that 3,000 lead, now still keeping it even.
Those little pokes coming from Ramanayake doesn't seem like he's doing anything at all to MY Chung. But this is what a Uranus is capable of doing, right? Being able to tank a lot, being able to heal a lot, being able to, well, technically speaking, do quite a lot. And at a certain point in time, once you kind of give it to a Uranus and you realize, you know what, we can't touch Uranus, we can't kill Uranus, his discs eventually will do a lot of damage, dude.
And now he is able to do that, especially in this turtle right here. King's Calling has been used. CJ Wong eventually gets the turtle, though. Has a superior damage to Kavindu at this point, but CJ Wong eventually gets chased down from the side of Ramanayake, but the rest of the team falling in here. Carry nowhere inside. Kavindu eventually goes down, and KK Chan not able to save his teammate, MY Chung, as Team Hong Kong. They get the turtle, but for 3.
That's not good. Well, even losing, a little bit of a trade here and there. It is almost a full team wipeout onto the side of Team Hong Kong China. Team Sri Lanka did a fabulous job in trying to tally things out. And now, pushing out in the middle lane, they will be able to successfully bring down the T2 turret in the middle and the bottom, which is honestly pretty darn crazy with how much has changed within 1 minute.
I mean, look at what is going on here, but look at the mini-map, right? You see KY Zung being ran at by the glue, and Hashan finally gets that solo kill onto KY Zung at this point. So there's a lot of trades going on in the map, and both teams, right? If you don't understand what you're doing, the enemy doesn't understand what you're doing too.
You gotta fool yourself first before you fool the enemies.
That's exactly what's going on. And we saw a very aggressive flicker coming out from the side of Ramanayake. It really works against CJ Wong. And gotta say, right, King's Calling, I might hate on it a lot, but it works very well against the Suyo.
Oh. Well, looks like they know a little bit of a tactic that will work very well for them. But to be fair, I think that the King's Calling is mostly reserved for KY Jung, just so that they will be able to ensure that their glue stays alive, or maybe Ramanayake himself will stay alive too.
And now Team Sri Lanka, they look poised to fight here. Now 1,000 difference, it's still anyone's game. Eternal Guard has been dropped here. Hashen will no longer be that target that they are looking for. Hashen, he's able to survive through that first barrage of damage. Now with Eternal Guard not available, Team Hong Kong China, they have to look for another avenue of entry.
The rest of Team Sri Lanka now moving themselves backwards and do see MY Chung as well as KK Chan. However, this might not be the opportunity or the chance for them to go, oh wait, hold a second.
Yeah, Flicker being used here for the side of KK Chan, and now with the rest of the team coming through, full barrage finally being used here. They don't have any ability to stop it. KY Zung going with the side with the light wheel. Flicker's in, not unable to finish onto Praveen here now. KY Zung against the world once again, but does have the backup of CJ Wong. It is 2v5, and they managed to get 3 for themselves. Kavindu, no. Jumping in, and then we gotta pause. So I'm not too sure what's going on here.
Oh man. This is a 10 minutes game and so much, well, scrappy fights all the way through. And this is just going to be a really powerful gameplay all the way through. And you gotta have to expect that at this point in time, we have got Hong Kong China that just did a fabulous job all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, for that comeback into that team fight, I would say that Team Hong Kong China, were 2v5, right? They were 2v5. Suyo and also KY Zung on the carry versus the world. And I was going to say, right, KY Zung, he's going to deal a lot of damage, especially if they run into him. And that's exactly what happened. The rest of Team Sri Lanka, they were running into a carry. And that's exactly what you don't want. People run away from carry.
Honestly, as long as you have ways to kind of lock them into a fight, I think that the carry generally will be having a great time. However, right now, what we have is constantly just, a lot of back and forth. Team Hong Kong China, they were having a pretty good time, and then suddenly, now we come down to the later stages of the game. You're not being able to do too much as a team because, you're giving the opponents the power spikes that they're looking out for and the time of their life right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would say definitely a good response coming in from Team Sri Lanka, especially given the fact that they know how to use the glue right now. They're not dying to that first barrage of
Oh,
damage.
no way, yeah.
Yeah, but still at the same point, that carry, that Suyo, the damage is starting to come out for Kavindu. Kavindu jumping in 1v2 like that, then instantly getting popped. I'm not too sure whether that pause was part of it, but Kavindu jumping in, that was not characteristic of a good YSS player at all. And now going back into the game, looks like everything is in order. Kavindu jumping in, and that was KY Tung, CJ Wong against the entire Team Sri Lanka. Looking at the instant replay, right?
Yep,
Look at
this
that.
one. This is the one. CJ Wong, keep your eyes onto him the whole time. Literally, will be able to get that kill on Nisal. Just that simple. Kavindu open up, and at the point in time, I think that he was just tunnel vision, just going straight in, and he was like, okay, you know what? Now's the time. We really need to get a kill. We need to do something about this.
Yeah, I mean, he is the general after all, right? You gotta go in for the heroic move, and it didn't work out. So we got two heroes from the side of Team Sri Lanka, and not going to be able to get that Lord advantage. Now 4,000 going back into the side of Team Hong Kong China's favor, as we have Team Sri Lanka actually clawing their way back.
As of now, when it comes down to Hashen, he needs to be really careful about his positioning, because at this point in time, we can definitely agree that HL Raw, the Vexana, he will be quite a menace to Hashen. He can't stay in that form for extended periods of time. He really needs to, you know, possess someone as soon as possible whenever he could. So, you know, he can't be in the front lines as too long, because this is actually the one of the only front liners that we have to remember about.
Yeah, and in terms of creep clear, right, they are very reliant on that full barrage, as we said before. Kavindu, he's not going to be able to get that space into that creep wave at all. And also for Nisal, right, you want to use your spells for your heroes as much as possible, not on the creeps. And sadly, for Team Sri Lanka, it looks like they need to be playing on that back foot.
However, for Team Sri Lanka to play on the back foot, they won't play like this for an extended period of time. We do have to remember that Team Sri Lanka is, technically speaking, a double marksman setup. Having an Ixia that has such superior range, and the fact that Kavindu does have got very good synergy together with Ramanayake, honestly, towards the late stages of the game, if we were to see this game dragged on to past 20 minutes, this game might actually go over to the side of Sri Lanka, because at that point, let's be honest, MY Chung and KK Chan, they ultimately just becomes over-glorified sandbags.
I mean, at the same time, right, triple damage coming through from the side of Team Sri Lanka. Also, now Kavindu in a slight bit of trouble here.
No.
That damage is not going to do well when there's two members in Team Hong Kong China.
Yeah, that's a big mistake.
Yeah,
He shouldn't have went that far.
yeah, that was capitalized on from the side of Team Hong Kong China instantly, right?
Yeah.
You're going for the macro play, but there's nothing going on the map for you. There's
Yeah.
no Lord, there's no objective. And yeah, he was just on a split push.
Yeah, there's nothing to kind of like bring the opponents away from you. If you do want to go for macro play, there must be a reason for doing that, and you can ensure your own safety. Number one is also because of the fact, if you have team members that is on the opposite side of the map showing themselves and be like, hey guys, we are ready to fight. In the meantime, there's another person on the opposite side of the map being you, then you are forcing the opponents to make a choice, make a decision. And in fact, sometimes a hard decision. But for that one, it was an easy decision. We just need to go down.
Yeah, we just need to go down because there's no Lord, and now the Lord is up. Now Kavindu with no buffs will have to just give up this Lord, right? Team Hong Kong China now. CJ Wong will be picking up the Lord for themselves. Now this will be spawning in at 14-15. So now for Praveen does pick up the Malefic Gun, but KY Zung already has that Wind of Nature, so we'll have the ability to survive in either the King's Calling or also the full barrage.
At this point, back to 14 minutes into this game, it's understandable that a Valir will have the highest damage dealt, but it is not understandable for a Vexana to actually not have that big amount of damage, right? Total damage dealt is 26,000 damage. Honestly, kind of surprising to me.
I mean, I'm not surprised that the Vexana deals so much damage. Well, they've been
Not enough though.
Yeah, they've been clumping up for these team fights, but at the same time, right? We talked about the triple damage setup coming in from Sri Lanka, so that's why they're on top as well. Now, they're forming that tri-lane push in. Full barrage will be available as well. That 6-stick also there. This is going to be a concerted effort coming in from the side of Team Sri Lanka as they try to hold on to the inhibitor turret on the top side. No initiation coming out from either side so far. They both don't have tools to initiate.
This is actually really tough for Team Hong Kong China. They have a lineup that is really great for the early game, having that Hilda and all, but they have already reached the late game territory, being at 15 minutes. So the tankiness of the front lines, the fact that the squishy back lines are gonna be pretty far and out of reach for KK Chan. KK Chan has already come to the point that he is an overglorified sandbag now. But MY Chung, he can still be a pretty good sandbag, because as long as you're just kind of like going back and forth and exchanging hits between you and Hilda, then maybe you will be able to find some ways and find some avenues for the Suyo to come in to do decent amount of damage, or perhaps open enough space for KY Chung to do some of these, damage over to the front lines. But if you're just right in front of the enemy's turret, none of these can be executed. You need to pull Sri Lanka out of their base for you to be able to execute your game plan.
Yeah, and they're playing on the opposite sides of the map. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Hong Kong China, it looks like they want to go for that next objective, right? And this time, this breathing space that you actually give over to the side of Team Sri Lanka, this gives them a lot of breathing space. And once again, Kavindu gets instantly shut down. This is dangerous grass. Every single bush is dangerous, my friend.
Kavindu, not again. Unfortunately, this is kind of what Hong Kong China wants, right? Pull them out of their base, and unfortunately, that is discipline.
Now 4v5, there is great control coming out of Shan. Full barrage has been popped so far, unable to stop it, but KY Zung focuses down on that turret. Light wheel has been popped. Shan eventually does go down, and this might be coming in for the side of Team Hong Kong China, and HL Long lands that snipe onto Ramanayake here. This might be the end for Team Sri Lanka. Only Nisal and Praveen left remaining. No full barrage left inside. No ability to clear out the creeps coming in from the middle side. Now Kavindu, he is back. And now the creep waves is handled. The Lord is up. Team Hong Kong China, do they go for the throats here? Full barrage is available. It's not doing enough. It's not. They just need to run away from the range.
Oh no! Here we thought that it might be possible, but to be fair though, the Lord is now available, then they can have a very, very prominent push that is upcoming to the upcoming base, because it is a barren wasteland already for the side of Team Sri Lanka. They are not that scared of the turrets anymore, because the main thing that is stopping any of the members, like for KK Chan or for MY Chung, to rush in and be a very annoying person to the back lines is really the turrets. But now that none of these turrets stands here anymore, the only thing that they need to look out for is Praveen's full barrage.
Yeah, so they need to watch out for that. They need to watch out for King's Calling. That's two things, right? You need to watch out for a circle and a triangle. So once you avoid those shapes, you're done. And now with the Lord coming in, now with the King Calling being set down, HL Law pops that Winter Crown. Full barrage is there on him. HL Law eventually goes down here, but Light Wheel at the side here. KY Zung unable to finish onto the crystal, going greedy there. And Team Sri Lanka, they hold on. They weren't able to avoid the circle and the triangle. As CJ Wong, Hashen, he's taking them out for a walk here.
Yeah, I mean, Hashen won't go down. That guy is a little bit too tanky. And unfortunately, that was maybe Hong Kong China's best effort at trying to make up for a push. And now, they lost two members. Team Sri Lanka, they are finally out of their own shell, and that's great for them.
Yeah, that full barrage, right? That full barrage just softened down the entirety of that creep wave. And meanwhile, KY Zung just took the full fury of the crystal. Now they do have one more defense left into them. And there is that split push coming in from CJ Wong that they need to consistently be worried about, right? You don't want a case of minions here, as the minions are now super from the side of Team Hong Kong China.
Now, Team Hong Kong China, the main thing that they gotta do is sacrifice. they need proper sacrifice. They need to force Praveen in a spot where he needs to make very difficult decisions, such as, do I full barrage now? Do I full barrage later? KK-chan literally had to run his face right onto Praveen at the exact and the right moment, so that the upcoming Lord and the upcoming push coming in from these creep waves would not be halted by a single ultimate. Otherwise, that is just way too much value out of a single full barrage.
Yeah, this is a dangerous grass after all. They can't go for that 3-on-3, that tri-lane push, especially with such a creep clear tool coming out from inside of Team Sri Lanka. They have found a way to hold on for now. But still, both sides, they don't have a clean engagement tool, right? That's why you don't see them jump in and brawling against each other. It's more like a wave going against a wave. And they're unable to latch onto each other because they're just liquid. And now Team Hashan, right now, going in Sri Lanka, they're going for that stick, but KK-chan just dragging him away. And now the Lord is up. And Hashan does able to get out with the split, and also the flicker coming through from the side of Team Sri Lanka. Now, there's 3 flickers being used from the side of Team Hong Kong China. They go for the Lord here, and this is going to be the enhanced one. The damage reduction is there. You want to stick to the Lord, but it's so counterintuitive because the full barrage is there.
Yeah, so same thing as always. Bait out the full barrage, find a way to make sure the full barrage does not stick. Now, it's a lot easier to be said than done. KY Zheng, where does he stand in this game? Where does he go in? When? Because it's going to be so difficult. The main thing that you want to do is you want to kill Hashan, right? However, the moment that he's attached to someone, you can't kill Hashan. You shouldn't, because you'll outright just like kill your own teammate instead.
Yeah, they need to hold that to that mid creep wave, get that mid prio going. But sadly for them, that mid creep wave gone down to the super creeps already. And Team Sri Lanka actually might have a staggered timing here for the creep waves if they want to full barrages. Now KY Zheng, he's in a slight bit of trouble, but takes down Hashan at this point. King's Calling might not be enough here as Ramanayake overextends and goes down. Full barrage being used, but the creep wave is not fully taken care of. They can actually go for the turret right now. There's still a catapult left remaining now with Hashan and Ramanayake out. Praveen has no full barrage remaining. They're holding on to their lives here. For the side of Team Sri Lanka, Team Hong Kong China, they all need to hit the crystal, and they do it. They get that 2-0 clean victory for the side of Team Hong Kong China.
Congratulations over to Hong Kong China, as this game between these two teams, this is a situation where none of these two teams, as you mentioned, right, it's not about a very initiation-heavy composition, nor a counter-engaged composition. This is all about overall execution. The moment that you get into a fight, the moment that you get into a battle, you need to capitalize on the opponent's mistakes. And that is exactly what Hong Kong China did. They actually, look, the defense coming in from Team Sri Lanka should have been very much fortified. They have a single full barrage. As long as Ixia is constantly just behind the core, there is hardly anyone that can just jump right in and get a kill down on Ixia or force the Ixia to go for full barrage. Unless, you know, the ball is going to be onto the court of Hong Kong China, they are the one that needs to make the play, not onto Sri Lanka. So the moment that Glue went a little bit too far out and he did not manage to latch on someone, that's game.
Yeah, I mean, Ramanayake as well, right? Unable to cut his losses, jumping in with the King's Calling. Well, you picked that Min Seathorn first, right? You were expecting great things out of the King's Calling. And yeah, there were times where they were able to shut down the Suyo because of that. But when it boils down to that 50-50 fight, KY Zheng, he had a grasp on it, right? Where he's able to deal the damage on the Harith in the first game, on the second game as well as the carry, as well as positioning really very good in terms of just trying to force out these objectives. Well, there's no catch available because both of these teams, they went for non-meta drafts. And this is
very non-meta
drafts. This is why these drafts are not meta in the first place, right? Because the lack of catch is so obvious, right? When there isn't Cho, when there isn't Kalea, when there isn't a Paquito.
Like a clear win condition.
Yeah, there is very little weird win conditions. You're going up against 5-on-5 and 5-on-5 every single time, and that's why teams like to stick to the meta. And this is what happens when, well, you see a Hilda, you see Uranus, you see a Vexana.
Yeah, I think at least for Team Sri Lanka, the idea that they're trying to go for is to bank onto the hook coming from Ramanayake, right? And that is probably their entrance, their way of bringing someone from the side of Hong Kong, China onto them. But once that is done, what happens then? You probably will want to go for, at that point in time, King's Calling? King's Calling just so that the rest of the members from Hong Kong, China, they can't just run right in that easily with a simple dash or not. But Team Sri Lanka, I think that the main problem is they were too quick or too eager to make a play. They constantly have the idea, you know what? In order for us to defend well, we need to have we need to kill KY Jung. We need to ensure that the carry goes down, so let's send the Minsita and the glue after her.
I think they had a bit of PTSD from that first game, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the first game where the Lord being inside the base caused them to lose. This time, however, they had that lineup where if the Lord is inside the base, they can stay inside the base. Because now they got the King's Calling, they got the full barrage. They could have played those AoEs extremely well. But in the last team fight, King Calling was way out of line. It was trying to catch KY Zung as much as possible. Yep. And Praveen, you saw the full barrage was being used on the Lord. And that's when the resources got divided for the side of Team Sri Lanka.
Indeed.
Yeah, so really, I gotta say, Team Hong Kong, China, it was a battle of perseverance, right? This was a game of who could last longer, and they eventually won the war of attrition.
It's literally a stamina play. Although it is kind of difficult to, kind of see how both of these two teams, from their own perspective, right? From Team Hong Kong, China, what do they have to do? Team Sri Lanka, what do they have to do? At that point in time, everything is in a mass hysteria, and they are probably just really desperate because they know that this is the battle of the lower seed. How else are they supposed to go up any higher if they do not get to win this game?
Yeah, I mean, in their bracket itself, there's Team Pakistan, there's Team Nepal, and these are all newer teams as well. Team Mongolia in the bracket is also doing extremely well. But in the group itself, right now, it looks like Team Hong Kong China is no longer at the bottom of group number D, right? So we'll be taking a look at Group C next, which is, it's going to be
Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, Team Kyrgyzstan. I'm looking forward to see, because Team Kazakhstan had good stuff to say about Team Kyrgyzstan. And Team Kazakhstan was extremely good yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, they had great showing. As such, we actually do have quite a lot of expectations coming up for the teams that is upcoming here. In fact, so far, every single one of these games that has been, kind of showed to us, they have been either entertaining or they have been really strong competitors all the way through. So when it comes down to this upcoming game between the Central Asia region, I'm just watching it. I'm gonna keep my eyes completely peeled and open to see what Team Kyrgyzstan and Team, what was that again? Kyrgyzstan and
Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan, yes. What these two teams has got for us.
Yeah, and currently the standings, so Team Sri Lanka, with that loss, they find themselves at the bottom of the barrel at -3 points, and Team Hong Kong China moved themselves towards that top 3, and now they're tied neck and neck with Team Pakistan. They do need more points though, because I believe head-to-head favors Team Pakistan at this point. Now for the side of Team Mongolia, they pulled themselves forward 2-0, 4 points so far, and Team Nepal now down on that 4th place.
And of course, well, just like that, we have got the entirety of the standings for Group D. We have -3 on Team Sri Lanka. We really had hope a little bit more from Team Sri Lanka, to be fairly honest, because we talked about that, right? Game number 2. They could actually bring the game all the way to game number 3.
Yeah, and definitely, I feel that for the next few games going forward as well, it's going to get even more exciting.
It's getting tighter.
Team Uzbekistan, Team Kyrgyzstan, we have not seen. And we're going to have a team that we're familiar with, but we have not seen yet, which is Team Singapore, that's going to go up against Team Indonesia after that game as well. So after Team Uzbekistan and Team Kyrgyzstan, we're going back to Group A.
Oh, yes, you're right. And then within of Group A, we have Team Singapore versus Team Indonesia, and I think I
Team
think
Malaysia versus Team Myanmar.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we've got a lot of games to look forward to. So for every single one of you guys that are tuning in from home, or perhaps you are here in Resorts World Sentosa, you guys have got a full day lined up for you guys, and we truly hope that you guys will be very excited for what's about to come up.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to what's going on for the rest of the brackets here today. And I have a soft spot for Group B that we saw in the first two games. I mean, Team Iran, first Maniac, first Savage. Then afterwards, we got a Savage falling from Team Jordan.
Yep, that lineup or that group was great, but maybe this upcoming group will be greater. So make sure you guys come back and take a look at that game. See you guys.
so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
it can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2026. Oh, you look so stiff. Man's looking so stiff. But welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Events Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers Day number 2. My name is Abstract. With me here is Moment. We are back at it again. We are going to be looking at a team, or the two teams, which have yet to play a single game in the stage as of yet. And that is Team Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, just being glad that it's getting out there, right? MLBB is getting out into the international community. Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan have now joined the fray. And when you talk about games, right? When you see a new character come in, like Hirara, right? People get excited, right?
Yeah.
Even though Hirara is
But you said she's like horrible. Yeah.
but still, like every time there is a new character coming in, there is hype. And now there are new teams coming in as well. And I believe it goes to say, right? We saw Team Kazakhstan. They were so clean, especially in this bracket. And they got good things to say about Team Kyrgyzstan as well.
Yep.
Not too sure about Team Uzbekistan, though. So definitely for this side, it's very fresh when it comes to a clean slate.
Honestly, all I just really want to find out is what kind of meta are they going to be playing? Are they going to be slightly similar to Kazakhstan, or are we looking at something completely different? That is the general idea, the direction that we want to go for. But there's also another thing that we want to know, right? Because yes, some of these teams are relatively new. It's still in the entire ecosystem or community is still in its infancy stage. But aside from that, the players, are they recognized? Are they acknowledged before, or do they have experience? That is where we dive deep into Wikipedia and try our best to find out. But unfortunately, we were not able to see anything about any of these players. So very likely they did not have much of the experience as of yet. So this is going to be one of their main big experience.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an international experience coming in because, well, you get the chance to go against some of the top tier teams. Not now, but I feel that we are breeding the next generation of superstars for Mobile Legends Bang Bang here, right? We saw the cleanliness coming in from side of Team Jordan, Team Iran as well.
Yo, Team Jordan, dude.
Oh,
Team Jordan, dude. Yeah.
Oh, man, a savage, man. That was crazy.
Man.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And that's from a region where they're going to battle against Team Saudi Arabia. But looking at the side of Team Uzbekistan, for the first time here, we have on the gold lane, we have Zotov. And on that roam, we have Yoriev. And on the mid lane, we have Son. And for the jungle, we got Mama Rasulov. And also on the EXP, we're going to have Rustamov.
Well, Team Uzbekistan, we want to see what they have got in store for us as they are now seated right there and then. The very first game of the day, the very first game of, well, their run through. Now, of course, do remember that their time in the entirety of Group B, at least, if I remember correctly, it should be Group B. They are part of the Central Asia region, so they only have 3 other opponents that they need to face up against with, and one of them is Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, Team Kyrgyzstan on that gold lane. We're going to have Zarmabek Ulu. On the roam, we're going to have Asker Bikov. And we have on the mid lane Murbikov. And also on the jungle, we have Kalbayev. And on the EXP lane, we're going to have Shekhanov.
Now, Team Kyrgyzstan is yet again another team that have not went to anything as of yet. So one thing that you guys have to remember is that they did, for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, in fact, sorry, the entirety of Group B will not have any games in day number 3. So you guys gotta have to remember that as long as they go into this game, every single match actually matters a lot to these players. Because only in day 4, we will start to see more crossovers. And Kyrgyzstan will go up against Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan will still have to go back and fight against Kazakhstan as well. In fact, day number 4, that is where we'll have a convergence of almost every single one of these teams fighting it out against one another.
And this is one of the groups where only the top 2 is going to make it. They're not going to have the last chance qualifier because they're only 4 teams in that entire group, right? I believe this is Group C, because Group B, I believe,
you're right.
was my favorite group.
Yes.
Team Jordan and Team Iran and Team Saudi Arabia are there. So yeah, definitely, they are amazing. But Group C as well, right? We saw Team Kazakhstan going up against Team Tajikistan yesterday, and Team Kazakhstan are very surgical when it comes down to the drafts, when it comes down to the gameplay as well. They know what they're doing, and I hope for this region, Team Uzbekistan and Team Kyrgyzstan as well, some of that players, they rub off on each other.
At this point, we just want to see if whether they have learned anything in the past few days, or perhaps from yesterday. I do want to see what they're going to come up with, but for now, we are going to be looking at flying clouds. In fact, I think that this is the first flying cloud of the day.
No, we had flying clouds
one,
already.
we had one.
We had one flying clouds already, so yeah, flying
Second
clouds.
flying cloud then.
Yeah, second flying clouds, but I mean, when it comes down to Group C, we always get flying clouds. I believe.
Do
Yeah,
we?
yeah. Group C for Kazakhstan yesterday as well. They got flying clouds and into broken walls. So that was
How do you remember that?
Yeah, because they were wearing the cloud pattern shirt as well,
Oh,
right?
so that's how.
That's how. That's
okay, got it.
Now looking at the bands, this looks standard, right?
Oh.
Phoveus, Guinevere, Paquito, Marcel. Okay,
Very standard.
We're back in MLBB. This is the thing that, this is the correct game that we're entering towards.
Yeah, the game that we were watching previously was actually, you know...
BBML.
Maybe I was about to say like different patch or something like that, but BBML will take that.
So now we are here in MLBB. Now we are going to see Team Kyrgyzstan with that ban coming through. There is that still very strong pick of the Baxia available if, let's say, they want to let that open, and that Freya is still in the pool, right? Freya has been banned so consistently. And also another one that we talked about a bit that a lot of the groups they don't really go for is the Fanny.
At this point in time, I still don't expect to see Fanny. It's more of the point where you leak the Fanny for game 1 and see whether they are willing to pick it up. If they actually do, then okay, lesson learned, we need to start banning the Fanny, because the last thing that you kind of want is that you don't know anything about the opponent's team. You don't want to kind of waste a ban slot just to assume that they know how to play it.
Yeah, you're just hoping that the cables are bad. But now looking at Team Uzbekistan for the first time, making it through from the ban stages. We have Freya. She arrives into the land of dawn. Let's go.
The first Freya that we have seen in this stage. As of yet, we haven't seen any. So nice to see that Freya has now joined into the fray. Team Kyrgyzstan followed up with a Yves and Glue pickup. So nothing too out of the ordinary for now, but they are absolutely purple.
Yeah, definitely. So there is that possibility of that Zusin that is already banned out. So we do have that Gourd available as well if, let's say, you want to go for that ability to fight into that Yves in terms of that mid lane control alone. And now for the Harif.
Harif still looks good.
Wait a minute. Then where is this Freya going?
XP Freya. It's very likely going to be XP Freya. And that's something that still will look really good. Like, when we put Paquito in the XP lane, these kind of things definitely matters. And having an XP Freya pretty much means that you more or less win the lane pretty darn hard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, gotta say, right? Okay, it's gonna be an XP Freya, so the jungle is gonna be the Harley as well. So the core 3 just straight pick up from the side of Uzbekistan, right? Gold laner into EXP, into that jungle as well.
Yeah. So right now Uzbekistan's lineup is really good because of the sheer amount of firepower that they have. So any roamer at this point in time that can allow for pickoff is ultimately very important, where that ball will be passed over to Kyrgyzstan, where there are 2 main roamers that needs to go. Cho and Kalia.
Yeah.
They have to go.
Cho, Kalia. I mean, at this point, right, if Team Uzbekistan go for old school, they could go for the Jawhead as well, right? Yeah, that's something that we haven't seen in a very long time. But Jawhead
harder
Harley,
to execute though.
Yeah.
Definitely harder to execute.
Okay, maybe not now because the Baxia has been picked up as well.
Okay, so the thing about Baxia, I'm kind of surprised that it has leaked all the way until R3 to be picked up, but it is still a very fabulous pick. The way that Team Kyrgyzstan can go, this is a battle of firepower from one side and attrition from the other. So for Team Kyrgyzstan, just gonna go a little bit more hammer with how thick that they can be. Very likely the glue is going to go over to the robe section. So to Team Uzbekistan, in order to kind of make sure that Team Kyrgyzstan doesn't go too crazy, they need to kind of handle the XP lane a little bit, right? Or actually, do you want to handle? Yeah, maybe handle the XP lane a little bit.
Actually, if let's say you want to flex out the go pick, put him in the EXP lane versus the Freya. Because the Freya is not going to be able to destroy the glue as hard, right? And in terms of that mid-game power spike as well, glue on that Freya, it's something that you consistently want from Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yep, so at least in level 1 to level 4, glue more or less will do a better job than a Freya, because you're generally just healing off of the gluings that you kind of drop on the floor, and you can do pretty decent damage on the Freya as well. The main thing what Freya wants to do is she wants to stick close to you and just keep on hitting away. But the main problem also comes down to the point that Freya can be very slippery and agile, where it might not be that easy for glue to land some of these S1s.
And now, wow, they ban out all that mid lane pressure that could potentially come through. Now gold lane pressure being banned out from the side of Team Uzbekistan as well. I mean, Bruno is back, man, so back. And now Bruno definitely getting banned out. Claude as well. Now Gord, Lilia. So now they don't have a lot of choice for the mid lane. We did see
Honestly,
like Kadita, we did see Kagura yesterday, where the cheese picks do come through. But if they want like just standard pure clearing speed, you can still go for the Farsa, right? You can still go for that feather airstrike into the team fight.
Yeah, this one it seems like a 4 protect 1 kind of situation. They decided to pick up an R-Lot for themselves for more of that setup for Team Kyrgyzstan, which will actually lead to a pretty good pickup for their gold laner eventually. Can be a Clint, can be a Granger, or literally anyone that can play very early in the game. I'm not too sure whether they are too open to playing a fighter gold lane. It might be a little bit too all in without any form of insurance policy.
Yeah, and now left with a roamer coming out from inside Team Uzbekistan. They
need
can
catch.
Yeah, they can go for the Cho, like we said, right? Cho, the Kalea, the catch will be very strong, especially with combined with the Fury of the Phoenix as well. But if they want more AoE, the Atlas is also available as well. If let's say they want to pair that together with the Harif as well.
Right.
Yeah, but
Okay,
they want to go with the Cho instead.
Yep. I think it's relatively understandable. You do have got lower cooldown of the Wither Dragon. You have a lot more setup capabilities. They can play around with Harley and Freya. And most importantly, as a 13 plus Cho combination in the mid lane, you can clear waves extremely well.
Yeah, now with the gold lane selection for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, right? I would say right now, Ruby looks extremely good, but they go for the Granger instead. Yeah, but that's
Too
just
all
me.
in, yeah.
Yeah, that's just me being a super gambly player, right?
Optimistic in some sense, yeah. But I would look at it that way as well, because from what I know, damage Ruby is actually pretty nutty at this point in time, but no one have really experimented too far into it in a professional tournament as of yet.
Yeah, definitely not now. I would say we might
Sooner
see
or
it.
later.
We might see it later. We
Yeah.
might see it later because I know Team Malaysia versus Team Myanmar. Maybe they might want to experiment with that. But now going in so far, looking at the drafts, looking at what the players have picked up for themselves, Granger will be that last pick. In terms of that poke damage, Eve, Granger, R-Lot, very good setup, but Uzbekistan, right? Team Uzbekistan has so much entryway to start any fight as they wish.
Yep, and of course for Team Kyrgyzstan, even if the initiation were to happen, they do have a lot of ways and means to kind of peel for the team. This is a very tanky lineup where they can just literally just crash their heads in over to the members of Uzbekistan, and they probably don't even care too much.
And here we go for the first time on the main stage, Team Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan, as we see what they're made of in Group C, and already an early skirmish as Rustamov wants to go for the proxy, but he's not being allowed, getting chased down, does not have the flicker, has a vengeance, and goes down to Team Kyrgyzstan.
Okay, so this is uncalled for, especially as a Freya going over to XP, I did not expect him to wanna proxy like that, especially since with the current patch, the way that junglers kind of path around now is this is either a very all-in pick or a very safe pick to all-in play or very safe play, because it's either going to go all the way to the Lizard or he's going to be right by the Beatles.
Yeah, now Yuriev on that scene here, forcing out the flicker from the side of Shekhinov as he has to bail out on the Arlet so far. And I would say, right, despite the fact that he got the first blood down, really doesn't matter in terms of that creep priority. Now the catch for Team Kyrgyzstan coming through, Rustamov will be that main target, and Yuriev with the Jikundo able to get out.
Doesn't really quite matter. Still very early into the game. Most of these farms that you want to funnel into is either going to go to Kalbaev or you would want to kind of throw it over to Zemirbek. Other than that, everyone else is not exactly too important. Maybe Midabekov is the other one that you will want to give the farm over to as the mid laner. The more farm the mid laner gets, the better it is for the mid game.
Oh, here we go in that mid lane as well. Fury the Phoenix being popped so far and now getting knocked up onto Shekhinov. He will be the target coming out from side of Team Uzbekistan as they do go for the turtle after that mid skirmish. Now with Kalbaev on that scene, he will be trying to go for that retribution here, but Willow manipulation has been set up from the side of Murbekov. But now with that being going the way of Team Kyrgyzstan, the turtle does go the way, and now Team Uzbekistan, they will be trying to get out as Rustamov extremely low.
Team Kyrgyzstan, they have to play together as a team. It requires them to really huddle together a lot in order for them to find any form of substance on top of the opponents. They can't just stray away from one another because that is exactly what Uzbekistan wants. One way of playing is Team Kyrgyzstan's way of playing is a absolute bane to Uzbekistan's win condition, because as long as Kyrgyzstan constantly just huddles together, it's actually really difficult for Uzbekistan to find a way to kill.
Yeah, and popping out that Damon's Force extremely early is Zotov, and Summerback Ulu actually forcing it out will have the ability to have that poke damage as well. But very good rotations we see out of Yuriev and also the glue as well, right? Askerbekov really very good in terms of matching each other's pace. So I gotta say, we got a game on our hands here. Team Uzbekistan and Team Kyrgyzstan, they look evenly matched in terms of draft, in terms of those lane rotations as well. This is going to be a close series.
I do agree. Does definitely seem as though they know what they're playing for and what their team composition really requires them to do. So at least for now, Team Kyrgyzstan, they're still slightly, kind of far apart from one another because this is still, the laning phase. You definitely need to get as much farm as possible from each of these lanes. But hold a second.
Way of the Dragon being popped as Shekhinov just goes down to an easy pick-off from the side of Team Uzbekistan. And this is going to be the story of the game, right? You don't have purified, non-purified targets, especially on the Shekhinov, and also Murbekov might be a target for the Way of the Dragon. And Zarmerbek, well, he was going to be pretty much left untouched. That's going to be a one-for-one trade, I would say, on the macro side. Hunter Strike now being picked up.
As a matter of fact, right now, Kyrgyzstan is just going to be hovering around the turtle. It will be a 5v5. This is going to be big for Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, bloodthirsty Yuriev does want to go for the Whale of Dragon into the real world manipulation. Fury of the Phoenix has been popped, and now Murbekov trying to do what he can in the back line, but Mama Rasulov does able to find a pickoff. It is a double kill onto the members of Team Kyrgyzstan as 3 members go down, and Rustamov pops in, and that's 4 members down for Team Kyrgyzstan as Uzbekistan pulls ahead.
Absolutely tore them apart. The problem when it comes down to that team fight is the firepower from Kyrgyzstan went everywhere. And literally when I say everywhere, it goes a little bit here, a little bit there, and not everything to one person, which is exactly what Kyrgyzstan wants to do, you see? At this point in time, the fight is already more or less dissipated. Most of the members are kind of going far back already. So right now, it's more about the fact that Team Kyrgyzstan, they need to find a way to single one person out and then to be able to kind of call out for these kills. Okay, let's go for Yuriev, or okay, next one will go over to Rustamov. He's going too deep in, focus fire on him, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that Fury of the Phoenix timing extremely good, used after that real world manipulation, and we did see because of that Zotov, he had a free Esports. Despite him not getting the kills, he did possibly the most damage with the synchro fissures, and also that jumps coming through as well. Now 7-1, 4,000 gold advantage now. Team Kyrgyzstan, the way back is not good as, oh my god, the Granger dies solo in that bottom lane.
Oh man. Now that we kind of seen everything together and now we are way past the laning phase, that means level 4, we are looking at players that are way past level 8. This means that level 2 ultimates are going to be big and going to be strong. We mostly look at Rustamov now. Rustamov and perhaps Son as well, because of the splash damage that they can deal in an entire AoE kind of situation. So even if Team Kyrgyzstan would kind of move together in tandem and they will want to 1v5 one person, as long as Team Uzbekistan have got really good answer and really good reaction to it, Rustamov plus Son, they should be able to deal a bunch of damage to a really big party.
And Team Uzbekistan are playing the map so perfectly, right? They have to watch out for the burst damage that comes through from the Harley. At the same time, Zotov, he's going to be farming reliably behind, and this is exactly where they excel at this lineup, right? They don't want to go for an honest 5v5. They want to take the skirmishes while they are ahead. And while they're ahead, they want to make sure that, well, Team Kyrgyzstan, they're playing great. They're playing the death ball style. But Team Uzbekistan, they're not going to entertain that chance. They're not going to take the 50-50 here.
Yep. However, reaction time from Kyrgyzstan is important too.
Now, with that Way of the Dragon and the real world manipulation being popped, they do get that turtle on the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. Now, Zermerbek's Ulu does go down here. This is not good enough. Real world manipulation, not enough from the side of Mirbekov. And 3 members from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan are falling. Shekhinov, he's in a bit of danger here. Yoriev on the scene does not have the flicker to reinitiate onto Shekhinov.
It's largely a positioning problem right now from the way that I see from the side of Kyrgyzstan. So for the Mamarasula, he's got easy openings to just make his way over to the back lines. It is way too easy for him to just go in onto Zamirbek, and it's really unfortunate because as an assassin, that's what you want to do.
Look at the damage coming through from the side of Zoltov. He pops the Esports and dives the Granger behind the turret. Zamirbek Ulu not having a great time, but look at this. Final Slash being used to try and save Kalbayev as Yoriev falls extremely low. And Kalbayev, he's still surviving for now, but 3 members already down as Rustamov eventually shut down here. Team Kyrgyzstan, they're finally trying to fight back, and they do have damage on Zamirbek Ulu, so they gotta watch out for that.
They may have lost a little bit, some members from the side of Uzbekistan, but it's not going to be that big of a problem, right? It's 4-2, it's 3 coming in from Rustamov, but regardless, throughout this entire team fight, they found a way to, of course, single out Kalbayev, and I think that that's great, but for somewhere, Shekhinov came out of absolutely nowhere, and he's a little bit too fragile in this case. The moment that he kind of ate the outbreak coming from Mamarasula, you understood that he's not going to survive.
But I gotta say, for Team Kyrgyzstan, that is a great sacrifice, great trade, right? Once we are in that zone where they have equal net worth, Team Kyrgyzstan actually have that better team fight lineup. They have the better top to back. Meanwhile, for Team Uzbekistan, they need to look for a separate angle to enter, right? Especially with the Harley, they gotta get the burst through. They have the Fury, the Phoenix, but that's the only team fight that they got going for them.
Team Uzbekistan has got a grand control of the entire land of Dawn, forcing Kyrgyzstan into a very unfortunate situation where they will not be able to get enough farm. And even some of these waves are frozen pretty nicely. You see top lane and the bottom lanes, they're not trying to shaft the wave of or anything. They make sure that they hold in place, nowhere for Kyrgyzstan to try to go and farm them. And if they were to go and farm them, it would be detrimental to them.
Yeah, Team Kyrgyzstan now scrambling onto the defense as Holy Crystal is being picked up from the side of Zotov. Now the Lord marches in on that bottom side. They're trying to get all the outer turrets trimmed out, but now Yoriev jumps in with the Fury of Phoenix, actually. They want to go for it behind this turret. This might not be the player. Team Kyrgyzstan, they're actually going to strike as Rustamov falls, and Team Kyrgyzstan, once Zermerbek Ulu is online, he loves this positioning. It's not a good positioning at all for Team Uzbekistan.
Well, at least for Uzbekistan, they may have lost Rustamov, and they are unable to do anything too much from this point on. They didn't get a single kill on the side of Kyrgyzstan, though, so I think that that's definitely a pity. However, they've tried what they've tried the best, right? They tried their best, and if they were to win in that gamble, that would help them tremendously in trying to take out more of these inner turrets.
And Team Kyrgyzstan doing a great job of the inner base defense so far. They will have that final slash available. Yuriev needs to watch out for that, and it is popped. And Yuriev does not get the Whale of Dragon off. He's getting chased down at the moment. Whale of Dragon just for the defense. Kalbayev does not get the stun onto him. Now the rest of the team falls through. Rustamov is here on the scene. Yuriev still playing with Death's Door as the rest of Team Uzbekistan falls through, and Kyrgyzstan will have to run away. Shekinov unable to find the finish onto Yuriev, and Zarmabek goes down as well.
All 5 members from the side of Uzbekistan, they are still alive. And Yuriev is still styling behind them, waiting for an opportunity. And right now, Kyrgyzstan, they're at death's door.
Now, real world manipulation has been popped to try and handle out the creep waves here. Rustamov, he is getting chomped down, and Askerbekov takes him out. But he will be the only one left. Kalbayev falling extremely close. Zarmabek, Ulu, they might be able to hold on here, but Team Kyrgyzstan, they do not, as Team Uzbekistan clutch through that final bit of damage.
Well. Uzbekistan literally just gave everything for that one final push, even though that was really a gamble because we've got the main characters just coming back in. But you know what? They don't care. Uzbekistan knows that if technically speaking, even if they kind of lose at a team fight, they can kind of go for the push again. They're so far ahead. 9,000 at one point in time, maybe even, about 9,000 goal lead by 11 minutes in. That is definitely quite a lead for them to play around with, even if this game-ending push did not work out.
Yeah, they knew that they were on the clock, right?
Yep.
They are a team lineup that plays well when they're ahead, but when they're behind, they're actually very squishy, right?
Yep.
If you take a look at them one at a time, yeah, it's gonna be very squishy, but they kept forcing the fight. And Yuriev, I gotta say, he was the main criminal behind Team Uzbekistan.
He's a smooth criminal, dude.
So smooth.
Constantly just being so sly and just slipping to the back. And speaking of the smooth criminal, Yuriev, 0 kills, 1 death, and 14 assists, putting him at 78% kill participation.
Yeah, this man defied death multiple times, right? We saw him jumping in and out, trying to force out the errors. And I gotta say, this looks good. This looks good coming out from the side of Team Uzbekistan so far. And even for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, we saw the response. Their disengages were extremely clean. I gotta say, it looks like a competitive series that boiled down to a few mistakes that Team Kyrgyzstan made.
Honestly, it's really hard to pinpoint mistakes from either one of these two teams. In fact, it really just boils down to them in a micro within of team fights. To be fair, we did definitely mention that Uzbekistan's lineup is technically slightly easier to execute because you are mostly reacting to what Kyrgyzstan is doing, because Kyrgyzstan, their lineup is a lot more of a higher skill ceiling because you need to coordinate with your team to understand how do you want to macro your way around that team fight. If you don't land a right final slash, for example, or if Kalbayev were to crash onto the wrong person with the shield unity, there is so much that could go wrong.
Yeah, definitely. We did see flickers and moments of brilliance coming out from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. It looked like they were going to able to hold on, especially once the stick came through, once the item build came through from the side of Askerbekov as well. If he had a bit more magical resistance, it would have been great against the Harley and also Zoltov as well, right? I believe during a lot of these team fights, Zoltov was just left free reign in that back line, able to just chunk down whatever amount of damage. And not to mention Rustamov. He was dealing so much peel as the Freya, and this is why Freya is so good, right? It's completely banned out from almost every single game because he's good on almost every lane, and on the EXP lane as well. He's just able to just bring the fight to them. And despite the fact that he gave up his life so many times, it bought space for the team.
Yeah, honestly, all Freya wants to do is to duel. She is literally a Valkyrie and just don't care about anything, fight to the death. Even though she's the only thing she lacks is like a horse or a unicorn or a pony or whatever it is. She will fight to the death and do whatever that she could. So much shield, so much damage, and the moment that you overstay your welcome, say goodbye to your health pool, even if you are a tank hero sometimes.
According to the mythical lore of Valkyries, it's a Pegasus, the horse with wings. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome, guys. Thank you. All right, so guys, that's why we see Freya banned out so much as well. So definitely, when we go into the next match as well, Team Kyrgyzstan, I feel that they have a fighting chance when it comes to this. We might see a 3-game series here.
Honestly, I would not be surprised because game number 1, I feel that it's slightly dictated based on what kind of draft that they had. If in the event that Uzbekistan would have a draft that is slightly simpler to execute, I think that game would be a lot more back and forth. With that all said, game number 1 for who was that? Uzbekistan, or is it? For Kyrgyzstan. Okay, sorry. Kyrgyzstan. Okay, so if the match for Kyrgyzstan were to be a little bit more easier, rather, if their competition is a lot easier to play around with, it would have went through, it will be back and forth a lot. While in the meantime, for Uzbekistan, all they need to do is just execute the skills. They just need to have their own specific tags. Like for example, the Harley just needs to tag onto the Granger, for example. As long as you see the Granger, go for it. It's as easy as that, right? You don't particularly need to, let's group up together as 5. Let's go together. You see who you jump on, this person, blah, blah, blah. But for a Harley, I see a Granger, go.
Yeah, but that was a very clear identification of the win conditions as well, right? Because I would say the team fight for 5v5 for Team Kyrgyzstan was so good. You have a real manipulation, you have stick, you have Granger with the range. So if you think about it with the final slash combined together with that, that's a 5 that you don't want to go into. And I believe for Team Uzbekistan, they identified that really perfectly, right? It's not as simple as it seems, where yeah, if they were taking that 5-on-5, they would win easily. No, there was a lot of target prioritization. There was also a lot of key targets that they managed to take out. While something was going on the side of the map, Harif was taking out a turret. And while Harif was fighting, well, Harley was taking out a turret. And that was just pure macro gameplay for them as well.
So, once you said target prioritization, you're gonna have to really identify if whether it is a fight that you are able to take on to. Once again, tough decisions. It's always all about the tough decisions that is being made. A good team really knows how to make you choose, and sometimes those options that you give them aren't exactly real options. Those are just an illusion of choice.
Yeah, and then going into game 2, right? The problem of that Freya. Do you want to give the Freya over? Right now, the sides are going to be switched, and it's going to be flipped. So that means Team Kyrgyzstan is going to have that first pick as well, right? So definitely when it comes down to that, they can leak a bit more. Right now, we did see the Marcel and also the Paquito being banned out, but the Freya was not. And this is the first time Freya was leaked out into the pool.
Yep, so I think that they have learned from this and they would not want to see a Freya in this sequel. Now, of course, map randomized into flying clouds, allowing for heroes that is otherwise not that good in lane to still be very sticky in lanes.
Yeah, so keeping the consistency, right? Flying Clouds first and Flying Clouds second once again. So they will have that consistency for that map selection coming through. Now, for the bans coming through, will they have that similar consistency, or will we see different heroes being leaked out into the pool? We did see the Guinevere being banned out. We did see the Marcel and also the Paquito being banned out.
So here we go. Harley says goodbye, and of course, Fulvia says goodbye as well. Some of the other options that we generally want to look out for is no Freya, no Paquito, and if anything other than that, it is going to be Marcel and Guinevere, the 4 heroes that I noted down. But now that the Harif joined into the banning pool, one of these 4 that I mentioned is definitely going to be leaked.
Yeah, there's going to be the Guinevere, there's going to be the Marcel, there's going to be also the Paquito in that pool as well. So now the Marcel being banned out, okay, now Guinevere as well, Freya, that's going to be huge. And also, yeah, a lot of the top tier bans, when you think about the mid lane, the Zhu Xin, the Eve, that might deserve a priority ban. You have not seen them out from the players yet, but the Guinevere will be the ban of choice coming in from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. Team Uzbekistan now with the Paquito and also the Freya choice.
Oh, it's an either-or situation again, huh? So at least for Team Uzbek... Okay, so I am willing to say that they are not gonna ban either of these. They are gonna leak both the Paquito and the Freya, just so that if Kyrgyzstan were to get the Paquito or the Freya, then Uzbekistan, they themselves can have the latter.
Paquito versus Freya. I would say I would still ban out the Paquito, and I'd rather play against a Freya.
You'd rather play against a Freya?
Yeah, currently in this patch, I feel that Paquito is still very, very strong in terms of the EXP lane. But no, yeah, you're correct. They banned out the Claude instead. No, so Paquito,
They'll open it up.
and Freya are both open.
Yeah, so at least in this form, okay, so Kyrgyzstan gets the Paquito, got a lot more mobility as compared to a Freya. However, a Freya does have a lot more sticking power within of a team fight. You will be able to stick to one member or the opponents all the way until the end of the fight.
Yeah, and for Team Kyrgyzstan, right, it's about not letting them stick, right? So getting that Paquito, it leans towards that playstyle. You can go and lean more towards that mobility as well. That Claude being banned out, yes, now you need to secure a good gold lane for yourself so that you can get the macro factor going. There is that Moskov still available. You can play the carry if you wish. Now for the side of Team Uzbekistan, they open up with a Khalid. And I believe this might be a team fight lineup that we're going to see here. Maybe it's Usin.
Uh-oh.
Your team is picking.
So the Freya is going to be leaked out again. Does that mean that Kyrgyzstan wants to go greedy? Because technically they can. Kyrgyzstan with the Freya in
The gold lane.
honestly, they can be quite interchangeable if you think about it. They don't have to fully commit that Freya into the gold lane. The Freya can actually just go to the XP. Okay, now they pick up the Bruno. It's not going to be possible unless Freya jungle.
Yeah, so with Team Kyrgyzstan's lineup, right, they want to go as mobile as possible. I would say Freya to them is not too big of a deal. It's detrimental. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Uzbekistan, right, they want to go for the team fight with that capability coming out from the YSS, having that vision, and also having the ability to go on people solo as well. Now, the Valentina being picked up, Raging Sandstorm will be available for Team Kyrgyzstan.
All right, so what is going to be the play over here for the side of Uzbekistan? They already have Aroma, they have... Okay, they pick up a Juicin. So this is actually quite a standard opening pick in the previous meta before. This is counted as one of the golden ways that you can start the game with the Yi Sun Shin. Normally, back then, you know, being top prio, followed by Juicin, and then you pick up a Khalid after. And really good ways of being able to zone the opponents. You have good ways of conquering the entire river lines itself because of how strong Juicin and Khalid is able to control the mid lane and wave clear.
Yeah, now Team Uzbekistan, they ban out Hild, a very good ban coming out from the side of Team Uzbekistan because Team Kyrgyzstan, they want to play very individual, right? They want to play into skirmish units. Divide and conquer is the name of the game when it comes down to Paquito gameplay. If not, you can go 4-1, which is definitely you play with the Bruno, Valentina, and then you go for that team fight as well. So definitely for Team Kyrgyzstan, there is an option of you going the Hylos. You can go the Atlas as well. The Cho is also a possibility because it is a very individual unit if you want to go into that playstyle as well.
And for Kyrgyzstan, I think possible because of Paquito. Solely because of the fact that you have Paquito, you can play into these kind of pick-off strategies with the Cho or the Kalia in this case. They do have a Valentina though. So bringing in the Valentina, you are understandably gonna have, you're gonna be at the back and call of Juicin and will have a little bit of difficulty reaching out to Juicin unless you have someone very, very committal. Khalid versus Cho is gonna have a really tough time. If you want, and most likely, you want someone that is able to stick in lane a little bit better, Kalia would beat Cho in this situation for Kyrgyzstan.
And for Team Uzbekistan, right, YSS, currently I think as of this meta, gold lane YSS is no longer viable. So it's going to be that jungle YSS, and yeah, banning out that Moskov, banning out that late game capability, just securing that early game bully coming out from the side of Bruno, right? And we talked about the meta shifting towards that early game centric playstyle where you want to win the lanes and bring the snowball in, win the game as hard as possible. We see it way more possible now with the jungle rotations coming through. Team Uzbekistan, they rely more on the team fight and they go for the Terizla instead.
Yep, Terizla is still a very decent pick because every single swing actually deals a heck a lot of damage. You can still be quite a menace over to Paquito, especially since you have very naturally strong defenses, which will ensure that the Paquito don't just wipe you out in an instant.
And now Team Kyrgyzstan, they go for the team fight route, right? They go for the Belleric into the Leo Mord as well. Belleric Bruno, still a very old school combo. Yes, you don't really have that much of a setup, but when combined together with Valentina now, Penalty Zone, and also Raging Sandstorm becomes a key opener on that table. Now, for the side of Team Uzbekistan, they answer back with a Granger, going poke for poke here. And now both sides, they have the best of both worlds here.
So looking at this, at least for Team Uzbekistan, they do have a double marksman composition that allows them to play early into the game. This is the kind of things that, as long as they get a snowball, they will run they'll run away with the game. You won't be able to have a very good chance to kind of play around with, and you wouldn't really be able to do too much. Because the moment that, yes, there is a Paquito, you can go for assassination on either one of these marksmen, but it requires you to be very, very committal. The moment you do that, you might just very well be caught out by a counter-engage from the Terizla or the Khalid, allowing you to either either Yusufin or perhaps the Granger gets some farm.
That's a very good word. The counter-engage is going to be the name of the game as we head on into Game 2 of Kyrgyzstan versus Team Uzbekistan here. Team Uzbekistan currently ahead 1-0. And yeah, speaking of counter-engage, we have a great counter-engage tool, right? Valentina, IMU. He can counter-engage all you want. He is the counter. And we have Belleric wrapped for the Dryad as well.
So right off the bat, as we take a look at Gold Lane, it's going to be Granger versus a Bruno. Both of them can actually kind of look at, lane bullying to a certain extent, and I'm not particularly too afraid for any one of them. Most likely, it's all about a poker game. They just want to play around with one another and just kind of, test each other out.
Theory on paper, Granger wins against Bruno. So sadly, Granger was led to the downfall of Bruno when it comes down to that meta sunrise sunset.
Oh,
now, so yeah, Zotov is going to have a great time, especially if he plays this perfectly, because there's no way that the soccer ball lands onto Zotov at this point unless he makes a spacing or positioning mistake.
Well, we shall see about that. Of course, it also depends on what kind of items that oh, okay, he's going to rush straight for the boots. Okay. At a certain point in time, some of them choose to not run or rush for boots. They go straight in for the Heart's Claws in order to get more domination in lane, in order to get yourself to be a lot more sticky in the lane. But of course, there could be a very high probability that it decides to go for that because of Flying Clouds.
Yeah, now with the rest of the team falling in here, this bottom lane looking like a bloodbath. Leomord pops his ulti, Kalbayev. He is there on the scene, taking out Rustamov. That will be first blood. And Team Uzbekistan, they cannot respond. Terizla is already down, and they won't have that frontline body.
There's a fast kill, very decisive out of the members from Kyrgyzstan. And just like that, we do have the turtle that's currently available, and Uzbekistan at this point in time will have a slightly tough spot because of, well, the looming threat of Shekhanov.
Yeah, and that's the problem right now with Team Uzbekistan's lineup, right? When you pick up the YSS, you're hoping for a damage, you're hoping for that pick-off going through, and you're relying on so much other else to rely that setup for you. And for Team Kyrgyzstan, they have a jungler that can set up for himself. He can just run in with the horse.
Yep, literally just summons Barbil, and we'll see how, from that point on, he's going to play around with. Now, in the XP lane, we have more or less had a very good idea how it worked out because there is just so much mobility and movement coming from Kyrgyzstan and just punishing down to the bottom lane.
Oh, popping the ultimate out of the side of Mirbikov as he is forced to use IMU away with Sun's ultimate as he was in slight bit of danger, did not want to force out that flicker. I would say IMU versus flicker, IMU way less committal.
Yep, especially since the cooldown will to kind of wear off a lot faster as well. Now, It is still pretty early into the game. We are still in the laning phase right now. It doesn't really quite mean anything for now. The fact that Rustamov went down once, it could still shake. The game could still definitely shake up quite a bit the longer that the game goes into. But we still need to remember that Kyrgyzstan's lineup, they play very heavily into the early stages. And they pretty much all in the early stage. Uzbekistan, on the other hand, they are a lineup that can be very strong in the early game as long as they have the snowball. But they are not fully committed in that. They are still a lineup that can be a monstrous duo with that Granger and Yisunshin in the late stages of the game.
Yeah, early game has been secured though, right? They went for that gank going on to Rustamov at this point. They want to secure that space onto Shekhinov so that he can start making plays throughout the map now with that matchup, right? Once you hit that level 4 on the Granger,
Yep,
well,
no way.
Bruno is not going to have a good time. And yeah, that's where the fall of Bruno came. The
Yep.
Granger came and the Bruno went bye-bye.
Yeah, so as long as it reaches past level 4, the Bruno kind of will have quite a bit of difficulty from this point on. It also, I would love to see that old part whereby you play the Berserker's Fury into the Bruno, you go for fast item build-up, and immediately just kind of force Zoltov in a really tough spot. But that's not going to happen, unfortunately. But regardless, we're going to be looking at the Turtle up in the top lane, and Uzbekistan, they're looking for a probability. What is it like between these two junglers? Well, Kelbayev at level 7 and Mamarasulov level 8.
Yeah, it's still 50-50, right? It's always 50-50. Now for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, they will be starting the Turtle first. They do have the Bruno on the scene now, popping the ultimate from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. Now Kambayev takes out the Turtle. Now Shekhinov in that back line, takes out Zoltov as well. That's all the damage gone. 3 members down from the side of Team Uzbekistan. Team Kyrgyzstan get a clean cut.
3 men down from Team Uzbekistan just like that. And to be honest, this is understandable. Kyrgyzstan has got a lot of early game firepower and they can storm into your home without you inviting them in. And by the time you see them, your door is already broken through.
Yeah, take a look at the replay right there. Shekhinov going into that back line into Zoltov, right?
So much value from Shekhinov.
Yeah, Shekhinov showing why, right? Paquito is going to be that top tier van. And Zoltov, despite using that flicker, as long as you use the flicker same time as the Granger, you're going to keep that rotation going. You know when the Granger's flicker is because that's exactly when you pop your flicker on your Paquito.
Yep, you pretty much will be, or constantly be able to kind of stick onto him.
Yeah, now here we go. Raptor Dryad has been popped. Great counter initiate, but they do disengage coming out from side of Team Uzbekistan with that Raging Sandstorm. And Team Kyrgyzstan, well, they were looking for blood there.
Very good escape coming from Rustamov. He wanted to ensure that he don't give any free kill over to Kyrgyzstan, because any kills from this point on is just going to further accelerate the growth of Kyrgyzstan to an extreme extent. At this point, take a look even when it comes down between the XP laners, right? It is Terizla versus the Paquito. It is technically understandable that a Terizla would not have that good of a time in terms of farming as opposed to a Paquito who is an assassin, more or less an assassin kind of guy.
Yeah, I would say he's like a Suyo, right? Assassin-esque fighter. He was the original Suyo. And now with Suyo falling off into the sunset, we see the sunrise of Paquito as well. And Shekhinov just dealing so much damage to Sun. They have to watch out for the bushes right now. But good macro plays coming out from the side of Team Uzbekistan, trying to just give up the Turtle, try and get the macro side going, try and get farm on the opposite side of the map, right? And this is where we see the resource allocation come through for the side of Uzbekistan.
With the bottom lane T1 turret destroyed in the hands of Team Uzbekistan, it doesn't seem like they are too far behind. To be honest, when it comes down to the standing objective, they are completely neck and neck. Although the bottom lane T1 turret is about to go down, in the end of the day, it is the middle lane T1 turret that still matters the most. The moment that you lose one of these middle lane turrets, boy oh boy, are you going to lose a lot of tempo.
Yeah, tempo indeed. As Team Kyrgyzstan, they want to ramp up the tempo, but unable to find anything so far. Team Uzbekistan doing a great job at clearing the creep waves when the team fight is not going to happen. At the same time, keeping up the creep pressure. But Shekhinov is always going to be playing on the opposite side of the map. And the problem is, there's no one that can stop him right now. He is at that main power spike, that 8-minute power spike that you see from the Paquito, and essentially he can one-hit KO almost anyone in the map right now.
He's honestly a really scary guy right now. And he even picked up the War Axe for himself, so even more survivability in the team fight, even more damage that he could have brought onto the team fight even. So we'll see how Uzbekistan want to get themselves right out of this difficult spot.
Yeah, 8 minutes into the game, this turret will be that target of choice. Penalty zone into that back line. Great steal from the side of Murpekov. But now Team Uzbekistan, they are trying to disengage. Rustamov does go down, and Team Kyrgyzstan, they will get one and the mid turret. What a great play coming out from the Valentina.
They got what they came here for. They wanted to get that T1 turret in the middle lane. And fortunately for them, they got even more out of it. They did manage to get themselves a kill, and that is going to help them accelerate their lead a little bit more. They may have only gotten a total of 5 kills for themselves, but with the fact that they managed to take down all 3 of the outer turret, giving them 3,600 gold lead, at this point in time, they're going to stabilize a little bit. The first 2 lords of the game should understandably go over to the hands of Kyrgyzstan if all goes well, and it's actually up to Uzbekistan to make a move in order to change the course of this battle.
Yeah, Mama Rasulov not near the Lord at all, already down at half HP, halves his way there, but now for this fight itself, there is no flicker available on the Valentina this time. That initiation will not be there, but the Wrath of the Dryad is something that they need to watch out for. Yuriev, first contact now. Kalbayev does go in, straight disengage coming out from Team Uzbekistan. Beautiful indeed, a beautiful dance, as they will have the capability to go for this Lord once the ultimate is down. And now with that, they do go in with the penalty zone. Team Uzbekistan, they don't have the damage though. Rustamov, the only one there, as Zotov, he's playing cross-map.
Yep, Rustamov doesn't matter to him. Even if he were to kind of throw his life away, I think that that's completely fine. Because the main idea of the fight was to drag on that long stance as long as possible, just so that Zotov is able to get a nice push in from the top lane and destroy the T1 turret. That is money bags at the outer side of the lanes for the side of Kyrgyzstan that is waiting to be picked up.
Yeah, definitely trying to keep ahead in terms of that macro. When it comes down to the base fight, this kind of turret damage, it goes a long way because all 5 members, they get the gold, they get the itemizations, it makes their base defense slightly better. Now, Malefic Gun timing is here for the side of Zamerbek as well. He's a different creature now. He's dealing so much damage to Rustamov. Penalty zone has been forced. Wrath of Dryad is there as well, but Zamerbek, he's dealing so much damage with the rest of the team able to just back him up, and Shekhinov on that top side just being a complete menace.
Totally fine still. In fact, that was a very good defense coming from Uzbekistan. Throughout that entire Lord push, it's still not over as of yet.
Oh, jumping in with that flicker, not penalty zone, not being found here. And Uzbekistan, they're just gonna disengage and clear the creep waves off of this. But Team Kyrgyzstan, they want to force some errors, but they might be going in too deep here, not overstaying their welcome. Very well done on both sides.
Okay, so the fact that all of the outer turrets are destroyed, this is pretty much going on curve with Kyrgyzstan. For your very first Lord, all you want to do is take down every single one of these outer turrets. Inner turrets are all just a bonus. And if you get less than that, then honestly, you did not do well, or rather the opponents did defend very well. In this case, all is equal. Uzbekistan, they should not be too worried over the fact that they are falling behind. It is expected of their lineup to be falling behind due to a double marksman lineup. They require a little bit more time. However, how far behind based on 12 minutes mark, they are 6,000 gold behind. I think that they can come back.
Oh, what jump in by Shekhinov. That is not going his way. Zotov finds himself extremely low, but Zamerbek still in that back line, able to dish out the damage as Zotov is forced to run away, still has that flicker available. Uzbekistan, they can't go for the re-engage. They know that Shekhinov is low, but they don't know where he is. So they will take one and leave for now.
18 minutes. Give Uzbekistan until 18 minutes, and there is going to be a lot more probability for Uzbekistan to really be a lot more powerful. Right now, we are mostly looking at 3 characters: Zotov, Mamarasulov, and as well as Yuriev, or maybe Rustamov. Because right now, we don't have someone that is really strong in terms of holding on to the Lord, and holding on to the Lord is actually really darn important. Rustamov mostly has been that sacrificial lamb, right? The moment you jump in, penalty zone, do a little bit more damage, and you've done your job. While for Yoriev, he does have a kit that allows him to survive a little bit longer with that quick sand guard. So hopefully he can get tankier from this point.
Yeah, can they survive and can they hold on here? They're trying to force out the lower dance as much as possible, but that top and bottom lane priority will eventually go the way of Team Kyrgyzstan, and they know that. They're playing it extremely slow. They're forcing out the lower dance, taking their time here, and Zotov with a great movement towards that bottom side alleviates one side of the pressure, but does not handle the other side. There's no one there for the moment, and if Shekinov starts making his way towards that top lane, he can threaten both sides, but he will choose to play with his team for now. Yoriev still forcing out that vision.
Yep. So now, as you mentioned, I think that Shekinov might be trying to... Oh, actually, it's a very difficult choice right now.
Yeah, to jump onto Shekinov at this point, Team Uzbekistan, they will take that non-committal fight. The poke is coming through. Team Kyrgyzstan, they are going for the conceal, running in. They are spotted.
Good.
And Team Uzbekistan, very good disengage.
Very good disengage, one thing. Number two, very good decision from the side of Uzbekistan. They're constantly just taking quite a bit of presence down to the bottom lane and then back up to the middle lane while still kind of dancing with the Lord. They don't need the Lord. They shouldn't take the Lord, as a matter of fact. They shouldn't try to whittle down the Lord down to half HP, because Kyrgyzstan, they have the firepower to be able to burst down this Lord and take the Lord for themselves. What Uzbekistan wants to do is to drag on this Lord dance as long as possible.
Raging Sandstorm going in with a Rapid Dryad. Kalbaev does get the Lord, and this drag might be the end of them as Rustamov does go down. They don't have the penalty zone available. They have to run away. Team Uzbekistan trying to disengage as Yoriev will be able to escape. Only one. That was great.
Wow. Only a single death out of that fight. I think that is the best case scenario for Team Uzbekistan already. Even though we're looking at 7,000 gold deficit for the side of Uzbekistan, but I think it's fine. A total gold economy of 38,000. Just a little bit more, I will say. Although the lead is definitely growing a lot more than I would have wanted if I am rooting for Uzbekistan. From 18 minutes, I think we're gonna have to drag it out to 20 minutes.
Yeah, Lord going in, destroying the inhibitor turret. That is on that bottom side of the lane. Team Kyrgyzstan, right now, they're feeling it as they don't have Kalbaev. Rapid Dryad has been used time after fought. Now Kalbaev is here. Mepekov takes him out. And also Yoriev goes down. Only 3 members left from the side of Team Uzbekistan. They still have a creep wave coming in as the inhibitor turret will be going down. That flicker usage just in time for the side of Zotov as 2 inhibitor turrets are down.
It's okay. If it's just about 2 inhibitor turrets, I think it's fine. But if they were to lose the top lane inhibitor turret, then that is going to be a little bit rough for them to deal with.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Team members are not out in time. Merbekov falling extremely low, but Zotov unable to find the final ounce of damage.
There we go, there we go. All 3 inhibitor turrets taken down. A barren wasteland over to the side of Team Uzbekistan. Very good plays altogether, though. I would say that Uzbekistan was a little bit too stressed out in trying to make a play and trying to push the members from Kyrgyzstan away. To be fair, I understand. They want to ensure that their own backliners is able to secure some of these kills in order to accelerate their growth even more, because the leads is just growing even higher and higher. However, all these lead will eventually become diminishing returns the moment that we hit really late stages in the game. Do we even have enough time? Do we even have enough space for Team Uzbekistan to drag the game until 20+ minutes, where Zotov, Mamarasulov, as well as, or maybe just the entire team of Uzbekistan gets enough damage to withstand this firepower from Kyrgyzstan?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, they don't have any semblance of control other than the Raging Sandstorm, right? Sure, penalty zone is a form of pseudo-control, but it's more for the damage than anything. And meanwhile, the Wrath of the Dryad has been the main factor coming in from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, right? Where he's able to drag out so much time before the rest of the team can come in. That's why they can play split so far apart. And Team Kyrgyzstan, they might be splitting for the last time, as Team Uzbekistan, right now, they don't have any base turrets.
Having no base turrets, ultimately it will always mean that you will have macro disadvantages when the opponent is trying to take the Lord down. The opposite lane will constantly be pushed out, and you will always need to apply a single resource, someone down to the bottom lane to deal with the pushing wave.
And the timing has to be now. Ultimates have been popped from both sides here, and the Lord goes down to Asker Bekov. Now Uzbekistan, they have to disengage from this. Rustamov is down, Zotov is down. There's no damage coming through from the side of Team Uzbekistan. They're on the run here as Zerbek Ulu on the Bruno, still alive. Worldly connects here as Yoriev falls extremely low. 3 members left for the defense as 3 creep waves will be coming in, and Team Kyrgyzstan will get themselves a draw as we head into game number 3, 1-1.
GG, well played to Team Kyrgyzstan. In fact, this is a very strong early game lineup that allowed them to create a massive lead and essentially just ensured that Team Uzbekistan is unable to hit their critical mass by the allocated time. Naturally, in the early stages of the game, if the gold and economy were to be plotted out correctly, or if the game does not increase in terms of the income gap, then Uzbekistan would have gotten max items somewhere around 18 minutes. However, because of the fact that the Team Uzbekistan, Team Kyrgyzstan, they are so dominating and they are constantly just shoving out the opponents to ensure that they don't get much farm, then understandably, getting max farm will have to move on to later on from 18 minutes back to 19 minutes, back to 20 minutes even.
I think it was one player in particular, right? MVP of the game, Askerbekov, that really led to them just trying to run around like headless chickens, because Wrath of the Dryad, man, oh man, the one that he used in the mid lane where he bought time for Kalbayev to come in on the Leo Mord and then just force out these team fights. 134k damage taken. He was a solo frontline and he did not go down.
Oh, not a single time. Yep, not a single time. He's got so much items on himself, and he's extremely sticky in team fights as well. He may have took a lot of damage, but look at that. He does have Guardian Helmet, so he's constantly just going back over and over and over again. It's a really annoying hero to deal with, and he even have got Brave Smite on top of that.
I gotta say, a clean macro game coming out from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. Another factor where Team Uzbekistan were unable to recover is because they weren't able to traverse to the outside of the map, right?
They weren't able to get a kill even.
Yeah, because of Sheganov, because of the Paquito.
Yep.
This is why the Paquito is so strong. The moment you go out of the map, you get caught by accident, well, Sheganov is gonna punish you.
Yep. So the only time that you are able to kind of, open up the map a little bit is if, number one, your tanky heroes were to open up the map and kind of look at the brushes, or in this case, number two, you send Son over to kind of use the lanterns. But even if you send Son out, technically speaking, Sheganov can reach Son pretty darn easily.
Yeah, and also, right, if you look at the damage chart, Team Uzbekistan actually did more damage than Team Kyrgyzstan. And despite the fact the sustain was so strong, the MVP of the game, of course, Belarik, having that revitalized as well,
Yep.
just able to keep everyone up. The fact that they were able to stand as 5, that was just inherently so wrong, right? Because you see him running around with that green circle and just, hey, everybody, take a heal, take a heal.
And he's just unfazed, right? Because we are talking about marksman going up against what's his name again? Belarik. It's marksman against Belarik. And at a certain point in time, the Belarik just doesn't really care too much. The more you hit him, the better it is for him, especially if you are within close range and if you actually get hit by the Wrath of the Dryad even.
Yeah, definitely. And I would say just a bit of a premature victory coming out from the side of Team Uzbekistan when they wanted to go for that mid lane engage. They thought that with the Wrath of Dryad gone, they could jump in, but they forgot about Kalbayev. Oh my god, what team play coming through. And we really have a game on our hands, right? We saw game 1 where it swung towards Uzbekistan's favor. Now Team Kyrgyzstan, they strike back. We have a game 3 and both teams are so evenly matched.
Yep, this is probably, not probably, but this has so far been the only game that gave us a full 3-game series, and understandably so. Both of these two teams are very strong in their own regards, and they have showed their competence in each of the games that they have won with. And even in the games that they have lost, it is not an outright defeat. These are games that they definitely have got a chance to win, given the circumstances are right.
Yeah, definitely. I would say both sides, draft-wise, there was no error. Execution, they were both so good. It's just that one team always outshines the other, and this has to be one of the peak MLBB that we've ever seen. Because because it's always about two teams, right? One trying to get an edge over each other, trying to punish each other's mistakes. And when it doesn't become a draft error, I feel that, oh man, this is the best of the best.
Yep, this is the power of the Central Asia region at this point. Even though they are less viewed and less popular, that doesn't mean that they are out and running and they are not that strong after all. You know, we still need kind of like a litmus test between the Central Asia region versus the Southeast Asia region, for example. It's kind of tough to kind of compare regions like that. But within of their own region, we can pretty much tell that everyone's power level is actually quite similar.
Yeah, I would say if we put this central region in Group A, they will have.
Don't say Singapore.
They will have a good chance. Not against you.
Okay.
They will have a good chance of making it the top 5, right? Really, they will have a good chance. Of course, I don't think they can take down the Titans that are to come. Team Indonesia, Team Malaysia, Team Philippines as well. They can't take down Titans, but they can get that top 5.
Yeah, maybe they will be able to make some of the Southeast Asian teams, you know, kind of sweat a little bit. You know, Vietnam, Laos, Mongolia,
Singapore.
Singapore. Yeah,
I'm sweating already.
wait, is Mongolia even? Yeah, no.
Mongolia is in
it's not.
Group D, right? Yeah, Team
Yeah,
Mongolia
I
is
think
Group
so.
D.
Cambodia, sorry.
Yeah, Team Cambodia, Team Laos as well. Yeah, definitely.
Myanmar, Vietnam.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that the way that they play, the way that they approach the game is very similar to how Team Philippines approach the game as well, right? In terms of that macro play style, they play for the resource control. We saw that was a very long game. It was close to maybe 18 minutes game.
It is outright a 19 minutes game.
Yeah, it was a 19 minutes game, but there were only 14 kills. It was 13-1. And so we did see that, yes, the macro gameplay is still going strong. It was still exciting to watch. You can see that for Team Philippines, they play the same play style, and I can see that rubbing it off in Central Asia here.
To be honest, even when it comes down to the side of Uzbekistan, even though they lost, we can definitely see a masterful display of them just kind of moving around the lots bit. They understood that they should not be taking the lots. However, they should definitely try to stop the opponents from taking the lot. And if they did manage to go for a reset, just keep on letting the lot go for a reset over and over again. Try their very best to drag on the fight as long as possible while they still have that opening to farm at the bottom lane and the mid lane. Because that is the only time where the marksman can openly farm while the opponents are kind of like stuck in a situation where, okay, where do I go? What do I do?
Yeah, definitely. The Lord Dance perfectly executed. Now we saw one top tier pick come out, Freya, and we did see another top tier pick, Paquito.
Yep.
And we see why it's getting banned, right? Consistently getting banned. Now, will it leak through once again? No, maybe, you know.
Honestly,
Freya gone, we got Paquito gone. Maybe now leak the Marcel.
Yeah, I don't know about that though, but honestly, I'm just at that spot where the only qualm I have about that previous game is they went for, I think the Harry ban. No, okay. Basically, the final ban was not either Paquito, it's not either
Claude.
The Claude. Okay,
Yeah, they banned the Claude.
So they opened up the Paquito and they also opened up the Freya.
Yeah.
Just like that. It immediately signals to me that one team takes Paquito, other team takes the Freya. But in the end of the day, that did not happen. Which, honestly, I find it kind of a very unfortunate situation because both of these two heroes can really shape how a team can draft and how a team would want to play the game. It would have been quite a scary game if we were to see Paquito on one side and Freya on the other.
I think theory-wise, definitely it puts a lot of pressure into draft. But also on paper, right? I would rather play against a Freya than a Paquito in this current meta. Because in this current meta, I feel that, yeah, Freya is a problem, yes, but it was last meta's problem. And Paquito is new in the patch where it got so strong. Just the last month alone, we saw Freya just go crazy, but now Paquito is on that sunrise, and now we see broken walls away from flying clouds.
Okay, so no more flying clouds. We are back at it again with broken walls. I really need to shake away from the fact that, you know, broken walls has been seen a lot, but in actual fact, today it is pretty nicely randomized.
Yeah, it's pretty nicely randomized.
Unlike day one. 5 broken walls in a row.
Yeah, definitely. Now we do see both the
Your
Paquito
team is
and the
banned.
Freya being banned out. Phobius and Guinevere will not be seeing action in this game number 3 as well, as both teams are now 1-1 in terms of score. Wow. This has been a treat of a series here. 2 regions, 2 teams that we have yet to see grace that main stage, and they're fighting their hearts out in the land of Dawn.
So moving on from here, does seem like the Paquito and the Freya will be, both of them be banned by the side of Kyrgyzstan. They do not want to see any of that anymore. Marcel is currently still open, Baxia is open as well. What else are we looking at? Like Harif, Harif is open as well, Claude is open too.
Yeah, there's a lot of strong picks, but Marcel, I think...
Team is banning.
Come on, man. Team Kyrgyzstan, you gotta ban out the Marcel, man. If you lose to a Marcel here, you're never gonna live it down. So definitely, they ban out the Harley instead. So Team Uzbekistan, they have the chance to go for the Marcel now.
Are they going to?
Yeah, I mean,
Marcel!
you got to. Marcel is a problem.
So right now, at least, now Kyrgyzstan, they have a chance to respond. Baxia is currently still open onto the field,
Your
but they're
team
not going to
is
be picking that up. So if the Baxia were to go over to the hands of Uzbekistan, that kind of sounds like danger because Marcel is fast moving, the Baxia is fast moving as well. Now that they picked up Bruno, just pretty much means that they want to play for the early game. That doesn't definitely mean that Baxia is still a very good pick.
Yeah, I would say for the side of Team Uzbekistan, they know what they're doing, right? Against a Claude, you gotta pick that Bruno right now. I feel that Bruno is extremely strong against the Claude. It's a rock, paper, scissors, where, yeah, the Bruno gets beat out by the Granger, but the Claude gets beat out by the Bruno right now. And without the Harif in the pool, we don't have that all-encompassing magic damage to come through, where Harif just overpowers everyone in that early state of the game. Now for Valentina, that is a very curious
Your
pick,
team
right?
is
Valentina
banned.
first, because you can actually take away the golden hour.
So with the golden hour from both sides, it can definitely mean quite a bit because especially if you were to pick up a Claude for yourself in your own golden hour, the Claude can move freely.
Yeah, that blazing duet suddenly becomes a very viable option. But meanwhile, for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, I would say, yeah.
But that's a late game combo though. We
Yeah.
need to remember that.
Yeah, that is going to be a very good
Your
combo.
team
And they
is
do
banning.
go for the Akai here. So no Baxia,
Okay.
no Fredrin so far. We do see Leomord and Akai being the junglers of choice for
Okay.
both teams here now. EXP
All
lane?
right. XP lane. Both of these two teams have yet to identify their XP lane. At least for Uzbekistan, they need mid lane and XP. For Kyrgyzstan, they need an XP and roam in this case.
Yep.
So XP is going to be bleeding in between both of these two teams. Understandably, looking at this fact, let me think.
You gotta ban out the Tzu Sin here, right? Coming in from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan.
For Kyrgyzstan, probably, yeah. Maybe the Lilia and the Jusin right now. Uzbekistan, though, banning out. Oh, right,
Your
God is
team
fine as
is
well.
banning.
Yeah, I mean, one of the stronger mid lanes as well, so Team Kyrgyzstan will be looking to ban out the mid lanes. Meanwhile, for the side Team Uzbekistan, looking to ban out
Your
the
team is
EXP.
Yep. Sora, Lapu, they are all pretty decent coming in here. Right now, I think that the main thing is Team Kyrgyzstan, they don't have a very good engager per se.
Your
So
team is
Uzbekistan want to
banning.
take away some of these engagement tools, mostly from Lapu and maybe even Yu Chong to a certain extent.
I would say for the side of Team Uzbekistan, there is also that Cho that they can look to ban out for the side of Team
As
Kyrgyzstan.
a
Roam
roamer.
for
Okay.
Team Kyrgyzstan.
For Kyrgyzstan. I don't think that having a Cho on the Kyrgyzstan is that good because they don't have anyone that can really make full use of the Way of Dragon as a form of burst. You can kick, you can single out, but can you actually kill within that window is mostly going to be my question.
Okay,
Your
well done.
team is
Then, I mean, the Kalea as well. I mean, I'm just surprised we haven't seen my girl Kalea so much, so often, because it is still a very strong pick, and most of the teams, they have been just ignoring it. But meanwhile, for the other teams, like we see back in Group A, they do actually actively ban out the Kalea in that top 3 as well. So, yeah, now right now, it's still open in the pool.
So for Rome and XP for Kyrgyzstan, they can actually play very tanky front lines. just so that it's very difficult for them to give free kills over to the side of Uzbekistan and provide some window and farm over to the Claude to play over in the later stages of the game. Heroes that are generally tanky, that doesn't require too much effort. Lapu Lapu are generally good, but if you can just stick down there, have very good stats without having to duel, that would have been better.
Yeah, so for Team Kyrgyzstan, they're going with what works, right? Very good front line for Claude, Beleric with the counter gauge, Raf the Dryad coming through. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Uzbekistan, they need to find a way
fight.
Yeah, to access that Leo Mord a bit better, especially for the side of mid lane. They need something with good mid priority, right? Having that to Sin is going to be good as well. That Lapu Lapu coming in as a pick now for that mid lane. They will
Maybe
have to
Certain.
pick here, yeah.
Maybe Certain's not too bad here. The Fury of the Phoenix may be a pretty good answer over to Claude to kind of force the Claude to pick up the what was that again? Pick up the Purify. But otherwise, Yip is still okay as well as a form of artillery mage in that section.
Ah, I see what Team
High ground rather.
I see what Team Uzbekistan are going for here, right? You pick up that Yves to make sure that you have the RWM conundrum, right? It's whether or not you want to steal the RWM, whether or not you want to steal the Golden Hour. But at the same time, Team Kyrgyzstan, they go for the Yuzhong to force out that positioning of the Yves as well. And also, Yuzhong does very well against the Lapu Lapu.
Okay, yeah. So one thing about Yuzhong is he wants to, in some sense he wants to duel, but he doesn't necessarily have to stick down and fight, unlike a Lapu Lapu in this case. Lapu Lapu, every time you hit the opponents, you get a heal. However, what Yuzhong does is that you would definitely want to use a couple of your skills. You do have initiative tools, which is one of the more important part, and of course, slightly global presence kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel that Team Kyrgyzstan, they leak the Marcel, right? But they are also leaking the strats to deal with Marcel right now. Because I can see the vision going in, right? You have the Blazing Duet threat in the back line, you have the Black Dragon threat in the back line, and in the front line, you got the Beleric and also the Heavy Spin as well. So there is a lot of possibilities here as we go into game number 3. Team Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan. Interesting series so far. They forced us into the best of 3 series.
So now we do have got Team Kyrgyzstan that will be starting off at the purple buff side, getting to deal with the Horned Lizard. And for Team Uzbekistan, they will be starting off with the Beetle side, which is going to be the orange buff. Both of these two junglers will finish up and meet up at the XP lane. And if they were to continue doing that, it is understandably going to be Bruno versus Claude, and Bruno is going to have a pretty good time. Team Kyrgyzstan would need to look for opportunities to bring their members down to the bottom lane to ensure that they will be able to keep this Bruno in check.
Yeah, now the mid-lane priority, very key here. Kalbayev will be straight up going for that lead, though, to try and get a bit of an early game advantage here. And Chekanov is going to have a great time against Rustamov here, especially as a Yuzhong versus a Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu all the way until level 4. You can't really do anything to a Yuzhong. You can only hope to kind of throw your axes out and farm a little bit from that point on. Otherwise, most of the time, you're actually sticking right under the turret.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, you can't do much on the Marcel actually against Kyrgyzstan's lineup because the only main target that you want to go for is Murpikov. Generally, you pick Marcel to just jump in and steal and just be annoying in the enemy's jungle. But Akai and Askarbekov on that Beleric, they're going to be so good at defending against that.
Well, now we do have the turtle that will be spawning in 5 seconds. I'm not exactly sure if whether Uzbekistan have got the firepower to deal with this upcoming turtle fight though, but we shall see how that's gonna work. Rustamov, he doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. He's not level 4 either, and I don't think that he wants to go in with the Bravest Warrior with such low HP too. Kyrgyzstan should get this turtle no problems.
Yeah, Black Dragon form has been popped, petrified, not available photo just to use to keep him away, and a great keep away. This Kyrgyzstan is going to get that turtle here, but WM has been popped. Nothing is going to happen here because definitely both teams, they don't have the finishing damage without that petrify.
Yep, same thing as always. Like, as I mentioned, that Bravest Warrior coming in from Lapu Lapu is not going to give him anything. In fact, he needs to go back home soon. He don't have got much of the abilities to get him any form of farm. Anyone can just rush right in and get a kill onto him. However, to be honest, that will be a little bit too much because Team Kyrgyzstan, they don't have someone that can really, free dive him that much.
Yeah, and definitely, I would say both utilities, right? Very telegraphed. One will be the heavy spin coming out from the side of Kalbayev, and also the next one will be the ultimate coming out from the Leomord, where he needs to jump into the back lines to get the kill. Murbekov and also the other squishy, which is the Claude Zambek Ulu, he will be that main target. But with the BMI and the flicker, I don't see a way where Zambek Ulu actually perishes at all in this game because of the lack of control. As long as he plays the lane safe, I feel that this is a game where it's so hard for the Claude to just perish. There's no catch for the Claude.
Let me think. The only form of catch really is the golden hour, huh?
Yeah.
Practically speaking, this is the kind of situation as well where you kind of wait for the opponent to make a mistake.
Yeah, now Black Dragon form being forced out. Now with the ultimate, Kalbayev is here. Heavy spin will be there. They are actually going for the re-engage. Your golden hour has been popped. Shekinev waiting in the bushes. And Team Uzbekistan, they know that if they take this fight, that Petrify is waiting for them. Askerbekov is here. It could have popped that Raptor Dryad, but does not know that there's not enough damage. Now, for the side Team Kyrgyzstan, both sides still keeping it chill. That heavy spin still not popped so far.
This game has a lot of touch and go, but take a look down the bottom lane.
Yeah, that Blazing Duet is not going to be enough to save you, my friend. That soccer ball is dealing a lot of damage. Bruno wins Claude.
Hands down. But in the meantime, here we go. Turtle fight.
Yeah, RWM has been popped so far. Kalbayev with the real world manipulation and also the heavy spin in back-to-back here as Sun unable to find any damage here. As long as the heavy spin does not pin anyone, as long as the Petrify does not catch anyone, there won't be any kills throughout the map.
No kills at all for either one of these two teams. The problem that we see right now, at least for Team Uzbekistan, is that they are a team that can actually play early game, and I won't say that they... Honestly, they are a team that can play early game. Yeah, they can kind of pop off in the mid stages of the game pretty well. That is something that Rustamov can do very well, Mamarasulov as well, and Zoltov. So as much as possible, they want to get that advantage over Kyrgyzstan before it goes over to the late game stage, which is ultimately going to be in the territory of Zemmerbek.
Yeah, both teams are actually very defensive in terms of that composition. I gotta say, it's gotta be on that heavy spin once again, and also for the side of Team Uzbekistan, right? Real manipulation is not gonna result in anything, but definitely for them, they are relying on the timing coming out from the Leomord, especially hoping that the Leomord does get the damage through, but who will be the target? Murbekov might be the only avenue of entry here for Team Uzbekistan.
All standing turrets are still available. A little bit of skirmishes in between for both of these two teams, but they are all constantly just disengaging from one another, not wanting to get too deep into some of these fights. They do not want to overcomplicate things. They also do not want to overstay their welcome in some of these fights. That means that this is going to stay the same over a long periods of time. So the only thing that is working out is turrets, net neutral objective. The turtle has consistently went over to the side of Kyrgyzstan. That's pretty much all.
Yeah, now with this 6 minutes into the game, right? This is going to be a case where in the mid game, that shard residue is going to become a problem. But looking at the bottom lane, with the Blazing Duet, Zarmabak actually gets the better of Zoltov, and 1v1. Now Black Dragon form being popped with the Raptor Dryad here. Real manipulation being forced onto both sides, and nothing is going to happen so far. It's just two wet noodles slapping each other, but Mama Rasulov does come through with the turtle, and also the frag onto Shekinov as three members of Team Kyrgyzstan. They are running away, but Team Kyrgyzstan, behind all this, is Zarmabek just getting that bottom lane turret.
The whole 7 minutes that we have been watching was just a pressure cooker, just creating such big pressure. And the moment that we see that fight happen, we also do have Zemmerbek that manages to take a 1v1 fight against Zoltov, which is honestly very surprising to see Zoltov lose. But in the end of the day, we finally have managed to see a turtle taken by Uzbekistan, they got a kill of their own as well, and a turret takedown of their own too.
Yeah, I would say for Team Kyrgyzstan, right, they made a slight mistake on Shekhinov just to go towards Mama Rasulov. He did have that Petrify available. If he was able to pop that, that would have resulted in a much different key timing, especially with the RWM up from the side of Murbikov. Now, inside of that mid lane as well, RWM being popped up, and now we got square on square action as Sun, well, square on diamond maybe.
Oh, I don't know about this, dude. They're just echoing each other, right? In the meantime, that was a amazing, or rather really nice RWM coming in from Murbikov. He did manage to kind of hold 4 people inside of the box. However, no form of follow-up coming from the side of Kyrgyzstan. They do not want to overstay their welcome as well, and it's all in all very difficult decisions for either one of these two teams to make.
Yeah, currently mid defense will be the name of the game here for the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, right? They want to get the turrets as much as possible, but Zotov already pulling ahead in terms of that slight little macro.
As they slowly move on from this point, Kyrgyzstan, they do have a slight push out from the side of the bottom lane. But they're just waiting for the perfect timing here in the middle lane. But here we go, Conceal.
Yeah, conceal play, but I don't think this is going to result in anything. That
Maybe.
Petrify needs to come in onto Zotov, but he still has to flicker away if he wishes to do so, and Zotov does. And the RWM comes through. Shekhinov actually goes down here, going in slightly too deep. Kelbayev with the heavy spin, not pinning anyone to the wall at the moment. Damage is not there from Zamerbek. Ulu, Team Kyrgyzstan, they have to retreat so far. Rustamov will be that only casualty as Kelbayev does go down. Zotov is still alive, but he's so close to death here. Murbikov finds the finish onto Zotov, and it's going to be 2 for 2. What a result here. It's still so even for both teams.
After all that has happened, both teams only lost 2 members? Oh boy, this is all about min-maxing, isn't it? Okay, let's take a look at that, right? So, out of the entirety of the fight, Zotov went down, Rustamov went down as well. Okay, thank God we do have the instant replay. We have a pretty good idea. Shekhinov for Rustamov. So, it's both of the XP laners that lost one another. However, Kelbayev did go down coming in from the side of Kyrgyzstan. So, at this point, kind of equal.
Yeah, it's
still very equal. Okay, I think the only problem is Zotov went down.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge problem as well. But the thing is, Team Kyrgyzstan, they've shown that they have different avenues of starting fight, right? Forcing the fight out with the Black Dragon form, having the Rapid Dryad in the back as well. Shekhinov can essentially go down as he wishes as long as Askerbekov is alive for Zamerbek. Meanwhile, Team Uzbekistan, they won't have that same insurance to defend Zotov. That golden hour is going to be so important in trying to just defend out Zotov.
Kyrgyzstan, unfortunately, I don't think that they have what it takes to defend this Lord, though. They do have a pushing wave in the middle lane. Most of their HP is really down also. Less than 50% HP, some of them even.
Yeah, Petrify is back up for the side of Shekhinov though, but Murbikov falling extremely low. The sustain is not the same level as before in game 2, and this is the Marcel problem that we've been seeing, right? There's so much vision, and also with the help of Zotov Soccer Balls, they will be able to bring it down here. Team Kyrgyzstan though, jump in with the heavy spin here. Black Dragon form is being used in the back line. There is no flicker. Zotov actually has it, and Shekhinov will be going down in the back line. Askerbekov not able to get the Rapid Drive down. Now Murbikov going down as well. Zamerbek has to turn tail and highway it away as Kelbayev will be the last casualty. Team Kyrgyzstan loses 4.
Yep, unfortunately, right as the fight ended, Zotov had the biggest power spike when it comes down to the Malefic gun. The moment that he picked up a Malefic gun, unfortunately, Shekhinov is a little bit out of range already. It's really difficult for him to pick that up. This is the exact moment that Zotov got his Malefic gun. Shekhinov can do whatever that he wants. He can drop down from his dragon form into this Petrify and hope that he will be able to get a kill out on Zotov. But whenever he has the flicker, he will find a way to get out.
Yeah, Rapid Dryad has been used here, but there's nothing to follow up with this. They're just trying trying to just take and chip away the Lord. Real manipulation pop from the side of Murbekov. This is Team Kyrgyzstan's box. Now the other box has been popped as well from the side of Sun. Rustamov takes out Karlbayev at this point. Golden Hour extremely good. Black Dragon form not enough here as Zemabek falling extremely low. Blazing Duet still not being popped. Rustamov trying to get his HP back up. He's been surviving these team fights time and time again.
We're now back over to a solid push from the side of Uzbekistan, but I'm not too sure whether they can even do anything from this point. They manages to bring down the middle lane T3 turret, and so is the bottom lane T3 in 13 minutes in. And that was the pressure cooker. 7,000 goal lead right now from Team Uzbekistan from a single very decisive win.
Yeah, and the problem is, right, unable to have any defensive items on the Yuzhong, only the Oracle so far. I believe if he went for a physical defense item, he would have a much better time into jumping into these team fights. Now, that healing factor, not going to be enough. They know that they have two frontliners, but Shekinov needs that tank ability to be able to jump into the back lines. That third item will go a long way here, but can they get it in time for Team Kyrgyzstan here?
Unfortunately, I think that Zotov is currently completely out of reach. We have seen Shekinov try again and again and again to try to catch on to Zotov. I'm not too sure whether it's about timing right now. I'm not too sure if whether it's about target prioritization anymore, but this Bruno hurts a little bit too much for this Yuzhong to handle all by himself.
I think it's a problem of Yuriev, right? Where the Marshal is able to give them so much vision, they can see the flank coming. They can see the entire team fight before it even begins. And there's a disrupt with the photo coming through as well. So Team Kyrgyzstan, they don't have the plays coming through. Now, with the conceal play, they want to go for this Lord. They want to fight outside their base. And this might potentially be the last year Black Dragon form has been used. You see the disengage coming through. And Team Uzbekistan are playing this so well. Now, this bush control has been taken by the side of Shekinov, and Karlbayev once again goes for that jump, but with the heavy spin, not pinning anyone down. He gets the Lord though. Team Kyrgyzstan, they're actually doing it, but Zotov still alive, and Shekinov able to not get out as three members goes down, and triple kill for the side of Zotov. So far, Murbekov will fall as the Maniacs secure. Team Uzbekistan are doing it with the last creep wave. They will take the series 2-1.
So what if you get the Lord? So what if you're playing as a Kai? So what you heavy spin everyone else away and take the Lord? As long as we kill everyone, and as long as we all survive, and as long as every single one of these creep waves marches into the opponent's base, we will be undefiable.
Bruno is back, baby.
Bruno is so back, dude.
Bruno is so back. We are so back with Bruno. Oh man, that was a banger of a series. Indeed, we saw game number 1, game number 2, and game number 3. It was so back and forth from both sides. And I gotta say, right, it has always been that top tier band that really wins the game for them every single time. First game was the Freya. Second game was the Paquito. Third game was the Marshal.
It always comes down to something that leaked out that created a composition that, you know, it becomes very pivotal. That character that leaked out became a very pivotal part of the team that allowed another character to work out very well. In this case, of course, Zotov, he did whatever that he could thanks to Yuriev with a total of 1 kills, 0 death, and 12 assists. Total of 93% kill participation, by the way.
Yeah, we should have seen this coming, right? From the way that he was playing on that game 1 as well. This was the MVP of game 1 as well. Yuriev, he does such a great job of that vision control. 1, 0, and 12. He sees the team fights. If you take a look at the photos that disrupt the team fights that's going on, it was on the Black Dragon form. It was before the heavy spin could have been used. That heavy spin could have come out a lot sooner, but that 1 to 2 milliseconds of disrupt man, it changed the entire pace of the fight.
Well, it's really unfortunate that I don't know if whether this is a part of where it's unfortunate or not, or Kyrgyzstan is just kind of testing the ropes a little bit. They let a couple of them through and like, okay, we give Paquito, okay, we give the we give this, we give that, and in the end of the day, they still gave them Marcel. There's way too much heroes to ban at this point in time.
Yeah.
Really way too much. And this is why first pick, first ban actually is so pivotal to the team.
Yeah, and I gotta say, for the side Team Kyrgyzstan, right, going against the Marcel, they went with the Yuzong strategy, with the Akai, and also the Belarig, right, the triple tank, the TT strategy, right? And that was kind of a good move by them because they survived through the early game very well. They survived through most of the mid game. But when it comes down to when that matters, that split-second timing, that Marcel is still a huge problem.
There is that gap that we were waiting for, you know, that window of opportunity for either one of these two teams to kind of break out of the game. Zoltov constantly has been waiting for that power spike. The Malefic Gun did such wonders over to this Bruno. The moment he gets this Malefic Gun, no one's touching him. This is not a lineup that Kyrgyzstan will be able to touch as long as there's a Malefic Gun onto the hands of Zoltov.
I mean,
Endless kiting, dude.
Bruno is so back. I mean, we're talking.
No one talks about Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno at this point, man.
Remember in M6 when Malefic Gun was introduced and Bruno just became top tier, right? And we forgot about how well he does against the Claude. And now with Claude back into the meta, well, suddenly Bruno seems like a great idea.
Yep. You wouldn't have thought that a simple soccer ball would hit your face so hard, dude.
World Cup season, baby.
Terminal velocity, dude. Oh boy. But we gotta have to agree. This game, in fact, the past few games, it has actually been very enjoyable. With this being a full 3-game series, honestly, make it best of 5. We'll watch all 5-game series.
Make it best of 7. Make it best of 9.
Make it best of 9. We'll watch all 9.
Both regions, they have been surprising us, right? Group
Honestly,
B,
yeah.
Group C, right? We saw Team Iran going up against Team Jordan. Guys, if you have not watched that match, oh my God. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Now, this one as well. Team Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan. We've heard good things about Team Kyrgyzstan. Now Team Uzbekistan as well. Oh man, oh man. Group C looks good. Whoever goes up against Team Kazakhstan, Team Kazakhstan's a monster as well.
Yo, let's also remember that this is not an easy bracket right now because we are looking at very strong players from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. And just like that, we have one of these two teams that unfortunately will not qualify at all. As a matter of fact, right now, we will probably get, you know, the standings later on, but Kazakhstan is currently at the top together with Uzbekistan, or rather, first place is Kazakhstan, second place Uzbekistan. And unfortunately for the side of Kyrgyzstan, they did manage to get a game out of Uzbekistan, but we will only get a more solidified idea if whether they will actually still stay on third place by the end of day 4.
This is going to be tight. This is going to be tight. For Group C, we'll only find out at day 4.
This is so tough, dude.
Oh, I'm so glad
Day 3
to
has
have
got
casted.
no games on them, you know? So they literally have one entire day just sitting there and just thinking, what do we do?
Oh my God, take a look at the bracket
man.
standings right here. Now Team Kazakhstan and Team Uzbekistan sitting at the top. I mean, for them, they don't have that last chance qualifier. So top 2 makes it through to the Asian Games in Japan, Nagoya.
Yep.
Oh.
Super cutthroat, buddy. It's so cutthroat. Just by looking at the standings over here. You look at Kyrgyzstan, they got 0-1, and you'll be thinking, I think they won't be they won't make it. But hey, you never know because they have to go up against Kazakhstan. And at this point in time, even I have no idea how Kazakhstan is going to go up against Kyrgyzstan right now.
At this point in time, I'm looking up airplane tickets to go to Central Asia just to host the MPL for them. Oh my God, these guys are insane, bro.
Oh
and now
God.
looking at the side of Group D, right? Team Mongolia still standing at the top. Team Hong Kong, China now 2-1, putting themselves in the top 2. Team Pakistan going for that last chance qualifier slot. But this is not the last day yet, it's still day 2. So standings have not been decided as we have the bottom 2, Team Nepal and Team Sri Lanka.
Yep. So at least for day number 2 games, I don't think that we have seen Pakistan going up against Team Hong Kong, China as of yet, because that will be mark their 3rd game of the day, I suppose. But regardless, it will take some time before we reach there. But unfortunately, we're not going to be watching on this stream. It will be happening on the other stage.
Yeah, and today has been a day where we have lost a lot of marbles from Team Iran, Team Jordan, and now with Team Uzbekistan and Team Kyrgyzstan. But you want to see us losing more marbles? Because next match is going to be Team Singapore versus Team Indonesia.
We're going to probably go crazy about that. So make sure you guys come back in and watch out how that these 2 teams is going to fare.
Allow me to release your eternal bloom!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again, of course, to the 2026 Asian Games Qualifiers for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. My name is Abstract. With me here is Moment. We are now down at it for Group A, where we will be shaking in our boots.
I'm having
Shiver me timbers.
stress headache right now. Team Singapore going up against Team Indonesia. I mean, the statistics man says in me that, well, doesn't look good, but the patriotic side can't stop, right?
Yes.
But
Copium.
paper alone, we've lost
Yep.
0-2 to Team Vietnam.
Yep.
We've lost 0-2 to Team Laos.
Yep.
But against Team Indonesia, we're gonna have a chance.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna two of them. Yeah, no issues.
Definitely for sure. I mean,
Manifestation.
yeah, definitely for sure.
Yes.
If BTR can win, definitely Team Singapore can do the same as well.
Right now, all at this point in time, throughout the entire game, I'm probably just gonna be looking at my show caller the whole damn time, as he's probably gonna give me, strike me a smirk after every game.
Yes. Team Indonesia, man, oh man, what a team to have represented here at the Asian Games qualifier. We did see them have a great show yesterday. Very
Amazing
clean.
show. Actually.
Very clean, I gotta say.
Yep.
And we haven't seen Team Singapore on stage.
Not
so
yet.
This will be the first time on stage. These are names that we are very familiar with. And looking at the lineup for the side of Team Singapore on the gold lane, we got Keith, aka Vanix. And also on the roam, we got Bellamy, aka Lozi, and also Royvin on that mid lane. Used to be known as Godzilla, now as Roy.
More like Roy than went to Godzilla.
Roy then went to Godzilla, then back to Roy again.
Yep.
And of course, on the jungle, we got Jun Xiang, which is also known as Yon. And on the EXP lane, Tristan, who is known as Gear.
Yep. So understandably, when it comes down to this lineup, we definitely know what they are capable of because, we've been casting MPLSG for quite some time now. And when it comes down to their individual performances, they are definitely strong within their own regards. But when it comes down to them playing as a team, well, it's been a long time since we kind of seen them together as one.
Oh man, the boys!
KGP, man.
The back.
Eugene!
Boys are back on stage, and now I'm so excited to be casting for them once again here at the Asian Games Qualifier, but not in this fashion, right?
Not in this fashion, yeah.
Because the team that they're going up against is going to be a huge mountain to climb. This is Team Indonesia. On the gold lane, we got Dingarai, also known as Arfi. On that roam role, Alexander, also known as Alec. Dalvin, also known as Hijume. And Afan, also known as Yasuke and Shauki, aka Nino. And these guys, they've been tearing it up on the global stage.
They are definitely one of the titans that Team Singapore have to go past, and they are going to be a massive obstacle. Day number one has not been looking great for them. We gotta have to agree. So hopefully when it comes down to today's game, perhaps they went through the VODs a bit. They understood a little bit more about how to, go past the members here from Team Indonesia in order for them to get a nice finish. Hopefully be able to get at least one game. If they can get two games, even more perfect. But of course, no pressure, no pressure onto them. I just want to see them play the best MLBB that they can.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to see the prime versions of themselves here today at this show match. I would say it's going to be a great show, right? Back into Group A where, well, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, it's the strongest here, and definitely one of the strongest teams to go up against as well, Team Indonesia. What a way to go.
Indeed. Some of these teams, or some of these players from Team Singapore, we can definitely say that they are one of the best in their own specific roles. But of course, if we have to look at Team Indonesia, not only are they really great, and if not best in their own roles, they come in from the same team as well. So they do have a lot of chemistry. They do have a lot of, I would say that a lot of time with one another to really practice some of these strategies, some of these plays with each other. So in terms of experience aside, Team Indonesia, they are really crazy.
Yeah, with Coach Kenny Dio, Zephyr behind them as well, the brains behind this team. Well, oh well, they've delivered a great performance in the last international that we see, the M7 stage, and now they are here shedding off their alter ego with their alter ego and coming in with the government-given names. As we go into the map selection now, we are going into Dangerous Grass.
All right. So with Dangerous Grass right now, this pretty much have, you know, a lot more, hopefully we'll play a lot more assassin kind of gameplay, a lot more pick-up in this case. Leaking out heroes like Paquito is definitely going to be very difficult. They might very likely want to go out for a full ban of that sort. As you can see, Team Singapore, from second, being in second pick, second ban, they definitely want to take that out.
Yeah, and these are bans that I'm kind of used to seeing, right? Looking at the bans coming through, Phoveus and also Kalea being banned out. Now the Paquito and also, I believe, the Fanny being banned out from the side of Team Singapore as well, right? So this is back to familiar ground, right? We're seeing Fannies getting banned.
So at least we still have one more ban for each of these teams. Understandably, I would like to believe that Marcel still have a spot to be banned out, as well as, oh crap, it's Marcel, Guinevere, as well as Freya.
Yeah,
these three, one of these three will be leaked out, definitely. And it will go over to the hands of Team Indonesia at one point in time.
Yeah, at this point, it's about picking your poison because they do ban out the chip here for the side of Team Indonesia. There's going to be a lot of leaks here, right? And we did see Marcel just being a problem here. Do they give that to Team Indonesia? Yes, they do. They ban out the Freya instead.
Okay, so now it is all about either you get a Guinevere or you get a Marcel. In this case, Indonesia is not going to go for either of those. They want to focus down to giving Delvin that juice in for themselves, and now Singapore have the opportunity to choose. Do they want to focus and get a Harif for themselves to secure the gold lane, or do they want to pick up some of these stronger drafts, or rather stronger picks in their own roles, such as getting the Guinevere for the jungle, or perhaps Marcel in the roam, or maybe even both?
Yeah, definitely. The Marcel is available as well. If they want to go for the Marcel Harif into that Yves pick, that is also a possibility, especially with a Deucin opener. You do have to think about that mid lane priority as well, right? We know what Delvin is capable of. Yesterday, when he was playing in that Team Indonesia side, his Deucin was extremely scary. But instead, with Dangerous Grass, they go for Hilda and the Baxia pick.
Okay, so just from the Baxia and the Hilda, we pretty much know that they want to play early game. Like really early game, they want to storm over in Team Indonesia. And it's not just the fact that they have good firepower on the Hilda, but they also do have pretty good survivability on top of that. With tank jungler as well as a tank roam from the side of Hilda. In fact, it doesn't matter. It doesn't necessarily have to be a tank, a roam Hilda. It can even be a XP Hilda.
Yeah, I mean, with this current patch, I feel that EXP Hilda is still kind of viable, right? It's still kind of viable, especially if you are trying to play for that macro-based playstyle, trying to force out that 1v1 engages. Now for Team Indonesia, they will have that Claude available, instantly pick it up. Marcel will not be seen at all, and we go for that Fredrin pick coming out from the side of Team Indonesia.
So Hilda definitely will have a very good lane priority, although it's pretty fair to say that she will not have very strong wave clear. However, she does have very good mobility. So even if your opponent is able to clear the wave fast and get out of lanes, at one point in time, Hilda would definitely be able to catch up due to her sheer movement speed because of skill 1. Eventually she'll get there, and of course, by the time that they meet up to the team fight, there is a very high chance that Hilda would be full HP, while the opponent would have been poked out to at least, or rather, at least 3/4 of a HP.
Yeah, and with Team Indonesia's pick, right? Do you go for the Eve here? Do you go for the Harif here versus the Claude, right? You don't want to pick a Harif into a Claude, so they go for neither. They go for the Sora here. They bolster onto that tankiness with that Shifting Skies. Well, I would say Sora right now, it's still strong, but there are teams that learn how to play against the Shifting Skies already.
Yeah, so just because of the Sora pick right now, there is no more ambiguity as to where the Hilda is going to go. Hilda is definitely going to go to the roam, and Sora is going to go over to the XP, leaving out the gold lane as well as the mid lane that is required for Team Singapore to pick out. So when it comes down to the bans for this side, it's understandable that they are definitely going to go for a very tanky orientation. They want to play early game. So for Team Indonesia, one of their few choices is that they want to take away very early game of marksmen. In this case, Granger, Bruno, Clint are all very good bans that Indonesia can look out for.
Yeah, very weird ban coming out from the side of Team Singapore, right? Going for the Valentina ban, fearing that maybe the EXP
Valentina
lane,
XP,
yeah,
yes.
that might come out. Generally, we do see a lot of the counters when initially Sora was introduced, right? You got to go Shifting Skies. Well, I am you. Get the Shifting Skies for yourselves. Go into the cloud farm.
Being on par.
Yeah, just be on par as much as possible. So yeah, that is one of the early bans that we do see out. And for Team Indonesia, it will be that Eve ban, which is very good against that Zusin in terms of that mid lane priority.
Yep. So for Team Indonesia, they have a lineup that really wants to allow them to play control. They want to control the game as much as possible, allow the Claude to be able to move around the map a lot more freely, so they need to have quite a bit of mobility. Allowing the XP to be freed a lot earlier is ultimately very important. So it does seem like for Coach Eugene have decided to take away the CC just to ensure that Team Indonesia don't get a free lane out of XP.
Yeah, definitely. Sora giving him an easier time. Well, you do get that snowball going, and then you get to use more instances, right, where the Sora is not kept in lane, especially by the CC as well. That's one of the key factors that we do see the thought of CC going into that EXP lane as well. Now, meanwhile, for Team Indonesia, they still want to secure a good priority mid lane. They can still ban out maybe the Zetian, and also there is that Gord available still in that pool as well.
Gord, dude. Yep. Okay, so Lilia being taken away is also one of those heroes that is really good into a dive composition, which is what Team Singapore is trying to do. They want to do target prioritization, which is something we see a lot. They need to be able to call out some of these shots a lot faster and and very well. Hilda is very single target oriented. Baxia is going to be the same thing as well. Sora does have very strong power when he goes over to Storm form. If you do want an edge over the opponents in terms of firepower.
Yeah, and going for the side of Team Singapore right now, they will have that choice of gold lane here. Not a lot of gold laners are being banned out. They can go for the Moskov, but they might not want to show their hand too early, right? They do need to get a semblance of late game versus the Claude. The Harith, I don't think they are going to go for it, but mid lane right now feels like it's going to be the Kimmy.
So at least the Kimmy will be that part of the insurance policy that Team Singapore is trying to look out for, but that also means that there will be a small little lapse in the early stages of the game where they don't have that bursty firepower in the event they want to play a bit more burst. So right now, Team Singapore, they're a very commando team comp. The moment that they go in, they want to finish it right there and then. So this way, Team Singapore can play a very early game-oriented gold laner, which does mean that having a Kimi in mid lane, you are not limited to playing early game marksmen such as Clint, the Bruno or Granger. You can actually start to play gold lane fighters like Ruby, for example.
Yeah, on the contrary though, you can still play the Bruno for that kind of bully against the Claude, but the Arlott does come out. I'm surprised that it wasn't banned out instead of the CC, right? Because the Arlott and also the Fredrin combo just very oppressive, especially in this current meta as well. Now, combined with that glue, Team Singapore, they have a lot to deal with.
They do have a lot, but I can understand why they prefer to ban out the CC over the Arlott. They want to ensure that they take the tempo all the way from the start of the game and do not...
Yeah, okay. We have the Leslie pick coming out from the side of Team Singapore, and well, oh well. Leslie, my favorite hero, but I'm not too sure what's going on here for the side of Team Singapore. And yeah, this might be a new strat coming in. We were talking about trying to bully the Claude out of lane. Yes, Leslie good at bullying, but I would say in terms of survivability, not much there. But of course, you can see the Fredrin and the glue coming. So you gotta play such good positioning though.
Yeah, okay, so right now, we talk about catch. When it comes down to Leslie, Leslie is great at escaping catch, only to a certain extent. Leslie can go invisible, so these kind of targeting spells will no longer be applicable. So it's technically a good answer over to Alot, so that he's unable to be too sticky onto you, constantly just second skill right into your face. But my question is if whether glue can still attach to you as a Leslie when you're invisible.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Okay. Yes, you can. The answer is yes. And now we are going into game number 1. Team Indonesia versus Team Singapore here. Team Singapore yet to find a win, and Team Indonesia sitting at the top of Group A so far.
Yep. So this is a very unprecedented team comp. So far for Team Singapore, I don't mind all the way from the start to the 4th one. But the Leslie definitely threw me completely off guard. I do want to see what kind of hidden tech Team Singapore might have for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. Going with the marksman emblem as well will not have that kind of sustain, but both have that quantum charge available. Now, in that mid lane, there's already an early game skirmish. Bellamy going for it at the start here as Junxiang in a bit of trouble as Afan is here. That taunt is available as well, and now Junxiang trying to get away, but Alexander finds the damage through and flickers away to safety along with Delvin. Team Indonesia, very clean use of the battle spells.
That is a very long team fight in the middle lane, and it is really unfortunate that Baxia is the one that went down throughout the entire fight, and Team Indonesia was not able to find one onto Delvin, which had to expend a flicker in order to get herself out of the kill range.
Yeah, at level 3 at that point, couldn't draw the Baxia towards him at that point, but they found the damage through, right? Delvin just laying down the law with that lantern, and now for Tristan versus Xiaoqi here, the Sora, once you reach that level 4, it becomes a huge problem to deal with, but the Arlet can potentially clear out the creep wave before it even starts. Now Taunt being found out by Afan. We have that brawl going as Team Singapore, they bring in Kimmy. Alexander falling extremely low, but still disengaging just in the nick of time here. Team Singapore will not get anything going for them.
Yep, at least they did manage to bring Alexander's HP to all-time low, but they're not going to be stopping out the fight. Team Indonesia rushing in.
Yeah, Bellamy unable to survive here despite being in that bush, and notice that shifting skies being played out, that cloud form being used onto Afan. Afan gets taken out. Retribution out for the count. Tristan still fighting into this as Junxiang still surviving through it all. This is a good fight for the side of Team Singapore. They do get the turtle, and Xiaoqi falling extremely low, and Roy does find the finish. Team Singapore actually doing it here.
Yep, looks like they did manage to go pretty dead even against Team Indonesia as of now, being able to get 2 kills of their own and also taking the turtle for themselves. But the question is, where are all these kills going to? Roy with 1 and Junxiang with 1. In the meantime, for Team Indonesia, we do have 1 on the Alexander and 1 over to the side of Xiaoqi. Unfortunately, you wouldn't want to see it from onto the side of Alexander. You would hope that it goes over to Delvin instead.
Yeah, jump onto Alexander. Bellamy unable to find the finish. The flicker has been used away, but dragged back as Bellamy will eventually go down. Wait a minute, the damage is not coming through from the side of the Tucson. Bellamy still running away, so close here. Delvin does find the finish. Now Royvin does want to deal the damage as much as possible, but Tristan is here, unable to find that pull in with the ultimate.
Okay, that team fight, we can see that there was a lapse in communication. One of them was going for, or rather Roy was going in for Delvin, and unfortunately for Junxiang, he was just looking for Afan. They need to get a more steady prioritization going in. Do they want to deal with the front lines, or do they want to deal with the support?
Yeah, and really, I would say, still on the gold lane itself, Dingarai still farming up a storm, but now with that going, Junxiang, he's in a lot of trouble here, unable to tank up the damage. Appraisal's Wrath being used, flicker forward coming out from Delvin as well. Team Indonesia, they are going full ham here as they are unable to land the final splash, but they already got 2 kills for themselves.
Fight's not going to be over just yet, though. It does seem like re-engage coming from Tristan.
Yeah, Tristan here will be able to get out. He does have that storm form available. And now, with that, the traction pole is not there as well.
Well, going back to even grounds, even though Team Indonesia managed to get quite a lot of kills out of those fights, the gold advantage is only at 1,000 gold. not too shabby. But a lot of fight has been going on in the XP lane. Team Singapore and Team Indonesia, they have been constantly trying to push the fights towards the northern area, leaving the bottom lane completely untouched, leaving Leslie and Claude to fight for themselves.
Yeah, and Delvin really in these positions have been left unpunished so far. Jinxiang going with the shield unity onto Alexander. That might not be a good target here, but the cloud form is used in the center. Delvin with the ultimate dealing so much damage. Bellamy and Jinxiang goes down. Tristan as well. Team Indonesia, they're dealing so much damage as Afan gets the turtle and Alexander takes out Keith. Royven, the only one alive. Team Indonesia with a bloodbath.
They're lacking in damage right now. Team Singapore can find themselves in a really tough spot in trying to land some of these kills. As we mentioned before, right? When it comes down to playing in a war of attrition, when your team is generally very tanky, you need to be able to identify who are going to be the main attraction or your main guy that you need to prioritize on. Right now, it's kind of still all over the place. At least for Tristan, he's trying to set up for the team. While in the meantime, the team from the side of Team Singapore, they don't necessarily have got what it takes to be able to melt down a composition like Team Indonesia in a three-man, I guess, if they're all grouped up in three-man, which is what Tristan managed to do.
Yeah, 4,000 gold advantage so far coming in for the side of Team Indonesia, and they're not letting the pressure slip. Already the bottom lane tier turret is down, and they're looking for that tier 1 turret. And Delvin, in these positions, he's been so safe, still has that flicker, still has that ultimate, and Team Singapore has no way to initiate on him, despite Tristan always being in that forefront.
I do really want to find out how this is going to work out now. And now, immediately.
Does go in. Shifting Skies has been found, but Afan, he's falling low, but he's not going to be low enough as Bellamy does not find the finish. Tristan so falling low as well. Team Indonesia, they're doing it. And now once again, Dalvin, he's pulling out so much damage as Dingarai comes in with a blazing duet, but Shauki with a triple kill.
Unfortunately, it does seem like the Leslie coming in from the backside, at least he was able to escape from all of these deaths. He did manage to do quite a number of damage over to the side of Delvin, but unfortunately not quite enough. She's not exactly at critical mass as of yet, and right now just need to stick around with the team to ensure that she don't get singled out, because this is a team comp from the side of Team Indonesia that can really put this Leslie in a really tough spot.
Yeah, 6,000 gold advantage. This is why you don't give the Arlet away to the side of the Fredrin user, right? That final slash together with that taunt combination, it becomes much of a bigger threat, especially with Delvin being able to stand all the way in front. They don't need vision. They got to sin, and Delvin is doing so well. Alexander just teasing out the damage going through, and they will eventually get the turtle, and that's the objective gaming settled, and they set their eyes on that mid lane. Tristan goes in with that cloud form, Shifting Skies, unable to find that full damage through, and they still lack the damage from the side of Team Singapore. They can't focus fire anyone down.
Tristan is constantly trying to look up for opportunities in order to set up for the team and of course drag everyone back towards the turret in order to get some of these damage being poked out over to the side of Team Indonesia. Unfortunately, we're looking at 8 minutes into the game and close to 7,000 gold lead.
Final slash, that combo coming out from the side of Shauki. He's doing extremely well. Jinxiao falling extremely low here. Gets dragged back in from Dalvin as well. Afan still with the appraisals round, landing it down. No members going down as of yet. They're playing in between the turrets, but Dingarai coming in with the blazing duet. Finds the finish onto Bellamy and to Jinxiang as well. Double kill as they want to go for more. Tristan falling extremely low as Shauki gets unstoppable streak with a triple kill onto Keith as well.
Great final slash coming from the side of Shauki. Whenever you weren't expecting, it came out and just literally dragged everyone back down to Naraka. Just kill them as much as possible and just bring them down to the underworld. Team Singapore, they're having such a tough time. And with that all said and done, the instant replay gives us a massive idea, right? When it comes to Team Singapore, they thought that they're safe. They thought that everything is good and fine, but that stun plus that final slash really threw them completely off guard.
Such an aggressive flicker coming out from the side of Dingarai as well, feeling the pressure, feeling the heat, sees the blood in the water, dealing so much towards the Baxia as well. Baxia falling extremely low, and Dingarai pops that blazing duet, and eventually that's a tag from Team Singapore gone. Team Indonesia, they're just tearing through those turrets as they are unable to stand within their own confines of their space.
There is so much fights going on. And Team Indonesia, they're constantly just forcing these fights over the side of Team Singapore just so that they will make bad trades time and time again. And this is how Team Indonesia wants to create a lead for themselves. 9 minutes and 30 seconds, and we're looking at 10,000 goal lead. This lead will continuously grow higher and higher as long as Team Singapore constantly tries to defend outside of their base.
The Lord will be the next site that they set their eyes on for the side of Team Indonesia right now. 3,000 gold ahead is that Claude, right? And once that snowball is going, it is a massive weight that cannot be stopped coming in from the side of Team Indonesia as well. Now, Alexander looking unkillable, getting so much map advantage. But I gotta say, Delvin, 2-0 and 14 right now. This man has been present in every fight and left unpunished. I've never seen him use that flicker yet.
It's really unfortunate. Delvin has constantly been in the face of Team Singapore, and he's constantly being hit by Roy even. Roy has been putting a lot of emphasis onto Delvin, but she's just dealing really small little poke damages, and she's not anywhere at a point where Kimi is going to be strong enough.
Yeah, it feels like a bubble gun that you're pointing towards the side of Team Indonesia right now as the Lord does go in, and Delvin aggressively goes in as well. Still has the flicker available. Tristan goes down, and Team Indonesia, they get the inhibitor turret. They drag back in the box here as well, and that's a double kill coming in from the side of Delvin. And look at the back here as Shauki is going on a hamstring as Dingarai and Delvin, they clean up the rest of Team Singapore. A clean 1-0 for Team Indonesia.
That was way too much for Team Singapore to handle. This is a monstrous play from the side of Team Indonesia where they are just really ferocious at every corners of the map. The moment that they know, of course, then that they have big performance, or they literally have got anything that they can in order to get themselves a power spike, they just go right in. They don't care about anything at the point in time. If they were to lose some members, hey, they are definitely going to get a more better trade, right? So Indonesia, the scrappy fights. In fact, actually, they imagine to be scrappy fight, but it's not scrappy at all.
It's not scrappy at all. Yeah.
If Singapore is able to take fights, or rather take kills away, then yes, it's going to be scrappy back and forth, but at least the trades still go over to the side of Indonesia. But Singapore has got nothing in terms of damage to make it scrappier.
I think they had the damage, they didn't have the control. Right, because of the lantern lifts up that was consistently there from Delvin. It was consistently repositioning the members of Team Singapore where they were in positions that they didn't want to be.
Yep.
And once that was happening, Zingarai came in towards that back. What is that pose, my friend? Yeah, scuba, man. So 7-0 12. He is doing so well on that gold lane. Expected Leslie, well, 1v1 against a Claude. Well, Claude does way better right now.
7-0-12. Oh, bad. It's really unfortunate. Okay, you know what? You know what's the biggest part that is unfortunate? We didn't really quite get to see the reason or the tech coming in for picking up Leslie. Yeah. I don't know where that is coming from. I really want to know the answer. I don't want to jump into conclusion, but as far as we see it, the composition coming in from Team Singapore seems like they're trying to make their way into early game composition with the Hilda and the Baxia. That looks great. And then coming in with that Kimi, just be like, okay, that is going to be insurance policy, playing for marksman and still have decent amount of pressure in the early game as well. And then boom, Leslie. Okay, everything thrown out the window.
Yeah, I mean, the early game skirmishes were fine for the side of Team Singapore, right? They went on to Alexander, which should have been the key target at level 1 to 2. And they did manage to get the first blood going towards their way as well. But they were unable to convert that objective and goal difference onto Delvin as well. So Delvin being left 5-0 and 14, Dingarai being left 7-0 and 12. And this is uncharacteristic, where you see the Baxia, he's unable to go towards that bottom side of the lane at all, because Team Indonesia, they were always presenting that pressure on the opposite side of the map. And this is what makes the Claude so good. When the pressure is off, he can solo farm for days.
There is just too many space that Team Indonesia managed to get for themselves, and there's so many windows that Indonesia can constantly just open up for themselves as well. While for Team Singapore, they have a lot of problems with that, right? In the early stages of the game, yes, we can definitely see that. You know, Jin Xiang is able to just dive into someone, Bellamy just constantly just hammering away. Those single target damage can really put quite a number on the members of Team Indonesia. However, right off from the start, the target prioritization is not exactly there. Roy constantly looking at Delvin, Jin Xiang is looking at Afan, Tristan is technically looking at the entire team in general. He wants to open things up and create opportunities for the entire team and dream for that big fight.
Yeah, I would say the win conditions and in terms of the target prioritization as well, right? It was completely off. In basketball terms, I would say maybe they were man marking and they were going on their man. But instead, when it comes down to that win, they didn't focus on the basket, which would have been the main goal that they should have been focusing on.
Well, very good pointed over there. They are just marking one another and they'll be like, okay, you look for this person, you look for this person. However, in this lineup, kind of seems like if individually, some of the individually these heroes does not deal a lot of damage. But if you kind of put everyone together, they're more than enough to be able to take down a Titan like a Frederick, for example. And in this case, it would have been great, but unfortunately, they weren't able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure was way, way high up, right? You can see from the start, Dalvin, he's able to just get the lantern onto everybody. And even when the threat of death was there, he's still consistently putting on that pressure. And this is the highlight of a good Zusin player, where you're able to put in that pressure consistently. You have the ultimate to get out. You have maybe a Purify, but in this case, he chose to go for that Flicker because he knew that the Shield Unity would always be blocked by Alexander. That's clear trust in your team right there.
So we kind of move on from this point and kind of identify what is going to be the main problems. Is it really the juicing that's the problem, or is it more about the execution coming in from Team Singapore that is the problem? Technically speaking, we kind of have a nice little split in between of the both of them, right?
Yeah.
We need to understand as number one, target prioritization in order to get this composition to work out. If they want to go for a slightly simpler kind of gameplay like man marking as you mentioned, then Assassin or large firepower team composition generally will work out a lot better.
Yeah, so moving on to game number 2, right? They need to think of a better way to deal with the Zusin. They thought of using the Kimi, which did work in terms of the damage factor. But that's why we see the Yve instead of the Zusin. I mean, the Yve instead of the Kimi being used to deal with the Zusin because he has that real-world manipulation, he has that box to control as well, just to go with that control factor that the Zusin brings into the game. Now, with that early game priority, I would say it was looking good. It was looking good for Singapore. I hope that they can keep this up. I hope that they can keep their spirits up as they go up against one of the best here, right? Team Indonesia are really one of the best.
Indeed. So as much as possible, we did definitely see Indonesia literally storm over Team Singapore by, I guess, the mid-game mark. And technically speaking, Team Singapore, they were in a very difficult spot to begin with, right? When it comes down to macro and mechanically, there is definitely a experience difference as Team Indonesia, one of the best in the world, well, in terms of region, right? So it's gonna be difficult, but we do want to see the best from Team Singapore regardless.
Yeah, and I believe the best is yet to be, right? For Team Singapore, there was moments where we saw them in their prime. I hope that they can achieve that prime level, especially here once they have the opportunity to go up against a Titan like Team Indonesia as well. And what spectacular gameplay coming through. We were saying, right, you were doubting the Claude. Well, you can't doubt the Claude, man. The Claude is good.
In a winning composition.
Nah, the losing composition is good as well.
We'll see. We will get there. Okay, so far, if a Claude is in a losing composition, we haven't exactly seen a comeback mechanic as of yet.
Yeah.
Not yet, at least.
Now we do have that Flying Clouds. That map selection has been picked so far. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Singapore and Team Indonesia, that pick ban will be swapped up. Now, Team Singapore having that first pick. Yeah, so Fanny being banned out, Kalea for the side of Team Indonesia.
We'll see how that's gonna go right now. So at least Fanny thrown away, I would like to believe that, you know, Paquito, Freya, all of that will be thrown away as well. But technically speaking, it is more of a ban for Indonesia.
Yeah, I would say as well, right? And I would like to see if any of these top tier picks go through. And we did see the Marshall leak, right? And nobody picked it up.
Yep,
Nobody picked it up. No one cared about it. And yeah, it did come to bite them back into the fact that, yeah, that golden hour could have
Your
been
team
the
is
saving
banned.
grace if, let's say, Team Singapore did choose to pick it up instead of the Hilda as well. But they wanted the damage, they wanted the tank ability, and yeah, I can see that going in their favor as well, but didn't really work out the first game. Now, for the second game as well, Freya completely banned out, so we are not going to be able to see Freya this game.
Yep. Maybe we also can talk about the fact that they have lack of utility, right? As the roaming trio, we are looking at the Hilda, Baxia, and Kimi. Kimi does have a lot of utility, or rather a lot of crowd control, you gotta have to agree. But however, you don't have a very surefire way to actually lock people down for extended periods of time, as opposed to if you have someone like an Atlas at a roam position, or
Your
if you have a
team
Cho
is
in a roam
banning.
position, for example.
Yeah, and now with the Baxia being banned out, you got to consider, you gave Team Indonesia the combination of the scariest heroes that were possible. I mean, you have the two Sin, you have the Claude, you have the Fredrin and the Arlot combo, and that is generally not given together. And Team Indonesia, if they have that combo, they're definitely going to take it for themselves. Now, meanwhile, for the side of Team Singapore, what final ban do they go with? Do they want to ban out the Paquito, or do they want to use it for themselves and force Team Indonesia to ban out the Paquito here?
To be fair, I do think that Tristan can play a pretty mean Paquito, so taking away the Paquito is not necessary to them. However, there are still a lot of open heroes.
Your
So, okay,
team is
great that they
banning.
actually ban out the Juicid. But now it's up to Team Indonesia for what they want to ban. I think at this point in time, they would lick out of Marcel. I don't think that they are too particularly afraid of Marcel. Right now, what they might be looking for is number one, Paquito needs to go, or we are just generally going to be looking out for Harif in this case.
Yeah, Harif as well. I mean, Paquito, there is also the possibility that they want to pick up the Fredrin for themselves from the side of Team Singapore, if let's say that's going to be the opener as well. And also for the side of Team Indonesia right now, they also have a lot of
There we go.
possibilities to go for that Claude themselves. So Team Singapore right now, first pick.
Paquito. Without a doubt, they gotta have to choose Paquito, man.
Yeah.
If they kind of leak the Paquito away and give the Paquito over to Shauki, I
Yeah.
would not believe.
That's just blasphemy, man. If
Yeah.
you don't take the Paquito for yourself right now, Shao keep playing the Paquito, I'm quaking in my boots.
I don't want to see that. I really do not want to see that.
Yeah, first pick, 20 seconds remaining. What do they open with? There's a Marcel. There is that Paquito. I would take the Paquito any day right now.
Any day. Like, if Team Indonesia were to take the Marcel, sure, so be it. There must be some ways that we can play around. And honestly, I do want to see Team Singapore. Oh,
Your
okay.
team is
Phobius.
picking.
Okay, Phobius does a good job of dealing with the Paquito, I guess, in
Yeah.
terms of level 4. But you give it to one of the best Paquito players in the entire region, right? So, do they go for it here? They go for the Claude and the Harley. Okay. I mean, because Team Indonesia, they don't need to go for the Paquito right now, right? They can still go for it in third pick.
Yeah,
because the
it's Phobius is ready out.
Oh no, now. For the side of Team Singapore, how do they answer back against a Claude? We saw that Leslie wasn't the answer against a Harley as well. You need a tanky jungler. That Baxia has been banned out. You go for the Fredrin here, but you don't have that Arlot as well. So generally against the Harley, you either go damage for damage or you go tank, right? And
Looks like
Fredrin,
they're going tank.
yep, they might be the answer. Do they go for the Khalid? Ah, yes,
Your
they
team
do.
they
They
is
do.
picking.
Okay, so very tanky. Firepower-wise, do they remotely have enough is generally the question here. Khalid can, of course, set up for the team fight pretty effectively. Fredrin comes in as a follow-up from that point on, but who
Your
follows
team is
up
banning.
afterwards, right? Understandably, with the mage pick as well as the gold pick, I do not want to see a Leslie again, once again. We do have a Yves, though. So, Rom, Gato
Your
Kacha,
team is banning.
I don't think it's necessary here. Even
Yeah.
though getting the getting the Eve to snap out of RWM is really important, but I don't think that the Gato Kacha would gel very well with the Team Singapore.
I mean, for Team Indonesia, they have two choices here, right? Where they are going towards that team fight, or they are going towards that mobility. So if they're going towards that mobility,
Yeah,
that kind of solo play, that Cho is available, they want to go for that team fight together with the real manipulation. They will have that high-lows available as well with the Glorious Pathway. And yeah, there's just so much possibilities right now for inside Team Indonesia, as Team Singapore as well, right? But the Moscow band really very good in dealing with the Claude in the late game, and also Spirit of Despair against the Harley.
So right now, Team Singapore, they are lacking of a single mage and a gold laner. While for Team Indonesia, they're looking for a roamer and an XP. There's still quite a lot of XP heroes that is actually kind of open. And the way that Team Indonesia is opening things with the Harley in the gold lane definitely does suggest that they can play very power heavy.
Your team
Oh.
is banning.
Yeah, they ban out the Leslie. I mean, they feel that it is...
It's a problem for Harley to a certain extent.
Yeah, it is a problem for Harley, and it's also a problem for Claude as well, especially in the laning phase. But we did see Dingarai just doing an extremely good job of dealing with the Leslie as well. And now, for the side of Team Singapore, their final ban coming through, they might be looking towards that EXP lane. That Paquito is still there. It's still
Yep.
there.
They can still ban a Paquito. Don't give it over to Choki. Please don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure it's going to completely leak the pool here, because Paquito Claude, on paper, that is the dream lineup there.
That's kind of scary. But now,
Your
Yeah,
team is
Lapu.
picking.
I think that is this a point in time where it's like a no-brainer Paquito pick?
Well,
It-
you don't need to pick it now.
You don't have to.
Phoveus
yeah.
is on the other side, so you can pick it on the last pick as well. So they can definitely secure their roam pick right now, especially if they want to go for something like a Cho, and they go
Your
for the
team
high-lows
is
instead.
picking.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we have the RWM into the Glorious Pathway combo.
Is this a bait for a carry?
Could be.
Sounds like a bait for a carry. But if they don't pick out the carry, who else can they possibly go for? Because this does definitely seem, for the side of Team Singapore, they do want to play a little bit towards late stages of the game. There's no Harif to kind of go neck and neck together with
Bruno.
Phoveus. Bruno... I think Bruno would have too much problems dealing with Harley.
If you get the Haas Claws early, maybe you can kind of out-heal the Harley burst coming through. Yes, that's a possibility. The Harley needs to be very over-farmed here. They go for the Lilia and the
Your team is
Granger
picking.
instead. Okay, I like this out of Team Singapore way more than the previous drafts.
So, I mean, having a Granger better than Leslie, in my honest opinion here, sure. But that also means that Team Singapore, they are playing kind of a tempo-based game. Not necessarily, you know, super early or super late. As long as they're able to snag any form of, you know, tempo, they will try to ride with it. But this is the kind of situation where you kind of mentioned before, you know, jack of all trades kind of composition. They
Yeah.
want to go from front to back.
Yeah, definitely front to back. It does work very well in terms of trying to hold on to the late game, but I don't see them having that entry point into that mid game as well, right? That taunt will be that only capability to go in, and
Yuzhong.
once, for the first time, right, Paquito completely left the pool. They go for the Yuzhong instead, and I mean, by all means, Phoveus, very good against the Paquito. That's why we see one ban or the other, and now with the Yuzhong as well, they secure that team fight, and also at the same time, I believe they're going to use Harley and Claw to secure that macro play.
Well, we'll leave it up to the members of Team Indonesia to show us what they have got with this draft, and of course, Team Singapore with theirs. As we jump right in, let's take a look at the overall composition here and talk a little bit more about the gold lane and the XP lane, and eventually down to the middle. So for the XP lane between the Phoveus as well as the Yuzhong, Yuzhong definitely will have a very strong showing in the early stages, or rather the early laning phase, all the way until level 4. Phoveus does have pretty annoying kit coming in when it comes down to Demonic Force, but but nothing too difficult for the Yuzhong to deal with. But in the meantime, gold lane between the Claude as well as the Granger, I definitely do prefer to see a Granger due to the fact that he pops off a lot earlier earlier.
Yeah, I see a problem in the objective team fights alone coming in from the side of Team Indonesia, right? Where they have the Harley, they're gonna have to find the flank. But meanwhile, Team Singapore have a vision problem where the Khalid will be the only main source of vision in front to try and source out where the Harley is. I believe in the Hylos versus Khalid battle, yes, they're going to be sticking onto each other, but at the same time, you won't know where the Harley is because there's no one providing that vision for Team Singapore.
In the meantime, it's going to be good for Team Singapore as well because of the fact that they do have a very strong pushing lane in middle. They do have very strong priority because of the Lilia as well as the Khalid in this case. In fact, Team Singapore generally have a pretty good wave clear in general. So even if they are playing from behind, they should be able to do a decent amount towards all of these creep waves. Should be able to hold out against Lord pushes all the way until the third Lord, hopefully.
Yeah, and the ability to dive the back line also coming in from the side of Team Indonesia. That's going to be a problem as well, right? Black Dragon form, Harley himself, and even when it comes down to the Claude. This is a pretty dive-heavy matchup, and with the Glorious Pathway, it's really easy to get in and out. Yeah, so pretty much enhanced. And Team Singapore, they are going to be expecting to be playing from that position of defense. And for Team Singapore, yeah, looks like they don't really have a way to open up into the battle. But meanwhile, for the side of Team Indonesia, they will be able to do so. Now going into game number 2, Team Indonesia versus Team Singapore. Team Indonesia 1 game ahead as they want to secure a clean 2-0 victory. And Team Singapore look to tie things up.
As we mentioned, and of course, take a look at the start of the game, look at Alexander. I mentioned that they have a really strong pushing wave in the middle lane, but I was not expecting a very strong Hylos killing wave.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta mention, right? Roy, one of the Lilia players of all time, and now him back on that Lilia, I gotta say, I'm impressed. And he still has it and takes down Alexander, does not have the capability to go out with the revitalization, and Bellamy with the support as well.
I mean, it's a nice start for Team Singapore. That is definitely gonna up their morale a little bit. However, it's not gonna be that big of a deal to Team Indonesia for losing a roamer in this case.
Yeah, definitely. And now for the side of Team Indonesia right now, the ball is in their court. They do lose Alexander, but it's not going to be huge. The EXP still going even in terms of both sides. Glorious Pathway timing will still be the same, and that first objective fight becomes that main priority.
Yep, so as long as they're able to wave clear the middle lane fast enough, they should be able to move and roam together with Junxiang as the Fredrin to kind of suss out exactly where Afan might potentially be, so they don't see anyone in the top lane. So Granger will have a very good idea that the Harley is somewhere around.
Yeah, great jump in onto Alexander once again, but revitalization has been popped, and this is going to be a problem, right? In the later stages of the game, where he has that Glorious Pathway, that revitalization is going to do so much more. Unable to burst him down now, you're not going to be able to burst him down later.
Still no information as to where Harley is, and this is the problem that you mentioned, right? Trying to open up the map well enough is ultimately going to be a big problem. Right now, Shelky. Roy.
Roy is doing it. Roy is doing it. He's getting consecutive kills now. Right now, they will have that first turtle advantage going their way. Team Singapore looking good at the start, but once again, Team Indonesia not a team to be trifled with, as Dingarai, he's starting to pace up in terms of the farm, trying to funnel in into that mid lane cash in as well as the bottom lane.
They're not particularly too scared about losing some of these leads over to the side of Team Singapore. They will look for the time and they will make it work out.
Yeah, the flicker out coming in from the side of Tristan as the Purify and the Petrify was used, but he goes back in without the help of the flicker. He sees the team coming in, but it might have been an early call, but now with the appraisal scrap, they do take out Afan, and now with that, Team Singapore, they get the consolation 1-for-1.
It's okay. I think that's relatively a pretty good trade. Tristan may have went in a little bit early, but there could be an idea that they don't want the Harley to get out of the lane because that is the point in time where they can finally see Harley. They don't want Harley to use the hat, especially in this case, especially since I think that he already used his hat in order for that kind of situation.
Okay, theory crafting, pure copium here. Team Singapore gives up the first game, pulls out the Leslie. Oh, we're so bad, but now, oh, we're so good.
We're so in.
Yeah,
we're so in.
We are so bad here, Team Singapore fans. As now Team Indonesia, they're down 2 kills, but still, that's just 1,000 gold here. This is just us joking around. And Team Indonesia, they're not out of this yet.
Not out of it.
Yeah, they will still have a lot of capabilities to come back into the game. They don't have that vision on that Harley at all times. It will be a problem once he's able to jump on to Keith or onto Roy.
They need to be careful not to throw caution into the wind right now. Team Singapore may seem like they are riding the wind and having a really good time, but a small little overconfidence would eventually be their downfall.
Yeah, definitely. And now Team Singapore, Tristan with that Infernal Pursuit, Breaking Sandstorm into that Flicker. Great combination to lock down a bond. And this is great defense coming in from the side of Team Indonesia as well. They do take out Bellamy, but that is a great trade for Team Singapore.
Of course, that is also a really nice read coming from the side of Bellamy, preemptively flickering together with Afan.
Yeah, now Glorious Pathway has been used together with Black Dragon form. Now with the debut of that Black Dragon form, Roy has to pop that Black Shoes Appraisal's Wrap into Retribution as Keith comes into the battle, and Team Singapore, they clean up 3 kills ahead, but still the macro is not going their way. Singarai, he's been farming up a storm.
4 minutes and 58 seconds. He took down every single one of these energy shield and even brought down the turret at the bottom lane. This will be a permanent swap coming in from the side of that Granger, and he has to stick to the top lane now.
Yeah, looking at the team fight going in, they were trying to force this no matter what, while Singarai is getting that macro advantage, right? We talked about Team Indonesia being a brawl team. They can play the macro as well, but now with the Appraisal's Wrap coming through on Singarai, does BMI away.
The main thing is he wants to get as much damage as possible over to the side of Dingarai due to the fact that he did manage to get a pretty nice taunt in, so might as well do whatever that you can.
Yeah, and there is that availability of the macro, right? With the Black Dragon form being used as an escape tool, Afan being used as just pressure alone, Dingarai is still going to have that space to farm. So meanwhile, Team Singapore, they need to keep it in the back of the heads, but at the same time, they can't get pulled around like a dog on a leash.
Slowly but surely, even though Team Singapore seems like they're having a good lead, but the lead is not that big.
Yeah, Alexander going down here, not popping the revitalization, but still trying to make use of the macro map advantage. You see Afan and Dingarai just instantly jumping onto the creep waves, trying to keep the macro up. Despite the fact that we are 7-3 right now, still no gold lead to be mentioned of.
So right now, with the way that we are looking at the Granger, currently he already has the Hunter Strike as well as the Sky Piercer. There is no lanes that this Granger is gonna belong unless Team Singapore have already opened up the certain parts of the river. So right now, as much as possible, Keith needs to follow in.
Yeah, now Tristan with that Infernal Pursuit. Alexander pops that Glorious Pathway. It will be there. RWM as well for Delvin. But at the same time, Shauki going in. He does not have the Petrify available. Keith getting the double kill, and Shauki now takes out the Fredrin, and also Tristan going down in the back line as Afan does get the damage through, and now it's an even trade, 3-3 so far, but triple kill coming in for Keith on the Sky Piercer.
This is even bigger for Team Singapore to get for themselves. But Dingarai, you have to be really careful though. The BMI will essentially help him get away. And Keith, you can't overstay your welcome right now. You managed to get 4 kills for yourself, massive amount of Sky Piercer stacks. That is going to lead up to a really good upcoming fight.
Yeah, now with that turtle being up for the grabs, Jinxiang will be falling in here. Glorious Pathway already used. Team Indonesia right now, they're 5 members strong. They want to fight this. Black Dragon form not available. Afan does have the ultimate though. He can pop Keith on the side as this is Flying Clouds. Everybody is trying to collapse into this as the turtle now falling lower. Jinxiang does get the turtle, and now Bellamy falling extremely low. Blazing Duet being used as Zingarai takes out Bellamy, and Team Indonesia, they want to collapse with the RWM right behind. And now for Team Singapore, they have to retreat as Royven goes down, not able to pop the black shoes in time. And Tristan will be going down as well. Team Indonesia, they're just killing everyone. And now with the counter initiate onto Dingarai, that's a great consolation, but 4 for 1.
That was a really big appraisals wrap, but unfortunately, all in all, Keith still went down, so the amount of Sky Piercer stacks is gonna get halved down.
Yeah, Team Indonesia showing that they might have lost the battle, but they didn't lose the war, right? They're waiting for the power spikes, getting the farm across the initial members. And if you take a look at the team fight, yes, a great consolation coming out from the side of Jinxiang with the appraisals wrap into that taunt, and Keith getting that Sky Piercer stack down.
Oh, such a juicy appraisals wrap. We don't get to see that very often, being slapped right onto a Claude, which is a backliner, by the way. So right now, even though Team Singapore has got a lot of those Sky Piercer stacks go over to Keith, got halved in the end of the day, and now Team Indonesia, they have managed to reclaim control of the land of Dawn, getting themselves a total of 3,000 gold lead. And this is going to be the part where things start to get really difficult. Keith will now have a difficulty in surviving because of the presence of Afan, while Dingarai more or less have got really good farm already and will play for teamfight very effectively too.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Singapore, it feels like they are forced to stick together. Meanwhile, for the Team Indonesian guys, right, they can play apart, right? They can play in a single unit. They have so much survivability, and that is the highlight of their lineup so far. And this is the power of the Claude. You can leave Delvin with Alexander. Meanwhile, the other three, they can just roam around the map.
As of now, the Lord is finally spawned, and Team Singapore, they're looking for an opportunity to eventually just ride with it.
Yeah, right now they still need to be wary of the Granger. He's dealing decent damage onto the members, but of course he has to resource utility and just cycle that through. With the Glorious Pathway being popped from the side of Alexander, does not get the stun so far. And Team Indonesia, right now, they will be still dancing.
Yep, they will have to regroup for now. Tristan has already used a flicker for himself, and right now Team Indonesia, they're releasing the Lord back over to the hands of Singapore in order to play and dance around the Lord.
Yeah, with this control though, RWM has been popped. Jinxiang extremely low, appraisal trap not connecting, but Alexander goes down. But the jungler is gone from the side of Team Singapore. Team Indonesia, they know this, they pounce, they strike Dingarai with the Blazing Duet, doing so much here. 3 members already down, and more to follow as it will be a complete wipeout. Team Indonesia, double kill for Delvin.
And now they'll try to do their absolute best to take down as much of the standing objective. But the mid-wave lanes will definitely crash in, and bottom lane as well. All of the outer turrets coming from Team Singapore will undoubtedly be taken away, while this Lord being taken by Dingarai will not be challenged at all.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be a clean take. We saw the moment the target prioritization was down onto Jinxiang, right? They knew that it was their opportunity to strike. There's nothing to protect them in that front lane at all. Yes, you have Raging Sandstorm. So what? We have Blazing Duet, and currently it's at critical mass.
This is a very difficult fight for Team Singapore as they all got scattered around like little ants the moment that they see that Bagon is just spread all over them. Team Singapore, they got themselves in a really difficult spot. They constantly want to get themselves the Lord and wants to be the one to be the main power holder. But unfortunately, Team Indonesia, they are way too far ahead now. They know that they can re-engage anytime, and before they even had that previous fight, they have already baited out that flicker coming in from the side of Tristan.
Yeah, good teams know how to play when they're behind, and Team Indonesia right now, they aren't behind anymore as they do with that Glorious Pathway. Now with the real manipulation, Dingarai with the Blazing Duet in the back, so much damage onto the side of Team Singapore. Team Indonesia are tearing through the front lines. At the moment, they take out the inhibitor turret. 3 members already down. Shauki might go down here, but the base will not be left standing for the side of Team Singapore. As Team Indonesia, they focus fire down the crystal, and they take the game 2-0.
It was a kind of a lot of a closer game for the hands of Team Singapore. But as per normal, every time when we look at Team Indonesia, they will always regain control by the mid stages of the game. And to be exact, I think it's somewhere around 8 minutes that they start to really show what they are made of, because they know when is going to be their critical mass and when they can really start to extend the lead as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they understand that the usage of the utility was there for the side of Team Singapore, right? Once they see that the weakness was there for the side of Fredrin, they knew that, identified that one frontliner is only available for the side of Team Singapore. Once that weakness is there, they start to pounce because they were testing it out with the macro plays on the top side, on the bottom side. Let's see how Team Singapore responds.
Now, of course, allowing, I'm not sure whether it's allowing, but it feels like it's mini conditioning onto Team Singapore. Like, okay, we're gonna give you a little bit of this here, gonna give you a little bit of this here, and in the end of the day, it's just allocating resource from the side of Singapore. They are 4-man dive onto one, 4-man dive onto one, but in the meantime, Harley's out there somewhere farming, the split pushing. We've got Claude all the way down to the bottom lane, and in the early stages of the game, just as it reached 5 minutes, he already took down one full turret with a lot of the energy shield taken away as well.
And Dalvin with the Eve, securing a 4-0-13 scoreline for himself. The RWM timings on this guy, just clean and amazing, right? We saw them trying to just dive in, trying to take out the RWM for themselves, but for Team Singapore, it felt like Delvin was out of reach.
He is actually very out of reach, right? No death at all, and of course, being one of the important players, he don't wander alone in most of these cases. Yes, it definitely seems as though Team Indonesia gave a lot of free kills over to Team Singapore, but it honestly really didn't matter too much because that's the roamer, that's the XP laner, and a little bit of this and that condition, and they got themselves a lot of farm, especially for the side of Team, especially for the side of Delvin. Every time the box opens up, Team Singapore kind of scattered away like ants.
Yeah, if you take a look at the win conditions coming through as well, Zingarai, of course, only one death, and that was greed on his part, right? Chasing a very low Fredrin into Appraisal's Wrath, and for the rest of the game itself, it feels like there was so much macro, despite the fact that they were behind. They played that Claude, they played that Harley extremely well, together combined with the Yuzhong as well. And feels like for Team Singapore, yes, they did win the 5-on-5s because they're innate team fight. They're meant to win the 5-on-5s. But afterwards, they're meant to convert the objectives. But it seems like they were being dragged towards those macro objectives.
So the thing about Team Singapore's lineup is that they do want to play front to back, right? The main thing is front to back, and Team Indonesia, they have one hack of a big wall, and that is going to be the high lows. At one point in time, Indonesia can keep running their faces right into Team Singapore, and understandably, Singapore have to slowly withdraw because they can't allow Keith as the marksman to end up being at the front row, because their front line is always going to keep stepping back. They're giving some ways over to Team Indonesia, and at one point in time, the back will be up against the wall. And Alexander still have not died just yet. And that is when the execution from Team Indonesia as a dive comp starts to come in. Break up the entire team of Team Singapore. When they have no more way to go back, they have to go left and right, and that splits up the entire composition.
Yeah, basic team fight timing as well coming in from side Team Indonesia. They always fight when the creeps are up there to take an objective as well. It feels like for Team Singapore, they are playing with that gaps in the timing very well. They did have the creeps to work with, but at the same time, very good wave clear coming out from Team Indonesia, right? They had that Eve, they used the box to try and just clear out the creep waves, and then suddenly, well, we can't take an objective.
It's really hard to swallow at the fact that, you know, game number 2, Team Singapore seemed like they had it. You know, we are all looking at the game and, oh, Team Singapore is getting a kill there, everywhere. And even to the point that there is a lot of very good funneling of kills and farms over to the side of Keith. That really seemed as though we are starting to get a snowball out of that Granger, which is something that you really don't want to see, especially since it is a front-to-back strategy. The main part is to lock down onto the Granger so that he do not have enough firepower to just melt down that high loss.
Yeah, and that was a very, very ugly time bomb that they were keeping for Team Indonesia, right? The Claude was there. Man, oh man, if you're not convinced that Claude is good, they were behind, right?
They were behind this time. They were behind this time.
And Claude brought them back in front because they kept them on the back of the minds. Now, Group A, looking at the top, Team Indonesia. 3-0 with 6 points. And sadly for Team Singapore, 0-3 in the bottom so far. We'll be looking more towards Group A today, as I believe the next match is going to be Team Malaysia versus Team Myanmar. But looking at second place, Team Philippines, so far they have yet to play their third match. And Team Vietnam, Team Laos, Team Cambodia as followed. They are getting that top 5 seed so far, but this is only day 2 as we move further into the brackets.
So, manifestation. They have to win every single game from this point on.
It can happen, especially against Team Philippines, right? If we can, yeah, sure. Team Singapore loses to Team Indonesia, yeah, we grow better and we groom our talents, and yeah, we can fight Team Philippines.
They will be going up against Team Philippines on the June 21st, which happens to be the final day. They will also go up against Team Myanmar on that day as well. So, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm also excited for the next match. It's going to be Team Malaysia versus Team Myanmar.
So make sure you guys come back in on over to the stream to watch that game. Don't go anywhere too far, as we'll be right back with you in a jiffy.
something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
good can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now! Yeah!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now! Hira!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now! Hira!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. And we are back in for 2026 Asian Games. And of course, here we have for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers. My name is Abstract. With me here is Bowman. We're going to be looking at the game that is most looking forward to.
This is a game that's super close to my heart here as Team Myanmar are going up against Team Malaysia. And yeah, if you guys didn't know, I'm from Singapore, yes?
Tell me more.
But I'm originally from Myanmar.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mo Sa-ong.
Yes, exactly. So I am very keen to see my boys do well here, especially at the Asian Games qualifier. So, well, we already have that similar seed spots going up against Team Malaysia, and going up against Team Malaysia is Team Myanmar, right? Both teams, I would say, they would have similar levels of experience. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Myanmar, they've been playing together as five for a very long time.
As five. Okay, so definitely when it comes down to going up against Team Malaysia, technically speaking, they do have a little bit of advantage. Because remember, when it comes down to Team Malaysia, we do have a little bit of nice mix coming in from them. 3 of them from Team Ray, 1 of them from BTR, and 1 of them from Monster Vicious. So a little bit of mixture here and there. It's fair to say that when it comes down to Team Myanmar, they might have a little bit more chemistry than Team Malaysia.
Yeah, and this is a revenge match, right? Where I would say, like, during, okay, not M7, maybe M6, right?
M6,
yeah,
okay.
When we first introduced the Swiss brackets, we were able to go up against Team Malaysia at that time, which was SRG, and yeah, there was a bit of a tiffle, and we did take them out for that Swiss bracket, but they eventually made it through, and they took us back out during the playoffs.
That's so sad. You know, the very fact that that Team Myanmar at one point in time definitely looked to be a very strong team, a force to be reckoned with. And of course, coming in here for the Asian Games, I'm pretty sure that they will do the same thing and make some of these teams really just shiver in their boots.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just hoping that right now they are only 1 match down, right? I believe they played against Team Cambodia. They lost to them 2-1, now going up against Team Malaysia as well. And Team Malaysia with a chip on their shoulder as well, but they went against one of the best, which is Team Philippines. And that's what I'm so scared about. When you go up against Team Philippines, you're going up against a solid wall of just star-studded lineup of Team Philippines, right? And that experience, well, it can either temper you for the better or for the worse.
So honestly, at this point in time, we kind of want to see how Myanmar would do, right? Would they kind of crack under pressure, or would they be reinforced at this point in time? I do hope that they will be able to, you know, kind of learn quite a bit from the entirety of this tournament and see how far they can eventually make it through. Because when it comes down to Group A, I think it's relatively fair to say that Team Myanmar can definitely look like one of the stronger teams to be one of the top 5.
Yeah, and so far, now we see standings here for Group A. We did see them having Team Indonesia at the top and Team Philippines as well. But right now, Team Laos will be moving up in that bracket with a 1-0 victory right now. So now, they are secured that top 5 as we go into that day 2 as well. Team Malaysia and Team Myanmar. Right now, they will be playing for that 5th slot as well. Of course, they won't potentially get it here. They still have a lot more matches to play. This is only their 2nd match of these group stages.
Now, I do want to take this moment to kind of take a look into this stage, because I do believe, from what I've heard, is that we do have all of these information are correct, except for, I believe, Team Laos. So do have a bit of a change for that, but we will come back to that in a bit later on. But regardless, once we have come to the end of, I believe, Group A, we'll give you guys a little bit more information as to how that bracket eventually looks like.
Yeah, this is by far one of the most interesting brackets to see, the most number of teams, the most number of matches. But looking at the boys coming in from the side of Team Malaysia, we got Ilton on that gold lane, Akif on that roam role, Amar on that mid lane, Nazan on the jungle, and Raziv on the EXP lane as well.
Yep, when it comes down to Team Malaysia, the only opponent that they have fought so far was going up against Team Philippines, which we managed to witness yesterday, which went in a 2-0 fashion in favor for Team Philippines. Definitely, it's going to be a tough game for Team Malaysia, and I'm pretty sure that they will want to come back stronger from that game by going up against Team Myanmar. Perhaps they will want to use this game as a way to, pump up the morale.
Yeah, second time on this stage here. They do have their in-game monikers, but of course now shedding their in-game monikers coming in as the government given names, and Team Malaysia as well. I mean, Team Myanmar as well, right? They will have their own monikers, I believe. All of these guys, they have international experience, but when we head into Asian Games qualifiers here, you wear a different jersey. You're no longer representing your organization.
You're representing your region, and this is why it is so important for them. And of course, when it comes down to Team Myanmar, I'm not gonna try because I'm gonna just leave it over to my fellow Burmese friend here.
All right, on that gold lane, we have Shine Lin Ao, and on the roam role, we have Cho Tuya, and on the mid role, we have Myo Min, and also on that jungle role, we have Han Tu Shui, and on the EXP role, we have Hein Te U. Yeah, so going by their in-game monikers, this is Sanji, Kai's, Han, Ying, and Blink, and these guys.
Just say Sanji?
Yeah. Not actual Sanji
The
from
other
team,
Sanji.
The other Sanji.
The Myanmar Sanji.
Yeah, the Myanmar Sanji.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did see a glimpse of him in M7, right? Where they played for the qualifiers as well. But now we're gonna be seeing him on the international stage.
Okay, so I'm super excited to see what these two teams have got in store for us, and especially when it comes down to Team Myanmar, they definitely do have got a lot of game in their experience, and as you mentioned before, they played as 5. Now, of course, whenever I take a look at Team Myanmar's game before, it definitely comes down to a lot of mechanical play coming in from them, and it really comes down to, at least from what I remember, they do have got a very general strategy where they love to play 4-4-1, whereby they always group up together as 4, and the jungler just goes completely on the other side of the map and always force tough decisions onto the opponents. Do you want to go for a jungler, or do you want to force that fight?
Yeah, generally we're a region that loves the Ling, loves the Fanny. We do have a playstyle of the Harley as well, but now with the meta shifting towards also having that tank jungle available, that Boxia becomes more of a focus as well. And I believe this is a team that has shifted their focus as well. They've been starting to try and hybridize as well. And also for Team Malaysia, now how well do they mesh together given the experience that they had against Team Philippines yesterday?
Okay, so without further ado, we're going to be jumping right in and take a look at which map is going to be selected of the randomizer. It is going to be Expanding Rivers. So taking a look at very mobile gold laners is definitely going to be one of the key of the game, being able to join into some of these team fights early on, like even from the first turtle, can very much be expected, especially in this current meta. It does seem like we are seeing very aggressive plays right off the start.
Yeah, definitely, and they do ban out the Fanny, Phovius, and the Arlet coming in from the side of Team Malaysia. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Myanmar, right, this leaves the Paquito in the pool with the Freya and the Glue being banned out. Now, they do ban out the 2 Sin, and it's pick your poison, right? Both the Marcel and the Paquito still available. So meanwhile, for Team Malaysia, they instant snap pick up the Paquito.
Yep, I think that is without a question. Without a question, you would want to pick up a Paquito for yourself, as Team Malaysia is understandably a very aggressive team. And playing a Paquito or having a Paquito in their team composition, they can't help but be happier.
Yeah, now going for the Claude and the Gourd here, right? Generally, we do see a roam to follow up with that Gourd, but picking up that Claude will be a priority here for the side of Team Myanmar. And while for the side of Team Malaysia, right? Having that Paquito, you really wanted to go for the Claude. That deny pick coming out from Team Myanmar would be very strong as well. Now, what kind of gold lane would you want to go for to match for the Claude? Picking up the Moskov here is actually not too bad of a choice, given that the Spear of Despair might be good, but they go for the Harif into the Claude with the Frederick.
So right off the bat, it does seem like we do have Team Malaysia that kind of want to play a little bit of the balance role. They do have very good damage from Paquito, while in the meantime, they want to control with a good amount of tempo coming in from the Fredrin itself. They do have got the mage as well as the roam that they would need to fill out, and eventually we'll get there. Well, Team Myanmar, in the other hand, they do pick up a Cho, so at least Cho and God can play for one another and go for pick-off. However, just the two of them is not enough.
Yeah, now with the Atlas being banned out as well, I would say there is another potential roam that Team Malaysia can look at, which is the Kalea as well. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Myanmar, right, the Boxia is still available in that pool if they wish to go for it, but I don't see it synergizing extremely well. Of course, there's that single target on single target with that Mystic Gush available. That could be a possibility of an angle that they're looking at, and the Akai would have been a great pick, especially with the Gourd.
With the Juicing already taken out by the side of Team Myanmar, I think that being able to find a way to really lock down on the Gourd and the Claude is actually going to be super important. Well, a single ultimate that can stop them either or both of them is always going to be good. As such, the first hero that comes into my mind gotta have to be Zetian for Team Malaysia to pick up. As long as you see the Mystic Gush or the moment that you see that Blazing Duet, it feels as though the Zetian's Fury of the Phoenix comes in very naturally.
Yeah, great ban. I did not see that coming. That Kalea still available in that pool. Now, picking up that Suyo, that mid lane is not yet going to be revealed for the side of Team Myanmar. And for the side of Team Malaysia, right? They have their pick up the mid lane. If they want to go for the Eve, they want to go for the Lilia, they can actually pick that up as well. Now, meanwhile, for the side Team Myanmar, they're lacking an EXP lane.
Yep. So at this point, the information that they have from the side of Team Malaysia is it is going to be a Paquito XP. If they do want to play on that route, then the fact that they are looking at Harith versus Claude, right? So they will want to put some advances or put some resources down to over to the gold lane. So as much as possible, their XP laner needs to be someone that is either number one being able to hold its own against Paquito, or being able to have a decent amount of lane priority to clear wave together with Paquito and then move out together.
Yeah, Team Malaysia, they go for a very good front to back. I would say Eve having that box available and also that Khalid able to fight with that Raging Sandstorm. But the problem is, right, where is the catch coming from Team Malaysia, right? There is a very little form of catch where you can't exactly force out the team fight. Only the Fredrin with the taunt needs to be that first line of attack. And if Team Myanmar can identify that, they can play around it extremely well.
So at least when it comes down to mobility, I think that Team Malaysia have got a decent mobility to catch up to the Khalid in the event he goes for Raging Sandstorm plus that Flicker. A little bit slow from Yi, but at least his box is relatively huge for him to be able to help out with a follow-up on top of that Khalid. And of course, Razif playing as the Paquito, we mostly want to see more of a bushwhack play and be very sly and assassin style going on.
Yeah, definitely. I would say both sides having great drafts when you go into the game, and it'll all go down in the land of Dawn here as we go into the first game of Team Malaysia versus Team Myanmar. Both equally seeded in terms of the group stages right now.
So now we are looking at Malaysia as well as Myanmar. They're going to be starting off at the southeastern part of the map, and they will eventually end off at the northwestern part, which is going to be the XP lane. Now, understandably, between the Edith as well as the Paquito, at all the way until level 4, they can be relatively equal. However, Edith will have a problem in terms of sustainability, because when it comes to Paquito, he does have a jab that gives him the shields, while for Edith, he doesn't really quite have that kind of regenerated power. All he has is really good amount of crowd control. That's pretty much all.
Yeah, really, that's a lot of crowd control, though, for the side Team Malaysia. Team Myanmar, they need to be wary of these team fight capabilities, right? For them, it's more of a burst and pick kind of play style. They do have that Primal Wrath coming out from the side of Edith, but it's not going to be too big of a factor without the farm that is needed. Now, already Akif on that job, able to feel out where the Suyo is. And for the side of Team Myanmar, now they're playing the defense side, they will be able to take out the orange buff.
It does seem like very interesting that Shine is actually doing a pretty good job against Ilton. He managed to put him down to a low amount of HP. But speaking of that, speaking of which, right, talking about the gold laners, Shine is actually using Flicker.
Yeah, so that is going to be a flicker coming in for the side of Claude. It is actually a very good skill, right? You know that there's no definite catch coming out from the side of Team Malaysia. You don't really need the Purify just for an RWM. Well, you can potentially just have a later timing for the Blazing Duet, but we are going to have to see how he positions himself. If he can move toward the back line and force out that RWM into that Blazing Duet, he's going to have a great time.
It's going to be a very reactive gameplay for Shine. He believes that, okay, I don't need Purify, I can just either flicker away or I can just BMI out.
Yeah, now with that first turtle being on that spot, Nazan does get that first pick. That Suyo not having that timing into that turtle fight, and Team Myanmar chooses not to take that, and not getting a lot of macro going their way as well. Shine Lin Aon does manage to get a bit of damage on that bottom lane, but the first blood has been picked up with the RWM onto Myo Min on that mid roll.
Really good layering coming in from Team Malaysia. Is just a matter of milliseconds for Team Myanmar to really want to react to that. Didn't even give any time for Myomi to just kind of flicker away.
Yeah, now with the Damon's Force being popped out as well, Blazing Duet is available here, but Shanglin Ao needs to play extremely safe here. Now, Tu Shui, he does have the ability to go in, but now being forced out from Akif as well. Mystic Gush does come through from Yomin. It's not going to be enough here as Team Malaysia. They just go for the clean disengage. Very nice.
Team Malaysia at this point in time, they do have a slight bit of lead on top of Team Myanmar. Just a shy bit of 1,000 gold. Not going to be that big of a situation right now. But here we go. Take a look.
Razif does come in, but clean reactions coming out from the side of the Suyo player as well. Now with the Damon's Force being popped on the bottom, does not matter too much here. Skirmish will be here at the orange buff here. The jump up from Akif into that raging sandstorm, and he does find that clean cut kills. Team Myanmar, 2 members down so far. Team Malaysia, they invade successfully.
Very aggressive plays from Team Malaysia, and right now Tusue doesn't seem like he's able to do too much because currently only at level 5 as compared to Nazan right now level 7 as a Fredrin. So Team Malaysia, they do have a very good control over the map at this point in time. Is very likely due to the fact that, you know, Team Myanmar, they kind of seem like they are having a little bit of difficulty trying to control out the middle lane to a certain extent.
Yeah, consistently popping out the Damon's Force to the bottom side as well, not giving the macro advantage while this is going on, right? They want to take the team fight and get the macro. No, you're not going to get the best of both worlds here. Team Malaysia just slamming their foot down. Now they will have that second turtle available, but this time that Way of the Dragon is available, and they gotta watch out for that.
A lot of ultimates is currently still available, and in fact, Team Malaysia has just refreshed all of their cooldowns. Every single one of them can be part of this game. The ultimate economy so far looks pretty darn good for Team Malaysia, and if they ever want to jump right in, they absolutely can.
And now we do see that bottom lane. Nobody's rotating in, and Ilton will be going in. But Akif does have that Raging Sandstorm towards the back. Myomin in a lot of trouble here, but RWM in the back line, keeping the rest of Team Myanmar locked up as Team Malaysia, they get 2 for nothing, and the turtle as well. Great early game start for them so far.
Unfortunately, Akif did not manage to get a kill down on the Myomin, but the main thing is being able to lock Myomin out of that team fight due to the fact that it is a turtle fight after all. The moment that God is out, one of the main damage dealers of Team Myanmar is going to be out of commission, and Team Malaysia, none of them will die.
Yeah, Flicker being forced out in the side of the gold lane here. Macro advantage also not going the way. The recovery here not going Team Myanmar's way at all. 3,000 gold advantage coming out from side Team Malaysia. And they're going to keep up the pressure with the top, mid, and bottom tier 1 all going to be going down soon.
Team Malaysia, they definitely do have a very good grasp of this current game, with a total of 3,700 gold lead on top of Team Myanmar. They're constantly just going to be putting themselves right in the face of Team Myanmar, as you can see from Akif. He's always showing himself, and he's always trying to give information to the team.
Yeah, they are doing a great job of keeping vision onto the Suyo. Team Malaysia, Akif, especially onto Han Tu Shui, where this Suyo, he has unable to find any sort of momentum at all.
Yep. At this point, he needs to be able to find a way to get himself out of this ditch, right? Because Team Malaysia, they are very aggressive, and Team Myanmar, honestly, I think that the main thing that they want to look for is to play bushwhack and kind of snipe out the back lines. The only one that can realistically go down maybe is going to be the Keto, because he's very powerful in terms of firepower. The moment that he runs out of these skills, that is the point in time where Han Sui would be able to find some of these advantages or these windows to play around.
Yeah, and now with the Way of the Dragon not being available as well, they know that Flicker is down for the side of Claude. They push the issue here. Conceal already being used here. They still have Flickers on the side of Team Malaysia. They're waiting to pounce for a slight positioning error for the side of Team Myanmar. And now they will want to take this turn as well.
The thing is, for Team Myanmar, they can play pick-off. This is kind of what they are wanting to do, right? As long as for Kyotuya is able to find a good kick onto someone, literally onto anyone, I feel, then the Mystic Gush can come in and followed by a good execution from Tu Sui, then it should be fine.
Yeah, now with the rest of the team falling in, Team Malaysia, they might want not to overextend here. Great knockup from the Earth Shatter so far, but Mr. Gush not coming through as Akif does find the damage onto the Gourd, and two members already down for the side of Team Malaysia. And now Team Myanmar, they answer back with one kill of their own.
Unfortunately, the fight did not start off great because the Way of the Dragon from Tuyat just did not land correctly. It did kick onto Amar, yes, however, not in the direction that you wanted it to go. So that is one of their main win condition, or rather their main game plan already thrown into the gutter. And from this point on, they need to look at how Tet-U comes in with the onwards plus the Earth Shatter. That is if he's able to layer those in.
Yeah, so far, Jia Tuya doing a good job of trying to keep up the vision with that one death so far, not letting the chip affect his shoulder as he does go on for more. But 5,000 gold advantage coming in from the side of Team Malaysia at this point, right? Diving in this tier 2 turret, very good idea if they can especially take out the Gourd first. But that counter kill onto Akif means a comeback recovery for Team Myanmar. But still, 5,000 gold ahead, it's a long ways away.
Hardly any form of recovery, but here we go. The conceal play right over to middle lane. They found one.
Yeah, Jaw in a lot of trouble as he gets instantly shut down. And that's what you want to do from the side of Team Malaysia, right? Make sure the Cho is unable to start these fights. Make sure that the flicker is consistently used. The good thing here is that Jaw did not use the flicker at all.
So at least for Team Myanmar, they are looking for those opportunities. The Lord is definitely going to be coming out. So at least for Tuya, he understands that, okay, we're just going to be playing it still. He may die a couple of times, in fact, 2 times only. So he'll want to open things up and wait for the prime opportunity to go in for a nice Way of the Dragon. As long as he gets one good one, there is a possibility the Team Myanmar will be able to take away with a good amount of trades.
Yeah, Team Malaysia so far very dominant throughout the entire map. They will have that Zayman's Force available together with that taunt capability. This team fight for them is going strong. And Team Myanmar, they have not been able to find a pick-off so far. They need to pick and burst, right? That's their entire crucifixion of that lineup. And that fixation is not going to find them any opening at all.
That all said, the Lord will go down and it will be marching down to the middle lane. Do take note that the only turret that is available is all the way up in the northern side. And as long as Team Malaysia is able to get more than that outer turret and being able to touch more of these inner turret, this is going to be great for Team Malaysia. And they will be able to get quite a lot of advantage just from a single Lord.
Yeah, the lack of frontliners here as Edith will be that only source of damage. So coming in from the side of Team Myanmar, they have no one to frontline. They still have holy defenses available. But look at that, Han Sui getting caught here. But he is a Suyo, able to get out. And Amar,
oh, very premature.
yeah, flickers away.
Yep, but at least that is going to save his life a little bit, I suppose. However, might not exactly be too necessary, but it's okay. Since Team Malaysia, they are already pretty far ahead. They will want to look for a window of opportunity to eventually run right in.
RWM with the Raging Sandstorm. Akeem unable to find the opening so far. Now Team Myanmar, they are able to defend this for now as long as they can keep their members alive. And they are able to hold on for now. Shinlin out going aggressive.
Oh!
He does have the BMI away. Is he able to pop it? He does. And this is the power of the Claude.
Oh my, oh my. Initially, it kind of seemed as though Myanmar has a lot of problems trying to reach in over to the masses from the side of Team Malaysia. Just because of the RWM, it creates so much space between Malaysia and Myanmar, which even to this point in time, Han Sui, he don't have a way to go right in. The moment he goes in, he's going to come out with half HP and he didn't even get to touch anyone. As such, that initiation coming in from Shine, he's just trying out his luck, it does seem. It is understandably a very risky play, but it does deal more than enough damage over to Ilton, and that is also a very good initiation over to the side of Myomin to just finish him off with a Mystic Gush.
Yeah, that's survival coming out, right? Using that flicker, just popping in. That 50-50 was taken from the side of Team Myanmar, and I gotta say, that really made a change in the game. Right now, he has the Holy Trinity. Now Team Malaysia, they have to respect the fact that the damage will start to poke through.
So right now, Team Myanmar, they're very much behind with about 5,000 gold behind. They don't have a lot of ways that they will be able to open up the map or perhaps even get some farm for themselves, as the lanes are currently frozen in the middle ground from the top and the bottom. The middle lane is more or less in the same direction, so Team Malaysia, they're holding out the lanes pretty effectively, waiting until the right time where the Lord eventually spawns. Team Myanmar would have nothing else to do but to group up together, look for a way to completely take control of one part of the river in order to give more farm over to Shine.
Yeah, the good news is no inhibitor turrets down for the side of Team Myanmar, and they can potentially turtle this through, right? Their split push capability is still very strong, but Team Malaysia very good at taking these objectives. Team Myanmar will have to fight for this Lord here, especially if they want to keep a grasp on that inhibitor turret. Now they are falling in. The Lord Dance will be initiated here. Ilton doing his best to clear out the creep waves. The creep prio at the bottom side, not looking in Team Myanmar's favor at all.
Just a quick dance around. For Team Myanmar, the main thing that they want to do is to try to reset this Lord as much as possible, while giving the opportunity for Shine to push in the middle lane and the top lane whenever there are any creep waves that are incoming. However, take a look at the Cho. He's looking for something.
Nagoya not unable to find anything now. The creep wave slowly but surely pushing in. A slow push mounting at the bottom side. Team Malaysia, they're playing this macro extremely well, and also with a key being there on the job. This would put Shailin out onto creep defending duty, and now they know that they're the 4-5. Team Malaysia, they want to force it out right now, and they go for the Lord Rush. Now we do see Han Tu Sui. He's trying to go into that red trip battle. Now with that forwards, he's not able to get anyone, but Amar does go down. There will be no RWM this fight. This is looking good for the side of Team Myanmar, and Shine is here as well in the back line, and Myomin, he does get the damage through, and the Lord goes the way of Team Myanmar, and now all 5 members as well as Team Malaysia goes down through a triple kill.
That open play coming from Tech just went straight in with a flicker followed by an onward. That gave a pretty amazing start coming in from for Tu Sui to just jump right in and being able to melt 2 of them at the same time. This rushdown might actually be possible as long as they tank up the initial spot and allow the Ballista to stay alive, which they will.
Team Myanmar get a clean 1-0 win, a lapse in concentration coming in for the side of Team Malaysia, and Team Myanmar, they strike.
A single mistake, or I wouldn't say mistake, a single great play from Team Myanmar immediately led to all of that. And at that point in time, the moment that Tu Sui went straight in and being able to find 2 kills, that was the point in time he was able to get a nice snowball from that point in time, because there were no one that essentially is able to stop him. He did lose his life in the end of the day, but the main thing is being able to have a Claw that still can rampage through the battlefield.
Yeah, respecting the damage that needed to come out, right? During that point of time, that turtling, all that macro was for a reason. While all this was happening, you can see Tu Sui on that Suyo. He was trying to get the farm up on the Suyo, trying to get the damage through. Eventually, it came at the sacrifice of his own Edith, but it all worked out.
It all worked out. To be fairly honest, Edith, the only job at that point in time is not about breaking out the Phylax or anything anymore. The point is to get an opening. The initiation is so important in order to pave a way for the team.
Yeah, Mr. Shailin Aun, the man himself, 202, 727 GPM, MVP of the game. He held on extremely well. That little micro adjustment to put up that flicker, going for that flicker play into the Harif at that point was just so well done.
Honestly, amazing job. Even though it's just 0-2 and Team Myanmar didn't even have a lot of kills, to be fair, it doesn't really quite matter because they won the game and that's what is important.
Yeah, definitely. 10-8. You can see Team Malaysia leading in terms of that kill counter, right? Razif was a problem that they could not deal with, and they were like, yeah, let's leave it to a later date. Our problem now is to get the farm on the Claude as much as possible. And this is a situation, once again, the Claude from behind, right? This is a hero to be respected. This is something that only a Claude can do. And currently, I feel this is why he's so strong in the meta.
So honestly, Team Myanmar, they did whatever that they could at best, and of course found the opportunity onto Yves. Having the Yves not having the box, you know, the RWM, is such a big thing, right? Because we saw multiple times when Team Malaysia was literally knocking on the doors of Team Myanmar, a single box completely breaks away Team Myanmar's advancements, and they don't have a means, to just rush right in. And Ted Wu saw the opportunity, went right in before Amar had the opportunity to just open up the box. And from that point on, the whole team just crumbles.
Yeah, Ta'u, man, that man going in with the onwards during that period of time, that was the pure genius play coming through. If you look at paper, if you look on the stat board, Team Malaysia, they were all but set to take that Lord, but that wild card play, them taking the 50-50s, this is what makes Team Myanmar, I feel, right? They're willing to take these fights, they're willing to take these small little adjustments and push things into the favor, even when there's 6,000, 7,000 go down.
There is so much things that happen within a very short span of time, right? This fight is essentially split into two all the way through, and they had their own specific jobs that they needed to fulfill in that short span of time. And this is actually a point in time where it actually worked out for Team Myanmar when they man-marked someone. And that marker worked out pretty amazingly, and by that point in time, they managed to burst down that Fredrin, they managed to burst down the Yves. Most of that front line plus the utility is already gone. You do have a damage dealer coming in from the side of Ilton, and at that point, he may have full HP. He does have his Zaman Force, but to be fair, the entire team would just collapse onto you, and there's really nothing much that you could do.
Yeah, and that's just great concentration coming up in from these players as well. Team Malaysia, I would say, at the end, they forgot that RWM was the key factor that they were winning these team fights, right? That box, very important in locking key players, especially the Cho up. And without that capability, when he positioned himself slightly in front, Team Myanmar, they saw that chance.
Yep, it was a split-second decision that they had to make. And to be fair though, there was actually not much of a reason for Amar to rotate all the way to the northern part of the Turtle's Pit. He just had to be behind of the Fredrin throughout the entire time, because they even have got Akif that is hovering around in the southern side. The only reason why he made his way up to the northern side is because of, well, Paquito. However, Paquito is actually playing more of an assassination style kind of gameplay. Doesn't really quite require too much support in this case.
Yeah, they were feeling the gold advantage, right?
Yep.
When they felt the gold advantage, at that point, I can understand the decision making coming out
It
from
was
the side of Team
5,000
Malaysia.
gold advantage, by the way.
Yeah, they were understanding it because they wanted to use the box with the Paquito to just prevent any form of entryway. But the entryway came on to Amar.
Yep.
And yeah, that was just pure decision-making genius right there. Now going into game 2, right? Feels like both teams, they got a good feel of each other right now. Team Malaysia, sadly, down 1 point, but still they played an amazing game. They were just so ahead, and with that, hopefully, their mental is still intact.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that they will be able to bounce back strongly from this point in time, because I'm pretty sure that Team Malaysia, they're pretty well tempered. You know, they have went through so much, and they have played a lot of MLBB as well. So I have great hopes for them. Pretty sure that that is not going to let them down.
Yeah, MLBB is indeed a hard MPL to play. And now, with the ban stages coming through, we have the Phobius, the Fanny, and the Arlott being taken out from the side of Team Malaysia. Team Myanmar, they choose to ban out the Freya and also the Glue. And this time, they're saying, go for it. Go for the Paquito once again, right? We've dealt with it in game 1. We're going to deal with it again. And yeah, I mean, letting it out. I mean, Team Myanmar, that's just pure confidence right there.
Okay. But this time, Team Myanmar have decided to steal away that Fredrin away from the hands of Team Malaysia and double down with a gourd as well.
Oh, this is not good. Team Malaysia is just going to pick up the Claude for themselves. Claude Paquito, might be a lapse in draft here.
There's Harif as well.
Yeah.
There is a Harif that's available. And I think that Team Malaysia might actually want to go towards that certain direction though. Having a Paquito plus the Harif, they can actually play a very aggressive setup coming for themselves. And oh, they actually went for the Claude and now with an Akai.
Yeah, now it's a very different lineup, right? A Paquito with a Harif versus a Paquito with a Claude. Now, Team Myanmar, they go for a Moskov here, and I really respect this, right? Generally, when you see a Claude being picked up, you want to go for the Moskov because you have slight bit better entryway into the team fight, especially if you land the SOD, you land the Spirit Destruction, you're always one member up. And that's that advantage you have going as a Moskov, but you got to land it.
You have to land it. I think that is the main caveat. In order for you to do these kind of cross-map plays and have global presence, landing the SOD is not easy. Let's remember that. Is a long way ahead for a Moskov to land that in, and of course, projectile speed definitely needs to be remembered. So we'll see how that is gonna go. For Team Malaysia, they're lacking of a single roamer and a mid laner, while for Team Myanmar, they are looking at a roamer and an XP. So both sides, they're lacking of roam. They gotta have to ban that out and try to whittle down the pool as much as possible, because Team Myanmar, they do have got the first pick into the second phase, so they can actually snap pick any roamer that is left over.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Team Myanmar choose to stay on that second pick, right? Because they did have that choice to jump over, they did not, and they are staying on that second pick as well. So now for the side of Team Malaysia, they do ban out the Yuzong, and the Eve will be the ban of choice coming out from the side of Team Myanmar. So both the Zusin and the Eve not available to deal with the Gord's lane pressure now. Lilia is still there. They can actually use it well though. Paquito, Claude, Lilia, that is a very, very good individualistic lineup.
So now Myanmar, they gotta have to accept that the god needs to be paired with someone that is, relatively decent when it comes down to clearing out the waves, or at least be strong enough to kind of force the members from Team Malaysia away. They have decided to pick up Uranus in this case, so a little bit of proxying work, which can definitely come out to be relatively strong if you think about it. Because right now, the only one that they can see is an Akai. Akai doesn't necessarily seem very strong in terms of rotational speed, but now the ball is onto the court of Malaysia. How do they want to deal with Uranus in order to ensure that this Uranus is always going to be kept in check?
Put the Akai on the roam and pull out the Guinevere, right? Because the Guinevere is available. I mean, that's what I would do. But now for the side of Team Malaysia, well, do they go for that pick here? No, they go for the Kalea, the Lilia.
Okay.
Indeed, that would be a good individualistic play. And Kalea, yes, very good at locking down the Gord. That's what you need. Generally, we see a Kaja, maybe a Cho, and the Kalea as well.
Yep. So the Kalea's, at least when it comes down to Kalea, she will be able to catch on to frontliners very effectively and allow Lilia to burst them down. And it can also work very well with Paquito. So Team Malaysia, they have got good ways to burst, make full use of these pick-off strategies. And in the event that anything doesn't go well, it will be an Akai that will be heavy spinning the death of the rest.
Okay, we got a Hellcurt coming out from the side of Team Myanmar. It's been a long time since I've seen this boy. And yeah, well, I mean, they're feeling it, right? They went Moskov, Uranus, and also Hellcurt. This is what they're known for. I mean, well, I'm just going to look forward to this. How does this work against the Paquito and Claude, right? Because you're playing individualistic, you are playing solo, but once you take away that map vision, the ability to help your teammates, yes, it becomes disenchanted when you have that communication available, because all the players are talking. This is not a ranked game, but in that competitive spirit where Hellcurt is still able to shut people down 1 versus 1, that's just a lot of damage.
So just like that, we are going to be looking at that Hellcurt in the roam position, being a very annoying hero that can be a very good harasser as well. So looking at this, with a great power in the roam section, you generally will be able to find your ways into the side lanes very effectively and to kind of help out whoever that would be in need. This puts the goal lane for the side of Team Malaysia in a really tough spot as the Claude, because you constantly have to look out. Is there going to be a health curd here?
Oh my god, that was just so much damage. I have no idea what Myomian was doing standing beside there, and the flicker being used as well. Oh no, that's an early blunder.
Yep, as I mentioned, Team Malaysia, they're not gonna find themselves in a demoralizing state. They will use that loss as a lesson.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, already one member down so early, and that's a huge one as well. A lot of mid-prio loss, and mid-prio really decides the state of the game going into the middle stages as well. This first turtle not looking good as well. Now Razif will be the target of hate here as Jotuya. He does manage to take out the Paquito, and this is why they picked up the Helker.
Oh boy, great plays coming in. They did manage to get a very good lead on top of the Paquito right off the bat. Team Myanmar, they definitely know what they can do against Razif whenever he goes to play as this Paquito. So moving on forward here, that means that we can definitely expect that this Uranus will be able to do quite a number in the XP lane, and it should more or less be pretty open. We also need to remember that when it comes down to Team Malaysia, they don't have someone that have instant gratification to deal with this Uranus. You definitely can expect a heavy spin that pins this Uranus to the wall, but that is a lot of resources that will have to be wasted just to take a tank away.
Yeah, very good usage of spacing now as Team Myanmar is starting to respect damage coming out from side of Team Malaysia. And with that, now having that first turtle up, they do get the recovery through with that kill onto the Hellkurt as well. But Kalea going into the backline, heavy spin. Azad does get the first turtle for himself. Appraisal's Wrath is there, but it's not enough as Han Tu Shui, he will go down in tandem as well. Team Myanmar, they cannot fight this as they have to get out. Tsunami Slam onto Jotuya as he's trying to escape here. Mystic Gush being used. Razif, he will not be going down here, I feel. He does have the flicker, and Spear of Destruction is there though.
2-1 current scoreline, and Team Malaysia, they did manage to get the turtle for themselves with a nice little heavy spin to ensure that Nazan definitely will get that turtle for himself. So from this point onwards, Team Malaysia, they do want to kind of take a look into their own win condition, and that is to play towards tempo, and also when it comes down to pick off. Who is going to be the main contest, or who is going to be the main victim when it comes down to that?
Yeah, so far, very good vision game coming out from the side of Uranus, where you're able to feel out the rotates coming out from the side of Paquito. That's why Paquito hasn't been such a huge problem so far, and I believe Team Myanmar have done a great job of dealing with the Paquito as well in that first game. So definitely there's a reason why they leaked that pick through.
Now, you can see that Wu is generally going to be at that spot where he wants to open up the XP lane as much as possible to kind of give information to the team. They already know that the Akai is down in the bottom lane, and it will take some time before he will eventually make it up to the top lane. So this is going to open up quite some opportunity for Tuya to find some ways to kind of play around with the top, especially since the turtle is eventually going to pop up in 30 seconds. If they do want to get any form of control or any form of control over the river lines, the time should be soon.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see how this Helker is going to have the damage. Sure, he's going to have that pick-off capability. Sure, he's going to have that threat of that map presence. But once that mid-game is reached, right, when Akai is going to be heavy spinning the rest of the team, I don't see how he comes into the team fight as well.
There's also a lack of utility from Team Myanmar the moment that we advance over to the later part of the game.
Now, ultimate being popped from side of Jotuya. The Hellkurt is there, Spirit of Destruction lands, but the turtle will just be given for free to the side of Team Malaysia.
Now do note, even though we're looking at a Hellcut in the roam position, which can be very aggressive, however, we do have two heroes that are generally very greedy, that requires a lot of items in order to perform, that being the Moskov as well as the Uranus. So having the Hellcut really just allows Team Myanmar to breach themselves over to the later stages of the game. However, as you mentioned, the moment that we hit mid stages, this is when the team will have a very big drop in power, while Team Malaysia, they will have a massive race in that due to the fact that they are a pick-off comp, having a Lilia onto their side, and Razif, they will go downtown.
Yeah, traditional win conditions coming out inside of Team Malaysia. Very strong front to back here, but the proxy does come true from the Uranus all the way in that top side, already starting to begin his shenanigans here as both Oracles have been picked up from both sides as well. Now, they need to start to deal with the macro pressure that has been mounting up from side Team Myanmar. If they do get the farm through, if they put themselves on the even footing, this Hellcurt is going to become a problem.
The bottom lane tier 1 turret seems like it's about to go down, and Team Myanmar unfortunately will not be able to answer for that. Team Myanmar, one of the main problems is also when it comes down to initiation and execution. You don't really have a way to keep Team Malaysia in place, as you can't just hold them down right there. You need to slowly play around, you gotta feel it out a little bit, and technically speaking, harass the opponents. And this is where Teu comes into play.
Yeah, the Kalea is also there for the side of Team Malaysia as well, right? So Teu with that just vision game, Razif will be having a hard time. Now going in on the Hellcurt as well, but that's not enough damage, man. You don't have enough farm. Blade of Heptacy is being picked up, but yeah, it's not gonna be enough.
Yep, all they want to do is be pretty much just harass Razif as much as possible. But with the help of the Hellcurt, they could actually potentially bring down the T1 turret, which was something that they really wanted to rush down. Because there is, of course, some sort of timer that they will want to reach out for when it comes down to Suya.
Yeah, now just putting a lot of utility onto Teu, and this is exactly what Team Myanmar want. As you fall into that Mystic Gush, Myomin takes out the Kalea at this point. Now with that heavy spin, Razif just takes out the turtle, but SOD is there, not able to jump in, but Teu still being a menace.
The SOD managed to land, but unfortunately that was not a fight for them to win. They will want to play a little bit more on the macro ground as he's all the way down in the bottom lane, being able to take the T1 turret. However, Malaysia, they were responding kind and will do the exact same thing by taking down the T1 turret up to the top lane. Right now, the big change will happen very soon, and that is the middle lane contest. Whichever team that is able to secure the middle lane for themselves first by taking down the T1 turret essentially will be able to win in, the early parts of the mid stages of the game because of their control in the opponent's jungle.
Yeah, this is where Team Malaysia starts to group up, and with that Mystic Gush, not able to catch onto Nazan. Mystic spin, heavy spin, pin onto the wall. Tansu Shui does go down. SOD is there, but Razif already dealing unfathomable amounts of damage.
Does seem like Team Myanmar is the one that have their back against the wall. Team Malaysia, they are still very strong ahead and very strong-willed. They bring down the middle lane T1 turret indeed. While in the meantime, what we wanted to see from Shine was to go in with that SOD, but he did not. He decided to try to split push down in the top lane. However, that was completely dispelled because we got Razif going up top.
Yeah, and the problem is still there, right? The Claude Paquito that Team Malaysia, they managed to get for themselves. This is not exactly a combo that you want to give away. Now that macro pressure is starting to mount, and now 4,000 gold ahead is Team Malaysia, but they aren't supposed to be ahead. That's the thing.
Now, there's other thing that we need to look out for is the power spike that we are talking about in the mid stages of the game. And this is where Amar and Razif will start to pop up. Amar has just picked up the Blood Wings for herself, which makes things so much more difficult for the members of Myanmar to harass her. Right now, the only one that can realistically harass is going to be Teu. We talked about that, and it's constantly just going to be in their face time and time again with the disc just spinning around. But with the Blood Wings, the movement speed coming in from Lilia will make things a little bit more difficult for the Uranus to do his job.
Yeah, there's farm trying to be secured on the Hellcurt at the moment as Joatuya going in for the flank movement, but Teu falling extremely low. But he's a Uranus after all, ultimate being popped here, blazing wet. Tushui has to get out, Mystic Gush is not there, but Joatuya takes out a Kif, and this is huge. No Tsunami Slam being used so far, but no Mystic Gush is there, and Shinlin out being taken out. That's a 1-for-1, but it's a gold laner for a roamer.
Yep, it is definitely not a favorable trade for Team Myanmar, but the good thing is they did not get completely wiped out. They can still continue to go for a fight and try to repel this lot as much as possible, which is going to be marching in from the middle lane. This very first lot that marches in, the main thing that it wants to do is to take down every single one of these outer turrets. Team Malaysia can still look into playing into the mid stages of the game, which is the timer from now until somewhere about 16 minutes. The moment that they have got got a larger income gap between them and Myanmar, the longer that they can kind of drag the game out to 17 or to 18 minutes even.
Yeah, they're playing an extremely dangerous game here. Team Myanmar getting tsunami slammed in the back line, and Sui, he's falling extremely low. Mr. Gush used to defend here. Heavy spin comes through from the side of Nazan just to try and disengage. Now he does have that SOD to pop away, and very clean disengage coming out from side of Team Malaysia, despite being forced into that position. Now, with the holy defense being popped here, Team Malaysia, they were trying to go for inhibitor turret damage, and this looks very familiar, right? Team Myanmar holding on to the inhibitor turrets, but this time, the Claude is on the other foot.
Not too big of a damage over to the side of Team Myanmar, to be fairly honest. The whole defense would have went down at the 12 minutes mark either way, which will be happening in, which will reach that within 1 minute mark. So right now, the main thing that we want to look out for is just how online are some of these players. So let's take a look so far. Ilton have already got a total of 41,000 damage dealt by from him alone. So it's relatively fair to say that he has got the 3 items that he needs in order to go absolutely ham. But speaking of items, there we go. The 3 items from the side of Claude. And of course, we talk about Lilia.
And now with that, they want to go on to and this is not exactly a prime target of the choice, right?
Nope.
You see the Paquito with the most amount of damage coming in. Yes, it's not going to be able to do anything to Uranus at all. And Team Myanmar, as long as they can keep this up, as long as they can make sure Ta'u is that first point of contact, they can essentially inch their way back.
Now, our eyes definitely will be on to the side of Tuya. What is going to be his role in this fight? He will not be able to give any form of utility, so the best thing that he can do is to look out for any form of opportunities to go for quick kills or quick assassinations. At this current state, it does definitely seem like he is going to be looking out for Amar because of that Execute. Execute is undoubtedly very strong against a Lilia in the event that the Lilia just go ahead and Black Shoes trying to min-max the amount of damage she can receive throughout the entire time. So as long as Amar is constantly away from the main team fights and has to look out to be really careful, or he needs a lot of support coming in from either Nazan or Akif.
Yeah, Lord is now up for the taking here, 12 minutes into the game. Now, with the creep priority going towards Myanmar's way on the bottom side, and also Jatuya showing himself on that top side as well. But the farm is being funneled extremely well into the Hellkirk. Then Team Malaysia burst it down before Jatuya convenes and joins his team.
We also need to remember the way that Team Myanmar usually play. But hold a second, take a look.
Yeah, heavy spin being used here, just being forced out with that Mystic Gush. It's just going to be a trade of utilities, but we do see good movement from Razid to feel out where Jatuya is. Now, with the rest of the team members here, Myanmar, they actually want to force this out, but Tushui is gone. They don't have the retribution here. And Team Myanmar, they're still jumping in. SOD has already been committed. They have to cut their losses here. Jatuya is in, and he might be in no man's land here. He takes out Nazan, but at what cost? Jatuya now running for the hills. He's not able to get out. Is he going to be getting out here? Oh my God, what a great escape. Ilton is there though, and with the rest of the team coming through, BMI is there. Oh man, what is this? This is some early bird gameplay, man.
Oh man, still managing to just casually run away. It's really unfortunate right now, but we do have the Lord that will be marching into the middle lane, and that is the inhibitor turret that will eventually go down, and so will the bottom lane. Team Myanmar, they're lacking of shine, but he will be back in really soon. A quick little SOD should be able to bring him straight into the fight in the event that Team Myanmar will want to start things off first.
Yeah, now once again, they have to be wary of Jatuya's position, right? Right now, they're feeling the blood in the water so far. They need to wait for Nazan to reconvene with the rest of the team, and Team Myanmar, if they want to jump now, this positioning might be good for them, but they're still holding on. They're wary of the Lilia being in the back line, and Jatuya has been snuffed out. Now, with Ta'u going in front, SOD is still an option to open up the team fight.
We also need to remember the team of Malaysia. The way that they play is that they are not afraid of being in the front lines. That's why Ilton, as well as Amar, they don't mind being in the front lines and being the harassers. The reason why that is that there is no containment coming in from Team Myanmar to lock people down.
Now, with that heavy spin being used, Ta'u is able to get out so far. Now, with the Mystic Gush gone as well, Flying Cloud Mechanic is there. They are coming in. SOD as well, jumping in with the Spear of Despair. Akif will be locked down here. They don't have the heavy spin to disengage her. And now, with that, Team Myanmar, they secure one for themselves.
A small little victory for them. being able to take away that Kalia might be able to allow them to take some of these money bags that are just standing around the lanes. The top lane and the middle lane T1 turret can definitely go down. But so far, Team Myanmar, they can look out for more of these opportunities of split push, which is something that Myanmar meta usually like to play. Normally, with an assassin or someone that have a lot of movement speed, would just split push alone and leave all the other 4 members on the opposite side of the map, which we have mentioned before. This is something that you will always want to take a look at and be reminded of, that Nagoya, he can come in at any point in time.
Yeah, this guy, man, this guy, he made the great escape so far. I would say losing all inhibitor turrets in the process, but still holding on to the game, right? The map pressure that he provides alone, you need to think about the back every single time you're pushing forward as Team Malaysia. So this is why they can't exactly go for the base rush, because their backwards is always exposed. Now with the Lord up though,
I don't think that Team Myanmar will be able to control this Lord, however, though. It is always going to be a 4v5 because the Hellcat will always need to take some time before he reaches the main fight. Well, in the meantime, this is all about juggling, and this is all about the macro game. As long as a team of Malaysia realizes and sees that, hey, Hellcat is all the way to the top, there could be a possibility that they would want to be able to jump into a fight. They don't have a composition that can burst down the Lord, though, so they will want to prime this Lord as much as possible to burstable HP.
Yeah, Chotuya making his way here. The knockup coming through from the Lord here. Mystic Gush in that backline. Team Myanmar, this looks like a fight that's going well for them. Team Malaysia, they get the Lord. They're gonna disengage her. They shouldn't be fighting this.
Yep, so the Lord was primed indeed, and Malaysia was looking for an opportunity to eventually go in the moment that the darkness, the blanket, or the darkness clears up in here. But it doesn't seem like that opportunity came up. And that's why Team Malaysia, they have decided to focus down onto the Lord and look for a easier way to win, and that is to crash right in over the core.
Yeah, so far they will have that super creep wave coming in on that mid side as well. Posturing for positions is going to be both teams here, and this is where Team Malaysia, they smell blood in the water here. As the Lord crashes down, they are trying to hold it in the front of the base here. The taunt coming through, but the heavy spin is there. Good positioning for the side Team Myanmar. Damage still coming through. Mystic Gush is available, but Eaton goes down, and Chotuya in that back line, dealing so much damage. Eventually gets shut down, but Shine Lin out. He's still alive. He's dealing so much damage with the Spear of Despair, and now Spear of Destruction does not land as Razif, he goes for a Hail Mary play, and they hold on for now. Team Myanmar still strong.
Team Myanmar held it on because Chotuya, he manages to do his job, and that is to burst down Ilton. That's the main thing. That's the real thing that he needed to do. And from that point on, even though he would have to sacrifice his own life, Shine would just literally go downtown and get all these free hits.
Yeah, I mean, Team Myanmar, they are not shy about giving up their own lives for the objective, right? In the previous game, we saw the Edith going in, and now Chotuya going on to Ilton, which is the main source of that physical damage onto the structures. And that is exactly what they needed to do to survive.
So currently 18 minutes into this game, and we're looking at 51,000 total gold over to the side of Team Myanmar. So it is relatively fair to say that their items are all relatively maxed out, and we can definitely see that in a short little bit. But this instant replay recap is what we want to see. Take a look all the way from behind. The moment that you see the Hellcat connects all of the stingers is when you realize, oh, I've done it.
Yeah, I mean, I done goofed up, right? And Chotuya behind. Well, right now, this Hellcat pick looking extremely good, but at the same time, right? The pressure is mounting to the side where they don't have inhibitor turrets. There is going to be constant creep wave pressure. But now Team Myanmar, they have much more breathing space, knowing that they can take down a lot of the members, especially Razif. He needs to be wary. He does have that immortality, but that one life is only going to get him so far.
Although we also need to remember, right? Team Myanmar, they did manage to pull off an impeccable defense. However, they can't keep up with this forever. They need to find another opportunity like what they have did previously. And unfortunately, the ball is going to be on to Tuya. He needs to find something like that again onto Iman. or Ilton, or maybe onto Amar. One way or another, someone needs to die, and there must be a trade between the roamer and, either the gold laner or the mid laner.
I mean, now at this point, this Lord is something that both team members, they cannot give up, especially so for the side of Team Myanmar. This is an enhanced Lord. That damage reduction is there, so they cannot afford to give this up at all. But looking at the side of Team Malaysia, there is that creep wave coming through from the top side as well. There is that winning possibility. Jatuya is there, popping the ultimate, but the tsunami slam into the Mystic Gush. Spear of Destruction is there as well. Spear of Despair is there. They're trying to hold on, Team Myanmar. They're fighting this 3v2. They do take out Akif and Razif. They finally take out the Lord for the side of Team Malaysia. But Team Myanmar, they hold on once again.
That's fair. A roamer for another roamer and the XP laner. This is absolutely fair. However, that will also mean that Team Malaysia manages to take the Lord for themselves. We will eventually be marching in within 5 seconds from now.
I love this game so much, man. I love this game so much. I gotta say, Team Myanmar, we are cockroaches so far. Look at that Spear of Despair onto Razif. If he went for that base turret there, it could have been bad, but that stun came out completely in the nick of time. That control only the Moskov, that was possible. Now, with that Lord marching in, they won't have Razif and Akif. Team Myanmar, they have a sliver of time with that play. They will have to chunk it down though. Now, Jatuya, he does have that ultimate available. Team Myanmar still posturing for position here, and now they have Ilton available. Flying Clouds coming in for the convene here. Spear of Destruction does go in, does not jump in here. Jatuya still dealing with the creep wave at the back, and this Lord is dealt with. Team Myanmar, they hold on, they breathe for now.
The ball is once again back onto the court to Team Malaysia. They're pushing it right in, and there's a Mystic Gush that opens things up for Team Malaysia, or rather, opens things up for Team Myanmar. Now Malaysia, they can look for an opportunity now.
Conceal play, Jatuya at the back, trying to find Ilton. He popped the Wind of Nature, he survived for it now. Now the base falling extremely low, Holy Crystal being picked up, and now with the creep wave, it's not there! Team Malaysia, they managed to tie things up 1-1. What a base race.
Oh my, Team Malaysia literally just hanging on to that very thin thread. Anything could go wrong at that point in time. Ilton, he managed to survive from that, from all of that stingers, and being able to get himself the Wind of Nature out of there is undoubtedly super important as well. But regardless of all of that, that was still a very close game between Myanmar and Malaysia. We're going to game number 3, baby.
Yeah, I mean, if you kill me once, shame on me. But if you kill me twice, if you kill me once, shame on you. But if you kill me twice, shame on me, right?
Yep.
Ilton with a very good itemization swap towards that rose gold. Then afterwards, building that Wind of Nature as well, just to deal with that Hellcurt. Came in so clutch. My hands are shaking right now.
Well, in the end of the day, it is going to be crowning the MVP over to Amar with 2 kills, 0 death, and 8 assists. It's really unfortunate for Blink that he was not able to do anything towards this Lilia, even picking up that execute to hope to be able to take her down. But alas, this Lilia was still a little bit too slippery.
Yeah, I gotta say, Amar 208, that first blood is a first blood that should not have happened, right? Given the fact that if you rewind that first blood away, that could have been a very different game, especially looking at the Hellcurt that was available. And Amar bought them that space. He bought them at least 3 minutes of breathing space in that early game alone, and that could have led to Team Myanmar winning as well.
To be fair, at one point in time when there was just 3 members from Team Malaysia just tagging along with the Lord, it really seemed as though that Team Myanmar could have dove onto Malaysia in order to kind of repel them further away or try to cycle the members there. But I think that at that point in time, they really need to consider that this is a 22-minute game. This is a well-evolved Lord, and we need to realistically be able to deal with this masses of creep wave and the Lord. So the number 1 priority for them is to not to cycle the opponents, but to deal with the Lord first. But however, they were hoping to be able to kill the Lord fast and then cycle.
Yeah,
but
they did it.
It took a little bit too long, right, for the Lord to go down. So by the time that the Lord went down, every single one of the members from Team Malaysia got together already, and the cycling unfortunately would not be able to come into play. It became a full 5v5.
I think they were trying to go for something out of the ordinary in terms of that team fight, where they were waiting for Jaw Tuya to get that connection, right? That convene from the back line. And they already dealt with that Evolve Lord. It was already gone. It was the next creep wave that was coming through, and they could have dealt with that creep wave as well. The bottom lane was settled. All that was left at the top and that mid wave as well. So Team Malaysia essentially made it work with just 2, and that immortality buy together with that Winter Nature, I think that's that little justification, that little modification that really came through for the side Team Malaysia.
So in the end of the day, this is the result that we have. 1:1. And boy, we're going down to a BO1. Literally down the wire. Anything could happen right now. And both games were relatively close for Myanmar to a certain extent, right? Game number 1, it was Team Myanmar that was on the back foot the entire time. They had one good fight, and they just rushed it down in the middle lane. That was just unfortunate for Team Malaysia. We gotta have to agree to that. Game number 2, Team Malaysia did whatever that they can. They tried to get themselves a decent amount of lead, and they always have to keep a lookout for a random Hellcat. It worked out once, it worked out twice. However, finally, the Lord was just too much for them to handle.
Yeah, definitely just having that a bit of the space, right, in that base where Team Malaysia was able to take up so much space. And I feel that if they took that fight a bit outside of their base, as you said, could have ended differently as well. And we were at a point in time where items didn't matter. Draft, it's all out the window, right?
It's all about the full execution.
Everybody is playing with the vibes, the execution, and also the decision making. And this is really top level MLBB when it comes down to these team fights alone. You see any lesser Claude would have perished right there. But Ilton, well, first time, okay. That's on me. That's on you. That's on you.
Yep.
But second time, it's not going to happen again.
He did not crack under pressure. That's the main thing. Lolil, or rather Ilton, he made a very good play and ensured that, it will not happen again. Rest assured to his team, they can still continue to go on. They know that the lifeline is undoubtedly onto the Claude. The Blazing Duet and of course the passive auto attacks coming in from Claude makes a huge chunk of damage. After that, it will be on Amar that is playing as onto the Lilia. Lilia, MVP, 2 kills, 0 death. To be honest, it could just keep on going over for days and just keep on getting those glooms out over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, that was twice as well, right? We saw the base rush down with the Paquito and the Spear of Destruction into the Spear of Despair into the own crystal. How many times have you used your own crystal as the target for the Spear of Despair as the Moskov? I believe even in a ranked game, there is very little chance that that happens. And oh my God, what a play that was. Both teams, thank you for a great game of MLBB. But one of you guys are going to have to lose here as we head on into the game number 3. Now, all drafts out the table. Game 1, Game 2, didn't matter. Game 3 is now the main thing here.
There's only one game now. Between these two, which region will be the one that comes up on top of all of these? We've had very different, very different form of drafting, very different forms of playing, when of course very different heroes, being a Hellcat coming in, being signature and all. So what is going to be Malaysia's idea here? Technically speaking, game number 1 worked out great for them. They just made one single mistake. So technically speaking, do they have to fix anything? That's kind of the question. What kind of things did they do wrong? Can they continue with the way that they have been constantly playing in order for them to get this game 3 in the bag?
Yeah, I would say, all right, just don't give the Paquito and the Claude. You want to give one? Yeah, sure. That was game 1, right? But you give both the Paquito and the Claude? Well, yeah. That Hellcat, I gotta say, it's a wild card for now. But I'm pretty sure now, Team Malaysia, they know how to play against the Hellcat. It's not gonna happen twice in a row.
Not at all. In fact, when it comes down to this kind of niche pick, or what we'll like to say an X Factor pick coming in from Team Myanmar, these kind of picks are supposed to win them the game. It's supposed to be that cheese pick that gives the opponent a run of just give the opponent such a big shock that they don't know how to deal with it. However, Team Malaysia, they dealt with it very nicely. They knew exactly what the Hellcat's role is, what does he need to do, and ultimately they reacted accordingly. They positioned themselves differently, they itemized differently in order to ensure that they go to game number 3.
Yeah, going into game number 3 as well, I don't know whether sides are going to swap once again, because I believe for the side of the second game, right, where Team Myanmar, I believe they chose to stay on that second.
They chose to, yes.
Yeah, so now the onus is on Team Malaysia, right? Will they want to be that first pick or that first ban?
Actually, wait, maybe it was Team Malaysia that chose because they lost game 1.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Malaysia lost game 1, so they chose to be on first pick, second pick, first pick, first ban. So now, Team Myanmar lost, so there is a chance that they will want to kind of switch over. Well, we'll see if whether that is going to be the case or not. First things first, we gotta take a look at the map, and it is going to be dangerous grass. Hey, okay, sounds good. No, not gonna happen again.
I would love to see it again. I would love it. I would love to see another 20-minute Hellcat game. But now with the sides being swapped here, Fanny being banned out, Glue and Kalea. Now that respect coming through from the side of Team Myanmar, right? Kalea, I would say, like, it doesn't get enough respect. Kalea is so good in terms of just forcing out these team fights. Of course, not the factor why they won, but definitely a lot of building moments there for the side of Team Malaysia. Now the Paquito being banned out for the side of Team Malaysia. For the first time here, we won't get the Paquito in the game. Now that Marcel, what both teams have been ignoring, right?
Yep.
The ugly elephant in the building. Not exactly ugly, but, you know.
How dare you?
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Okay, so now we are looking at a Freya that is still unbanned. We haven't seen Freya. In fact, I think that Boxer hasn't been banned as well and not picked too.
Yeah. So
okay.
Guinevere will be the ban of choice here. Team Malaysia, they can think about just banning out the Freya, banning out the Marcel.
I think giving away the Marcel at this point in time is pretty okay. I'm pretty sure that these teams are pretty well equipped to deal with a Marcel. But when it comes down to dealing with a Freya, it's a lot more annoying to deal with when there is so much firepower coming out from one person.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of just both alone, I would still say I would prefer to deal with a Freya than Mars. I don't know.
Okay, so even Freya and Marcel, you will still prefer to deal with a Freya.
Yeah.
Freya and a Paquito, you'd rather deal with Freya.
Freya.
So basically, you're saying that Freya is not worth it.
I think Freya not worth. Freya bad. No,
Okay.
just kidding.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
No, I like those opinions, dude.
But
I do love it.
It's more of which would you rather, right?
Would you rather?
I would best not deal with both.
Okay.
But if I had to deal with one, right? Now, Team Myanmar, they open up with Sin here,
Okay.
right? And usually the answer is, of course, you want to go for the Eve as much as possible. Team Malaysia, they don't have exactly to pick the Eve right now. Whether or not they want to go for that Claude opener, yes, they do. Claude into Fredrin.
Uh-oh. Well, Fredrin hasn't exactly have a very good win rate, let's be honest here. Not at all, but maybe we'll be able to see something a little bit different being played by Nazan, possibly. But now, finally, the Boxer is coming into play, and Freya even. Okay, honestly, this 3 picks from Team Myanmar is kind of scary, dude. You're not gonna talk me out of this.
Yeah, this is one of the scariest drafts that I've seen out from side Team Myanmar and Team Malaysia. In kind, right now, they have to go for the Eve, right? If they don't go for the Eve here, they're kind of shooting themselves into the foot about dealing with the Sin. At the same time, the Eve also good at dealing against the Freya. Does have some stopping power.
Oh man. Okay, so moving on from this point, the last pick coming in from Team Malaysia, what do we gonna expect from here? Eve? Okay, great.
You gotta go for it.
You gotta go for it.
You gotta go for it. If it does get banned out, you're just not giving yourself a fair chance here. And also now for the side of Team Myanmar, well, now they can think about what's next, right? In terms of the Rome, the Kalea is already gone. The Cho is a possibility. The R-Lot definitely needs to be banned out from the side of Team Myanmar because on that EXP lane, Fredrin, R-Lot, that combo, definitely not something that you want to give.
So now we are looking at Team Myanmar. They haven't yet have a Rome as well as a XP. No. Rome and a gold in this case. And in the side for Team Malaysia, they also do need a XP and a Rome in this case. Okay.
What a respect ban, right? What a respect
Prime.
ban coming out from the side of Team Malaysia. Banning out that Hellcurt. Well, I wouldn't want to deal with Jothuya's Hellcurt either.
To be honest, at this point, nah, I don't want to do it.
Next time, if I see a Burmese flag and a Hellcurt pick, I'm gonna start shaking. It's like, oh man, oh no,
Oh man.
oh no, this man, he's watched the game. He watched the game, and now for that chip is also banned out for the side team Malaysia as well. Now, for that R-Lot, right? That is still available. That elephant in the room, Fredrin, R-Lot, extremely good combo in terms of getting a team fight, having the RW as well, able to disposition both that Boxia and the Freya. They will prioritize the Cho instead.
But Khalid does sound good for Team Malaysia right now. They need someone that is able to open team fights right now. Either the Khalid or Khalid is bad. So right now the best thing I can think of is going to be the Khalid. Being able to open team fights, place together with the real world manipulation, and of course allowing a window of opportunity for Frederick to go in as well.
Yeah, the Khalid. There we go. But now, last EXP lane pick, well, for the side team Myanmar, they're lacking that gold laner. Will they go for the Moskov once again, right? We know that Shineland out, well, great Moskov player. Harif still in that pool as well, but you can also put the Freya on the gold lane if you want to match him up against the Claude as well. So there is that Sora capability as well.
I do like to think that the Freya is going to go over to the XP right now. So bringing out, okay, there we go. Bringing out the Harif right now would be nice. And of course, even Carmilla, okay. Tethering everyone together with the Thorns and, oh man, we actually haven't seen the Carmilla in a very long time here.
Yeah, usually the combo that we see is the Carmilla Granger and also the Sicilian, right? Having the Curse of Blood available just to have that ability to deal that kind of splash damage. Now, for the side team Malaysia, I would say at this point, right? R-Lot, very good. Yeah, you have the Fredrin, you have the Khalid, you have the Eve, you have the Claude. But, of course, if they want to deal pound for pound against the Freya, R-Lot doesn't look that good, but if let's say you want to go somewhat more of a team fight, there is also the Glue EXP lane available. They go for the Phoveus. Oh yeah, it's there.
Completely open, in fact.
Okay.
So, as a matter of fact, for Team Malaysia, they still kind of want to go for their team fight strategy. They want to pounce right in and kind of play front to back. While in the meantime, for Team Myanmar, they do have got pretty good ways to deal a lot of single target damage, but not necessarily a way to kind of spread it across to everyone else. That is where the Curse of Blood kind of comes into play. Baxia, Freya, and Camilla, they can play pretty early into the game and try to find a way to open some window of opportunity in order to break through in the mid stages of the game.
Feel that 5-on-5, there's no way that Team Malaysia want to clash into Team Myanmar, right?
Yep.
They're trying to find out that pick off as much as possible, try to play the macro game, especially for the Claude. Yes, they will have the AoE damage where it matters, but Team Myanmar's AoE damage is just so oppressive. But heading into game number 3, we've had 1-1 right now for Team Myanmar versus Team Malaysia as the series is tied.
So just like that, this is the last game between these two teams, and only one team will be able to be crowned as the winner of this series. We start things off coming in for both of the junglers. They're starting up at the northwestern part, and they will end off at the southeastern, and that is where the turtle is going to be. So from this point, Team Malaysia starting to be a little bit more aggressive, immediately popping into the purple buff, trying to get a little bit more of an idea of what they are able to do.
Yeah, definitely at this point, that lethal going to way of the side of Team Myanmar as well, right? Getting that slight mid roaming advantage. Now, for the side of Team Myanmar, it's really to the point where are you able to keep the clock down? You want to take out the 5-on-5 fights, but at the same time, you're very reliant on that ultimate, especially the Curse of Blood coming in for the Camilla. You do have that stun available, but you need that level 4.
As we move on right now, we can talk a little bit more about the side lanes, right? Shine versus Ilton, when it comes down to the Harif, he always do have got the presence of lane bully to really do quite a lot of numbers over to the side of Claude. But in the meantime, down in the bottom, it is understandable that Freya is a lane bully too. So right now, Team Myanmar, they have very strong side lane control. How about the mid lane though? Having the Jusin and the Carmilla, generally they can be quite a bit of a harassers, and I think that is the main game plan that Team Myanmar is trying to do.
Yeah, mid lane looking like a water for now, and now with that turtle spawning up really soon, we are trying to see whether Razif can get that level 4 in time for this turtle fight here. Having that Infernal Pursuit is going to go a huge way here as they go for the last EXP catapult. Both EXP laners hit that level 4, and they will start to collapse here right now. Shu Unity collapses as well. Real world manipulation is there. Nazar takes out Jothuya with the Appraisal's Wrath, but he goes down as well. They get a turtle, but they lose. The jungler team fight still goes on. Razif now has that Infernal Pursuit, has to flicker away though, does not want to jump into too far. The Jusin is still a problem, and Myomit dealing so much damage, being alive the entire time, pulling off a Delvin cosplay here.
Look, that is just the doing Freya things, man. Right off the bat, 2 kills. Didn't even use Vengeance, by the way. He didn't even have to use the Vengeance, and he survived throughout that entire fight. And I, of course, need to commend Myomit on just that flicker. That flicker was just masterful, being able to return a favor back over to the side of Malaysia, making them think, hey, you know what? It's going to be very difficult for this Jusin to get back into the fight. But he turned things around. Just got to keep your eyes onto Myomit. He's constantly getting a very strong control on team fight and just allowing Tet-U to constantly just bring out all of these damage.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that he was getting chased down, he flickered forward, right? Like, yeah, Infernal Pursuit, no problem. You flicker away, I flicker back at you. And definitely heads up play coming out from inside of Team Myanmar, given the fact that now they have that Freya. So, yeah, it's going to be a very scary tool to deal with, especially with that Boxia as well. We saw the 3 coming out, right? Jusin, we have the Freya, we have the Boxia on that first 3 picks.
Just from the first 3 picks, it's really scary already, right? It's really not scary. So, honestly, I just have the main question. How does Malaysia want to kind of get themselves out of this very difficult spot? The early game, understandably, will go over to the side of Team Malaysia quite well. But hold a second. Does seem that Team Malaysia, they are looking at something over there, but not going to commit too hard to it.
Yeah, they don't really have that great initiation capability. Even onto the Freya himself, he's going to survive extremely long. Shu Unity crashes into Nazad. Will have that Appraisal's Wrath, though. They have to watch out for that. But there's a lot of damage coming onto Razif at the moment. Appraisal's Wrath onto the box here, not enough. Now, Myomit in the scene as well. Will have the flicker available, and Tet-U is able to just stand and deliver as he is able to deal so much damage.
Those Infinite Pursuit did absolutely nothing, dude. It did absolutely nothing. And the only thing that is, the only thing that's happening and the only damage that is going through is Tet-U onto Nazad. And in fact, the Frederick is just constantly being bullied.
Yeah, Appraisal's Wrath not landing onto Freya. Key moment there as Shinlin out. Does take out the turtle. Still very handed advantage. We talked about this team fight going out for side Team Myanmar. It's extremely strong. Now the Curse of Blood coming through. That's a good connection. Team Myanmar, they want to take this, but Ilton takes out the box here so far. But Shinlin out with the Zamon's Force. He is now around. Double kill is there as well. Amar will not be long for life as triple kill. And the mid lane turret are secured for Team Myanmar.
So, Mr. Mosat-ong, would you rather deal with a Freya?
No.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Not after I see this.
Dude. 205. There's a reason why Freya is constantly being banned out. It doesn't seem like Tet-U is constantly getting a lot of these kills, but boy, oh boy, is he just literally just glazing on the opponents and dealing so much damage and not dying.
Well, if they had a Marcel, maybe that would have stopped the Freya from coming in, yeah, maybe. But looking at the damage coming through, right, the RWM was just not enough from the side of Amar. And now with Xianlin Ao joining the fight, well, that was just icing on the cake there.
Oh man, 7 kills already to the side of Team Myanmar, and they're currently 3.7 thousand gold lead on top of Team Malaysia. Now do note, of course, Team Malaysia is trying to go for a little bit of a balanced team composition. They do have got a relatively strong lineup going towards the mid stages of the game to a certain extent, but that also requires Ilton to be able to get a decent amount of items, right? The 3 items in order to kind of pop off. Because let's be honest here, after what we saw from Razif, his Infernal Pursuit is just not doing anything over to the side of Teu. So we need the power of Claude to realistically be able to bring Teu down.
Yeah, now the conceal play coming through. It's been spotted out from the side of Team Myanmar. Damon's Force is being used here as they re-aggress. Now, Yeomin is here on that scene, and with the Lantern pull up, the RWM is finally being popped, and the Curse of Blood in the back line, not exactly connecting onto multiple here, and Damon's Force is not there, but Yeomin and Tu Sui, they are dealing and sustaining so much. Team Malaysia are falling like dominoes here as 3 members just instantly go down to the sustained damage.
Team Myanmar, they were just playing the game slowly and surely. But the moment that they know that, you know what, we can go all in, and that is when Teu just went straight in, and you're like, yep, you guys are dead, but not by me. By someone else. In this case, it was Myomit that constantly just getting all of that lantern over to the side of Team Malaysia. There was just absolutely no answer to the frontliners of Myanmar. All across the composition of Team Myanmar, they can't be stopped.
Ilton in trouble as well. Does not have the BMI. Flickers away. Mega kill onto the side of Xianlin Ao. The rest of the team is collapsing here, but they're collapsing onto nothing as their main carry is already gone. There's no damage. Team Myanmar with the Curse of Blood trying to keep Nazan down. But Team Myanmar, right now, they have the Holy Crystal on the Harif already at 8 minutes into the game. 8,000. Gold advantage.
8 minutes into the game, and the top lane Holy Defense has already been popped. So right now, if the Lord were to just rush right in, then it will be half of the turret completely taken down. Not only does Team Malaysia does not have the resources to deal with Team Myanmar at this moment in time, how do they even deal with Team Myanmar backed by a Lord?
Yeah, at this point, they don't have any reposition. They don't have any way to jump in. And it feels like they're playing on that defensive foot. Going to be that way for a very long time, right? 8,000 gold advantage. They're going to have to pull off a Team Myanmar cosplay from that game 1, right? Where in the same way, Ilton needs to perform that same way that Xianlin Ao did in that first game.
You really need to look for the opportunity, that small little window. And honestly, even at this point in time, right? If Akif does find a window onto the side of Team Myanmar, which honestly is kind of difficult, right? Because you find a window, who is going to be the real threat here? Is it Myomit that is constantly doing all of these control and harassment? Or is it Teu that has been constantly being the main bruiser that just can't die? Or is it just Shine that is the main aggressor and being able to free real estate all around the map?
Damon's Force is there with the Curse of Blood. There's just so much AoE control, man. This Carmilla pick is going crazy. And now with that Freya just going in ham, Teu, he does not give a rat's ass about anyone at the moment.
Oh, speaking of that, look at Ilton.
No.
He's way too far out, but at least the Cyclone's Eye is going to help him open up a little bit more. Ilton, you want to run? You want to run, buddy? Can you even run? Because 2 yards here, baby. And this time, I don't know. Is this even really a point in time where Ilton can run away? Well, no.
Yeah, he needs
Here's Johnny.
He needs like 6 Wind Talkers, man. And yeah, at that point, Tu Sui was like, oh, freebie for me? For me? Oh, so nice of you, Team Malaysia. Now, with that going in, they will have that Lord as well. Now, Ilton up in 10 seconds. Curse of Blood already in the backline. Shu Unity crashes. There's just going to be so much damage here as Teu does crash in. RWM is there. They won't overcommit for the kills. They will get the inhibitor turrets, but look at that. Ooh, once again, jumping in and out. They have the Lord here, Team Myanmar. They smell blood in the water here as they go for the blazing duet, but it's not enough. Instantly disruption as Myobit still going for more. Gets the double kill. Make it a triple. Can he get the Maniac here? It doesn't matter. They get the base. They win 2-1 for Team Myanmar.
Myanmar, they came in with a bang. When it comes down to game number 1, it seems like they were not getting the win. It seems like they are not able to get themselves out. One team fight, one single push, one win to themselves. Game number 2, it's definitely a close game. We saw the base rush coming in from Team Malaysia. They were getting desperate. They were doing whatever that they can in order to close the game out. Eventually, they did. Game number 3, the moment that we kind of see the first 3 picks out coming in from Team Myanmar, honestly, I was shivering already. I know what kind of things that a Freya could do. And the game pretty much explains itself.
Yeah, I mean, we got the drafts. We were just messing around here too. You know, we wanted to play the Hellcurt. Our boy Tuyao, he was like, oh yeah, let me play the Hellcurt. I want to do well. You know, 2-0, and then yeah, that's exactly what happened. And then in game 3, okay, lock in, guys, lock in. We got this.
Okay, guys, this Burmese is getting real smug.
We got this, guys. Lock in.
For the Malaysians out there, I will do something about him off stream. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, you are Singaporean.
Hey, look, I can't. We're neighbors, dude. We are the Malaysian. We're neighbors.
We're all part of one community here, and that was some great MLBB, right? Given the fact that Team Malaysia did falter in that game 3, but Myo Min, man, this man, he was able to deal so much damage the same way Team Indonesia, Delvin, right? That playstyle was there. His lantern rate was just insane. 89% kill participation. The damage didn't matter. Him having that Sky Piercer so early just gave him so many stacks.
Yep. Of course, I would say that the MVP of the game goes over to Myo Min. 9-0-7 because of the amount of space that the team managed to get for this Ju Sin. In my honest opinion, Ju Sin is a scary hero, and the moment that you give her the opportunity, she will run. She will get a home run with it. But my heart goes out to Tedu, playing as that Freya. Without the Freya, this is not going to be the result they will be expecting. They will not be able to destroy the XP lane like that. He will not be able to get free reigns all across. He will not be able to just dive the turret and do whatever that he wants.
Yeah, it was a great start coming in from side of Team Malaysia. They did have very good picks of themselves as well. Going for that Eve, they were having a great time, right? Given that first minute, but it all went to nothing after that first engage, and the dominoes started to fall. This Carmilla pick also another X factor. That Curse of Blood, they couldn't fight into it at all. We saw Team Malaysia's game plan was, we want to fight into this, but same time, you were picking a Fredrin, and instead of the Baxia, where you had that more mobility and also that guaranteed
the coverage.
Yeah, initiation as well.
It's really difficult at one point in time, the moment that Team Malaysia realizes, hey, we don't have damage. The whole idea of this composition is that they want to crash onto one person, or rather, they want to crash into a team fight. They have Amar as a Yve that is able to control everyone within of the box. They do have a Keeve that is able to initiate with a great Raging Sandstorm, and hoping that Razif as well as Nazan can just take everyone downtown and just be the main bruisers for the team. However, the moment that we have someone on the opposite side who is willing to stand their ground, fight it out, and have so much mobility, by the way, being able to just escape all of the dives coming in from the phobias right there, then it meant absolutely nothing. There was no damage. Even if you throw everything over to Freya, she don't care. She have heals. Whenever she's in Valkyrie form, she has so much shields, she splash damage, and Curse of Blood.
Yeah, that was just a stellar game 3 coming through. The amount of stamina that you need to pull off a 3-game series like this. Team Myanmar technically could have lost 2-0, right? That first game didn't go in their favor at all. That second game, they did lose. And now that third game, they pull off a rise from the ashes move. And Team Myanmar now 1-1, putting themselves ahead of Team Malaysia currently still at that 6th seed. They will have to go against more teams, as the teams ahead of them, they have played 3 matches so far. Team Vietnam, Team Laos, Team Cambodia, Team Philippines, and Team Indonesia. And speaking of Team Philippines, well, we got a little
Wow.
game lined up for you guys later.
Well, we shall see how that is gonna work out. But of course, the Group A is fun to watch. The Group A is gonna be real scary to really understand how that is gonna look out to be. So understandably, I want to see the next game. Wait, next game is next game the last game?
Yeah, next game is going to be the last game of the day here. This
Damn.
was game series number 6. And you said Group A is fun, but Group B is fun as well. Group
wait,
C.
Group C is fun.
Group D,
Everything is
every
fun
group
here.
is fun. If you have not watched the games that were happening during Group C and Group B, guys, let me fill you in. We had a savage today from Team Jordan going up against Team Iran as well. And then Team Uzbekistan against Team Kyrgyzstan, as nail-biting as the matches
Full
that
3
we
games.
had today as well. Every single team has been representing hard today.
Really, they are definitely feeling the pressure. However, they are not crumbling at all. In fact, they are tempered like steel right now. No matter what it is, they will do whatever. They will do their absolute best to be the representative that they came in here for, and they do not disappoint.
Yeah, everybody's getting into that competitive spirit right now. This is day 2. We still have day 3 and day 4 left to go, but we have one more match left for you guys, and we're going to be going on a short break, so see you guys shortly after.
Allow me to release your eternal bloom!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now! Yeah!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final series of the day here for the 2026 Asian Games qualifiers for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Now, we're coming into the final game, and this is going to be a star-studded match, as we have talked about before many times. Whenever we see Team Philippines, we know that this is going to be a great game.
Yeah, I mean, Team Philippines, I would say they are the top tier. They are the top team after all here. Of course, of course. They are so strong, but coming in is going to be a team that took out Team Myanmar 2-1 fashion. So it's Team Cambodia. So we did see Team Myanmar win over Team Malaysia, but Team Cambodia actually won against Team Myanmar. So yeah, you can look forward to the tenacity as well as they go up against that top seed in that Group A.
Yep, at least for Team Philippines, they haven't exactly played too much matches that really showed off how strong they are as of yet. So at this point in time, Team Philippines, they've played a total of 2 matches, and well, to be fair, they are all 2-0s. Indonesia is at the top now because they got a total of 3 games played.
Yeah, and Team Philippines, once again, the boys in blue coming in. From the side of the goal lane, we are going to have Viana, also known as Teddy QT De La Cruz on the roam, also known as JP Pabico in that mid lane, aka Sanji and Nepomuceno on that jungle, also known as Mr. Carl, and Vinuya on the EXP lane, also known as Sanford.
Now, Team Philippines, they are undoubtedly one of Singapore's favorites as well. You know, we have a lot of fans for Team Philippines, and of course, when it comes down to, you know, the team overall as an organization as well, they are just amazing.
I think they're so good. I think this Team Philippines team is so good. I think organizations should scout them and make them play together because they're so good together. You know?
Yeah, I agree. To the very extent that they don't play together all the time is blasphemy.
Yeah.
Yeah. /S, by the way, in case we get shot by people.
Okay. Now we're coming in with the side of Team Cambodia. We're gonna have Kyo Pavin, T.Y. Odom, and also Chamakara on that mid lane, Chandavan on that jungle, and Mekong on that EXP lane. I see some familiar names here.
In fact, familiar faces. So at this point in time, when it comes down for Team Cambodia, they are primarily made up of members from Vigor Apex, which have already completed their game in MPL Cambodia. So one of the 2 teams that will make it all the way to the upcoming, or rather have managed to make their way over to the M series and all that kind of jazz. Now, understandably, for some of you guys probably have recognized the name D7 and Ra, for example. At least for me, I kind of remember them very well, right? Odom is D7, and of course Chamakara being Ra. Mekong is named by Shadow, and of course Chandavan is Detective, and he's the only one out of the 5-man that is not from Vigor Apex. In fact, he is from CFU Gaming.
CFU, very familiar name indeed. Well, they're known for being wild in terms of the plays, right? And the wild cards as well, they were extremely volatile when it comes to playstyle. Now going up against somewhat of a stable playstyle, right? The most stable of all, I would say, in the entirety of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Team Philippines, where they're known for their stable playstyle, able to explode when it needed, but definitely how will they fare? Because we might be having a bloodbath here of explosions.
In fact, it is actually a little bit hard to really understand if whether, Team Cambodia is gonna have a great time or not. But understandably, whenever we kind of look at Team Philippines, we automatically assume that they are the top dogs and they can't be bled by, all the other teams, for example, unless you're constantly being in contention with Team Philippines, like whenever we are looking at international series, like, against Team Indonesia, very tight back and forth. So this is the stage where we want to see people of other nations, other regions, to be able to, kind of put a dent in the armors of Team Philippines and, even to a certain extent, Team Indonesia.
Yeah, I would say, like, to the average eye, to people that have not watched MLBB before, well, if you compare Team Philippines to any other team, any other region, right? It feels like it's the Holy Land because it has birthed so many champions. And in terms of competitiveness itself, it feels like a very scary region to come out from. So Team Philippines coming to represent here. Well, a lot of the teams, you might not have the chance once again in your entire lifetime here. So luckily for them, Asian Games Qualifier, well, you get a chance to taste what is that apex.
Indeed. And to be fair, while we are kind of talking about that, right, being here is definitely going to be a great honor to many of these players, and they will be happy to represent their team, or rather, represent their region. Now, to all of the people that are watching on stream, we currently have this entire game at our official integrated resort partner, Resorts World Sentosa. So across the weekend, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, if you guys are interested in watching the game, please come on down over to Sentosa and, you know, watch the game for yourself and look at some of these teams face to face.
Yeah, do get your tickets on our socials as well. I believe there are details how to get the tickets going for you guys. Of course, it's completely free of charge. So if you are free to come on down, do come on down as well. Now, going into the band stage as well, we have the Guinevere and the Marcel being taken out of the pool. And so far, the Phovius is going to be going down as well. Right now, that Paquito still out as well. We saw what Vinuya did on the Paquito yesterday, and it was indeed devastating for the members of the other team. Now, for the side of Team Cambodia, will they want that being done to them as they have the final ban right now?
We do have the Paquito that's currently still available to be picked, and I'm pretty sure that they don't want to give the Paquito over to Vinuya. That's the last thing that we want to see even from our side. So Cambodia, don't have to think about it. Take it away. You're not first pick. You're not first ban. Don't bet on the fact that the Paquito will be passed over to you.
Yeah, don't. You're not him, man. You're not him. Cambodia, Team Cambodia, come on.
Come on.
Oh. Okay, they poked the beast. They poked the beast. They bat out the Kalea instead. Team Philippines.
Crikey.
Oh no. Oh no, is it gonna come out? The Paquito!
It's a Paquito. I'm gonna poke you with the stick.
No! Okay, Team Cambodia, they feel like they can go up against it, right?
Can they?
Yeah, they want to test the punches. I mean, Paquito, he's wearing punching gloves, right? Maybe it's not that hard. Maybe it's soft. Maybe. Yeah, now for Team Cambodia, right? You can open up with Dusin there. You can open up with Claude as well. Definitely, you have to look to take the Claude away right now. That Boxia. And, they do here. They have a game plan. They have a game plan.
So having a Boxia and the side of Claude is definitely great, especially since we're talking about a lot of rotations that these two are able to do. They can play around the map quite a lot. Boxia will cover the grounds in order to allow Claude to just make his way around the map and, you know, really farm up at accelerated pace. In the meantime, Team Philippines, they are really happy with what they've gotten. At this point in time, with their Harif as well as Akai, Akai is always going to be a very solid pick. If they do want to play that into the jungle, it's almost guaranteed that he'll always be able to get himself a, I would say not guaranteed, but very high chance of being able to take the Lord or the Turtle down because of the heavy spin.
Yeah, generally we do see it as a tool being used against the Boxer as well, where the shield unity does come in and the heavy spin is there to force out the disengage or also pin it onto the wall for that counter engage as well. Now for Team Cambodia here, they need to think about either the mid laner or the roam, and they do pick up the Atlas, so they will have that Fatal Links capability. Now going into the best of both worlds here is going to be the side of Team Cambodia, right? That team fight is going to be there with the Fatal Links and Boxia, but Claude is not going to provide that early game damage.
Yep, so they need to be able to just kind of hunker down and be able to use a full sheer number in order to do anything to the side of Team Philippines. But the question is if whether Team Philippines is even going to let you do that. Well, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go for the Dusin themselves, right? And that would have been a great opener. Dusin, Claude, Boxia against the Paquito. Yes, now you have enough stopping power, especially as a unit itself, right? And also in the macro sense, where you have that capability. Now the Dusin finally banned out, Glue as well. There's a Cho still available. Kalea already has been banned out. Meanwhile, from the side of Team Philippines, it's about limiting that side of that mid role as well. But at the same time, they haven't picked the mid role for themselves.
Yep. So at this point, both sides actually needs to pick up a mid role for themselves. Unfortunately, the Juicin is going to be out of the question, and even Arlott will be taken away now. So quite a lot of these XP and roamers are currently are really out of the equation, and now we push that ball over to the side of Cambodia. What exactly are they supposed to look out for? They're lacking of a mid laner and they're lacking of an XP laner. As of now, Atlas and Baxia, they're all super tanky. They will probably want to look for something a lot more on the hybrid sense for the XP laner in order to, you know, deal good enough damage. Without Glue, I would say that having a Lapu on your team would generally be really great since it's currently taken away. It's either going to be Lapu, I don't think it will be, Lapu, Yuzhong. They are generally going to be good answers.
Yeah, they do snap up the E for themselves, but now from the side of Team Philippines, thinking of what they want to go for the mid, they have the Gord available with the Akai heavy spin as well, and now with the Matilda as well. Matilda Paquito, right? Oh my God, this is such a classic coming out from the side of Team Philippines.
Such an early game comp from the side of Team Philippines. They are looking to be really aggressive with the Matilda and the Akai, and you kind of mix it up together with God. At this point in time, it's definitely a little bit difficult for God plus Matilda to be able to clear the wave really fast, but this is also just kind of, we're just gonna have to see what exactly Team Philippines have got in store for them, and how do they rotate well enough to kind of cover the grounds for the lack of mid lane clear.
Yeah, and we've seen this before from yesterday as well. Just all firepower, not having much of the frontliner. Akai will be there, yes, but heavy spin is mostly used as a disengage and engage tool. Now, for the last pick coming out from the side of Team Cambodia, it will be that Yuzhong as well, right? Trying to match up against that Gord as much as possible. I would say Team Cambodia, right now, you have a good draft, but you let the Paquito through.
I think that is the main problem here. You let the Paquito through. This enables Team Philippines to play a very aggressive early game comp. And honestly, we have seen how that worked out. So hopefully for Team Cambodia, they're able to last all the way to later stages of the game, allowing the Yuzhong possibly, either the Yuzhong or the Baxia to be able to take the reins of the early game. But normally, during the laning phase, I think the Cambodia's lineup, they can do it. I think that they can do it. However, the moment that we kind of move past to 6 minutes into the game, that is where Team Philippines understandably will be a lot more annoying, and they will have a lot more firepower and escape mechanism.
And here we go, game one of Team Philippines. And for the first time ever on the stage, Team Cambodia as well. How will they fare against the top seed of Group A so far?
Well, both of the junglers, they're going to be starting up at the northwestern part of the map and eventually make their way down to the bottom east. Southeast, which is going to be the XP lane. So with that all said and done, that means that we generally going to be looking at the we're definitely going to be looking at the Akai that will be a little bit slower to reach the Little Wanderer. Well, Team Cambodia, they definitely can clear wave a lot faster though.
Yeah, they do have that rotational speed coming through, and with that orange buff being that first target of choice here now, Nepomuceno will be in that scene here, but using that guy to get out and get it with that retribution as well. Clean, decisive win coming out from side Team Philippines, and these kind of small wins, they add up here. But Vinuya going head-to-head against Mengkong here, and he will have the ability to have that shot residue, but this becomes a huge skill matchup here.
EXP lane is massively skill-based matchup, so we'll see how that is eventually going to work out for Team Cambodia, because this is a Paquito after all. A Paquito does have a lot of mobility that is able to escape from your Dragon's Tail, so you don't really have a lot of utilities that is able to ensure your Dragon Tail connects, and in the meantime, there is also those jabs that gives him shield, which makes things not as painful for him.
Yeah, Team Philippines right now still controlling the pace of the game towards that bottom of that side of the map where the turtle is going to spawn. You can see the early rotations coming through from the side of De La Cruz, trying to force out the rotations from that mid laner as well. Now that mid lane clear will eventually come through, and the turtle has spawned up. Heavy spin now available for Nepomuceno. Here, shield unity already popped.
Not exactly at level 5 as of yet, but at least between him as well as the Baxia, there's not a lot of difference in terms of XP. But here we go, Black Dragon Form.
Has been popped so far. Petrify will be available for this fight, but heavy spin with that Mystic Gush. De La Cruz will get that turtle for now. Now Team Philippines, they ducks come true. But Esports in the backline. First blood being picked up from the side of the Kai. And Team Philippines, they will take the first victory.
Fast rotations coming from Viana, immediately making his way down to the bottom lane and being able to get a pretty good assistance. Although no assist, no kill, but look at that, just how aggressive they can be with De La Cruz just being in the forefront.
Yeah, that damage coming through, that damage buff from the Matilda, if you are winning, right? Currently at this stage of the game, Matilda is going to deal insane amounts of damage. You saw it coming out from the side of that circling eagle, combined together with Nepomuceno. And now for the side of Team Philippines, well,
masterful. That was absolutely masterful coming in from the Paquito. This is the situation when you kind of give the Paquito over to the side of Nagoya, right? Because Yuzhong generally have got a lot more priority in the lane because of the fact that he's got good damage, he's got good range, and he's got lifesteal technically speaking because of the Shard residue. However, if you are really good at Paquito, you will naturally be able to use your dashes to get away from the Dragon Tail, number one, and you will be able to use your jabs to ensure that you don't lose any health. And the only thing that you lose is going to be shields. And throughout this entire time, Vinuya hardly lost any form of HP at all.
Yeah, at this point, Team Cambodia still 2,000 gold behind, 4 minutes into the game here. Team Philippines, you know them as a very strong macro team as well. You sometimes don't even feel you're losing, but right now, they're 2,000 gold behind already. Team Philippines just working the map, getting that shield value on that mid, and also the proxies on the bottom as well.
This is something that only Team Philippines could do. I mean, I wouldn't say only, but they would definitely be able to do that. The proxy and ensuring that, you know, this Yuzhong is not going to have a great time as well. I don't think that even for Team Philippines, they can kill the Yuzhong that easily, but at least we'll be able to kind of keep him in check.
And Team Cambodia, right now, they wanted to find that top lane re-engage, and that was a good force coming out from the side of Team Philippines, forcing out the flicker from the side of Pavin as well. Now, with this second turtle being up as well, Chandavan now up in that scene. Nepomuceno will have that heavy spin, and this second turtle tank.
Let's also remember about the quality of Retribution. Nepomuceno is currently at level 8 versus the fact that the Baxia, oh, hold a second.
What a reaction speed coming through from the side of Vinuya as he reacts just in time, and that flicker will not find that Fatal Links combination. Nothing connects coming out from the side of Team Cambodia, and real manipulation, not enough. Nepomuceno eventually taken down with the help of the Black Dragon form here, and that's just Team Cambodia responding. But Vinuya, man, the moves coming out so far, and now with that turtle being up for the taking, having that circling eagle, taking out Baxia. It's dealing so much damage. There's no retribution on either side, but with that blazing duet, Claude eventually gets it for Team Cambodia. And Team Philippines, for the first time, they will be on a slightly even ground.
Very close fight between the two of the team, but however, mid lane is not over.
Esports together with the Mystic Gush, and now they don't have that Fatal Links, no flicker available. Team Philippines, they know their timings perfectly as they push onwards with the timing.
And just like that, Team Philippines, they still have got themselves a pretty good lead on top of Team Cambodia with a total of 2,600 gold lead. And the gold is pretty well distributed to the entire team here, with the most amount of gold lead going over to the hands of that Harif, about 800 gold lead, followed by, for some reason, we do have Matilda having pretty good gold on top as well. But you can pretty much get the idea. Very well distribution coming in from the entirety of Team Philippines. This ought to allow them to have a very good movement going forward.
Yeah, this is De La Cruz just being able to be in that front line consistently, right? And now with that Mystic Gush, Vinuya, well, lane priority, we don't care about that. We have a Mystic Gush and Vinuya's boxing. And now with that, Chandavan, he is in a slightly bit of trouble. This turret is going to go down. He will have the Shield Unity to get out. There is no Mystic Gush, but the stun control coming through from the side of Team Philippines and keeping him there. Team Philippines are doing such a great job on the EXP lane. They do fall in that mid lane as well, but this is the segmented team fight that comes through. Now, Esports is there. They're not letting up the pressure. Viana not able to find a single pressure as now he is able to get out, but that's just a bit more breathing space for Team Philippines. They're not gonna let them breathe at all. Mystic Gush is still there, and they just want the turret. They just want the turret.
All the way down to the bottom lane, it was just sheer confidence coming in from Chandavan, hoping that he will be able to do a little bit of something down to the bottom lane. However, the turret still went down. He was not able to clear it fast enough. And such, what Papico as well as Ivinia did, they just focused down onto the turret. They don't even bother getting a kill or a hit down on the Chandavan, so they do not get the enmity of the turret. And shortly after that, with the amount of control that they have, they will bring him down. And of course, from that point on, they were just styling onto the middle lane.
Yeah, the turtle does go the way of Team Cambodia, and with that heavy spin being used already, Circling Eagle used to disengage. They know they don't have that Zaymon Sports for now, and a clean disengage coming out so far. Fatal Links coming out from the Day side onto the De La Cruz, and Team Cambodia, they respond back, but the macro damage has been done.
Well, there we go. At least when it comes down to Team Cambodia, they managed to get a little bit of a small victory on top of Team Philippines. They have managed to get themselves 2 total turtles, which is a huge win in my honest opinion, trying to balance out and of course get a good amount of distribution. But hold on a second, Mystic Gush and RWM.
RWM used to just disrupt that Mystic Gush. Pabico has that flicker just to get away. Now Nepomuceno will have that heavy spin available if he wants to commit it. Vinuya forces out that flicker coming out from the side of Odom as well. Won't have it for that flicker into the Fatal Links.
With all of the tier 1 turrets in the top, middle, and bottom lane already destroyed, Team Philippines have got a really good reign and control in the opponent's jungle. At this point in time, Cambodia, they are definitely choking out quite a bit, and they will have a lot of difficulty trying to go for any form of farm as a matter of fact. But looks like Team Cambodia, they're not gonna be sitting idly and waiting for something to be delivered to them. They will want to take things to their own hands, especially since they still do have got a relatively good fighting chance. Some of these heroes that they have, such as the Yves as well as the Yu Zhong, they still do very decent amount of damage. And when it comes down to utility, coming from the RWM as well as the Fatal Links, you do have got catch potential.
Yeah, Shu Unity in that back line onto Pabico. This is a great engage coming in from Team Cambodia. That Mystic Gush won't be available. Vinuya has to get out. They don't have a front line available, and he is able to disengage so far. Now Team Philippines, they need to get a clean disengage. Now Team Cambodia, they get that breathing space so far, but now the Lord is coming back up. De La Cruz still has that vision available.
Team Philippines, they do have a slight priority over the Lord. But right now, the main thing is they do have De La Cruz that does have a little bit of that information gathering coming in to know where Cambodia is. Well, in the meantime, the Chill Unity coming in from Chandavan, he crashes down on the Paquito, but that's pretty much all.
Yeah,
Circling Eagle
has been spotted out. He does have the Fatal Links, not going to pop in now. Just knows that he does not have the flicker. It's 2 seconds from being popped up. Team Philippines make full use of the timing, gets that top lane priority going their way. Preparation coming in for this Lord.
Battle Spell economy is undoubtedly going to go over to the hands of Team Philippines for now. Almost every single one of them have got their Battle Spell, inclusive of Viana and De La Cruz, which is very importantly, they have their Purify. Widia does not have that, but that is completely fine, because they did manage to take one out of Chamakara, which is playing as a Eve.
Fatal Links pops through, not on the key target there. Mistake coming in from side Team Cambodia and a punish from Team Philippines. They will not be able to fight for this Lord. And Favin, he's coming down with that Blazing Duet, but without the Roamer, without that huge Fatal Links, it's gonna be a mistake from Team Cambodia to go in. Shu Unity with a Blazing Duet does not connect on anything, and in the back line, your Zaymon Sports and Vinuya just coming through. Magic and boxing as the Black Dragon has to run away. That's Petrify is not enough.
Impeccable position coming in from Vinuya. Just a grand foresight knowing that BMI is going to appear, or rather, the Cloud will go back to his BMI no matter what, because he overextended already. So the only place to go is back to his BMI. Well, Vinuya waited patiently at that moment in time, but who knew that not only is he going to catch a Claude, but he caught a free heave on top as well.
I would say that is a huge mistake coming out, and now with the heavy spin catching onto Chandavan, there is no no retribution. And Team Cambodia, they completely have to give up the Lord for the second time in a row. This was a first mistake going it for the first time, right? Chondavan was not there. They did not have the fatal links. Odom was being taken out early. They were fighting this 4v5, 10 seconds away from Odom, and that Zamon's force, well, it's just gonna wreak havoc.
It is such a difficult fight for Team Cambodia. They really did their very best to see what they could eventually do in the team fight. However, they were very pressured to make a move. They really want to make a play. And Team Cambodia, at least, they believe that they have the power spike. They have something that they can do.
Now all 5 members gathered onto Vinuya. Finally a shutdown from side of Team Cambodia here as they respond towards that Lord pressure. But that means that they won't have the capability to jump in with a Shield Unity once again for the next few seconds. But they will have that Fatal Links with a Flicker available. Right now they already lost that inhibitor turret on that top lane. And Team Philippines playing it safe know that they don't have that backline penetration.
The rest of the members coming from Team Philippines now slowly expand themselves out. Oh, take a look at that!
RLWM into the Fatal Links combo. Papico gets taken out. Zaman Sports Viana doing what he can. 3 members already down from the side of Team Philippines. And now Team Cambodia, they answer back. They might have lost an inhibitor, but they fight back. And this is the wild card as we talk about. Team Cambodia is wild when it comes to this.
Constantly just cracking down onto these turrets. Team Philippines manages to crack open the top lane T3 turret and almost there for the middle turret as well. The Lord will of course spawn in 80 seconds and throughout the entire fight we can even have the instant replay to really show us what happened over there. Cambodia did a very good job when it comes down to a flawless defense. In fact, I wouldn't call it flawless, but a really good defense altogether. The fact that they did not lose more than 1 inhibitor turret is already pretty darn good, despite the fact that Team Philippines, at one point in time, they had, what, 8,000 goal lead? They managed to kind of square it down a little bit to 5,000 lead. And honestly, if you ask me, they're back to the point where they originally started.
Yeah, this is the same situation that Team Myanmar were in. Now Black Dragon for being popped just to be on the defense here. Circling Eagle finds its mark onto Odom. Mystic Gush still not there in time. Team Philippines, now it's your turn to disengage here, right? They have to watch out for the Fatal Links, but little they didn't know that that Flicker is not available for the side of Team Cambodia.
As such, they are going to be grouping up once again. And definitely don't want to force things out too much over here. Especially since the Lord is going to be opening in 15 seconds. Once it spawns, that is where the priority will want to go over to the side of Team Philippines. Team Cambodia, they will want to look for an opportunity. Odom, he does have Flicker, he does have got his Fatal Links as well. But unfortunately, they are not capable or they are not equipped to be able to do a full-out team fight.
Yeah, now Team Cambodia, they know that Zamon's force is not worth fighting into, yet they go into it anyway. This might be a huge mistake here as the RWM is there. So Vaughn takes out De La Cruz. That Mystic Gush is there as Viana gets taken out from the side of Team Cambodia. But Vinuya is still there laying waste in that back line, and Famin finally puts an end to it. And this is huge for the side of Team Cambodia. And they finally fight back. Papico, the only one left to deal damage.
And now Papico, he's currently being choked out and being a little bit too greedy. Cambodia strikes back, and now they have the priority over the Lord. What a game!
We have a game on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. It is the timing. 15 minutes have been fulfilled. 3,000 gold advantage coming in from side Team Philippines. But Cambodia, they have a Claude, and now Nepomuceno, heavy spin forced out. That's going to be huge for the next team fight as well. Team Cambodia know that they have a sliver of timing.
Yep. Luckily for them, it doesn't seem like the Nepomuceno will go down despite all of that. This fight was very much spread out, and it was actually kind of scary to see how it all turned out to be. Before that fight happened, there was just a little bit too much pandemonium going on about, and Cambodia managed to make full use of all of that confusion and hysteria in order to zone in onto the right people as they man-marked whoever that they really needed to. Odom, though, bought a lot of time. We definitely got to give it to him. And by the end of the fight, he was still alive.
Yeah, now with the fleeting time being picked up from the side of Odom as well, this Fatal Links has become just a lot more fatal as Team Cambodia, they look poised to strike here with the Lord marching down on that top side. And now, for the first time, I believe The Giants are bleeding as Team Cambodia, putting them in equal ground.
Just gonna be jumping right in. Vinuya is not gonna let go that fast or that easily. The top lane does have a Lord that will be marching in, while Team Cambodia, they are gonna be looking for an opportunity to eventually jump in. Right now, Vinuya.
Yeah, he does have that Petrify and is able to keep Vinuya there. Flicker is there as well, but the rest of the team is coming in. And Vinuya in a lot of trouble. Immortality has been used. He's not going to be able to get this one out here.
Wait.
1v5, and with that RWF, Fatal Links has to be used. And that is, I would say, still a win from the side of Team Cambodia, but that Fatal Link's no longer available. Team Philippines, they can look for a fight going in. Viana is online with the orange buff.
Yep, is that really a win though? They had to use the entire lot duration that that just marched down from the top lane. They did not manage to take any of the other outer turrets as much as possible. They lost the Fatal Links, which would be able to do something over there. It's slowly creeping closer and closer for at least Cambodia, right? So when it comes down to the goal lead, indeed, you're right on that. Cambodia is catching up.
Yeah, and this is a lineup that they are poised to strike in that late game, right? Team Cambodia, in terms of the draft, that Claude wins out the Harith handedly in that gold lane. And the same problem that Team Philippines, well, they've been taking advantage of that lack of a frontliner. Nepo Mucino will be the only one that's able to frontline. Everyone else will fall like flies.
The game is now dead even. However, Team Philippines, they refuse to back down.
And now with that Damon Sports being popped up as well, Viana going into safety. RWF catching him out here, and Mekong actually takes out the magic damage here. And now Team Philippines, they scramble for their lives here as Team Cambodia. They're doing it. Pabico takes out Odem at this point. Sharp Residue not enough onto De La Cruz. He's taking him on a walk here. And Team Cambodia, they don't have the shield unity to crash back in. They're unable to get any form of macro damage. Team Philippines might have bought themselves enough time to fight for this Lord.
But however, do know that it was a roam for a gold lane. I'm not too sure if whether Team Philippines can even try to contest this without Viana, which is playing as the Harith right now. Team Cambodia, they're taking their own sweet time though. I'm not too sure if whether they actually do have the opportunity or rather they have that window to do that. In the meantime, sneaky beaky like, but it doesn't seem like the Tuna Unity managed to do too much. Vinuya all the way down to the bottom lane manages to clear a path in.
Forces out the recall coming in from the side of Team Cambodia. Now two lanes are exposed with that mid lane. That's a sliver of HP. Man, the cuts are adding up for the side of Team Cambodia so far. The team fight might not be going their way, but the macro stays true for Team Philippines.
That move from Vinuya single-handedly allowed Team Philippines to have a way higher chance to secure this evolved Lord. With a mega creep that eventually marches down from the bottom lane, this pretty much allows Team Philippines to play things a little bit slowly by around the Lord's pit. This way, whenever there will be a slow push down to the bottom lane, Team Cambodia cannot go too far in because Vinuya could just push it any time.
Yeah, this is going to be a case where they need to think about the base. Circling Eagle is there. Vinuya slowly inching towards the Team Cambodia's base, and now he will call off the assault, but definitely bringing the members back.
See it now.
Favin, he's over there with the BMI placed up, but Vinuya, he continues to stand his ground.
But unfortunately, it does seem like the creep wave did appear, and that is going to halt that push down in the bottom lane, but the rest still stays the same. There is still going to be a lane priority coming in from the top and the bottom lane, and Team Cambodia, they always need to keep a valiant eye down on the bottom, if whether there's going to be a slow push oncoming, and eventually that push will always go towards the victory of Team Philippines.
Yeah, Nepo Mucino able to sniff out the members of Team Cambodia, but Vinuya goes for the back door. The turret is now down. Vinuya is in no man's land, but now Team Cambodia trying to take out the Lord. Favin is already there. Nepo Mucino gets the Lord on the other side. Team Philippines, they get the Lord. They get the mid turret. They force out the Winter's Crown, and Favin, he is extremely low. Flicker is being forced forward. They get out Venuya for now. Team Cambodia, if they can win this team fight, they keep themselves in the game, circling Eagle just to disengage here. As Team Cambodia, they want more. Nepomuceno still has that capability to respond. And now Team Philippines, they respond with Viana, a shutdown, double kill, and the Lord marching down the mid lane.
All of these immortalities are constantly being popped. Great thing that we do have Favin that managed to outplay against Venuya. However, we are already looking at 4v3. This is an impossible push for Cambodia to defend.
Yes, there is nothing they can do here, especially with the heavy spin coming out from the side of Nepomuceno. Team Philippines are going at the crystal, and they take it down. A 1-0 lead, but what a fight from Team Cambodia.
That was way too close for comfort for Team Philippines. But this also gladly shows to all of the people in Cambodia that their team, their representative is out here and they mean business.
Yeah, I would say Team Cambodia, well, they put on quite a show indeed. Team Philippines, they did win it out in the end, right? You see the superior decision making in terms of just trusting Venuya in that bottom lane as well. And this is why you don't want to give out the Paquito to Team Philippines.
Indeed, the Paquito ultimately had made very difficult decisions over to the opponent's side. You had to concede your Claude in a global team fight by the Lord's Pit, and you had to recall that to really deal with that the Paquito in the middle lane, and he was even almost losing. He even had to get himself a good amount of item cycling. Honestly, great over to the Claude. Really outplayed against Venuya, but ultimately that was still a very difficult game that Venuya displayed to Cambodia.
Great decision making in terms of he didn't win the game by ending the enemies. He won the game by forcing the errors, right? He forced out so many errors from the side of Team Cambodia. They consistently had to keep him at the back of the heads. At one point, Venuya, he was just soaking up 3 creep waves. And this man, Venuya, Sanford, whatever you might want to call him, this Paquito, still 100% win rate here. And teams are still giving it to him.
This is a very difficult part where Team Cambodia, I think that they're constantly questioning themselves if whether they can take a fight or whether they need to focus onto the Lord. Do they go back? And if they were to go back, who needs to go back, right? There is so many fights that even for the side of Mengkong, to be honest, as a Yuzhong, he did an amazing job. He had so much threat looming all over, constantly being able to just give a lot of chase over to De La Cruz, that's playing as a Matilda who has great amount of mobility, but yet he still can catch up time and time again. Team Cambodia really outplayed themselves throughout this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, they did pick up the Claude as well. That was a great late game too that they had. And I really like the decision to just have the disrespect, right? Coming out from inside of Team Cambodia. Yeah, it's time to stop respecting Venuya's damage. It's time to collapse and time to do something about it. And finally, we see an end to his reign of terror. But still, he kept the echoes going where he kept on the creep waves. If I can't kill your heroes, I'm going to take out your turrets and eventually your base.
Venuya single-handedly just brought down 2 of the inhibitor turret just due to pure macro and of course map understanding. They had enough information to say, okay, there is no way that they are going to rotate over to Venuya despite the fact that there is a Baxia, by the way. We need to remember that there is a Baxia to the side of Team Cambodia. However, the Baxia is required to be in the Lord's Pit or at least dancing around the Lord because there is that threat of Nepomuceno to just take the Lord away, and that is just a big Lord that will march down in middle lane. And unfortunately for Team Cambodia, they have to face an inevitable.
Yeah, now game 1. What a nail biter of a game, right? Team Cambodia show impressive mettle, especially against that top 1 team. And yeah, Team Philippines, for the first time ever, I felt threatened for them. I really did feel threatened for them. But still, that impressive decision making, a W is a W so far. Man, oh man. Now going into game 2, I believe Team Cambodia, they won't let out that Paquito ever again.
I don't think so. Especially even for the side of Team Philippines, they won by the skin of their teeth. And right here, I think that they have something that they're gonna have to change about because that was way too close for comfort. And for a team like Team Philippines, naturally they are a team that can play really aggressive and they can be really good in the early stages. For them to be able to allow Team Cambodia to play such a late game all the way down to 22 minutes and to threaten so many different kinds of options or strategies that Team Liquid have to, Team Philippines have to kind of take out. This is a very difficult spot.
Yeah, if I had to choose an MVP for inside Team Cambodia, it's the Eve, right? Where the RWM timing was just so immaculate, always catching the members of Team Philippines off guard, especially when they're trying to retreat and disengage, and then finally follow through with that fatal links. And everybody was playing as if they are one heart, one mind, one spirit, right? And this is the amazing thing about MLBB, where all 5 members, they look like, well, a singular unit being controlled.
To be honest, that game will not be forgotten by any one of us here. And this is just game number 2. The pressure is mounting up, and of course, the pressure cooker right now is just so much pressure. However, this is game number 1. We're moving on to game number 2. Team Philippines, they managed to just... They did not have a great time here. But game number 2, I'm pretty sure that they will want to do something about this, and they will want to end the game faster. They want to do things a lot more convincingly because they don't want to concede any of these past mistakes in order for Team Cambodia to capitalize on.
Yeah, definitely. I would say it was going to be a statement piece coming out from the side of Team Cambodia. But at the same time, well, Team Philippines, they keep their 100% win streak, right? Results are results, and definitely when it comes down to doing business, to getting the objectives done, to winning the game that is MLBB, Team Philippines have proved it once again. And yeah, this is what happens when you give out the Paquito. And once again, I'm very happy to see the Matilda and Viana as well, especially on the Harif. He was able to deal out so much damage in that 4v4 situation towards the end.
Yep. Now, if you guys kind of take a look into the entirety of Team Philippines lineup, you also need to really remember that this lineup coming in from Team Philippines, they are ultimately a draft that can do very well in the early stages of the game. Not particularly amazing in the late stages. They can still play a very good game. However, it requires them to be really macro intensive, which is exactly what we saw coming in from Team Philippines. They did whatever that they could to make full use of this lineup. And for Team Cambodia, they did whatever that they could with this lineup, and they are the one that actually do have a slight bit of an advantage coming into the late stages with that Claude in tow. It could end up really badly for Team Philippines the moment that Claude were to win against Vinuya in the middle lane, and the fact that Team Philippines, they lost Vinuya, and Team Cambodia, they could actually just play it a little bit safer. At one point in time for Team Cambodia, they wanted to run it down over to the side of Team Philippines, and I think that that is the smallest and the biggest mistake at the same time, where they were stoked to make a play. They really wanted to make something to work out. They ran all the way down to the side of Team Philippines. They tried to make a play only to find themselves in such a difficult spot where they were unable to disarm Team Philippines. By the time that they wanted to back off, they were slowly losing in health, and they were unable to get themselves out of the death grip of Team Philippines.
Yeah, I would say just that small little decision makings really influenced the state of the game there, right? And for all the team members involved here, I would say, wow, that stamina needed, especially as a pro player, not an easy thing at all, right? Given the fact, if you were in a similar situation, I believe any lesser player would have crumbled under that pressure. And right now, Team Cambodia are showing that they can withstand that pressure. Now, when we take a look at Group A, we always think about who's going to be that top 5. And right now, Team Cambodia,
I think that they deserve a spot in there.
yeah, they really look like they deserve a spot here. I'm now curious to see how Team Cambodia are going to do up against Team Indonesia as well. But that's looking forward. That's looking to day 3.
We're gonna chill.
That's looking day 4. Now we still have game number 2, and that was cutting it close for Team Philippines,
Too
right?
close. Way too close.
What if we have a game 3 here?
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't think my heart can take it, to be fairly honest with you.
And yeah, expanding rivers. And now for the side of Team Cambodia, they will be on that first pick. Now, themselves, they can force out the Paquito. We saw Ming Kong on that Yuzong as well. His decision-making skills are good. He knows how to play the map macro, and you don't want to give that over. That Paquito right now is just extremely very strong. And Mint also, that Marcel has been banned out in the first game as well. Now, we did see the Freya being a problem in the previous series. Whether or not that will be a problem now, we're not too sure.
Looks like the draft is going a little bit slower. Both teams are taking their sweet time to really examine what has happened and of course analyze a little bit more into this game. Because especially for Team Cambodia, they are on match point. They need to be really careful with how they draft. They do not want to give this game away to Team Philippines.
Yeah, right now, so definitely at the side of Team Philippines, they will be looking towards that second stage of the ban. Kalea has been picked out, and now also the ban coming through from the side of Team Philippines. It will be the Fredrin as well, right? Fredrin really, in terms of having that insane teamfight capability, having that taunt available, along with the Appraisal's Wrath turn, something that we've yet to see so far for the side of this game.
Paquito, Fanny, Freya. These three heroes are yet to be thrown away into the banning pool as of yet. Let's not forget about Marcel. There's a lot of heroes that we need to talk about. Harif, you know, Claude, all of that jazz. But some of these, or if not most of these, are going to be leaked out. Paquito is finally taken away. Cambodia, they do not want to deal with that.
Yeah, and this is why, I mean, at the same time, right? This is limiting the options because they can pick up the Marcel now if they want to go for it, right?
I don't think
See
so,
whether there was 3 in that pool, right? Marcel, that Freya, and also the Paquito.
To be fair, I think the Boxer still worked out pretty darn fine for Team Cambodia. So, as much as possible, if they are able to get
Your team is picking.
I mean, you gotta pick it. It's a problem. As I said, if you are a good player, you are gonna play the Marcel. And yeah,
we missed out Marcel in many of those games that where Marcel was just not banned, not picked. So to see Cambodia finally picking out, I wouldn't say finally, but to see Marcel being picked up for Cambodia is definitely fresh breath of
Your
air.
team is picking.
yeah, it's
Fresh
Eve,
breath, breath
Eve
of fresh air.
and Boxia being picked up from the side of Team Philippines so far. And now for the side of Team Cambodia, they will have that Claude available if they wish to go for it. And also that Tusin as well, right? So Marcel, Claude, Tusin. That would be a very good opener for the side of Team Cambodia. Not revealing too much, not revealing the car strategy as well. But of course, same time, they don't have that catch available. Marcel is just information. He's just disrupt. He's not an initiator.